Wang Quan traveled to a foreign continent and was framed by the sect at the beginning. Will he survive for more than 7 days? The heroine who was guarded by Guan Siguo Cliff actually came here for free. I originally thought that I would show off my charm before dying and then wait for death obediently, but I didn't expect to awaken the destiny villain system. From then on, Wang Quan began his road to invincibility. Travel across different worlds, suppress everything, and humiliate the protagonist in various ways. So what if you're incredibly talented? I'll just cheat. You have unparalleled luck, it's all mine. Chapter 1, the heroine is given away for free at the beginning. Dear readers, if you like it, please comment and support. The character pictures are at the end of the chapter. Decisive killing, multiple female protagonists, no fuss, and cool. Tianchuan Continent, Eastern Wasteland, Leon Sword Sect. In the sect hall, Sword Sect Master Zhou Zhen's face was solemn and his voice was stern. His roar was like thunder. Wang Quan, as a disciple of Li Yang, you dared to go against the teachings and steal the sect's treasure, the Li Yang sword. There is evidence and witnesses. Your crime is unforgivable. Do you plead guilty? Zhou Zhen's thunderous roar gave Wang Quan a splitting headache, but it also slowly restored his consciousness as he had lost his focus. I've traveled through time. Wang Quan's last memory was when he was riding his old lady's bike across the street and was hit by a reckless SUV and thrown 3 or 4 stories into the air. He then lost consciousness. I didn't expect that when I opened my eyes, I would find myself here. He closed his eyes again and began to take in the memories of his body. With a sharp pain in his head, a huge amount of memories flooded into his mind like a tide. He was clearly framed. The so-called evidence was nothing more than that he happened to be cleaning the ancestral temple where the Li Yang sword was stored when the incident happened. He was a complete scapegoat, simply because his master died in battle in the secret realm a few days ago. Those whom he had offended were now taking advantage of his misfortune and falsely accusing him of stealing the Li Yang sword, which he had just done for the sake of convenience. That's right, I saw Wang Quan sneaking around in the ancestral temple when the crime happened. He was holding a long, thin object in his hand. It looked like the sect's holy sword. Wang Quan must have planned this all along. I was supposed to be in charge of cleaning the ancestral hall today, but my sister suddenly had a difficult labor, so I had no choice but to swap shifts with him. Damn it, I was cleaning the ancestral temple, so of course I was holding a broom. Also, was it me who caused your sister's difficult labor? I shouldn't have been so kind as to swap shifts with you. Wang Quan was filled with indignation and wanted to argue. But Zhou Zhen stood with his hands behind his back, and the powerful pressure emanating from his body was like a surging wave, rolling towards Wang Quan. Wang Quan gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, but at this moment, he seemed to be strangled by an invisible force at the throat. He fell to the ground and couldn't even utter a word. Wang Quan, you have committed such a grave crime and deserve to be put to death. However, considering that your master just sacrificed his life for the sect and his body is still warm, I will temporarily imprison you on the cliff of repentance. I have placed a killing curse on you. After the 7th day of your master's death, you will die suddenly. Leon Sword Sect, Cliff of Repentance. The cold wind howled on the cliff, and when it whistled past, it was like the sobbing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, which was terrifying. The wind swept up fine sand and gravel, and lashed them against the stone wall with a sharp and piercing sound. Below the cliff was a bottomless abyss. The cave next to it was dark and damp, with water droplets dripping continuously from the stone wall. The crisp, tick-tick sound was particularly clear in the silence. Zhou Zhen had him confined to this cliff of repentance, not wanting him to live at all. There was no food here, and the nights were freezing cold. An ordinary disciple who made a mistake would only stay here for 1 night at most, but Wang Quan had been here for a whole day, and his eyes were already glazed over. Besides, he was under a killing curse and would not survive for more than 7 days. Brother Wang Quan, are you okay? A girl in a light pink dress came running over, her face full of worry. She has a straight nose, a well-proportioned figure, skin is white and crystal clear as porcelain, lips like delicate rose petals, and a waterfall of black hair that falls casually to her slender waist, forming a sharp contrast with the gloomy environment here. Behind the girl, there was a handsome man in black clothes with star-shaped eyebrows, sharp eyes and a sad look on his face. It was the holy son Yifeng and the holy daughter Mo Xianer. The 3 of them had once gone up the mountain together to learn martial arts, and their relationship was like that of brothers. However, their original talents were poor, and the gap between them and Yifeng and Mo Xianer was widening. In the last sect competition, Yifeng and Mo Xianer won 1st and 2nd place respectively, and won the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter, while the original body failed to even make the auditions. What's even more ridiculous is that the original body has always been in love with Mo Xianer, but the Leon Sword Sect has always stipulated that the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter must be married, which means that Mo Xianer is now Yifeng's fiancée. Brother Wang Quan, I firmly believe that you have been wrong. Wait a minute, I will go and explain to Master. He must have misunderstood. Mo Xianer looked at Wang Quan's miserable appearance and said with heartache. Since you believed in me, why didn't you defend me in the first place? I am about to die, what's the point of you defending yourself? Wang Quan leaned against the stone wall and spoke calmly. That day, my brother Yifeng and I were sent by our master to clean up the remnants of the evil sect at the foot of the mountain. Mo Xianer's eyes were blurred with tears, and she looked very aggrieved. Sect leader Zhou Zhen was the master of the 2. He must have known the relationship between the original body and the 2, so he transferred them away first in order to frame Wang Quan. Brother Yifeng, can you please go out for a while? I have something I want to talk to Brother Wang Quan alone. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. The 3 of them had a deep friendship, and now that Wang Quan's time was running out, he was racking his brains to find a solution. However, no one could disobey the master's decision. After Yifeng walked out of the cave, Mo Xianer took Wang Quan's hand and after hesitating for a moment, she said softly, Brother Wang Quan, Xianer knows that you have always liked me. But whether it's you or Brother Yifeng, you are just like brothers in my heart. Now I am Brother Yifeng's fiancé, but in my heart, both of you are very important to me. I'd like to give you my first kiss, so that I can make up for one regret before you leave. Is that okay, Brother Wang Quan? Wang Quan stared at Mo Xianer with wide eyes, feeling mixed emotions. Mainly due to the influence of his original body's memories, he also developed an inexplicable impulse towards Mo Xianer. Wang Quan tried hard to suppress the urge to agree, turned around, and said coldly, there is no need for you to pity me, a dying man. Looking at Wang Quan's expressionless face, Mo Xianer felt extremely aggrieved. Could it be that Brother Wang Quan still holds a grudge against me and Brother Yifeng? But Wang Quan and Yifeng are equally important in her heart. It is a long-standing rule of the sect that the Holy Son and Holy Daughter must be a pair. This is because the sect's most powerful sword technique, the Dragon and Phoenix sword, can only be performed together if 2 people have a tacit understanding and perfect cooperation. This is not something she can control. Brother Wang Quan has complaints against me, but I can't let him leave with regrets. Then let me be more proactive. Mo Xianer murmured softly, then rushed towards Wang Quan, even grabbing Wang Quan's hand. The fire in Wang Quan's heart instantly ignited. Did he really think I was Lu Shuwei? I originally just wanted to wait for death quietly, maybe I could travel back to Earth again. To die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost you will be romantic. It's worth it to be able to have a happy time before dying. As Wang Quan began to take the initiative to attack, the situation reversed in an instant. You know, I don't have much time left. Can't you fulfill this little wish of mine before I die? You said I was extremely important to you, but it seems you were just trying to fool me. An hour later, Brother Wang Quan, Brother Yifeng and I will come to see you tomorrow and bring you some delicious food. Mo Shan'er walked out of the cave and saw Yifeng sitting cross-legged in meditation. Brother Yifeng has always been so hardworking. He is devoted to the Tao and always finds time to practice. Yifeng also noticed Mo Shan'er coming out at this time and suddenly opened his eyes. Yifeng had been waiting at the cave entrance for a long time, wondering what the two had been talking about for so long. However, he always kept his word and naturally would not eavesdrop. So he just sat there and meditated and practiced, and finally waited for Mo Shan'er to come out. Shan'er, are you feeling unwell? Yifeng asked worriedly. He had never been interested in women and was devoted to seeking the truth. He thought that Mo Shan'er was ill. I just tried to remove the killing curse for Brother Wang Quan, but Master's killing curse was too powerful. I exhausted all my energy but still failed, Mo Shan'er said with a blushing face and full of guilt. I'm sorry, Brother Yifeng, it's better not to tell you about that. No wonder Shan'er was so weak after staying in there for a long time. Yifeng felt relieved immediately. Sister Shan'er, you don't have to feel too guilty. Even I am powerless to break the Master's killing curse. Tonight I will go to Master's house and kneel down, begging him to let Ah Quan go. I will go with you, even if it means death, to save Brother Wang Quan. Yifeng frowned slightly when he heard this. In his heart, brotherhood is important, but a teacher is a father for life. To disobey the elders of the school is a heinous act. To threaten one with death is an extreme act, which he thinks is not advisable. Let's go back and discuss it. A man and a woman walked slowly down the mountain. Ding, it was detected that the host shamelessly deceived and forcibly obtained the heroine, and the destiny villain system has been awakened. Closing square bracket. The realm of this book. Spiritual disciple, spiritual master, spiritual patriarch, spiritual king, spiritual venerable, spiritual saint, spiritual emperor, spiritual immortal. Gonfa, mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, saint, immortal. Chapter 2, the destined villain, the nine-nether demon body. Ding, it was detected that the host shamelessly deceived and forcibly obtained the heroine, and the destiny villain system has been awakened. Closing square bracket. The host's mission is to stir up a storm in this world, to become a being that makes everyone tremble, to push aside all obstacles, to suppress the child of destiny, and to frantically recycle luck. The host successfully obtained the virginity of the heroine Mo Shan'er, and obtained 50,000 villain points. Please continue to move forward bravely and achieve more success. System, the golden finger finally arrived. Doesn't it mean I don't have to wait here to die? System, what is the use of this villain value, and how do I obtain it? Find a way to lower the luck of the child of fortune, and the host will gain villain points. For example, defeat the child of fortune, or even take his life, or snatch all his heroines and opportunities. In addition to opposing the son of luck, the host maintains a villain image and can also gain villain points by doing evil. Villain points can be exchanged for various skills, physical fitness, magic weapons, etc. in the system mall, making you the host super powerful. Closing square bracket. The son of fortune Yifeng and the heroine Mo Shan'er have been unlocked. Would you like to check their dashboards? Closing square bracket. I didn't expect that Yifeng is the son of destiny. Check, son of luck, Yifeng, realm, late spiritual master. Luck value, 95000, originally 100,000. Physique, innate sword body, an extremely powerful sword physique, possessing a superb talent for sword training, and an understanding of swordsmanship far beyond that of ordinary people. Introduction, the holy son of the Liang sword sect, with a strong heart and single-minded pursuit of the sword path, he is extremely powerful. Within his ancestral ring lies an old monster that has yet to awaken. Mo Shan'er, female lead Yifeng, realm, early spiritual master. Constitution, none. Introduction, the holy maiden of the Liang sword sect, who is like a celestial being, gentle, pure, and kind-hearted. She entered the sect to practice together with Yifeng and is Yifeng's destined mistress. Damn, considering that your villain talent is off the charts, and you took down the heroine right from the start, to encourage you to continue doing evil, I'm rewarding you with a big gift package. Do you want to claim it? Extract, must extract. My game is about to end, and I just hope this gift pack can give me something to save my life. Gift package opening. Gift package opened successfully. Reward 1. I have true vision. Villain only can locate the protagonist's real-time location and scan for opportunities within a certain range. Note, go all out and plunder the protagonist's opportunities. You're not a man if you don't plunder them completely. Reward 2. Choose one of 10 demonic bodies with matching skills, including Dark Prison demonic body, Soul Devouring evil body, Blood demonic body, Nine Nether demonic body, Dark Night Shadow demonic body, Evil Spirit demonic body, Chaos demonic body, Mysterious Nether demonic body, Blue Flame demonic body, Dark Wind evil demonic body. Note, as a villain who does all kinds of evil, how can you survive without a demonic body? Wang Quan looked at these 10 demonic forms, completely bewildered. Aside from their names, there were no clues at all. Wasn't this like asking for a blind draw? System, which demon body is the most powerful? Wang Quan, who didn't know what to choose, simply asked the system. Maybe the system could tell him. The Nine Nether demonic body is the most powerful, selling for as much as 100 million villain points in the system mall. It is one of the top 10 physical bodies. When practiced to perfection, one can communicate with the 9 netherworlds, obtain countless netherworld evil chi, and become the world's top demon. Good guy, you won't tell me unless I ask, right? Wang Quan curled his lips, but fortunately he had the good habit of asking when he didn't understand. I'll choose the 9 nether demon body. Ding, selection successful, the 9 nether demonic body is loading. Wang Quan sat upright in the center of the cave. Suddenly, a strange black mist surged around his body. Immediately afterwards, Wang Quan closed his eyes, frowned tightly, and his whole body began to tremble violently. Black lines appeared from under his skin, like hideous demonic lines, spreading continuously. His bones made a cracking sound, as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. Dark clouds rolled in from the sky, like a thick, inky curtain, pressing heavily down upon the earth. The entire Liang sword sect was enveloped by these gloomy clouds, and then a strange, blood-red vortex appeared in the sky, as if it were a passage to the 9 netherworlds. One after another, purple lightning shuttled through the clouds like a ferocious dragon, accompanied by a deafening roar, tearing the dark sky apart. The headquarters of the heavenly demon holy sect. Inside the leader's hall, called Leader Suyu sat quietly on a high platform, eyes closed, resting. Her face was exquisite, her figure slender and plump, her lips like enchanting rose petals, and her silver hair cascaded down her shoulders. A dark red magic pattern loomed on her forehead, exuding a mysterious, powerful, and inviolable aura. As if she suddenly sensed something, Suyu's beautiful eyes suddenly opened and looked up at the sky, and then the whole person disappeared in the hall in an instant. Liang sword sect's main peak. A man and a woman were kneeling in the middle of the room. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They were Yifeng and Mo Shan'er. Mo Shan'er's lips trembled, and crystal tears slid down her fair cheeks, leaving 2 clear tear marks. She kept muttering, if master is unwilling to let Wang Quan go, let the 3 of them die together. Although Yifeng frowned slightly, he didn't say anything. He just knelt quietly in front of Zhou Zhen. Zhou Zhen's face turned ashen and he was filled with rage. He was clearly doing this for the good of his two disciples. What good would it do to hang out with that loser who had only just reached the spiritual disciple stage after 10 years of joining the sect? He would only become a burden to them. If the three of them hadn't insisted on joining the sword sect together, Wang Quan's talent wouldn't have been accepted. Moreover, as the sect leader, he cannot escape the blame for the theft of the sect's holy sword. If he does not find a scapegoat to take the blame, his position as the sect leader will be difficult to secure. How can he then pass the sect on to his two disciples? Wang Quan, who was cleaning the ancestral temple that day, became the best candidate. The other master had always been at odds with him during his lifetime, and this was a good opportunity to help his beloved disciple get rid of a burden. Forget it, let me be the bad guy. They will understand me one day. Zhou Zhen picked up the tea and drank it with an expressionless face. Suddenly, the sky outside the house was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and Zhou Zhen felt a strong evil spirit, as if it was at the cliff of repentance. Zhou Zhen suddenly stood up and flew towards the cliff of repentance. Mo Shan'er and Yifeng, who were kneeling on the ground, saw Zhou Zhen's serious expression and flew towards the cliff of repentance. Master, are you going to attack brother Wang Quan? The two looked at each other and hurriedly chased after him. At the center of the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth, a figure exuded a chilling aura. It was Wang Quan who was awakening the nine-nether demonic body. His body was surrounded by dark power, as if a demon god from the abyss of the underworld was about to descend into the world. Evil creature, not only have you committed such a grave sin, but you even dared to be tainted by the devil's ways. I will kill you here today. Just when he was about to awaken successfully, Zhou Zhen hurried over and without saying a word, slashed at Wang Quan with a cold sword. Master, don't! Mo Shan'er and Yifeng had arrived from a distance. Seeing Zhou Zhen attacking Wang Quan, Mo Shan'er shouted hurriedly. Wang Quan was at the critical juncture of awakening. He wanted to get up and dodge, but he was powerless. The process of awakening the demonic body required a smooth transition, and at this moment, the evil energy within him surged, making it impossible to control his body. Bang! At the critical moment, a witch in red clothes, surrounded by demonic energy, swung her whip to block it. Chapter 3 Nine Nether Demon Sect Su Yu. Nine Nether Sect Leader Su Yu. I am clearing out the Liang Sword Sect. Why are you trying to stop me? Zhou Zhen shouted angrily, with an ominous premonition in his heart. 100 years ago, he was the second most talented person in the sect. The first most talented person died tragically at the hands of Su Yu in a secret realm, which allowed him to ascend to the position of Holy Son and eventually become the sect master. The Juyu Demon Sect and the Liang Sword Sect, one is a demon sect and the other is a righteous sect, have been incompatible since ancient times. The demon sect's cultivation methods are cruel and bloody, and have always been unacceptable to the world of immortal cultivation. Moreover, 100 years ago, Su Yu killed the sword sect's #1 genius, and a deep blood feud was formed between the two factions. At this time, Wang Quan had successfully awakened his demonic body, and with the awakening of his demonic body, his cultivation level soared directly from the late stage of spiritual disciple to the late stage of spiritual master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the nine nether demonic body and obtaining the nine nether demonic art, a top-grade immortal level technique. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the late stage of spiritual master. Wang Quan, Destiny Villain. Realm, late spiritual master. Luck value, 99. Constitution, nine netherworld demonic body. This physique is innately connected to the Yinsha energy of the nine netherworld, allowing it to keenly sense and absorb Yinsha's power. Those possessing this body have meridians and bones that seem specifically designed to contain the power of the demonic energy. When practicing magic, the demonic energy flows freely within the body, and progress is incredibly rapid. Once mastered, one will surely dominate the world and be invincible. System backpack, none. No way, is this how a villain is treated? Double-digit luck values, are you kidding me? But the situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think. He quickly stood up and looked up to see Zhou Zhen standing in the air, facing a woman with a charming and evil appearance, her body surging with demonic energy. To Wang Quan, she felt like a poppy blooming in the dark night, dangerous yet full of deadly temptation. I, Su Yu, want this man. From now on, he will be the devil of my Juyu demon sect. Su Yu raised her phoenix eyes slightly and spoke casually. This sister is so domineering. Quickly kill this old thing. Wang Quan finally saw hope of survival and was extremely excited. It seems that there's nothing more to discuss. Then let me experience the power of Master Su, who killed my senior brother 100 years ago. Zhou Zhen took the lead in launching an attack after he finished speaking. He flashed and rushed towards Su Yu like a ghost, brandishing the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy crisscrossed and pressed straight towards Su Yu. Su Yu snorted coldly and swung the magic whip, which turned into a black barrier to block all the sword energy. The two men fought fiercely in an instant. Zhou Zhen's sword moves were extremely sharp, and each sword contained powerful sword intent, while Su Yu's magic whip was agile and strange, sometimes like a spear stabbing straight, sometimes like a soft rope winding. Zhou Zhen's sword moves were resolved one by one. Even at the moment when Su Yu blocked the attack, she was able to stab Zhou Zhen directly, leaving several blood marks on his body. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, Zhou Zhen quickly retreated. Just as Su Yu grabbed Wang Quan and prepared to escape, other elders of the sword sect rushed over. Metropolitan, Master, we are late, please punish us. Behind Zhou Zhen, there were 9 more people, who were the 9 elders of the Liang sword sect. Su Yu, give up your royal power and leave on your own. If you don't know what's good for you, then stay in the sword sect, Zhou Zhen threatened when he saw the reinforcements had arrived. He actually wanted to force Su Yu to live, but this witch was very powerful. He had just confronted her and tried his best but still couldn't hold on. He could only take a step back and ask her to leave the kingship. Su Yu naturally understood the reason. She was alone, so it would be difficult for the other party to stop her. But if she was carrying a king, it would not be so easy to escape. Su Yu suddenly smiled charmingly, captivating everyone. A crimson sword appeared in her hand, and she said, how about using your sect's most precious treasure, the Liang sword, in exchange for the kingship? Exclamation mark. Wang Quan was shocked. Oh my god, it turned out that it was you who caused me to be wrongly accused and cursed. However, Wang Quan did not feel any resentment because of this. Zhou Zhen had long harbored ill intentions towards him and would find an opportunity to deal with him sooner or later. Moreover, he had awakened the system by a blessing in disguise. Which, so it was you who stole my sword sect's secret treasure. Zhou Zhen was furious, but after suppressing his anger and thinking for a while, he said, leave the Liang sword behind, and I'll let you go. Master, we can't let him take brother Wang Quan away. Mo Shan'er was extremely anxious. In her opinion, Wang Quan, who was of low realm, was like a lamb into a snake's den when he entered the Juyu demon sect. Ah Quan, you must not leave with this witch. Good and evil have different paths. If you leave, I will no longer recognize you as my brother. Now your innocence has been proven. If you stay, the master will definitely lift the killing curse for you. Yifeng also spoke to dissuade him. He naturally did not want his brother to fall into the devil's way, but if Wang Quan was determined to turn to the devil, he would never show mercy when they met in the future. Wang Quan, since it has been proven that you didn't steal it, if you stay here on your own initiative, I will clear your name. Zhou Zhen also pretended to persuade him. Leave your head alone. Old dog, one day I will kill you with my own hands. Sister, let's go. It is naturally impossible for Wang Quan to stay. This old guy has known from the beginning to the end that he is innocent, but now he is pretending here, which is extremely hypocritical. Su Yu picked up Wang Quan and threw the Liang sword in the opposite direction, and it flew several miles away in an instant. Zhou Zhen had no choice but to retrieve the Liang sword, and Su Yu took the opportunity to escape with Wang Quan. Brother Wang Quan, Mo Shan'er's beautiful eyes were full of worry. Quan is so disrespectful to the master and is determined to fall into the devil's way. He is hopeless. The next time we meet, I will have no choice but to kill him regardless of my old friendship. Yi Feng said sternly as he looked at Wang Quan who was walking away. But aren't the three of us best friends? From now on, not anymore. When Mo Shan'er heard this, she felt very conflicted. Wang Quan was lifted by Su Yu's clothes and rushed across the ground at high speed. The cold wind blew on his face like a knife. Finally, after flying for who knows how many miles, we entered a mountain range and then saw a lake. Wang Quan was wondering why they stopped here. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Su Yu raise her jade hand and pinch a magic formula. A vortex appeared in the middle of the lake, and the lake water flowed back into the air. As the vortex grew bigger, a huge abyss appeared in the middle. Then he was pulled down by Su Yu. After a period of weightlessness and free fall, he finally landed on the ground. Is it so troublesome for us in the demon cult to enter every time? Wang Quan asked while leaning against the wall and retching. I usually take the small path, but I'm just showing you the depth of my 9 nether demon sect's protective formation. The various demonic sects have always been hated by everyone, so the locations of their sects are all hidden extremely secretly. The 9 nether demon sect even has a nether water illusion forbidden array set up above the sect, which can be used for both offense and defense, and is extremely hidden. Then Su Yu walked forward and hooked her finger to signal Wang Quan to follow. Su Yu's slender waist twisted slightly, her long and white legs took steps alternately, her hip-length silver hair fluttered in the wind, and every step was captivating. Gudong. Wang Quan looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Seeing Su Yu looking back, he hurriedly followed her. Chapter 4. Becoming a demon of the 9 nether demon sect. Juyu Demon Sect, the leader's hall. Su Yu's plump legs were elegantly crossed as she sat comfortably on the chair that was carefully carved from a whole piece of warm jade. She opened her red lips slightly and said calmly, Wang Quan, are you willing to become my disciple and become a demon disciple of my 9 nether demon sect? Wang Quan had already decided to join the 9 nether demon sect. Su Yu had not only saved his life, but also prevented him from mixing with the righteous path while possessing a demonic body. So, without hesitation, he knelt before Su Yu and said firmly, Master, I am willing to accept your invitation. Do you understand that joining our 9 nether demon sect means becoming an enemy of righteousness? From now on, you must prioritize the interests of our sect and shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the demon sect. Are you willing? Disciple is willing. Wang Quan's answer was still firm. Later, in a conversation with Su Yu, Wang Quan learned that the Juyu demon cult has a long history and its origins can be traced back to ancient times. Its founder is the Juyu emperor, who possesses the Juyu demon body. Su Yu sensed that the strange scene and unique aura when Wang Quan awakened his demonic body were similar to those recorded in the scriptures of the sect, so she took action to rescue Wang Quan. Back then, the 9 nether demon cult was one of the most powerful sects in the Tianshuan continent. Unfortunately, when the 9 nether emperor was attacking the spirit fairyland, he was ambushed by his enemies, and the 9 nether demon cult was subsequently liquidated, struggling to survive. Only the first 4 levels of the sect's core technique, the 9 nether demonic art, remain, and the immortal artifact, the 9 nether mysterious soul controlling pearl, also disappeared without a trace with the death of the 9 nether emperor. The 9 nether demonic art. The system has not only given me this technique, but it is also the complete version of the immortal level. The complete 9 nether demonic technique can be cultivated to the spiritual immortal realm, with a total of 9 levels. He awakened the 9 nether demonic body, obtained the complete martial arts skills, and was rescued by the leader of the 9 nether demon cult. He has a deep connection with the 9 nether demon cult. Yao Yao, take him to wash up and change into the robes of a demon child. Gather the elders and core disciples to the meeting hall later. I want to establish Wang Quan as a demon child. Afterwards, Wang Quan was taken away by the maid named Yao Yao. As the leader's maid, although she was not as beautiful as Su Yu, she was also graceful and charming. When I become the leader, I will also find dozens of beauties to serve as maids. No, I will find the destined mistress. This devil Wang Quan hasn't even taken office yet, but he's already fantasizing about the life of a leader. Just now, Wang Quan had enjoyed the treatment of a leader in advance. Yao Yao sat with him in the bathtub and washed his body. From bathing to dressing and tying his hair, he did not do a single step himself. Afterwards, Wang Quan changed into a black and red robe. The collar was embroidered with intricate magic patterns using dark golden silk thread. Around his waist was a dragon skin belt with a jade pendant embedded in the middle, emitting a dark glow. Wang Quan is already handsome and extraordinarily handsome, and he looks even more domineering in this outfit with a sharp look in his eyes. Yao Yao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. In the meeting room, in the magnificent hall of the Juyu demon sect, the leader Su Yu sat high on the throne, with a cold and majestic light flashing in her beautiful eyes. This is Wang Quan, my new disciple. I have decided to make Wang Quan my demon disciple. Su Yu's voice was cold and powerful, and echoed in the hall for a long time. However, as soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the hall. This is too sudden. Who is this kingship? Why is he designated as a demon disciple as soon as he joins the religion? Master, this is absolutely impossible. Wang Quan has only been in the sect for a short time and has little experience. How can he take on such an important task? At this time, the great elder Su Mingxi stepped forward first and spoke harshly. Yes, the position of the demon son is related to the future of our sect. He has just joined the sect. How can we be sure that he is loyal to our demon sect? The second elder Duan Xiao also bowed and made a suggestion. Everyone agreed, and the voices of opposition rose and fell like a wave. Su Yu's face darkened, and she said in a cold voice, the sect leader will make his own decisions. Wang Quan is extremely talented and possesses a netherworld demon body. He has unlimited potential. Given time, he will surely lead our sect to prosperity. She did not reveal Wang Quan's 9 nether demonic body, simply because it was the same physique as the 9 nether emperor, which was too shocking. Although the netherworld demon body is slightly inferior to the 9 nether demon body, that is only relative. In the eastern wilderness, this physique is also among the top. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in shock. The netherworld demonic body, that is a unique physique that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Practicing the magic skills of my sect will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. An elder widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. With such a physique, his future achievements are bound to be limitless. No wonder the leader wants to make him the demon son. The elder who had opposed it before muttered to himself, and the doubt on his face was replaced by deep shock. At this time, everyone has been shaken. Perhaps Wang Quan can really lead the demon cult to regain its glory. Bang! At this time, Su Yu's disciple Yu Mengrao stood up suddenly and even knocked over the chair. Her beautiful face was slightly distorted by anger, and she shouted loudly, Master, I refuse to accept. Even if Wang Quan has the netherworld demon body, so what? I am devoted to cultivation and I am confident that my talent is not bad. I am willing to compete with him. If he wins, I will be convinced. If he loses, please carefully consider the position of demon child, master. Yu Mengrao was filled with resentment and unwillingness. All she did every day was practice. Moreover, she had been Su Yuyu's disciple since she was young and inherited Su Yuyu's mantle. She had always been trained by Su Yuyu as her successor, but now she was suddenly suppressed by a new member of the sect. It was hard for anyone to accept this. Ding, the heroine Yu Mengrao is detected. Yu Mengrao, female Li Yifeng. Realm, late spiritual master. Physique, a body of natural charm, naturally attractive and captivating, capable of captivating people's minds. Has a strong attraction to the opposite sex, and practicing enchanting techniques will achieve twice the result with half the effort, suitable for dual cultivation. Introduction, she worships the strong. If she were not influenced by the host, she would become a witch of the Nine Nether Demon sect. In the future, she accidentally met Yifeng and was later subdued by Yifeng. Seeing that someone dared to challenge him, Wang Quan suddenly became a little nervous. He was only in the late stage of spiritualism, so he hurriedly asked the system for help. What should I do if he is a whole realm higher than me? Oh right, I still have 50,000 villain points. System, is there any way to quickly improve my cultivation? Answer the host. The host can spend 10,000 villain points to exchange for a realm-breaking elixir. The host's demonic body has a deep foundation, and with the help of the elixir, he can directly break through the realm without any obstacles. At that time, with the help of the demonic body, he can easily cross the border and crush Yu Mengrao. Exchange. Exchange successful. Realm-breaking elixir increases the probability of breaking through to a higher realm. The higher the realm, the worse the effect. A pill suddenly appeared in Wang Quan's hand, and at this time only a few breaths of time had passed in the outside world. Su Yuyu frowned slightly, but before she could respond, Wang Quan calmly stepped forward and said calmly, "Since senior sister is interested in a sparring match, I will certainly accompany you." Afterwards, everyone in the hall rushed to the martial arts training arena. The two of them stepped onto the martial arts training stage surrounded by the crowd. Yu Mengrao had already made her stance, but at this moment Wang Quan suddenly raised his hand to his mouth. I saw him take a pill. Everyone was shocked. Was he worried that he couldn't win and suddenly took drugs? After Wang Quan took the elixir that could break through the realm, he was surrounded by a dark and evil aura. As a dark light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes, a boom sound suddenly erupted from his body, and Wang Quan's realm was broken through. This process takes less than 10 seconds. As Wang Quan's aura was revealed after his breakthrough, everyone also sensed that Wang Quan's current realm was only at the early stage of spiritual master. Yu Mengrao was burning with anger. Wang Quan actually looked down on her so much. Even if she broke through, she would only be at the early stage of spiritual master. Yu Mengrao took the first step, her figure floating like a ghost, and with a sharp sound of wind, she slashed at Wang Quan with a palm. Wang Quan dodged it easily by moving to the side. After several rounds, he was only occasionally affected by the Tianmei body and was hit a few times, but thanks to the powerful defense of the magic body, he was basically not injured. Is all you can do is hide? Yu Mengrao frowned, her voice charming and attractive. Now I'm serious. Wang Quan had just been adapting to the power of the Nine Nether demonic body. Heart-eating palm, seeing Wang Quan being so arrogant, Yu Mengrao directly used her killing move. Wang Quan remained calm and composed. He seized the opportunity, condensing a dark energy in his palm and striking Yu Mengrao in the chest. Unable to dodge, she was knocked back several steps and fell to the ground, leaving a black mark on her fair skin. Wang Quan crossed his arms across his chest, looked at Yu Mengrao lying on the ground, and said calmly, "Senior sister, I'm grateful for your kindness." Yu Mengrao's face turned pale, she covered her chest, feeling embarrassed and annoyed, but she could only bite her lips and say nothing. Everyone looked at this scene and started talking about it. Wang Quan was able to defeat Yu Mengrao across borders, and with just one palm. Yu Mengrao is invincible among the younger generation of my sect. I was defeated by Yu Mengrao with a single palm strike in the competition, and now Yu Mengrao has been defeated by Wang Quan with a single palm strike. It's truly heartbreaking. Why are you sighing? With your strength, I can kill you in an instant. Silence. Su Yuyu looked at the scene and announced loudly again, "From now on, Wang Quan is the demon disciple of my sect. Who has any objection?" The master is wise. Chapter 5 Conflict. Second elder, go prepare for the demon child ceremony. The sooner the better. I obey your orders. After the followers dispersed, Su Yuyu summoned Wang Quan and Yu Mengrao to the leader's hall. Yu Mengrao stood at the back in a daze, her eyes full of resentment and frustration. Su Yuyu walked over gracefully and gently placed her hand on Yu Mengrao's shoulder. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This child has always been arrogant. This defeat is really a big blow to her. She said softly, "Mengrao, don't be too depressed." Yu Mengrao bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. "Master, I am so incompetent." "Mengrao, you don't need to be overly concerned about losing to Wang Quan. In fact, he has the Nine Nether demon body, the same physique as our ancestor, the Nine Nether Emperor. This is why I made him my demon son." Su Yuyu slowly explained, then said to Wang Quan, "Your physique is too shocking, so I concealed it from the believers to prevent the news from being leaked by spies in the church." When Yu Mengrao heard this, her face was filled with astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief, thinking to herself, "It's actually the Nine Nether demonic body. No wonder." At this moment, the depression in her heart had dissipated. Facing someone with the same physique as her master, it didn't seem surprising that she was defeated by him with just one palm. "Mengrao has been my disciple since she was young. She is absolutely loyal and reliable. She is also your senior sister. You two should live in harmony from now on." Wang Quan agreed with a smile, and even extended his hand to Yu Mengrao as a gesture of friendship. Yu Mengrao, with red eyes, also stretched out her fair and tender hand and gently shook hands with Wang Quan. At this time, Su Yuyu noticed the dark palm print on Yu Mengrao's fair chest, raised her jade hand and gathered her spiritual power, trying to eliminate it. However, the evil spirit was extremely stubborn. No matter how hard Su Yuyu tried, the black palm print remained motionless. Su Yuyu frowned and practiced the Nine Nether demonic art. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she was still helpless against the palm print. Is this the power of the Nine Nether demonic body? Su Yuyu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Even she, the spiritual king, was helpless against the palm print left by the spiritual master's early royal power. Once the evil spirit of darkness and cold invades the body, it becomes like a cancer attached to the bones. It will wantonly destroy the meridians, causing them to twist and break, resulting in the obstruction of the flow of true qi and the stagnation of qi and blood throughout the body. "Quaner, I can't do anything about your evil spirit. Can you try to eliminate it for Mengrao?" Wang Quan was also quite confused. Even his master couldn't eliminate it. The host's nether evil qi is a refined transformation of the Nine Nether demonic body. It is higher in level than normal nether evil qi and naturally cannot be shaken by ordinary people. At this time, the system promptly answered Wang Quan's questions. "Then I should be able to eliminate it, right?" Wang Quan asked the system silently in his heart. "Of course it can. Besides the host, only people who are 3 realms higher than the host or have other strong physiques can eliminate it." Then, Wang Quan walked up to Yu Mengrao and stretched out his hand to cover the black palm print on her fair chest. The host took advantage of Yu Mengrao while treating her, which fits the villain's lustful image. Villain value plus 300, remaining 40,300 points. That works too. Feeling a rough big hand touching her chest, Yumengrao's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her eyes full of shyness and anger. Why did Wang Quan come up to me without saying a word, and without informing me in advance so that I could be mentally prepared? At this moment, the evil spirit seemed to be attracted by a powerful force and began to rush madly towards Wang Quan's palm. The aura around Wang Quan surged, and the evil aura was absorbed into his body without any hindrance, like a stream flowing into the sea. Afterwards, Yumengrao felt a sense of relief in her chest and the pain gradually eased. Yumengrao's face flushed, she suppressed her shame and said softly, "Thank you, junior brother." Wang Quan smiled and said, "Senior sister, you're too polite. We're all family, so it's only natural." Wang Quan suddenly remembered that the killing curse on him had not yet been lifted, and hurriedly asked Su Yuyu, "Master, I suddenly remembered that I still have the killing curse cast by that old dog Zhou Zhen on me." Su Yuyu gently pinched Wang Quan's wrist with her jade hand, then sneered and said, "It's just a simple heart-piercing curse. As long as your cultivation is at the Spirit King realm, you can easily break it." Then Su Yuyu injected spiritual energy into Wang Quan's body, easily breaking the killing curse hanging over Wang Quan's heart. The demonic sun ceremony is scheduled for half a month later. Relying on his identity as a demon boy, Wang Quan withdrew a large amount of cultivation resources from the warehouse, including dozens of soul-nourishing pills and a realm-breaking spirit pill. However, judging from its appearance, the realm-breaking spirit pill was indeed much worse than the one exchanged by the system. Afterwards, Wang Quan went to the back mountain of the sect to practice. The mountain behind the Nine Nether Demon sect was a dark and eerie place. It was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, which seemed to hold an endless amount of dark, evil energy, leaving a bone-chilling chill. The trees around were twisted and strange, with branches and leaves stretching out like devil's claws, exuding an evil aura. The occasional gusts of cold wind sound like the cries of countless resentful spirits, which is creepy. Here, the evil aura is so dense that it almost becomes tangible. For those who practice this aura, it is undoubtedly an excellent place for cultivation. Wang Quan took a look at the training rooms, which were divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. He directly threw out the token to register, "Deacon, give me a graded training room." Sukai glanced at him sideways, and seeing that it was a stranger, his face was full of disdain. He snorted coldly and said, "You think you want to be ranked first? The first-class training room is prepared for core disciples. Even if you have spirit stones, you can't enter. Who do you think you are?" Sukai secretly complained in his heart, this kid is so ignorant of the rules. As a deacon of the faction of the Great Elder Suming Si, he is responsible for guarding the training room in the back mountain. Normally, if disciples wanted to come and practice and rent a good room, they would secretly give him some spirit stones. Even core disciples were very respectful to him. He is here today, so this ignorant disciple in front of him has no chance of entering the training room. "Why don't you take a closer look at what is written on my token?" Wang Quan said expressionlessly. Sukai still didn't care. Could it be a new core disciple? But what about the core disciples? Now that the secret realm of Linghuan Tianyuan is about to open, everyone is in seclusion for training. Now there is only one first-class training room left, and it is reserved for Su Li, the son of the eldest elder. When Sukai took another look at the token, "Wait, why is it golden?" The words above are Mozi. When did the demon child become a member of the church? Sukai had been guarding the training room here and did not go to the scene where Wang Quan was established as a demon the day. At this time, a disciple nearby seemed to recognize Wang Quan, hurried over, and whispered a few words in Suchi's ear. Suchi's face suddenly changed. He looked at Wang Quan in horror and said in a trembling voice, "You are actually a demon. I am blind and deserve to die." The elder was sweating profusely at this moment. His body trembled involuntarily, and his eyes were full of fear and regret. In terms of status, Mozi is second only to the leader and is also the designated next leader. Then, Sukai quickly knelt on the ground and said humbly, "Master Mozi, I am so blind that I offended you. I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive me this time. But this first-class training room, the last one, has been reserved in advance by the eldest elder's son Su Li. Is there any rule for advance reservation of this training room?" Wang Quan asked in a deep voice, looking at Sukai who was kneeling on the ground. "That isn't the case." Sukai hesitated for a moment and replied. "If you don't have one, give that one to me. If I find out again that you reserved a training room for someone in advance, you'll go and guard the toilet," Wang Quan shouted angrily. Did this person with connections actually happen to him? Whose relationship could be stronger than his, the disciple of the current leader, the current demon, and the next leader? Sukai sighed and could only respectfully register with Wang Quan and hand him the key to the last class of training room. He didn't even dare to ask him for spirit stones. Wait, a man walked over from a distance. He was tall, with a stern face, narrow and sinister eyes, and thin lips tightly pursed, exuding a perverse air. It was Su Li, the son of the great elder. "You want to steal my training room," Su Li said gloomily. "When did the demon cult's property become your training room? If the great elder doesn't discipline you strictly, I can discipline you on his behalf." Wang Quan said calmly. "Mr. Su, this is the new demon child. It's not easy to offend your father. How about this, when A is free, I will notify you as soon as possible." Deacon Sukai hurried forward to persuade him. Su Li knew that Wang Quan was a demon. Although he was not at the scene that day, he had heard about Wang Quan defeating Yumengrao. However, in his opinion, Yumengrao's fighting ability was average. He, who was a mid-stage spiritual master, was able to fight on equal terms with Yumengrao, who was a late-stage spiritual master. He only lost in the end by one move. Now that he has broken through to the late stage of spiritual master, he is absolutely sure of defeating Yumengrao. At this moment, he happens to run into this demon boy, so he will teach him a lesson first to practice his skills. Su Li's eyes widened in anger, and he snorted, pulling out a sharp dagger from his waist. The sword flashed with a cold light. He waved the dagger and pounced on Wang Quan like a wolf. Wang Quan, however, remained calm and composed, standing upright like a pine tree. Just when Su Li's dagger was about to pierce him, he turned his body slightly like a ghost, and the dagger passed by his clothes. Su Li was enraged and swung the dagger again, stabbing Wang Quan's throat. Wang Quan's eyes instantly became sharp, and his left hand shot out like lightning, accurately grabbing Su Li's sword-holding wrist, and then exerted force suddenly. Su Li felt pain and the dagger almost slipped out of his hand. Su Li struggled with his teeth bared, trying to break free from Wang Quan's control. He raised his leg and kicked Wang Quan. Wang Quan raised his leg to block it, and at the same time, he clenched his right fist and hit Su Li's abdomen swiftly and powerfully. Su Li screamed, "Wow," and his whole body instantly bent like a shrimp, bending over in pain. Then, Wang Quan walked forward, condensed the evil energy in his hands, and slapped Su Li directly. In an instant, a black palm print appeared on Su Li's face. When the people around saw this, they burst into laughter. This Su Li, who usually relies on the great elder to be arrogant and domineering, has been beaten so badly now, someone laughed at him mercilessly. Su Li stood up straight, his eyes bloodshot, and glared at the people around him who were laughing at him. "Shut up." Seeing Su Li looking at them, the surrounding disciples stopped laughing. Su Li was vindictive, and if they continued laughing, he would definitely target them. At this moment, a disciple looked at the slap mark on Su Li's face and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The laughter seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet atmosphere. He quickly covered his mouth with his hands, but Su Li had obviously already stared at him. I have been insulted by the king, and yet you, an ordinary disciple, dare to laugh at me. This is a great shame. Su Li's eyes were red, and he went straight over and grabbed the disciple's neck, just about to break the neck of the disciple who was mocking him. Then his arm was grabbed by a hand like an eagle's claw. Wang Quan exerted force and Su Li suddenly lost his strength. The disciple also fell to the ground with a look of horror on his face. Wang Quan, what does it have to do with you if I teach an ordinary disciple a lesson? Su Li said, gritting his teeth. I am a demon child. You hurt my disciples right under my nose. Are you planning to betray my sect? Then, Wang Quan took advantage of the situation and grabbed Su Li's arm, twisted and bent it with his hands. With a crisp sound of bone breaking, Su Li's arm was broken. Ah, Su Li screamed miserably, cold sweat pouring down his face. How dare you break my arm? My father will not let you go. Wang Quan sneered, then just let him come and see if I'm afraid. After that, he turned and walked into the training room, leaving Su Li groaning in pain. Host disregarded the sect's rules and forcibly injured a disciple. Villain value plus 500, remaining 40,800 points. Chapter 6 Father and son have the same slap mark. Wang Quan sat in meditation in the practice room. The 9 nether demonic art given by the system has been imprinted in his mind. The 9 netherworld's demonic art is divided into 9 levels, namely, drawing evil into the body, condensing evil into a core, boiling devil blood, turning bones into devil crystals, the initial formation of the devil heart, awakening the evil soul, unification of the devil body, overwhelming devil power, and unification of the 9 netherworlds. If one cultivates to the peak, he will be able to communicate with the 9 netherworlds, obtain endless netherworld power, and become the top demon in the world. Wang Quan activated the formation, and in an instant, the evil aura filled the entire training room like a tide. Initially, the dark evil energy around him surged and rolled like a raging, untamable undercurrent, and his face was slightly distorted with pain. But Wang Quan was determined. With his strong will and 9 nether demonic body, he gradually brought the rampant evil spirit under control. Then, the rich evil power gathered like crazy and rushed into his body continuously. Time slowly passed, and the aura of royal power grew more steady and powerful. On the 7th day, a terrifying force, as if to annihilate the heavens and earth, suddenly erupted from the secret room. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the first level of the 9 nether demonic art, drawing evil into the body. Then, he planned to attack the second level in one go. He saw the evil energy in his body surge like a surging tide, gradually gathering towards his spirit core. The evil energy intertwined with each other, forming a faint vortex, which madly absorbed the evil energy that continued to flow in from the outside world. However, this power was extremely violent and difficult to control. Wang Quan frowned, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his muscles were tense as if they were strings. But Wang Quan, relying on his extraordinary willpower, firmly suppressed this rampaging force. He kept reciting the mantra in his mind, guiding the evil spirit to gather in an orderly manner. Finally, the chaotic evil energy gradually stabilized, and the spirit core condensed into an evil core emitting a faint light. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the second level of the 9 nether demonic art, condensing the evil into a core. At this time, another 7 days had passed. Wang Quan slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of surprise and fatigue in his eyes. Then, he swallowed dozens of soul-nourishing pills and a realm-breaking spirit pill. The evil spirit and spiritual energy in his body almost turned into substance, burning like black and blue flames. In the flash of light, Wang Quan successfully broke through, leaping from the early stage of spiritual master to the early stage of spiritual master without any hindrance. In the spiritual sect realm, the spirit core evolves further to form a spirit domain. Within the spirit domain, the cultivator's strength increases greatly, and he can call upon more spiritual energy from heaven and earth to fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the early stage of spiritual sect. Wang Quan, Destiny Villain. Realm, early spiritual sect stage. Luck value, 99. Physique, 9 nether demonic body. Kung Fu, 9 nether demonic arts, second level. System backpack, none. At this moment, he exuded a terrifying aura of oppression, and his eyes were sharp and full of dominance. It's time to leave. Wang Quan returned to his own luxurious courtyard. The luxury of this house was second only to that of the leader in the sect. The main house had 2 floors, 10 maids and 2 chefs, and there was even a hot spring behind the courtyard. With the help of his maid, Wang Quan took a comfortable bath, changed his clothes, and prepared to have dinner. Son, the great elder Su Mingxi and his son Su Li are outside the gate, requesting an audience. At this moment, the maid Moer stepped forward and said, Son, the great elder Su Mingxi and his son Su Li are outside the gate, requesting an audience. Moer was his favorite of the 10 maids, not only clever and well-behaved, but also full of life. Let them in, Wang Quan said lightly. The great elder Su Mingxi walked into the living room with his son Su Li, who looked aggrieved. During this period of time, Su Li didn't dare to go out and see anyone. There was a black palm print on his face. Wherever he went, there were disciples who wanted to laugh but were afraid of offending Su Li, so they could only tremble their shoulders and try hard to hold back. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Wang Quan sitting at the table, swallowing his food in big mouthfuls as if no one was around. Wang Quan had been in seclusion for half a month, relying only on spiritual energy to survive, and now he missed ordinary food very much. The table was filled with a wide variety of dishes. Wang Quan kept picking up food with his chopsticks and stuffing it into his mouth, as if he was completely unaware of their arrival and was still immersed in the delicious food. Su Mingxi and his son stood there with gloomy faces. Su Mingxi wanted to speak several times, but was interrupted by the sound of Wang Quan chewing food. Su Li couldn't help but say, Wang Quan, you, before he could finish his words, Su Mingxi glared at him fiercely, signaling him to be silent for a while. Su Mingxi immediately tried to wipe off the black slap mark on Su Li's face, but despite his best efforts, he was unable to remove even a trace of it. Afterwards, he took his son to find Su Yu. As a result, Su Yu saw the slap mark on Su Li's face. Before he could say anything, Su Yu said that she could do nothing about it and that only the king's power could remove this mark. So, Su Mingxi had no choice but to bring Su Li to Wang Quan to ask him to remove the handprint. Before coming, he repeatedly warned his son not to provoke Wang Quan again. He knew his son's violent temper very well, and he didn't want his son to have a black handprint on his face for the rest of his life. So they watched Wang Quan eat for more than 10 minutes, and finally called a bustling maid to feed him fruit, and even did not let the two of them sit down. The great elder Su Mingxi stood aside, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if ink could drip out of it, his brows tightly furrowed, secretly annoyed in his heart. This Wang Quan was so indifferent to him, the great elder. You know, normally even Su Yu had to give him some face. Su Li's face was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He stared at Wang Quan intently, thinking to himself, this damn Wang Quan, how dare he do this to me? Once this is resolved, I'll definitely find someone to deal with him. He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with anger. Finally, Wang Quan finished eating, put down his chopsticks, slowly raised his head, and looked at Su Li with cold eyes. He saw that his broken arm was already intact. It must have been because of the use of a lot of rare and good medicine. Then, Wang Quan said calmly, if you want me to help you, kneel down and beg me. Su Li's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. What did you say? Asking me to kneel down. Wishful thinking. The great elder Su Mingxi's expression grew increasingly grim. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Quan raised a mocking smile, not willing. Then please go back. Wang Quan, don't think you can be so presumptuous just because you have the leader's protection. My father is the leader's uncle, and even she herself has to give my father some face, Su Li said, gritting his teeth. Su Mingxi no longer tried to stop Su Li at this time. He also felt that Wang Quan was too ungrateful. Unexpectedly, Wang Quan remained unmoved and raised his hand to signal Mower to see the guest off. Grand Elder, please go back, Mower stepped forward and said with a slight bow. Su Mingxi was filled with rage and had no place to vent it. Seeing that a little maid dared to drive him away, he immediately slapped her. Mower's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to dodge, but there was no way to avoid the angry attack of the Great Elder. Just when Su Mingxi was about to pat Mower's pretty face, a bony hand grabbed it tightly. Su Mingxi tried his best but still couldn't move forward at all. He turned around and saw that it was Wang Quan. Wang Quan had now broken through to the early stage of the spiritual sect, and was not afraid at all when facing Su Mingxi, who was in the late stage of the spiritual sect. He was horrified and tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't move. At this moment, he no longer had any anger, only panic in his heart. What do you want to do? Wang Quan snorted coldly, and without saying a word, he punched Su Mingxi in the abdomen. Su Mingxi's face turned pale instantly, and he screamed, "Ah!" and his whole body bent over like a shrimp. Wang Quan let go of his hand, and Su Mingxi lost his support and collapsed to the ground in pain. They are indeed father and son, their performance is exactly the same as Su Li's that day. However, Wang Quan did not stop there. He raised his hand and slapped Su Mingxi hard in the face again. There was a crisp, "pa" sound, and a black palm print suddenly appeared on Su Mingxi's face. Host is arrogant and domineering, slaps the elder in the face, villain value plus 500 points, remaining 41,300 points. Wang Quan sneered in his heart. This looked much better. There was one for each of the father and son, one on the left cheek and the other on the right cheek. For some reason, at first glance, one of them looked slightly feminine, while the other has a rough face. They don't look like father and son at all. Now each of them has a black mark on his face, making them look more like father and son. They both have to thank themselves. Su Li hurried forward to help Su Mingxi up. The two looked at each other, their hearts filled with horror. Wang Quan had become so powerful. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Su Yu's charming and cold voice slowly came. Why is it so lively? Su Yu walked into the house with light steps. Seeing that there was also a black mark on Su Mingxi's face, she raised her eyebrows slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. What's going on? Su Yu asked coldly. Su Li was about to open his mouth to complain, but Wang Quan spoke first. Master, this father and son came to me for help but showed no sign of asking for help. I only gave them a small punishment. When Su Yu heard this, her beautiful eyes widened, with a look of disbelief on her pretty face. Wang Quan could actually slap Su Mingxi, who was in the late spiritual sect stage, in the face. This meant that his combat power far exceeded Su Mingxi's. Su Yu had heard that Su Mingxi brought Su Li to see Wang Quan, and she was worried that Wang Quan would have a conflict with the two and be wrong, so she hurried over. However, she didn't expect that she was worrying too much. Su Yu looked at the symmetrical slap marks on the two people's faces, one on the left and one on the right, gently covered her mouth, forced herself to suppress her smile, and then spoke. Quaner, you should eliminate them both. After all, they represent the reputation of our demon cult. I will naturally give Master face, but I have to make them behave like they're asking for help. Master, Wang Quan is too bullying. He wants us to kneel down before he will eliminate it first, Su Mingxi said, gritting his teeth. Wang Quan is the devil's son, the next leader. What's wrong with you kneeling down? Besides, Wang Quan is my disciple. If you disrespect him, you are disrespecting me. If you don't want to, just get out. Su Yu's pretty face suddenly turned gloomy, with anger and dissatisfaction in her eyes. Su Mingxi is her uncle, and he relies on this status to be arrogant and domineering, but it is difficult for her to punish him. Now seeing him and his son in such a miserable state, she feels a little relieved. Su Mingxi and Su Li's faces turned extremely ugly when they heard Su Yu's words. They looked at each other, their hearts filled with resentment, but they did not dare to disobey Su Yu's orders. Finally, Su Mingxi gritted his teeth, knelt down first, and said with his head lowered, Demon, we are blind. Please show some mercy. Seeing his father kneeling, Su Li knelt down as well, muttering, Please, Master Mozi, forgive my mistakes. Seeing this, Wang Quan curled up the corner of his mouth with a sneer and said, It would have been better if you had known what was best for you earlier. After that, he stepped forward and waved his hand, and the black marks on the two men's faces disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Su Yu snorted coldly, Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Su Mingxi and his son were too embarrassed to stay here, so they left in disgrace. Chapter 7 Demonic Ceremony. Master, you came to visit me suddenly this time. Are you worried that your disciple will suffer? Wang Quan asked Su Yu, who suddenly appeared. Su Yu snorted softly, turned her head to the side, and said, Who would worry about you getting hurt? This master just came to see how you were doing in this demon sect. After a brief pause, she raised her delicate chin again and continued, By the way, I'd like to inform you that the demon child ceremony will be held tomorrow, and all the major demon sects will come to watch. After the grand ceremony, the spiritual abyss will be open. The secret realm only opens once every 100 years, and all the sects and schools in the eastern wasteland will participate. Su Yu's delicate red lips parted slightly, emitting an irresistible charm. Her silver hair, like a waterfall, was casually tied back, with a few strands cascading down her fair cheeks, adding a touch of charm and sexiness. Seeing his master so proud and charming, Wang Quan couldn't help but chuckle, and then asked, What exactly is the spiritual abyss? Su Yu raised her head and slowly said, It is said in Linghuan Tianyuan that in ancient times, there was an unparalleled emperor who was unprecedented in history. Unfortunately, he died in a war that shocked the world and made ghosts weep. His immense power and boundless resentment intertwined, forming this mysterious, ethereal abyss. That great war affected the entire eastern wasteland, exhausting its accumulated wealth over tens of millions of years. Since then, the eastern wasteland has become the weakest region of the profound sky continent. Within the spiritual abyss, time flows at a different speed than in the outside world. Several days within would elapse in just a few hours outside. Furthermore, since the entry of cultivators above the spiritual king realm would alert certain terrifying entities, only cultivators at the spiritual sect level are permitted to enter. This has become a secret realm where younger cultivators can gain opportunities and experience, and even, according to legend, receive inheritance from the great emperor. During this time, you can go to the suitor library to pick out some martial arts. There are quite a few suitable for you on the top floor. You can go up with the demon child token. After saying that, Su Yu stood up. As the slender waist twisted, the skirt rippled out like layers. She leaned slightly to the side, revealing her exquisite curves, and her long, beautiful legs were faintly visible through the gap in her skirt. She moved lightly with lotus steps, her figure swaying gracefully and seductively, leaving Wang Quan with only a graceful back. Young master, the leader has left. Why are you still staring at him? Mower looked at Wang Quan in a daze. Mower said, Young master was so handsome when he stopped the great elder just now. How about letting me thank the young master tonight? How do you say thank you? Slave. The second day, the demon sun ceremony. The blood demon sect is here. As the loud shout rang out, a group of people in blood red robes strode over. The leader was a tall middle-aged man with a face full of flesh and an extremely fierce look. The disciples behind him also had ferocious looks on their faces, and a strong and pungent smell of blood emanated from their bodies, which was chilling. The soul-devouring ghost sect has arrived. The members of the soul-devouring ghost sect were all dressed in black robes, tightly wrapping their bodies. They wore strange masks on their faces, making them mysterious and intimidating. The elder among them had a hunched body, but he exuded an extremely eerie aura, as if he was an evil ghost crawling out from the depths of the underworld, which was creepy. The evil flame demon sect has arrived. The people of the evil flame demon sect were all dressed in red flame-colored clothing with patterns of blazing flames embroidered on their clothes, as if they were going to burn everything to ashes. The leading elder's hair was flaming red, like a blazing flame, his eyes filled with fanaticism and unruliness. The disciples following him also had wild expressions, and around them seemed to be a faint flame leaping, blazing and intimidating. The Yin-Yang Hehuan sect has arrived. The representatives of the Yin-Yang Hehuan sect were dressed very brightly. The men were handsome but a bit frivolous, while the women were charming, graceful and full of charm. The elder in the lead had a rosy face, affectionate eyes, and his every move showed his charm. The Crazy Thunder Demon sect is here. The people of the Crazy Thunder Demon sect were wearing purple blue tights with lightning-like patterns flashing on them, as if thunder and lightning were intertwined. The leading elder was tall and strong, with eyes like lightning. He seemed to contain endless power of thunder, which was shocking. Most sects had 2 or 3 elders with a few young disciples, but the Blood Demon sect was the only one where the leader came in person. As representatives from various sects in the Juyu Demon sect's teleportation array arrived one after another, the place was suddenly bustling with people and extremely lively. Wang Quan was dressed in a gorgeous black and gold magic robe, standing tall on a high platform with a stern expression, overlooking the area below. Representatives from various sects presented gifts and spoke flattering words. The demon child ceremony has officially begun. In fact, this ceremony is quite simple. Generally speaking, the organizer will show some of the sect's profound heritage to other sects. Wang Quan ascended the stage, spoke a few polite words, and then stepped down to take a seat. Immediately afterwards, the disciples on the stage began their performances. Eventually, even several disciples from the Yin-Yang Hehuan sect volunteered to perform a dance, drawing roars of applause from the audience. Then comes the disciples' martial arts competition, which is the key to showcasing the sect's heritage and strength, and is usually attended by the sect's strongest disciples. However, the strongest disciples usually do not show up, because their martial arts and strength need to be hidden to prevent others from finding out their true identities. The many disciples on the stage began to compete one by one, and each sect had some wins and some losses. In principle, the fight should have ended at that point, but everyone was well aware of the situation in the duel between the demon sects, and quite a few disciples were injured. However, just as the competition was about to end, the representative of the Blood Demon sect suddenly stepped forward and said loudly, "Master Su, I have heard that the demon of the 9 Nether Demon sect is extremely talented and possesses a netherworld demon body that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. I wonder if you could show us your skills today and let us open our eyes. It just so happens that my disciple Shui Wen has the Blood Demon body, so why not let them spar with each other?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became settled. This Blood Demon body is also a very rare physique, not much different from the Nether Demon body, but it is completely different from the 9 Nether Demon body. That makes a lot of sense. We are indeed quite curious about the confrontation between these rare physiques. Other sects began to join in the fun. Naturally, they would not let go of such an opportunity to find out the details of other sects. Su Yu looked at the people from the Blood Demon sect with disgust in her eyes. The 2 factions were among the strongest among the 6 major demon sects in the Eastern Wilderness, so their relationship had always been at odds. She looked displeased, but slowly said, "Everyone is here to attend the demon child ceremony today, not to cause trouble." Wang Quan stood up and smiled coldly. "Since you want to see it, then I will grant you your wish." After he finished speaking, the evil aura around him surged and an extremely powerful pressure spread out instantly. Chapter 8 Defeat Shui Wen. Wang Quan has learned through system investigation that Shui Wen has reached the late stage of spiritual sect. However, in his eyes, this person was about 20 years older than him, and had practiced for so many years but had only achieved this level of cultivation. He was just a waste. He was confident that he could defeat Shui Wen without revealing his trump card. Then, Wang Quan gave Su Yu a reassuring look and immediately jumped onto the platform. Wang Quan and Shui Wen were standing opposite each other, their eyes meeting, just like 2 lightning bolts colliding violently in the air. Shui Wen launched the first attack, brandishing the blood blade in his hand and charging towards Wang Quan with an incomparable momentum. However, Wang Quan remained calm and dodged the thundering blow with ease. Then, Wang Quan moved with lightning speed, attacking proactively. With a powerful kick of his foot, he charged towards Shui Wen like a cannonball, his fist swirling with a dark, murderous aura, like a blazing black flame. He punched out fiercely, and the evil spirit instantly transformed into an extremely powerful impact force, attacking Shui Wen's face. Shui Wen quickly raised his arms to block, but was shocked by this tremendous force and retreated repeatedly. "Great, this punch from Mosey is incredibly powerful," someone shouted excitedly. After stabilizing his body, Shui Wen roared angrily, and blood spurted out of his body, which actually activated the blood demon body. His power surged instantly, his eyes turned blood red, and his entire body exuded an extremely violent aura. At the same time, he did not forget to provoke, "Wang Quan, you dare to challenge me. Today is your end." "It's not good, Shui Wen has activated the demonic body, Mosey is in danger," a cry of surprise came from the crowd. After activating his demonic body, Shui Wen's attacks became increasingly fierce, each move imbued with boundless power. However, Wang Quan chose not to engage him head-on, but instead relied on his ghostly agility to dodge and fight back. The demon is consuming Shui Wen's power, a disciple saw the clue. Shui Wen attacked frantically, but was unable to hit Wang Quan. His breath gradually became disordered, and his strength began to weaken. "Look, Shui Wen is exhausted," someone shouted excitedly. Wang Quan seized the opportunity and launched a powerful punch, hitting Shui Wen's chest solidly. Shui Wen could no longer hold on and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. "The devil will win," everyone cheered in unison, the sound was deafening. Shui Wen struggled to get up, but found that Wang Quan had appeared before him like a ghost, his fist shrouded in evil spirits raised high again. In an instant, a black fist mark appeared on Shui Wen's forehead. "Haha, look at Shui Wen's forehead, it's as black as a piece of charcoal." The disciples of Juyu Demon sect burst into laughter, and the laughter came one after another. "Exactly, I thought he was so powerful, but he was beaten so badly by our demon." Shui Wen's face flushed red, he was both ashamed and angry, but because of his severe injuries he could only cover his chest and was unable to speak. At this moment, Shui Wen's master, the head of the Blood Demon sect, glared angrily and shouted, "Don't be so arrogant. My disciple was just careless for a moment." However, in the face of his anger, the disciples of the Juyu Demon sect laughed even more wantonly and arrogantly. "Oh, master, your disciple is too weak to withstand a beating." "That's right, you dare to come and provoke us, the 9 Nether Demon sect. You are simply overestimating your own abilities." The leader of the Blood Demon sect was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but due to the situation he couldn't lose his temper. He could only glare at the mocking disciples, then quickly walked towards Shui Wen and helped him up. He left behind a final sentence, "Let's wait and see what happens to the spiritual world," and then left the ceremony with a gloomy face, taking him away. Seeing the people from the Blood Demon sect leave in disgrace, the leader of the 9 Nether Demon sect, Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He secretly thought the Blood Demon sect has always been arrogant and domineering. After suffering such a heavy loss today, they will definitely not let it go. However, Wang Quan's performance this time is indeed impressive. It has made my sect more prestigious among the other demon sects. However, we must be doubly vigilant in the future to prevent other demon sects from secretly colluding against us. Her disciple Yumengrao was stunned, her eyes wide open, her heart pounding like a raging storm. How is this possible? Wang Quan's progress is so rapid. When he first fought me, he was only at the early stage of spiritual master, but now he has already broken through to spiritual master. At this time, Wang Quan walked down the platform and sat down next to Yumengrao in a graceful manner. Suyu opened her cherry lips and spoke slowly. You performed well today, but when we head to the spiritual abyss, you must be extra careful. She frowned slightly, a hint of worry in her expression. Now that your strength has been exposed, I'm afraid you'll be targeted by other sects. Don't worry, master, I will handle it with caution. Wang Quan crossed his arms, his face full of confidence, and looked at Suyu with firm eyes. Today I have brought glory to the sect. Master, will you give me any reward? Wang Quan stared at Suyu's charming red lips, raised his eyebrows and asked with a bit of playfulness and anticipation on his face. This brat actually dares to tease the master. Suyu rolled her eyes at him, snorted, turned her head away and stopped talking. However, a barely noticeable blush quietly appeared on her beautiful face. Then Wang Quan noticed Yumengrao who was standing beside him with a look of shock on her face and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. If I can't conquer my master, I can always ask my senior sister, right? The introduction on Yumengrao's panel says that she admires the strong, so she should be strong enough. Wang Quan leaned closer to her and said in a low, slightly teasing voice, Senior sister, aren't you curious about why I've made such rapid progress? Why don't we come to my courtyard tonight to discuss the path of cultivation together? When Yumengrao heard this, her pretty face instantly turned red. She glared at him coquettishly and shouted angrily, HMPH, you frivolous person, stop talking nonsense. Wang Quan, however, didn't take it seriously and smiled even more wantonly. Senior sister, don't be angry. I really want to share my cultivation experience with you. Yumengrao turned her head away and said, you will bully anyone who listens to your nonsense. Wang Quan gently pulled Yumengrao's sleeve and said, Senior sister, don't be so heartless. I promise not to bully you. We are really just discussing cultivation. Yumengrao bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. Well, but you must not have any bad thoughts. No way, you really agreed. Wang Quan really didn't expect that the women in this world would be so simple, especially Yumengrao, who was a member of the demon sect. Then he quickly replied, don't worry, senior sister, I wouldn't have any bad intentions. At this time, Suyu's voice came, Wang Quan, don't bully your senior sister. Wang Quan and Yumengrao were both startled and quickly sat up straight. Master, how could I bully my senior sister? I just wanted to help her improve her strength before Linghu and Tianyuan. Wang Quan replied innocently. Ding, the host has successfully increased the female protagonist Yumengrao's favorability towards the host. The probability of her becoming Yifeng's woman has decreased. The villain value is plus 2,000 points, and the remaining 43,800 points. Chapter 9 Guiding Yumengrao. Night. As the gate was knocked, a senior sister with long purple hair that fell to her hips, eye-catching long legs, and a queen-like aura appeared. Junior brother, I'm here. Yumengrao slowly stepped into the living room. She came here just to practice. Yumengrao felt a little nervous, but she had consulted her master before coming here. Suyu, known as Wang Quan, possessed an exceptional talent for harnessing nether demonic energy and cultivating the 9 nether demonic art, unmatched in its ability to harness nether demonic energy and cultivate it. As long as he was willing to give her guidance, she would surely achieve something. Therefore, she secretly made up her mind that if her junior brother treated her frivolously again, she would solemnly show her authority as a senior sister. Inside the room, Wang Quan, who was lying comfortably on Mower's lap and being fed with fruits, quickly waved and greeted her. Please sit down, senior sister. Then he asked the 2 maids who were fanning him to pour tea for Yumengrao. Yumengrao couldn't help but frown at Wang Quan's lazy look and said, Junior brother, how can you be so lazy? The spiritual abyss is about to open, and the geniuses of various sects are training intensively, striving to improve their strength, and yet you are here seeking comfort. Wang Quan helplessly held his forehead and argued, Senior sister, you don't know that it is precisely because the pressure of cultivation is too great that I need to relax moderately. You don't know how much hardship and pain I endure every day for cultivation. This short rest is only to allow me to better devote myself to subsequent cultivation. Yumengrao snorted coldly, Junior brother, don't make excuses. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with difficulty. If everyone is like you, indulging themselves when faced with pressure, how can we pursue higher realms? Wang Quan chuckled a few times and said, but senior sister, you have been practicing hard for so many years and you are only in the late stage of spiritual master. It took me less than a month to break through from spiritual apprentice to spiritual master. There is a cheat system, it's just so unreasonable. After hearing this, Yumengrao was instantly struck by lightning, and she froze in place, as if time had frozen at this moment. Her eyes seemed to have lost their luster, her rosy lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't utter a single word. Her face had turned into a dead expression. Then his body began to shake, as if he was about to collapse to the ground in the next second. At this moment, Yumengrao felt as if her world was collapsing. The Tao heart that she had held on to for many years instantly shattered into countless pieces, each piece stinging her soul. She practiced diligently every day when she had free time, but her faith in Taoism was shattered. Looking at Yumengrao's face full of despair, Wang Quan quickly stood up and walked forward to hug his senior sister who was about to fall. Wang Quan swore to heaven that he had never expected that this sentence would be so devastating to Yumengrao that it directly shattered her faith in Taoism. Wang Quan put his arm around senior sister's shoulders and comforted her. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm here to help you become an immortal and a forefather, and a top-notch empress in the world. Senior sister, let me help you practice. Yumengrao's eyes were still blank, and she answered blankly, Then Wang Quan carried Yumengrao towards the bedroom. When Yumengrao came to her senses, she panicked when she saw Wang Quan carrying her towards the bedroom. She hurriedly asked, Junior brother, why are you taking me to the bedroom? Wang Quan said righteously, you said you can't practice in bed. Yumengrao and Wang Quan sat opposite each other on the bed. Senior sister, what level have you reached in practicing the 9 nether demonic arts? I've only practiced to the first level, Yumengrao said somewhat embarrassedly. In the entire 9 nether demon sect, only master has reached the 3rd level. Most others can hardly even reach the 1st level. This evil spirit is truly too brutal. The slightest mistake during cultivation will destroy all meridians. After hearing this, Wang Quan said confidently, today, I will help you enter the 2nd level. You need to focus your mind, and I will help you condense the evil core. Then Wang Quan extended his hand to Yumengrao. Yumengrao closed her beautiful eyes, her expression nervous and full of anticipation. She also stretched out her hands and held Wang Quan tightly. Wang Quan felt the delicate touch of his fingertips, opened his eyes and stole a glance at Yumengrao. Yumengrao seemed to sense Wang Quan's gaze and said coquettishly, Junior brother, concentrate. Wang Quan chuckled and replied, don't be upset, senior sister. I was distracted by your charm. Then the two men put their palms together. Wang Quan took a deep breath, his face solemn, and the power of the nine-nether demon in his body began to slowly circulate. As he exerted force, the evil energy slowly overflowed from his palm, like black smoke, slowly flowing into Yumengrao's body. Yumengrao only felt a powerful and cold force rushing into her meridians. She gritted her teeth, beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her hands unconsciously clasped her fingers with Wang Quan's, holding on tightly. Yumengrao couldn't help but exclaim, "Junior brother, this evil spirit is too overbearing. I can hardly bear it." Wang Quan's eyes were firm as he encouraged her, "Sister, the opportunity for a breakthrough is just around the corner. Please be patient for a moment." Time passed slowly, and a black vortex gradually formed at the location of Yumengrao's spiritual core in her lower abdomen. The evil spirit gradually condensed into a core. Her body swayed slightly involuntarily, and her breath became stronger and stronger. Yumengrao couldn't hide her joy and cheered, "Junior brother, you're about to break through." Wang Quan responded calmly, "Senior sister, calm down, we're just one step away." Finally, a black light flashed, Yumengrao's delicate body trembled, she raised her head and let out a soft cry, and the evil aura around her instantly converged into her body. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The evil aura was like a frenzied beast, rampaging through Yumengrao's meridians, colliding and tearing against the unique energy contained in her beautiful body, and finally suddenly exploded, turning her clothes into pieces of flying catkins. It was as if a violent storm had set off inside Yumengrao's body. Every inch of her meridians was under tremendous pressure, and pain swept over her like a surging tide. Her face turned pale as paper, her body trembled violently, and she threw herself into Wang Quan's arms, her arms tightly around his waist, her head resting on his chest. Wang Quan was startled and subconsciously put his arm around Yumengrao's shoulders, trying to give her some comfort. He could feel Yumengrao's body was cold and trembling, and he was extremely anxious. Wang Quan didn't care about the beauty in front of him at this moment. He immediately calmed his mind and tried his best to control his strength, trying to suppress the conflict, but the evil spirit and the power of heavenly beauty were like two stubborn bulls and could not be restrained at all. He was extremely worried and asked anxiously in his heart, "System, what should I do?" Her naturally charming body clashes with the evil spirit. To completely resolve this, she must switch to practicing a charm or dual cultivation technique. Otherwise, the higher the rel, the more intense the attribute conflict reaction will be when breaking through. The host can only forcibly absorb the evil spirit from Yumengrao's body. Chapter 10, Practice. Wang Quan heard this and no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and used all his strength to activate the 9 nether demonic evil technique, forcibly absorbing the nether demonic evil from Yumengrao's body. "Senior sister, hold on a little longer," Wang Quan said with gritted teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like rain. Yumengrao was already conscious at this time, and she just instinctively clung to Wang Quan. Finally, all the evil energy was sucked out, and Yumengrao's body gradually returned to calm. "System, what kind of elixir should senior sister use now?" "It is recommended to take the spiritual level elixir Gumai Dan, Bucky Dan, and the mysterious level elixir Jushin Dan together for rapid recovery. A total of 2,000 villain points are required for redemption in the system store. Would you like to redeem it?" "Need not." Then, Wang Quan's mind moved, and he took out the 3 kinds of elixirs from his storage ring. Wang Quan had almost looted most of the sect storehouse, taking some of various items. It was really a good idea to be prepared, and now it came in handy. Wang Quan gently pinched Yumengrao's little mouth open and put the pill in. The pill melted in her mouth and instantly turned into a warm torrent. After a while, Yumengrao slowly woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, still with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Junior brother, Yumengrao's voice was weak, and she was too shy to look directly at Wang Quan. "Senior sister, I'm glad you're awake. How do you feel?" Wang Quan asked with concern. He did not take advantage of her at this moment and tried to avoid her gaze as much as possible to avoid making Yumengrao more embarrassed. Yumengrao tried to circulate the spiritual power in her body and found that her meridians became much smoother and her body was no longer in so much pain. "Junior brother, can you give me a piece of clothing first?" Yumengrao's face was red as if blood was about to drip out, and she spoke slowly. Wang Quan took out one of his own robes from the storage ring and put it on Yumengrao. Yumengrao then slowly asked, "Junior brother, what just happened?" Wang Quan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Senior sister, do you know that you have a body of natural beauty?" Yumengrao was full of doubts, a body of natural beauty. Wang Quan explained, "Simply put, senior sister, your physique is suitable for practicing charm and dual cultivation techniques, while practicing the 9 nether demonic arts will conflict with your attributes. The higher your cultivation level, the greater the danger." Yumengrao was shocked to find that she actually had a body of natural beauty. No wonder her meridians always ached when she practiced before. Her master also said that she had top talent, but it was so difficult for her to practice the 9 nether demonic art. "Is my spiritual journey going to stop here?" Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Yumengrao's heart. She was no longer able to practice most of the skills in the demon sect, and she would look down on those who were too weak. But after thinking about it, I remembered that junior brother Wang Quan was in the Liang Sword sect before. Could it be the Liang Sword sect's martial arts? "But junior brother, your talent was not obvious before, so you can't learn any good skills, right?" "Forget it, no matter what kind of skills Wang Quan brings out, I will gladly accept them. I can't let my junior brother down." Wang Quan handed the skills to Yumengrao. Yumengrao took the martial arts technique and didn't pay much attention to it at first. After casually flipping through a few pages, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and her face was full of surprise. This turned out to be a top-grade heaven-level technique. You know, in the demon sect, the only heaven-level technique is the 9 nether demonic art. This is actually a technique of the same rank as the 9 nether demonic art. The complete version is at the immortal rank, but the 9 nether demonic art only has the first 4 levels, so it's only at the heavenly rank. Chapter 11 Yi Feng's Adventure. Wang Quan and Yumengrao had been practicing for several hours without realizing it, and it was already midnight when they finished. Yumengrao and Wang Quan slowly opened their eyes, and their gazes met. Yumengrao's pretty face was flushed with a charming blush, as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. Her breathing was still a little rapid, and the slightly rising and falling chest showed that the waves in her heart had not yet subsided. She pursed her lips lightly, with the corners of her mouth raised, and her heart was recalling the wonderful feeling she had just had during the practice. Wang Quan looked refreshed, with an excitement that was hard to conceal between his brows. As expected of their naturally charming bodies, they were able to practice the Luanfeng Hemingju effortlessly and without any hindrance. Wang Quan looked at Yumengrao, hugged her gently, his eyes full of tenderness and care, and said softly, "Senior sister, it's getting late, go to bed early. This Luanfeng Hemingju is truly extraordinary. It's more than 10 times faster than when I practiced it myself. In order to reach the great Tao sooner, you and I need to practice more in the future." Yumengrao leaned gently on Wang Quan and slowly fell asleep. To her, everything that happened today was like a dream. Liang Sword Sect. The sword tomb is open today. I wonder what grade of sword I can obtain. If I could obtain a Zan level sword, I would be completely satisfied. You're already lucky to have a yellow grade sword. I wonder if anyone can obtain a sword above the earth rank this time. Magic weapons above the earth rank are spiritual. The higher the rank, the stronger the spiritual power. In the past 100 years, only a senior 100 years ago has ever obtained an earth rank sword. As for heaven rank swords, the only one is the Liyang sword obtained by our sect's founder, Master Liyang. Maybe Saint Sun Yifeng can get an earth grade 1. That's possible. The leader said Yifeng is the greatest genius of our sect in 1,000 years. Today marks the opening of the Liyang sword sect sword tomb. This sword tomb existed on this mountain before the Liyang sword sect was founded. Liyang Zhenren accidentally stumbled upon the sword tomb and found a heavenly grade sword, founding the sect there. Surrounded by many disciples and elders, Yifeng slowly stepped into the sword tomb. Inside the sword tomb, the space is vast, like an independent small world. As soon as you step in, you will see countless broken and fragmented swords randomly inserted into the barren land, as if telling stories of fierce battles and tragic events in the past. The surrounding stone walls are densely covered with ancient sword runes and sword manuals. Is it enough to just comprehend these runes and sword manuals? Yifeng muttered to himself. Zhou Zhen had previously told him that the sword manual on the stone wall became increasingly advanced the further one went, and that the sword energy contained therein would continuously harm the human body, so he must act within his capabilities and not be too ambitious. Since I'm here, I must get the strongest one. Yifeng's eyes gradually became firm, and he resolutely walked straight to the deepest part. Yifeng moved towards the deepest part of the sword tomb. The deeper he went, the sharper the sword energy became, cutting through his skin like a sharp blade. Yifeng gritted his teeth and kept his steps firm as ever. Finally, he arrived at the deepest stone wall. I saw the sword runes and sword manuals on the stone wall emitting a mysterious and powerful light, which seemed to have life and kept beating. Yifeng endured the pain, calmed down, and stared at the runes and sword manuals with full concentration. However, as time passed slowly, Yifeng gradually understood the mystery with his extremely high talent in swordsmanship and tenacious perseverance. In his mind, it seemed as if a peerless swordsman appeared, practicing sword techniques, and each move contained endless power. After an unknown amount of time, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, I understand. At this moment, the entire sword tomb began to shake violently, and he finally comprehended the heavenly sword manual hidden deep in the stone wall. Amidst the glint of light, a heavenly grade sword, emitting a powerful aura, slowly flew out from the stone wall. Runes swirled across the blade, and the sound of the sword's chime resounded throughout the sword tomb. The sword revolved around Yifeng, as if examining him. Yifeng was not afraid at all. He stretched out his hand and gripped the hilt tightly, a powerful force instantly flowing into his body. Yifeng also learned the name of this sword, the Sun Sword. The best heavenly grade sword, one grade higher than the Liyang sword. There is also a Sun Sword Classic, which is also a top-grade heavenly martial art. Outside the sword tomb, how come the Holy Sun hasn't come out after 2 hours? Could he have encountered an accident? Most people can only last half an hour at most. No way, the Saint Sun's talent is well known. Yifeng had not come out for a long time, and the disciples began to talk about it. Sect Master Zhou Zhen also stared at the exit of the sword tomb, thinking to himself, is Yifeng trying to comprehend the last chapter of the sword canon? That is something that even the ancestors have never comprehended. Next to her, Mo Shan'er was also looking at the exit with a nervous look on her face. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, a bright light suddenly appeared at the exit of the sword tomb, and Yifeng's figure slowly emerged. He stood tall and straight, holding the Sun Sword in his hand, with sword energy surrounding him. His aura was several times stronger than before he entered the sword tomb. When the disciples saw Yifeng coming out, they fell silent, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. Sect leader Zhou Zhen stepped forward with a pleased smile on his face. Yifeng, you made us wait for so long. Yifeng bowed and saluted. Master, I have fulfilled your mission and successfully comprehended the supreme heavenly grade Sun Sword canon and Sun Sword. As soon as Yifeng said this, the whole place fell into silence. Sect Master Zhou Zhen's expression was filled with shock at first, but then quickly turned to excitement. The revival of the Liyang sword sect was just around the corner. He stepped forward excitedly and said loudly, Yifeng, your achievements in the sword tomb have even surpassed those of our founder, Master Liyang. I firmly believe that under your leadership, the Liyang sword sect will return to its peak. No, even far more than that. Zhou Zhen then happily announced, after the Linghuan Tianyuan is over, I will pass the position of sect leader to Yifeng. At this moment, Zhou Zhen looked at Yifeng with a firm gaze. From today on, you will be the young master of our Liyang sword sect. After the Linghuan Tianyuan is over, the official succession ceremony will be held. What? The sect master is actually passing the throne to the Holy Sun. This is as it should be. With such talent and strength, the Holy Sun will surely lead the sect to glory. Great, with the Holy Sun here, our Liyang sword sect will surely rise. Yeah, let's see who dares to look down on us from now on. Shan'er, what did you gain from the trip to the sword tomb? Yifeng asked after the crowd dispersed. As for me, I have only comprehended one Zan level sword manual and obtained a high-grade Zan level Yushiri sword. Compared with brother Yifeng, I am far behind, Mo Shan'er said crisply with a smile as beautiful as a flower. We will reach Linghuan Tianyuan soon. Maybe then we can get together with brother Wang Quan again. Mo Shan'er was full of longing and fantasized happily. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face instantly turned pale. He sternly said, Wang Quan, he has already fallen into the devil's way, why do you keep mentioning him? The next time we meet, I will show no mercy and will definitely eliminate the devil and defend the way. Besides, you are my fiancé. It's inappropriate for you to always be thinking about him. Yifeng had indeed considered Wang Quan a brother, and he didn't care about Mo Shan'er's close relationship with Wang Quan. After all, in his opinion, with Wang Quan's talent, there was no way he could have any result with Mo Shan'er. However, Wang Quan was later rescued by the 9 Nether Demon cult, and it was also heard that he had become a demon child with extraordinary talent. At this moment, his heart suddenly lost its composure, and he did not want to hear his fiancé nagging about this former brother all day long. Before, he was devoted to the Tao and had never taken the initiative towards Mo Shan'er. But now, he actually felt a sense of crisis, because he knew that Wang Quan had always been in love with Mo Shan'er. Mo Shan'er felt aggrieved when she heard Yifeng's words, but she didn't dare to refute Yifeng. She just lowered her head, and a trace of imperceptible stubbornness and sadness flashed in her eyes. Recalling the beautiful day with Wang Quan, a trace of excitement and confusion flashed through my heart. Chapter 11 Yifeng's Adventure. Wang Quan and Yumengrao had been practicing for several hours without realizing it, and it was already midnight when they finished. Yumengrao and Wang Quan slowly opened their eyes, and their gazes met. Yumengrao's pretty face was flushed with a charming blush, as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. Her breathing was still a little rapid, and the slightly rising and falling chest showed that the waves in her heart had not yet subsided. She pursed her lips lightly, with the corners of her mouth raised, and her heart was recalling the wonderful feeling she had just had during the practice. Wang Quan looked refreshed, with an excitement that was hard to conceal between his brows. As expected of their naturally charming bodies, they were able to practice the Luanfeng Hemingju effortlessly and without any hindrance. Wang Quan looked at Yumengrao, hugged her gently, his eyes full of tenderness and care, and said softly, Senior sister, it's getting late, go to bed early. This Luanfeng Hemingju is truly extraordinary. It's more than 10 times faster than when I practiced it myself. In order to reach the great Tao sooner, you and I need to practice more in the future. Yumengrao leaned gently on Wang Quan and slowly fell asleep. To her, everything that happened today was like a dream. Liang Sword Sect. The sword tomb is open today. I wonder what grade of sword I can obtain. If I could obtain a Zan level sword, I would be completely satisfied. You're already lucky to have a yellow grade sword. I wonder if anyone can obtain a sword above the earth rank this time. Magic weapons above the earth rank are spiritual. The higher the rank, the stronger the spiritual power. In the past 100 years, only a senior 100 years ago has ever obtained an earth rank sword. As for heaven rank swords, the only one is the Liang sword obtained by our sect's founder, Master Liang. Maybe Saint Sun Yifeng can get an earth grade 1. That's possible. The leader said Yifeng is the greatest genius of our sect in 1,000 years. Today marks the opening of the Liang Sword Sect sword tomb. This sword tomb existed on this mountain before the Liang Sword Sect was founded. Liang Jiren accidentally stumbled upon the sword tomb and found a heavenly grade sword, founding the sect there. Surrounded by many disciples and elders, Yifeng slowly stepped into the sword tomb. Inside the sword tomb, the space is vast, like an independent small world. As soon as you step in, you will see countless broken and fragmented swords randomly inserted into the barren land, as if telling stories of fierce battles and tragic events in the past. The surrounding stone walls are densely covered with ancient sword runes and sword manuals. Is it enough to just comprehend these runes and sword manuals? Yifeng muttered to himself. Zhou Zhen had previously told him that the sword manual on the stone wall became increasingly advanced the further one went, and that the sword energy contained therein would continuously harm the human body, so he must act within his capabilities and not be too ambitious. Since I'm here, I must get the strongest one. Yifeng's eyes gradually became firm, and he resolutely walked straight to the deepest part. Yifeng moved towards the deepest part of the sword tomb. The deeper he went, the sharper the sword energy became, cutting through his skin like a sharp blade. Yifeng gritted his teeth and kept his steps firm as ever. Finally, he arrived at the deepest stone wall. I saw the sword runes and sword manuals on the stone wall emitting a mysterious and powerful light, which seemed to have life and kept beating. Yifeng endured the pain, calmed down, and stared at the runes and sword manuals with full concentration. However, as time passed slowly, Yifeng gradually understood the mystery with his extremely high talent in swordsmanship and tenacious perseverance. In his mind, it seemed as if a peerless swordsman appeared, practicing sword techniques, and each move contained endless power. After an unknown amount of time, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, I understand. At this moment, the entire sword tomb began to shake violently, and he finally comprehended the heavenly sword manual hidden deep in the stone wall. Amidst the glint of light, a heavenly grade sword, emitting a powerful aura, slowly flew out from the stone wall. Runes swirled across the blade, and the sound of the sword's chime resounded throughout the sword tomb. The sword revolved around Yifeng, as if examining him. Yifeng was not afraid at all. He stretched out his hand and gripped the hilt tightly, a powerful force instantly flowing into his body. Yifeng also learned the name of this sword, the Sun Sword. The best heavenly grade sword, one grade higher than the Liang Sword. There is also a Sun Sword Classic, which is also a top-grade heavenly martial art. Outside the sword tomb, how come the Holy Sun hasn't come out after 2 hours? Could he have encountered an accident? Most people can only last half an hour at most. No way, the Saint Sun's talent is well known. Yifeng had not come out for a long time, and the disciples began to talk about it. Sect Master Zhou Zhen also stared at the exit of the sword tomb, thinking to himself, is Yifeng trying to comprehend the last chapter of the sword canon? That is something that even the ancestors have never comprehended. Next to her, Mo Shan'er was also looking at the exit with a nervous look on her face. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, a bright light suddenly appeared at the exit of the sword tomb, and Yifeng's figure slowly emerged. He stood tall and straight, holding the Sun Sword in his hand, with sword energy surrounding him. His aura was several times stronger than before he entered the sword tomb. When the disciples saw Yifeng coming out, they fell silent, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. Sect leader Zhou Zhen stepped forward with a pleased smile on his face. Yifeng, you made us wait for so long. Yifeng bowed and saluted. Master, I have fulfilled your mission and successfully comprehended the supreme heavenly grade Sun Sword canon and Sun Sword. As soon as Yifeng said this, the whole place fell into silence. Sect Master Zhou Zhen's expression was filled with shock at first, but then quickly turned to excitement. The revival of the Liang Sword Sect was just around the corner. He stepped forward excitedly and said loudly, Yifeng, your achievements in the sword tomb have even surpassed those of our founder, Master Liang. I firmly believe that under your leadership, the Liang Sword Sect will return to its peak. No, even far more than that. Zhou Zhen then happily announced, after the Linghuan Tianyuan is over, I will pass the position of sect leader to Yifeng. At this moment, Zhou Zhen looked at Yifeng with a firm gaze. From today on, you will be the young master of our Liang Sword Sect. After the Linghuan Tianyuan is over, the official succession ceremony will be held. What? The sect master is actually passing the throne to the Holy Sun. This is as it should be. With such talent and strength, the Holy Sun will surely lead the sect to glory. Great, with the Holy Sun here, our Liang Sword Sect will surely rise. Yeah, let's see who dares to look down on us from now on. Shan'er, what did you gain from the trip to the sword tomb? Yifeng asked after the crowd dispersed. As for me, I have only comprehended one Zan level sword manual and obtained a high-grade Zan level usury sword. Compared with brother Yifeng, I am far behind, Mo Shan'er said crisply with a smile as beautiful as a flower. We will reach Linghuan Tianyuan soon. Maybe then we can get together with brother Wang Quan again. Mo Shan'er was full of longing and fantasized happily. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face instantly turned pale. He sternly said, Wang Quan, he has already fallen into the devil's way, why do you keep mentioning him? The next time we meet, I will show no mercy and will definitely eliminate the devil and defend the way. Besides, you are my fiancé. It's inappropriate for you to always be thinking about him. Yifeng had indeed considered Wang Quan a brother, and he didn't care about Mo Shan'er's close relationship with Wang Quan. After all, in his opinion, with Wang Quan's talent, there was no way he could have any result with Mo Shan'er. However, Wang Quan was later rescued by the Nine Nether Demon cult, and it was also heard that he had become a demon child with extraordinary talent. At this moment, his heart suddenly lost its composure, and he did not want to hear his fiancé nagging about this former brother all day long. Before, he was devoted to the Tao and had never taken the initiative towards Mo Shan'er. But now, he actually felt a sense of crisis, because he knew that Wang Quan had always been in love with Mo Shan'er. Mo Shan'er felt aggrieved when she heard Yifeng's words, but she didn't dare to refute Yifeng. She just lowered her head, and a trace of imperceptible stubbornness and sadness flashed in her eyes. Recalling the beautiful day with Wang Quan, a trace of excitement and confusion flashed through my heart. Chapter 13, Resolving the Blood Demon Sect. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at Loyan Valley, a must-pass place for the Blood Demon Sect. Duan Xiao quickly began to set up the formation. He waved his hands and mysterious runes lit up on the ground. The dim light flickered and enveloped the area. Su Yuyu, Wang Quan and Yumengrao held their breath, concealed their aura, and quietly waited for the arrival of the Blood Demon Sect. The group hid for a whole day and night. Finally, a noisy sound was heard in the distance, and the Blood Demon Sect's team gradually appeared in sight. Get ready, Su Yuyu said in a low voice, tightening the whip in her hand, her eyes sharp. Wang Quan clenched his fists tightly and leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey. The people of the Blood Demon sect were unaware of the approaching danger and continued to march forward in a swagger. The moment they completely stepped into the range of the formation, Guan Xiao shouted, "Activate the formation." In an instant, the light shot straight into the sky, forming an indestructible barrier. Guan Xiao swung his hands downward vigorously, and the light barrier quickly closed, trapping the people of the Blood Demon sect inside. Oh no, there's an ambush. The face of the leader of the Blood Demon sect suddenly changed. He suddenly took out the giant axe and retreated rapidly. Demon child Shui Wuan shouted angrily, "Who dares to ambush us?" Wang Quan flew out like an arrow, sneering, "Shui Wuan, we meet again." When Shui Wuan saw Wang Quan, he was immediately furious and gnashed his teeth. Ever since Wang Quan had left a fist mark on his head last time, he had tried many methods to remove it but couldn't, so he could only wear a mask all the time. Shui Wuan shouted angrily, "Wang Quan, this time I've specially trained a movement technique to increase my speed. I'm going to slaughter you." Wang Quan sneered and raised his middle finger towards Shui Wuan. Shui Wuan was so angry that he instantly used his ultimate move, activated his bloody demonic body, and rushed towards Wang Quan. This time his speed was indeed greatly increased. "Do you think you're the only one who's practiced body movement?" Wang Quan instantly activated the 9 nether phantom steps, and his figure suddenly became erratic, like a ghost, with many phantoms that were difficult to distinguish. Shui Wuan had no way of telling which one was real, so he could only roar angrily, his body expanding again and slamming towards the phantom. Boom! After a loud bang, Wang Quan was safe and sound, but the surrounding trees were knocked down by Shui Wuan. "I don't want to play with you anymore." Wang Quan originally wanted to practice his martial arts skills in real life, and then attack with all his strength after he had enough fun. However, Wang Quan's move was as fast as lightning, unleashing the 9 nether shadow claws. Dark evil energy attached to his hands, surging outwards. He swung his claws fiercely, sending a howling gale straight into Shui Wuan's face. Shui Wuan hurriedly raised his arms to block, but the overwhelming force sent his blood churning and he stumbled backward. In the second move, the nether pearl in Wang Quan's hand shone brightly. He turned his wrist, and the power of the 9 nether shadow claws increased again. The evil spirit turned into a sharp blade, instantly penetrating Shui Wuan's hastily condensed defense. Shui Wuan widened his eyes and fell down in disbelief. Wuan, the Blood Demon sect's leader, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Su Yu, roared angrily upon seeing this scene, his eyes blazing with fire. "You bunch of scoundrels, I will tear you to pieces." After Wang Quan dealt with Shui Wuan, he quickly rushed towards the sect leader, kicked his legs hard, jumped high, and smashed his fists with evil spirits towards the sect leader like a mountain falling down. Seeing his disciples dying one after another, the sect leader was filled with grief and anger, and cursed, "You shameless people, set an ambush, you will not die a good death." "You know who the shameless one is. It was you who joined forces to deal with us first. Yumengrao joined the battle after dealing with the other disciples." "Senior sister, stop talking nonsense with this old dog." Under the joint attack of several people, the sect leader gradually found it difficult to resist. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, and his moves began to falter. Finally, with the combined efforts of everyone, Su Yu whipped him in the chest, and Wang Quan followed up with a punch to the head, sending the Blood Demon sect's leader crashing to the ground. As a ball of fire ignited, the bodies of the Blood Demon sect members were burned to ashes along with the forest. Host is ruthless and ruthless. Kill all enemies without leaving any hidden dangers. Villain value plus 1,000 points, remaining 38,800. Second Elder, you will ride a Dark Moon Eagle back to the sect and gather the disciples. Once we return from the spiritual abyss, we will annihilate the Blood Demon sect in one fell swoop. "I obey your command." Guan Xiao responded respectfully, then turned around, rode the eagle, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Only Wang Quan and his 2 companions, as well as a moon eagle, were left standing quietly by. Wang Quan fell into deep thought at this time. Could it be that his dream really came true? Coming back to his senses, Wang Quan hurriedly urged, "Master, the journey is long, let's get going quickly." Then, Wang Quan said in a flattering manner, "To be honest, I'm a little afraid of heights. Would it be okay if I could sit in the middle for a while?" When Yumengrao heard this, her pretty face turned slightly red and she nodded slightly to indicate that she had no objection. Su Yu rolled her eyes at him charmingly and said coquettishly, "HMPH, boy, if you dare not behave yourself, I will kick you off this eagle's back and smash you to pieces." Wang Quan quickly patted his chest and assured with a solemn oath, "How could that be? Master, you are questioning my character. I will absolutely behave myself." Afterwards, the 3 of them boarded the Moon Eagle. At first, Wang Quan was quite obedient, sitting quietly in the middle. But as the Moon Eagle flew, the airflow became unstable and the eagle's body began to shake. Wang Quan was so frightened that his face turned pale and he kept wailing. Then, he hugged Su Yu's slender waist tightly with his arms and pressed his whole body against her. Su Yu was embarrassed and annoyed by his sudden action, and shouted, "Stinky boy, let go." But Wang Quan didn't care about these things at all. In his panic, his hands touched other places several times. Su Yu was so angry that her face flushed red, and veins popped out on her forehead. But looking at Wang Quan's expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. She could only grit her teeth and say, "Wang Quan, if you do this again, I will really throw you down." Wang Quan then calmed down a little, but as soon as the Dark Moon Eagle was shaken a little, he would return to his old ways and hold Su Yu tightly. Host villain value plus 666. Host, villain value plus 288. Host once again, villain value plus 66, remaining 40,008 points. Wang Quan only became obedient after realizing that his villain value could no longer be increased. But I have to say, Master. Chapter 14, Inside Qing'an City. The 3 of them flew for a whole day and night before finally arriving at Qing'an City. At this moment, Yumengrao was sitting in the front row. Qing'an City, as a small city located on the border, is usually quite desolate. However, because the secret realm is about to open, all the major sects from the eastern wilderness have stationed here, and many geniuses have gathered here, making it unusually lively and prosperous. Whenever this happens, the second generation of the big families in the city who used to be arrogant and domineering are sternly warned by their elders that they must be cautious and keep a low profile when going out during this period. After all, a ragged beggar you provoke on the street might actually be a super strong person. To the west of the eastern wasteland lies the Xiaoyao sect, whose disciples embrace freedom and unfettered existence, unconstrained by worldly conventions. For them, everything in the world is a joy and status is fleeting. They can drink with the rich and powerful, or become beggars and wander the streets. Golden gun invincible pills. Even an old man can regain his virility after eating them. Ancestral magic weapon for sale, 10 times the price if it's fake. Selling stockings worn by Fairy Lingyu. ... As people from various sects arrived one after another, many merchants came here to sell their wares, hoping to catch a few suckers. Wang Quan and his companions were walking on the street. There were vendors setting up stalls along the way, selling a wide variety of things. There were even stockings worn by fairies. Could they actually be sold for money? What happened soon made Wang Quan drop his jaw again. "Boss, are your stockings authentic?" asked a fat man with a wretched look. The boss patted his chest fiercely and shouted back, "It must be authentic. I bought this myself from Fairy Lingyu's maid." Then the fat man started asking about the price. 5,000 spiritual stones. The bosses offer frightened Wang Quan. An average sect elder's monthly salary was only a few thousand spirit stones, and a pair of used stockings was selling for 5,000. I bought it. What was even more unexpected was that the fat man gritted his teeth and directly took out his spiritual card to buy it. Transactions in this world are quite convenient. After refining, the spirit card can only be used by oneself. When trading, the two parties put their cards together to transfer the spirit stone to the other party's card. Wang Quan couldn't help but lower his head and thought, if he robbed a few fairies and saints and sold their clothes, wouldn't he be able to make a fortune? After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the inn and reunited with the team led by the great elder Fiancée. Master, is everything going well? Fiancée stepped forward and asked. Everything is going well. We will eradicate the problem completely after the secret realm ends. Su Yu answered calmly. Ding, an opportunity that Yifeng is about to obtain has been detected nearby. The host can go and intercept it as soon as possible. Then, Wang Quan clicked on the compass, and a flat map of the nearby area appeared, with a total of 3 opportunities. The first place is on a street vendor stall in the east of the city. There is a seemingly ordinary scabbard, but it is actually a high-grade earth-level magic weapon that can nourish the sword spirit. After the sword is drawn, the lethality is even greater. The second place is also on the east street of the city. Half an hour later, the city lord's daughter who sneaked out of the city lord's mansion alone will be harassed. At that time, she will be rescued by Yifeng, thus gaining the favor of the city lord. The third place is a black stone on a stall in the west of the city. It looks ordinary, but it is actually a soul-repairing stone that can repair the soul. After Yifeng gets this stone, the old monster in the ring will awaken. But Wang Quan discovered that Yifeng's cursor was now in the west of the city, getting closer and closer to the third opportunity, and he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to get there. So, Wang Quan hurriedly said goodbye to Su Yu and ran towards the east of the city. He had to take the scabbard first. Although he didn't use the sword, he couldn't let Yifeng get it. As for the city lord's daughter, the city lord's kindness is of little use to him. He still has to see whether the woman is the heroine first. At the same time, in the west of Qing'an City, the bustling market was filled with noise and bustle. Yifeng was wearing a green shirt, and next to him was Mo Shan'er, who was wearing a pink dress and looked very girlish. Yifeng led Mo Shan'er through the various stalls. His eyes were sharp, yet somewhat nonchalant, as he casually examined the items on the stalls. In the distance, on an inconspicuous stall, all kinds of miscellaneous items were spread out on the ground. The stall owner was an old man with a haggard face, sitting there listlessly. When Yifeng passed by, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a seemingly inconspicuous black stone out of the corner of his eye. The stone was thrown randomly among a pile of debris, its surface covered with dust and scratches. However, the moment Yifeng's eyes touched it, he vaguely felt that this stone had a special attraction to him. Every time he had this feeling in the past, an opportunity would come. So, Yifeng made up his mind to get the stone. He remained calm on the surface, squatted down, pretended to casually fiddle with a dagger, and asked casually, "Boss, how much is this?" The stall owner raised his eyelids and said lazily, 300 spirit stones, no bargaining. Yifeng nodded, picked up the small sword, and finally took the black stone in his hand seemingly casually. "Boss, how about giving me this black stone as well?" The stall owner waved his hand and said, "Take it, take it." This stone was originally given as a gift when he received a batch of goods from a farmer. It looked like a piece of black charcoal and no one had been interested in it for several days. He was eager to get rid of this unlucky thing as soon as possible. "Brother Yifeng, don't you use a long sword? Why do you want to buy a short sword?" Mo Shan'er asked in confusion. Yifeng smiled crookedly and said, "Actually, this stone is what I want. I have a feeling that it is not as ordinary as it seems." Yifeng took the things and quickly left the stall. He found an empty corner and couldn't wait to carefully examine the stone. As a result, the stone instantly turned into a black stream of light and went straight into the ancestral ring on his finger. After the black light entered Yifeng's ring, a powerful soul wave emanated from it. Immediately afterwards, a woman's soul slowly emerged from the ring. Chapter 15 Female Sword Saint Lin Qingyu. In front of Yifeng's eyes, a translucent female soul suddenly appeared. She was dressed in white and had a cold face. And Yifeng discovered that it seemed that he was the only one who could see the soul. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" Yifeng looked at the mysterious spirit in front of him with a calm expression and asked without panic. Seeing Yifeng so calm and composed, a hint of admiration flashed in Lin Qingyu's beautiful eyes. "You know, she has been silently watching this boy grow up since he was a child. Before this, although she could peek into the outside world, she was never able to escape from the ring. Yifeng, I am the Frost Moon Sword Saint from 5,000 years ago. I was born in a farmer's family. Fortunately, a master had the foresight to recognize that I had an innate sword body, so he accepted me as his disciple. From then on, I embarked on an invincible journey, overpowering all the heroes of my time. I even suppressed the geniuses of my generation. At the age of 200, I successfully achieved spiritual sainthood. However, when I was about to break through to the Spirit Emperor, my junior sister and others teamed up to harm me. Only a wisp of my soul escaped to this ring to survive. Thanks to you for finding the soul-replenishing stone, I was able to recover." Lin Qingyu's cold voice came slowly. Yifeng remained neither humble nor overbearing, and said with a cupped hand, "It is the honor of the junior to be able to help the senior. Yifeng, are you willing to take me as your master?" "Senior, if you need anything, I will definitely help you with all my strength. But I already have a master, so I'm sorry I can't accept your invitation." Yifeng hesitated slightly and replied seriously. Hearing Yifeng's rejection, Lin Qingyu was not angry at all. Instead, she admired the young man even more. In her opinion, good character and a single-minded devotion to the Tao were far more important than talent. "Yifeng, in this world of immortal cultivation, it is not uncommon for one person to have multiple masters, especially for geniuses. Your master is only at the Spirit King level, but you have an innate sword body, the same physique as me. I can help you go further on the path of cultivation. Besides, if you take me as your master, your original master will still be your master, and you can still be filial to him." Lin Qingyu explained patiently. When Yifeng heard this, he was a little puzzled as she seemed to know his situation very well. But when he thought that this ring had always been with him, he felt relieved. Moreover, he actually has an innate sword body. No wonder he was gifted in swordsmanship. Many sword techniques that were difficult for others to comprehend were mastered by him after just one practice. After carefully considering Lin Qingyu's words, Yifeng seemed to have figured out the key point. His eyes became firm and he said solemnly, "I am willing to take you as my teacher, but it is inconvenient now. I will formally perform the kneeling ceremony later." Seeing Yifeng's agreement, Lin Qingyu's face blossomed with a relieved and joyful smile, and she said, "My good disciple, from now on, I will teach you everything I know and help you reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship." At this time, Yifeng and Mo Shan'er happened to walk to the market in the east of the city and met Wang Quan, who had just bought a scabbard. As soon as Wang Quan arrived at the stall, he immediately picked up the scabbard and asked for the price. It seemed as if he had come specifically for the scabbard. Seeing a wealthy customer, the stall owner immediately quoted a price of 1,000 spirit stones. Wang Quan was wealthy and too lazy to bargain. After all, at this price he could buy a high-quality earth-grade magic weapon, which was a huge profit no matter how he looked at it. Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting Yifeng's opportunity. Villain value plus 2000, Yifeng's luck value minus 1000, remaining 42,008 points. After buying the scabbard, Wang Quan turned around and saw Mo Xian'er and Yifeng. He gave Mo Xian'er an ambiguous look, then raised his eyebrows provocatively at Yifeng. Mo Xian'er seemed extremely excited. Just as she was about to step forward to reminisce with Wang Quan, she was stopped by Yifeng. Wang Quan has fallen into evil, and I have severed all ties with him. If you contact him again, you will no longer be my junior sister. Yifeng turned and walked away, leaving Mo Xian'er in a state of confusion. She glanced at Wang Quan with guilt, but eventually turned and chased after Yifeng. At this moment, Wang Quan heard the system prompt sound in his ears. Ding, the heroine Lin Qingyu is detected. Lin Qingyu female lead Yifeng. Realm, late spiritual saint stage spiritual state. Physique, nun innate sword body before death. Introduction, a female swordsman who lived 5,000 years ago was killed by a sneak attack from someone she trusted. Her soul escaped into a rain and was accidentally awakened by Yifeng. She then accepted Yifeng as her disciple. If nothing unexpected happens, she will eventually rebuild her body with Yifeng's help and become Yifeng's woman. Ding, it was detected that the heroine Lin Qingyu is in a spiritual state and can only be seen by Yifeng. I am now giving the protagonist the Eye of Delusion breaking, which is worth 2 million villain points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Delusion. The possessor of this eye can see through the illusions of the world and discern hidden truths and secrets. It possesses multiple skills, including illusion insight, weakness exposure, soul clairvoyance, and future glimpse. Accompanied by a stinging pain in his eyes, Wang Quan also saw Lin Qingyu beside Yifeng. She was dressed in white, purer than snow, with a slender and upright figure, just like the cold and aloof plum blossom in winter, and her legs were long and white, like beautiful jade. Her eyebrows were like distant black ink. She looked very heroic, her nose was straight, her lips were tightly pursed, and her 3,000 black hair fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of otherworldly temperament. Wang Quan couldn't help but gasp when he saw this. Hiss, such long legs. It's a pity that her breasts are a little small. Lin Qingyu seemed to notice Wang Quan's gaze and turned her head to look at him, but Wang Quan did not avoid her gaze, as if he was looking into the distance. Lin Qingyu couldn't tell whether Wang Quan could see her, so she turned to Yifeng and said, "This young man in black is definitely not simple. The scabbard in his hand is very suitable for you. It is a high-grade earth-level spiritual weapon." Yifeng was about to reply when a scream came from a distance. In front of me, I saw a woman dressed as a commoner. She was of above-average appearance, but her temperament revealed a hint of nobility. She was surrounded by several people. Several people in black robes surrounded him with malicious smiles on their faces. "Young lady, you are so beautiful, come and play with us," one of them said frivolously. Su Wan was shocked and angry. She wanted to break free, but was surrounded by them tightly. Yifeng's figure was as fast as lightning. He appeared in front of Su Wan in an instant and protected her behind him. With just a few moves, he knocked those people to the ground. His stern gaze swept over the demonic figures, and he shouted coldly, "How dare you commit such an evil act in broad daylight? If it weren't for the prohibition of killing in this city, I would have slain you all with my sword." Su Wan looked at the handsome and skilled savior in front of her, and her heart was instantly filled with admiration. "Thank you for saving me, sir. My name is Su Wan, the daughter of the Lord of Anqing City. I sneaked out of the house and unexpectedly ran into some bad guys. I have no way to repay your kindness today. I hope you can accompany me to visit the city lord's mansion," Su Wan said with a blushing face. "You're welcome, young lady." Yifeng smiled slightly, instinctively wanting to refuse, but he caught a glimpse of Mo Xian'er beside him, still in a trance, as if she was still thinking about Wang Quan. Suddenly, a surge of anger rose in Yifeng's heart, and he responded directly. "Miss Su, then I'd better obey your command." Then, the two walked side by side towards the city lord's mansion. Yifeng, who had already walked far away, was secretly angry when he saw that Mo Xian'er did not catch up with him. He thought to himself that this junior sister was too ignorant and only knew how to act like a spoiled brat. Mo Xian'er finally came to her senses at this time. Looking at the two people who had already gone far away in the distance, her heart was full of grievances and tears burst out. "Sister Xian'er, long time no see." Hearing the familiar voice, Mo Xian'er turned around in surprise. Chapter 16 Angry Yifeng. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully causing a rift between Yifeng and Mo Xian'er. Villain value plus 2000, remaining 42,008 points. Yifeng's luck value minus 1,000 points, remaining 82,000 points. Brother Wang Quan, Mo Xian'er turned around and saw the figure that had been haunting her for a long time. She could no longer hold back her tears, and they burst out like a broken dam. Wang Quan walked forward, gently wiped the tears from Mo Xian'er's face, then hugged her tightly in his arms and kissed her affectionately until Mo Xian'er was out of breath, then he reluctantly let go. Wang Quan patted Mo Xian'er's back and said, "This is not a place to talk. Let's find a good place to have a good chat." Wang Quan held Mo Xian'er's hand and walked for a distance. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and spoke again. "The inn where I'm staying is full of people from the demon cult. It would be inconvenient to take you there. How about we go to your place?" Mo Xian'er's face flushed, and she held Wang Quan's arm affectionately. The soft touch made Wang Quan's arm sink deeply into it. She replied softly, "Okay." The simple-minded Mo Xian'er had never considered that the people in the inn where she was staying were also from the Liang sword sect, and that bringing a man back openly would definitely cause criticism. They walked all the way to the inn. Mo Xian'er looked at Wang Quan guiltily and let go of his arm, but did not distance herself from Wang Quan. Instead, under the gaze of many disciples dining in the inn, they walked into Mo Xian'er's room one after another. At this moment, the outside was in an uproar. Senior Sister Mo actually brought a man into her room just now. Isn't Senior Sister Mo the fiancée of Saint Sun Yifeng? Could it be that Senior Sister Mo is doing something unethical behind Senior Brother Yi's back? I never thought Senior Sister Mo would be such a person. That man just now looked familiar to me. It seems to be the king who rebelled against the devil. Yes, it's him. So, Senior Sister Mo has been hooking up with him for a long time. There were discussions outside the house, but the atmosphere inside the house was becoming more and more ambiguous and charming. Just as Mo Xian'er was about to say a few words to Wang Quan, he threw her onto the bed. The host once again obtains Yifeng's fiancée Mo Xian'er, villain value plus 2,000 points, balance 44,008 points. Yifeng's luck value minus 500 points, remaining 81,500 points. It seems that as long as the heroine and Yifeng haven't completely severed their relationship, she can obtain it repeatedly, but I don't know how many times she can obtain it. Adhering to the idea that practice is the only criterion for testing truth, Wang Quan made several more attempts. The host once again obtained Yifeng's fiancée Mo Xian'er, villain value plus 1000, balance 45,008. The host once again obtains Yifeng's fiancée Mo Xian'er, villain value plus 500, balance 45,508. However, after the fourth time, the villain value will no longer be increased no matter what. It seems that the system will not allow Wang Quan to gain villain value infinitely. After the experiment, Mo Xian'er, exhausted, snuggled up to Wang Quan's chest and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Brother Wang Quan, have you been doing well over there these days? I heard that the demon cult is full of vicious and cruel people. Has anyone bullied you?" Wang Quan could see that Mo Shanna really cared about him, so he explained things to her and told her some of the things that had happened during this period. Not all members of the demon sect need to kill and be bloodthirsty to practice martial arts. In fact, most people in the Nine Nether demon sect are quite good. When Wang Quan said this, what came to his mind was senior sister Yu Mengrao and a group of little fans in the demon sect. Especially those little fans, wherever Wang Quan went, he would hear cheers, and some even took out a warm belly band and asked Wang Quan to sign it. At least they are not like the righteous people, who are all hypocritical. When Wang Quan said this, he was thinking of those people in the demon sect who had been taught a lesson by him, and who were finally convinced. In the Liang Sword sect, everything had to be done with human relations and worldly wisdom. Although there were similar situations in the demon sect, it mostly depended on who had the harder fist. I am now a demon from the Nine Nether demon sect. Sooner or later, I will make the Nine Nether demon sect dominate the Tianchuan continent and bring all the saints and fairies into my harem. When the time comes, I will make you my consort and give you several fairies as maidens. Mo Shanna didn't know whether to believe it or not. She just blinked and looked at Wang Quan with a smile. After a few more moments of tenderness, the sky had already darkened. Mo Shanna sat up from Wang Quan's arms and said softly, "Brother Wang Quan, you should go back first. Brother Yifeng should be back soon. He has a misunderstanding about you now, and I'm worried that he will hurt you. Also, this is our last time after all. I'm his fiancée, and there's no possibility for us to be together again." After saying this, Mo Shanna's eyes sparkled with tears again. Wang Quan just gently touched Mo Shanna's head and said nothing more. Once it happens, it will happen countless times. What's more, although Mo Shanna and Yifeng are now an engaged couple on the surface, and can be said to be a match made in heaven, in fact, the internal rifts are getting deeper and deeper. It only takes a little trick from Wang Quan to completely break them up. Then the two of them dressed neatly, and Mo Shanna reluctantly sent Wang Quan to the door of the inn. At this moment, a sharp scream of fat squeezing the vocal cords came from behind Mo Shanna. "You cheap bitch, senior brother Yi is so kind, how dare you betray him?" As soon as Mo Shanna turned around, she saw a woman with a square figure rushing towards her like an earthquake. Every step she took was so strong that everyone could feel the floor shaking. She raised her fat hand and was about to slap Mo Shanna's pretty face. Mo Shanna's cultivation was originally higher than this woman's, but at this moment her legs were weak and exhausted, and she fell directly to the ground, seeing that the fat hand was about to fall on her face. Bang! Wang Quan, who had already left, turned back and kicked the meat mountain away, leaving a big hole in the wooden wall of the inn. Wang Quan pulled Mo Shanna up from the ground, gently brushed the dust off her body, then threw a handful of spirit stones on the counter and turned away gracefully. This scene happened to be seen by Yifeng, who was visiting the city lord's house. When Yifeng saw this scene, his eyes almost spit fire in the anger and his heart burst out. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nipples turned white from the exertion. He rushed into the inn, walked straight towards Mo Shanna, and roared, "Mo Shanna, didn't I tell you not to associate with that evil demon anymore?" When Mo Shanna saw Yifeng suddenly appear, her face turned pale instantly, and her lips trembled as she tried to explain, "Brother Yifeng, it's not what you see. Let me explain." "Explain? What else is there to explain? I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Quan and you were very close. He has fallen into the devil's way. Are you so despicable for being so close to a devil?" Yifeng shouted angrily, his voice trembling slightly with anger. At this time, the ground shook again. Yifeng turned his head and saw the third elder's daughter, Hu Shaodi, rushing towards him. Before Yifeng could react, he was pressed into a pile of fat. "Woo, brother Yifeng, you have to take charge of this for me. This bitch has an unclear relationship with Wang Quan, and she even lets Wang Quan bully me. Woo. Hu Shaodi's tears and snot kept flowing, making Yifeng's clothes sticky. Although Yifeng felt extremely disgusted, he still managed to hold back his anger. Junior sister whose body shape is natural. He couldn't discriminate against her because of this. She also had a beautiful heart. Yifeng struggled to break free. Hearing that Mo Shanna and Wang Quan had been alone in the room for a long time, he was filled with anger and disappointment. He turned around and slapped Mo Shanna, saying coldly, "Mo Shanna, don't forget that you are still my fiancé. Take care of yourself." After saying that, he turned around and strode away, leaving Mo Shanna slumped on the ground, sobbing. Yifeng returned to his residence, his heart filled with pain and contradiction. He recalled every little detail of his past with Mo Shanna. Although he had not been very fond of Mo Shanna before, it still hurt him deeply now. Is everything that happened before fake? Yifeng murmured to himself. Chapter 17. The Spiritual Abyss opens. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a major rift between Yifeng and Mo Shanna. Villain value plus 4000, remaining 49,508 points. Yifeng's luck value plus 1,500 points, remaining 80,000. Just as Wang Quan was about to return to the inn, the long-awaited system prompt finally sounded. Yifeng, Yifeng, soon I will make Mo Shanna completely become my shape. At this moment, Wang Quan has already come up with a brilliant way to make Mo Shanna and Yifeng break up completely, and he is just waiting for the Linghuan Tianyuan to open. Why did Mo Shanna betray me? In the dim room, Yifeng sat alone, his hands clenched tightly into fists, his eyes bloodshot, anger and pain intertwined in his mind. Mo Shanna's betrayal was like an extremely sharp blade, piercing his heart and causing him excruciating pain. He had always thought that Mo Shanna belonged to him, although he had never really cared about it. However, the moment he realized his loss, he was filled with regret. He has had many opportunities since he was a child, and his path of cultivation has been smooth sailing. Even when many beauties took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, he rejected them one by one. But now, he was actually betrayed. Mo Shanna, why do you treat me like this? Yifeng roared angrily. At this moment, the ring on his finger flashed with strange light again, and a soul floated out of the ring, transforming into the image of a beautiful and elegant woman, who was Lin Qingyu. Boy, you are going to become the immortal emperor of the righteous path, but now you are complaining about yourself for a woman. How disgraceful, Lin Qingyu frowned and said seriously. Yifeng raised his head and looked at Lin Qingyu, his voice hoarse, "Senior, I." Lin Qingyu interrupted him mercilessly, "Remember, women will only affect the speed of your sword drawing. A powerful swordsman should only have the sword in his eyes. That woman betrayed you. You will have to put that royal power to the sword in the future to make her realize how foolish and ridiculous her choice was. Those who practice swordsmanship should use the sword in their hands to flatten all obstacles." After saying that, Lin Qingyu waved her hands, and mysterious runes appeared in the air. "I will teach you a few moves of the heavenly sword techniques. The star-splitting sky sword draws upon the power of the stars, immeasurably powerful. The phantom light-splitting sword can conjure countless sword shadows, rendering the enemy defenseless. You should practice diligently and don't be trapped by romantic feelings anymore." Yifeng listened to Lin Qingyu's words, and the pain in his eyes was gradually replaced by determination. He gritted his teeth, stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Qingyu. "Thank you for your guidance, senior. Yifeng will definitely live up to your expectations." Afterwards, Yifeng closed his eyes and began to comprehend the essence of these sets of heavenly sword techniques. He cannot let his faith be shaken by a woman. When he kills Wang Quan, Mo Shanna will still be his fiancée. After a long wait, the day of the opening of the spiritual abyss finally arrived. In the past few days, Wang Quan's cultivation was stuck at the spiritual sect level and he had not practiced. He could only take Yumengra to the brothel from time to time to listen to songs, and at night he would climb through the window to find Mo Shanner to have some fun. Moreover, if this wooden inn is not equipped with a formation, the sound insulation effect will be extremely poor. Obviously, it is impossible to set up a formation in an inn in this small town. So much so that Wang Quan could even hear the sound of Yifeng practicing sword next door, and Mo Shanner could only bite her lips tightly and dared not make any sound. Lingyuan Tianyuan is located in a valley in the Diankang Mountains outside the city. Half a day in advance, the various sects began to arrive at the entrance of the secret realm and wait. So, Wang Quan met Yifeng again. This time he was chatting and laughing with a tall and rough-faced man. Wang Quan thought that he and Yifeng were old acquaintances, so he had to go up and say hello, so he shouted loudly, "Yifeng, your fiancée is so beautiful." What Wang Quan didn't expect was that Yifeng just snorted coldly and ignored him. Shanner has a mole on her left chest. Yifeng, you must know that, right? Seeing that Yifeng was indifferent, Wang Quan was relentless. Wang Quan, you'd better pray that you run into me later after entering the secret realm. If I see you, I will kill you. Don't think I don't know that you just want to disrupt my mind, Yifeng said in a deep voice. After Yifeng calmed down, he had figured it all out. How could a woman as conservative as Mo Shanner get involved with Wang Quan so quickly? Mo Shanner has a mole on her left chest. This is simply ridiculous. Before, Mo Shanner was his fiancée, and she had never even held hands with Yifeng. How could such a conservative woman let Wang Quan see her chest? It's just that the three of them had a good relationship before, and Mo Shanner and Wang Quan hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they were just reminiscing in the room. Wang Quan had bad intentions and tried to lead me to misunderstand Mo Shanner, but fortunately I figured it out in time. I was so blind to become brothers with someone like Wang Quan. Seeing Yifeng's nonchalant look, Wang Quan actually felt his heart broken. Could it be that Yifeng just likes this? Do you like being cuckolded? Wang Quan felt bored and turned to leave. At this moment, a big hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Wang Quan turned around quickly and saw a fist as big as his head coming towards him. Wang Quan raised his hand to block it, and when he looked closely, he found that it was the person who had just chatted with Yifeng. Boy, how dare you humiliate Brother Yi and his fiancée like this? Brother Yi is broad-minded and can tolerate you, but I can't. I want to teach you a lesson on behalf of Brother Yi first. Just when Wang Quan and the man were about to fight. Fighting is prohibited when the spiritual abyss is open. Do you want to cause the secret realm to collapse? A white-haired old man waved the whisk in his hand and separated Wang Quan and the burly young man. Wang Quan was amazed in his heart. What a profound level of cultivation. He must have been immersed in the late Spirit King stage for many years. The burly young man gave Wang Quan a threatening look, as if to say, just wait and see. Wang Quan sneered, dare to threaten him. As soon as Wang Quan returned to the Nine Nether Demon Sect's territory, Su Yu asked, where have you been when the opening is about to begin? Just catching up with an old friend, Wang Quan said with a smile, then took a few steps forward, bent down and whispered in Su Yu's ear, Master, you'd better leave quickly after the transmission is over. Su Yu's ears were itchy because of Wang Quan, and her heart was full of doubts. Why did she want to run away? Finally, in the open space outside the valley, with a low and distant roar, a huge teleportation array slowly emerged from the ground. It emits a mysterious and brilliant light, and it seems as if countless stars are twinkling in the light, and countless strange runes are flowing in it. Wherever the light reached, the air around seemed to become heavy. Immediately afterwards, an ancient and powerful aura rushed towards them, causing everyone present to be shocked. The entrance to the spiritual abyss has opened. Each sect enters the formation in an orderly manner. No need to crowd, no need to use spiritual power, there's plenty of space. The white-haired old man began to give orders. Soon, everyone entered the formation and waited quietly for the transmission to begin. At this time, Wang Quan was wandering at the edge of the teleportation array and finally saw the burly young man who almost fought with him before. Wang Quan raised his middle finger at him, and the burly young man instantly became furious and rushed straight towards him. He was Lei Gang from the Tyrant sect, and he was naturally irritable and quick-tempered. He remembered his elders once saying that the closer you stand during teleportation, the more likely you are to be teleported closer. He wants to stand beside Wang Quan and kill him as soon as possible. The disciples beside him saw their saint son suddenly take action. Although they didn't understand why, they looked at each other and followed him. At this time, the white-haired old man has started the countdown, and the transmission is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. The light of the formation instantly engulfed everyone. Bang, 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 dot 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 dot. At the last second before the teleportation array was opened, everyone disappeared, but several burly young men flew out from the entrance of the teleportation array. The disciples of Tyrant Body Sect all looked bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Weren't we in the portal just now? How did I fly out? Ah, only Lei Gang roared to the sky. Chapter 18, New Linger's Furnace Physique. After Lei Gang and the others were kicked out of the teleportation array, they were all shocked and angry. Damn it, Lei Gang was furious, with veins popping out on his forehead. Several other disciples of the Tyrant Body Sect also looked bewildered, ashamed and angry. They were kicked out of the teleportation array in front of everyone, which was a great humiliation. Holy Sun, a disciple spoke tremblingly, but was rudely interrupted by Lei Gang's angry shout. Shut up, Lei Gang's eyes were as red as blood. He looked around and found that many elders from various sects were pointing at them and laughing at them. Hearing this burst of laughter, the elders of the Tyrant sect finally realized that the group of people surrounded in the middle seemed to be the geniuses of their own sect, so they hurried over. Lei Gang, what happened? An elder asked in a deep voice with a face as gloomy as water. It was a man in black who attacked us at the last second. I don't know who he is, I only know that he has a grudge against Yifeng, the saint of the Liang Sword sect. Lei Gang gritted his teeth and recounted the general course of events, but deliberately concealed the key detail that he had acted on his own in order to cause trouble for Wang Quan. You bunch of useless people, all your strength has been wasted. The leader of the Tyrant sect was furious. You know, this is the spiritual abyss that is only opened once every 100 years, and it is very likely to be the last time it is opened. But you were kicked out before you even got in. Go find the people from the Liang Sword sect right away and find out who that person is. I'm going to tear him into pieces. However, even if they knew who Wang Quan was, it would be of no use. The moment Su Yu saw a group of people being kicked out of the teleportation array, she reacted quickly. This brat only knows how to cause trouble for me. Su Yu took advantage of the fact that the people from the Tyrant sect had not yet reacted and quickly slipped away with the other elders. The Bhakti sect would only become a laughingstock if they stayed here and were watched by everyone, so the sect leader left in anger and disgrace with his men. He was so angry that he took out all his anger on Lei Gang. HMPH, you've truly brought shame upon our Tyrant sect. The Tyrant sect's leader snorted angrily, you'd better not be the Holy Sun anymore. Wang Quan only felt a flash of light, and the scene before him changed drastically in an instant. When he steadied himself and looked around, he found himself in a dark and gloomy valley. The place is filled with fog and a gloomy atmosphere, as if it is a corner cut out from hell. Wang Quan walked along the edge of the valley for a while and suddenly saw a stone tablet, Valley of the Netherworld. All the environments within the Linghuan Tianyuan are transformed from the environments that the Emperor experienced during his lifetime, and as time goes by, the interior will gradually collapse. People in the secret realm must slowly approach the center. In other words, in the secret realm one can obtain the same opportunity that the great Emperor once had. Wang Quan guessed that the Emperor's ability might be related to illusion, which is why he was able to leave behind such a large secret realm after his death, turning the place in his memory into reality. The surroundings were chillingly silent, with only the occasional strange sound, like the whispers of ghosts or the roars of unknown creatures. Wang Quan frowned slightly and observed the surrounding environment with extreme vigilance. After walking a few steps, a few vague ghosts suddenly appeared. The ghost looked hideous and terrifying, emitting a creepy aura, with a pair of lifeless eyes on its pale face. Wang Quan's heart tightened and he subconsciously prepared to fight. However, when he just started to practice the nine-nether demonic art, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it had a strange effect on these ghosts. As the technique was working, the ghosts seemed to be attracted by a powerful gravitational force and rushed directly towards Wang Quan. No matter how hard the ghosts struggled, they could not escape and were gradually absorbed by him. When the remaining ghosts saw this scene, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts and fled in panic. This is the nine-nether demonic body. The master can take charge of the nine netherworlds. Wang Quan was both surprised and delighted, feeling the growing strength in his body. But he quickly remembered his master's warning and realized that he could not break through the Spirit King realm at this moment, otherwise he would attract some terrifying existence. So, Wang Quan forcibly suppressed the surging spiritual power in his body, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It felt like he was trying to stabilize a boat that was about to capsize in the surging waves. Just as Wang Quan was trying hard to suppress his spiritual power, he heard a slight sound coming from not far away. The sound seemed particularly abrupt in this deathly silent valley. Following the direction of the sound, Wang Quan stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house. The wooden house looks very old, as if it has experienced countless years of ruthless erosion. The wooden planks were rotten and gave off a stale, decayed smell. The thatch on the roof was piled up in a mess, as if it would fall down at any time. Realizing that the only danger here seemed to be the ghosts, and that these ghosts would run away when they saw him, he decided to go in and find out. Just as Wang Quan pushed open the door, a figure rushed out of the wooden house and almost bumped into his arms. Wang Quan looked closely and saw a pretty woman standing in front of him. Her face was delicate and lovely, like a porcelain doll, and her big eyes were full of fear. Her curved eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her cherry lips were trembling slightly. However, her figure is amazing, with a baby-faced giant bear. Her full curves are faintly visible under the slightly thin clothes, which makes people unable to help but take a few more glances. Before Wang Quan could talk to her, the girl's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Ding, the heroine New Linger is detected. New Linger female Li Jifeng. Realm, early spiritual sect stage. Constitution, Tianchuan Ding life body, a rare furnace cauldron constitution. Possessing this constitution brings immense benefits to those practicing dual cultivation. It can elevate both practitioners, cultivation and help break through bottlenecks. It also enhances chi and luck, making the path of cultivation smoother. This constitution is rare and powerful, coveted by dual cultivators, and a true treasure of cultivation. Introduction, the saint of the spiritual plant valley, with unparalleled spiritual plant talent, a furnace cauldron physique, quirky, innocent, full of curiosity, and able to communicate with plants. If nothing unexpected happens, she will encounter difficulties with Yifeng in the spiritual abyss. She has no choice but to dedicate herself to Yifeng to help him break through, thus becoming Yifeng's woman. Good job, met the golden legend, a furnace cauldron physique that can increase luck. Wang Quan said that this must be taken. New Linger was exploring the nether valley carefully, but was frightened by a sudden situation and hid in this wooden house. Unexpectedly, there was a ghost in the wooden house. The eerie and terrifying ghost kept chasing her. New Linger was naturally extremely afraid of this kind of ghost. She finally escaped to the door, but before she could open it, the door opened by itself, and there stood a ghost, dressed in black. New Linger thought, which frightened her to death. Wang Quan looked at New Linger, who had fainted on the ground, and sighed slightly. This girl is too timid. Chapter 19, Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation. Wang Quan looked at New Linger, who had fainted on the ground, feeling a little helpless. He slowly squatted down and quickly determined that New Linger had fainted due to excessive fright. Wang Quan decided to perform a cardiopulmonary resuscitation technique from distant earth on New Linger. Then he was ready to follow every step strictly. What's the first step? Oh, yes, observe your surroundings. Yeah, it's pretty safe, no problem. Hey, New Linger, are you still alive? Wang Quan gently patted New Linger's soft little face. Well, loss of consciousness. The next step was to check New Linger's nostrils and see if she was breathing. As the action progresses, Wang Quan stretched out his arms and began to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation rhythmically at a frequency of 100 times per minute. Then, he leaned over, put his lips close to hers, and blew gently. After repeating this several times, New Linger finally responded. New Linger coughed lightly a few times, then slowly opened her eyes. In the gradually clearing vision, a man dressed in black, with a slightly evil and handsome appearance, slowly emerged. Seeing New Linger wake up, Wang Quan hurriedly helped her up. Are you okay? New Linger, I'm fine, ah. New Linger first held her forehead, then realized her current situation and screamed loudly. Wang Quan, feeling his eardrums being hit hard, quickly reached out to help New Linger lift her up. New Linger's face flushed instantly. You scoundrel, how dare you take advantage of me? As she spoke, she waved her little fist, pretending to hit Wang Quan. Wang Quan grabbed her head, and no matter how hard New Linger punched, she couldn't hit Wang Quan. Wang Quan stood up, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, you were just attacked by those ghosts and fainted. I was trying to save you. What I just used was a technique from a foreign land to bring the dead back to life, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. CPR. CPR requires taking off my clothes. Hearing Wang Quan's sophistry, the anger in New Linger's eyes grew stronger. I strictly followed the 5-step method of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. If I lie to you, my good brother Yifeng will give birth to a son without an anus in the future, Wang Quan swore again. New Linger pouted and believed Wang Quan's words for the time being. At this moment, New Linger's eyes turned, as if she suddenly thought of something. New Linger said crisply, no matter what, you've seen me naked. Now I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. I'm the saint of the spiritual plant valley. As long as you protect me, I'll give you a large amount of spiritual medicine after we leave the secret realm. Alas, Miss Mew, to be honest, I am actually sick. Wang Quan said with a sigh. I see, New Linger pouted hard. If you can perform CPR on her while she's unconscious, why not give yourself a wake-up pill? New Linger only realized it now. The awakening pill is an extremely common pill and is not expensive. Most people have some on hand. My illness can only be cured by finding a woman who possesses the life body of Tianchuan Ding and practicing dual cultivation with her. Otherwise, I am afraid I will not be able to walk out of this spiritual abyss alive, Wang Quan said with a melancholy face. Wang Quan did not lie. With his double-digit luck, who knows how much trouble he would encounter in this secret realm full of dangers. If Yifeng was the son of luck, he would probably have an opportunity every 2 steps he took. I really need the Tianquan Ding life body to improve my luck value. No problem. Wah what? Tianquan Ding life body. Ha ha ha, I've never heard of it. Wang Quan looked at Mulinger, who looked embarrassed, and scratched here and there. Sure enough, people pretend to be busy when they're embarrassed. Well, I don't need you to protect me anymore. I'm leaving first. I hope you can find this body soon. After saying that, Mulinger immediately turned around and ran away. Wang Quan thought to himself that Mulinger really knew her own physique. No wonder the introduction said that she would sacrifice herself to Yifeng if she had no choice. Seeing Mulinger trying to slip away, Wang Quan took decisive action. Mulinger had just run 4 or 5 steps when she felt someone grabbing her collar and picking her up. At this moment, Mulinger's heartbeat instantly soared to its peak, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. He won't be able to tell that I'm the body of Tianquan Ding, right? No way, no way. Only my parents know about this. Do you have anything else to say? Mulinger asked, pretending to be calm. I thought about it and decided that it's too dangerous to let a weak little girl like you run around here. I've decided to agree to your request and protect you until the end of the secret realm, Wang Quan said righteously. Well actually, I can do it myself, Mulinger said guiltily. No, if I let you run around on your own and get into danger, would I still be considered a human being? You suddenly don't want me to protect you. Is there something you feel guilty about? Wang Quan suddenly changed the subject. No, then you come and protect me, Mulinger stammered. Then Wang Quan first asked Mulinger whether she had gained anything in this wooden house. However, according to Mulinger, the wooden house was empty. It seems that the opportunity of the Nether Valley is not in this wooden house but hidden deep in the valley. Wang Quan brought Mulinger out of the house. Looking at the vast fog in front of him, he decisively activated the Eye of Delusion. As a purple light appeared in his eyes, Wang Quan's vision was instantly able to penetrate the thick fog and see into the distance. I saw rows of tombstones in the depths of the valley and countless ghosts wandering around. It seems that this place cannot be explored for the time being. Wang Quan muttered to himself. If he absorbed a few more ghosts, he would find it difficult to suppress his cultivation that was about to break through. But where should I go? That's right, how could I forget Yifeng, this human-shaped treasure hunter? System, open the map. I want to know Yifeng's location and his opportunities. Ding, the detection has been successful. Please intercept it as soon as possible. Oh my god, looking at the densely packed opportunities on the map, Wang Quan couldn't help but swear. There were dozens of light spots of various sizes around Yifeng. Is this how the protagonist is treated? Wang Quan chose to look at the largest light spot. 2 hours later, a Fire Phoenix Palace trial will begin in a complex of buildings. That was the inheritance left by an ancient Divine Phoenix, which could obtain a trace of the Divine Phoenix bloodline inheritance. Those who inherit the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix will possess powerful firepower and regenerative ability, their physical strength will be greatly improved, and their cultivation speed will far exceed that of ordinary people. Hold on to me, let's go quickly. Wang Quan saw that there was still some distance from Yifeng, so he had to speed up. Why are you so fierce? Mulinger grabbed Wang Quan's hand hesitantly, and then was pulled by Wang Quan to run. Oh, slow down, I can't keep up, Mulinger shouted breathlessly while running. We can't be slow, time is running out, Wang Quan said without turning his head. After running for a while, Wang Quan still felt that the speed was too slow, so he simply carried Mulinger on his shoulders and used all his strength to move his body. Ah, you bastard, put me down, Mulinger screamed. Stop messing around, it will be faster this way. Wang Quan moved forward quickly with his feet moving fast. HMPH, you only know how to bully me, Mulinger muttered. On the way, the two introduced themselves to each other and then exchanged names. However, Wang Quan did not reveal that he was a member of the 9 Nether Demon sect, as he was afraid of scaring Mulinger. At this moment, Mulinger seemed to react suddenly. Wang Quan, I don't think I've ever told you my name. How do you know my name? You said that when you were unconscious, Wang Quan replied casually. Besides my name, what else did I say? Mulinger suddenly became alert. She secretly wondered if she had revealed her physical condition while she was unconscious. You even touched my face and said you wanted me to be your Taoist partner, but I refused. The most I could offer you was the status of a concubine. You're talking nonsense. I wouldn't say that. Mulinger's face flushed red. Really, I didn't lie to you, Wang Quan said with a smile. HMPH, I'm not going to pay attention to you. Mulinger turned her head away. At this moment, Wang Quan suddenly remembered something extremely important. Mulinger, how old are you? Mulinger's face flushed red with shame, and she said angrily, this ledger. It's not like you haven't touched it before, why are you asking? Mulinger said hesitantly. I'm talking about age, Wang Quan frowned. 21 years old. Mulinger's face flushed red. It turned out that she had misunderstood. As long as you're 18. What do you mean by 18 years old? What are you talking about? Mulinger looked confused and kept asking. Stop asking, Wang Quan was annoyed by her questions. But Mulinger refused to give in and kept asking questions. Finally, half an hour before the palace opened, Wang Quan arrived here. We're finally here, I'm so tired. Wang Quan put Mulinger down, breathing heavily. Mulinger rolled her eyes at him but didn't dare to say anything. How can I not run fast? This is a great opportunity and I can't miss it. Wang Quan looked at the buildings in front of him, his eyes full of anticipation. HMPH, you only care about chance and don't care whether others can bear it or not. Mulinger rubbed her butt and muttered softly. This place looks eerie. Is there any danger? Mulinger looked around with some concern. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Wang Quan straightened his chest. You just talk big, but if you really encounter danger, who knows what will happen? Mulinger muttered softly. Just wait and see. If I can't protect you, then no one in this world can protect you. Wang Quan was full of confidence. The two of them bickered as they cautiously walked towards the abandoned palace. Chapter 20 Meeting with Yifeng. Finally, after a long journey, Wang Quan and Mulinger arrived in front of a magnificent palace. The 3 characters, Fire Phoenix Palace, were engraved on the palace door in a dazzling pattern. A group of people gathered at the entrance of Fire Phoenix Palace. They were dressed in different clothes and obviously came from different sects. They were all talented and gifted. Particularly eye-catching is the woman standing in the front, with an extraordinary temperament and a stunning appearance, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Ding, the heroine Luo Lingyu Feng Wuxuang heroine is detected. Luo Lingyu Feng Wuxuang heroine. Realm, mid-stage spiritual sect. Physique, spiritual body. Women with this physique are naturally endowed with an ethereal aura, seemingly surrounded by subtle spiritual energy. They possess an extraordinary affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, achieving twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. Their every move exudes a mysterious charm that draws people involuntarily. Wait, Feng Wuxuang, the new son of destiny. System, can you detect the location of this Feng Wuxuang? Sorry host, only if you have met in person can you detect and enter the system. Alright, Wang Quan could only pay attention secretly, and then focus his attention on the trial in front of him. Wang Quan asked around and learned that as long as one entered the trial, their consciousness would be teleported to a mysterious tower. This tower has a total of 6 floors, and each floor is guarded by a powerful spirit beast. The higher you go, the more powerful the spirit beast becomes. If you succeed in the challenge, you will get a drop of true phoenix blood essence, and taking it will give you a trace of true phoenix bloodline. The spiritual beast on the first level is a fire lion. It is surrounded by flames, has great strength and fierce attacks, and is good at burning enemies with flames. The spiritual beast on the second level is the phantom leopard. It is as fast as lightning and has an illusory body. It can launch unexpected attacks in an instant, making it impossible to defend against. The spiritual beast on the third level is the frost python, which can spit out extremely cold air and freeze everything. Its body is huge and tough, and its defense is amazing. The spiritual beast on the fourth level is the thunder eagle. When it flaps its wings, it can generate the force of thunder. Its speed and attack power are extremely terrifying. The fifth level spirit beast is the nether wolf, which is secretive and good at concealment and surprise attacks. Its attacks are imbued with the power of the netherworld and can corrode the opponent's soul. The spiritual beast on the sixth floor is the wind and fire two-headed dragon, which possesses the dual power of fire and wind. Its speed, attack power and defense power are all top-notch, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Only by clearing the sixth floor can one obtain the inheritance. Although one will not truly die in the tower, the consumption of spiritual energy is real. There was a mirror at the entrance of the hall, projecting the image of Yifeng fighting inside. Yifeng was currently on the sixth floor, facing the powerful wind and fire two-headed dragon. His expression was solemn, his concentration completely focused. The wind and fire two-headed dragon was enormous, its two heads spewing blazing flames and fierce winds, stirring the surrounding air into a fiery, violent frenzy. Yifeng's body moved like lightning, constantly dodging the two-headed dragon's attacks. He swung his long sword, his sword energy crisscrossing, trying to find the two-headed dragon's flaws. However, the two-headed dragon's attacks were swift and intense, with flames and winds intertwined into a deadly web. Yifeng gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest sword move. A brilliant sword light slashed towards the two-headed dragon. However, the two-headed dragon flexibly moved its head and easily avoided the attack. Then, the two-headed dragon took advantage of the situation and launched a counterattack. Its huge tail swept across with great force. Yifeng was unable to dodge and was hit hard, flying backwards like a cannonball. He fell heavily to the ground, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he quickly stood up and rushed towards the two-headed dragon again. At this time, Yifeng had already consumed most of his spiritual energy, and his movements gradually became slow. The two-headed dragon seized the opportunity and spewed out a powerful whirlwind of fire from its mouth, directly enveloping Yifeng. Yifeng struggled to hold on in the whirlwind of flames. His clothes were scorched and his skin was burned, but he never gave up and fought hard. In the end, Yifeng was unable to withstand the powerful force of the wind and fire two-headed dragon and was knocked back to the ground, unable to get up. He sighed helplessly and slowly walked out of the trial ground. At this time, there was a noise in the hall, and then Yifeng sighed helplessly and slowly walked out of the trial site. There was a trace of fatigue and unwillingness on his face. He had already reached the fifth floor, but the speed and attack power of the spirit beast on the sixth floor were too high. However, he had already figured out the attack method of the spirit beast. Yifeng firmly believed that as long as he replenished his spiritual energy and tried twice more, he would be able to successfully obtain the inheritance. The geniuses and fairies around witnessed Yifeng's failure and started talking about it. Yifeng is the one among us who has the greatest hope of success, but I didn't expect that he would fail. This trial is truly too difficult. It seems the inheritance of the divine phoenix bloodline isn't so easy to obtain. But Yifeng is already very good. He almost succeeded. I think he will succeed next time. Luo Lingyu, who was standing in front, sighed softly. Even Yifeng, the most powerful person here, couldn't succeed in challenging him. If Sister Feng didn't have this true phoenix blood essence, I'm afraid her lifespan would be less than a year. I hope Yifeng can succeed in the challenge next time. Then I will trade with him for the true phoenix blood essence no matter how much it costs. Luo Lingyu thought secretly in his heart. Yifeng, I didn't expect that you, the holy son of Liang Palace, are just like this. Looking at Yifeng who failed in the challenge, Wang Quan walked up to him and mocked him. Only then did Yifeng notice Wang Quan standing in the crowd. Wang Quan, you actually dared to come to my door. Let me eliminate the demons and defend the way today, Yifeng said sternly. When the people around saw that there was a member of the demon sect in the middle of them, they quickly scattered, especially the man who had just been chatting with Wang Quan, who looked terrified. Niu Linger was also shocked. The pervert who saved her life and said he would protect her turned out to be a member of the demon cult. Brother Yi, since he is a member of the demon sect, I will help you to eliminate the demons and defend the Dao. Me too, count me in. The righteous sects have always been incompatible with the evil sects, and Yifeng is quite prestigious among the righteous sects. At this moment, the people around him responded to Yifeng one after another. He thanks everyone, but he is a traitor from my Leon Sword sect who defected to the demon sect. Today, I will be the only one to clean up the mess for the sect. Chapter 21 Humiliating Yifeng. Hearing Yifeng's words, everyone around stepped back to make room for the two of them. Yifeng held a long sword in his hand, the sword body was shining with light, and a sharp aura emanated from it. He glared at Wang Quan and shouted, today is the day you die. After saying that, Yifeng took the lead in launching an attack, and the star-splitting sky sword was unleashed. The power of the stars in the sky quickly gathered and turned into an extremely bright sword light, which slashed towards Wang Quan with the power to destroy the world. Wang Quan's expression turned stern, and the nine nether demonic body in his body was instantly activated, and the rolling evil spirit surged out of his body. He took a step forward with the nine nether phantom step, his figure floating like a ghost, and he easily avoided the fierce attack. After missing the first strike, Yifeng changed his sword technique and used the phantom spectral sword. Countless sword shadows appeared instantly and attacked Wang Quan densely, blocking all his possible escape routes. Wang Quan snorted coldly, quickly forming seals with his hands, and the evil spirit quickly condensed into a ghostly demon shield. Those sharp sword shadows hit the shield, making clanging sounds, but they could not break through its defense. HMPH, Yifeng, is this all you can do? Wang Quan raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of contempt. Yifeng frowned, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he increased the output of spiritual power again, making the sword shadow even more powerful. However, Wang Quan was not moved at all. He danced with his hands, and the evil aura lingered around his fingertips. Immediately afterwards, the nine nether shadow claw stretched out, and the dark claw shadow, carrying a gloomy aura, attacked Yifeng at lightning speed. Yifeng hurriedly swung his sword to block, but his arm was numb from the powerful force of the nine nether shadow claw. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Quan rushed forward, and the evil aura formed a vortex around him, and powerful pressure enveloped Yifeng. Yifeng gritted his teeth and resisted the pressure with all his might, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Wang Quan exerted force again, and the evil spirit rushed towards Yifeng like a mad dragon. Puff! Yifeng was hit by this powerful force, spitting blood, staggering back a few steps, and then collapsed to the ground. Impossible! How could I be defeated by a demon from the evil cult like you? Yifeng roared unwillingly, his eyes full of disbelief and anger. Yifeng, you're nothing special. Wang Quan crossed his arms across his chest, looking down at him with a relaxed expression. At this moment, the people from the surrounding sects saw Yifeng defeated and stepped forward to help Yifeng. The only ones left there were the bewildered Liu and the expressionless Luo Lingyu. You evil cult thief, stop being so arrogant. Let's all work together to eliminate this evil for the righteous path. Everyone shouted in unison and attacked Wang Quan. Even a little girl who was only at the early stage of spiritual master rushed forward with a sword. Wang Quan was not afraid at all, instead he laughed loudly, a bunch of guys who don't know their own limitations. He moved like lightning, using the 9 nether phantom step to its fullest potential, weaving freely among the crowd. Every strike of the 9 nether shadow claws could knock someone to the ground. The attacks of those people fell on his ghost shield and could not cause any damage at all. In a short while, these people were easily defeated by Wang Quan and fell to the ground in a mess. In the end, only the girl who was in the early stage of spiritual master was left. She looked helplessly at the people falling around her and burst into tears. Then she was kicked in the butt by Wang Quan and fell to the ground. Wang Quan stood proudly. He walked forward, stepped on Yifeng's face, and wantonly humiliated him, saying, Yifeng, your so-called justice is no match for me. You are a complete loser. Yifeng felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation rising in his heart, and at this moment his heart was like a turmoil. To be honest, Wang Quan had the urge to kill Yifeng directly, but he still had to rely on him to find treasure in this secret realm, so he decided to completely squeeze out his value first. The host humiliated Yifeng in public, causing Yifeng's Dao heart to be damaged. Villain value plus 5,000 points, remaining 54,508 points. Yifeng's luck value minus 5,000 points, remaining 77,000 points. Wang Quan lifted his foot from Yifeng's face. At this time, the evil spirit had left a dark footprint on Yifeng's face. Wang Quan then pretended to kill Yifeng with one punch, but deliberately left a flaw. At this moment, the ring on Yifeng's finger flashed, and a powerful force surged out. It was Lin Qingyu in the ring who forcibly consumed her spiritual power to help Yifeng. Yifeng instantly burst out with powerful strength, broke free from Wang Quan's trampling, and turned into a ray of light and escaped. Wang Quan watched Yifeng fleeing but did not stop him. Then he turned around and looked at the group of people behind him who were knocked down by him, his eyes full of indifference and disdain. If you don't want to die, line up and tell us your second name, and leave your storage ring behind to buy your life. These people had just been beaten up by Wang Quan, so now they could only line up obediently and hand over their storage rings. Zhengyang gate, Li Sheng. Li Sheng said in a trembling voice, obediently took off the storage ring and handed it to Wang Quan. Pa! A resounding slap landed on Li Sheng's face, leaving a black mark. Go back and prepare 10,000 spirit stones to remove this mark, or it will never be erased, Wang Quan said viciously. Qingyan sect, Wang Hao. Wang Hao tremblingly reported his second name, and presented the storage ring with both hands. Pa! Another crisp slap left a black mark on Wang Hao's face. Remember, 10,000 spirit stones, not a single cent less. At this time, the man in the third place couldn't help himself. His eyes widened and he roared, don't go too far. I am Zhao Lei, the holy son of the Hao Yu sect. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Wang Quan's eyes turned cold, and without a word, he lashed out with a punch, carrying a surge of spiritual power. Zhao Lei fell to the ground instantly, blood spurting from his mouth, and he was no longer breathing. There was a sudden commotion in the team. Everyone was terrified, and some even felt their legs go weak. I don't care who you are, don't think I don't dare to kill people. This will be the end of anyone who dares to resist, Wang Quan shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, shocking everyone. A beautiful fairy came forward, tears in her eyes, and timidly said, Sir, could you please stop hitting me in the face and try to find another place? Wang Quan thought about it and felt that it was indeed not a good thing for a little beauty to have a black mark on her face. He was still very understanding. Okay, then hit the back. After saying that, he raised his hand and hit the fairy on the back of her butt. Snap, a crisp sound was heard, and the fairy's face instantly turned red with shame. Baihua Valley, Lin Water. Bang. Host robs the sect genius, villain value plus 5,000 points, total balance 59,500 points. Host publicly humiliates the fairy villain, plus 3,000 points, remaining 62,500 points. Host forcibly extorts spirit stones, villain value plus 3,000 points, balance 65,500 points. Wang Quan felt secretly happy when he saw that he had earned a lot of villain points. Perfect. This is the best way to reap the benefits. If these people don't pay the spirit stones honestly and want to cause trouble for you in the future, you can kill them and reap the benefits again. Chapter 22 Obtaining the True Phoenix Blood. After leaving marks on everyone, Wang Quan waved his hand and the group of people immediately fled in all directions. At this time, Wang Quan laughed and slowly walked towards Linger and Luo Lingyu who were still standing there. Linger was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. Don't spank me, Wang Quan. You said you would protect me, Linger said in a trembling voice while lying on the ground. Wang Quan smiled and pulled Linger up and patted her gently, then you better be obedient next time, or I'll beat you up. Wang Quan is in a good mood now, so he is easy to talk to. Ignoring Linger's rosy face, Wang Quan slowly turned around and his eyes fell on Luo Lingyu. This legendary fairy Lingyu has an ethereal temperament and is breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Quan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked her up and down, and slowly said, Are you the legendary fairy Lingyu? Luo Lingyu bowed slightly, her voice clear and pleasant. Hello, Prince Wang, I am Luo Lingyu from the Dakian Luo family. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes, as if she didn't expect Wang Quan to know her. I didn't expect that Prince Wang would know me. Wang Quan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, smiled and said, I have heard of the name of fairy Lingyu for a long time. The lining of fairy Lingyu can be sold for 5,000 spirit stones. How about this, if fairy Lingyu gives me the lining, I will not leave my mark on the fairy. In fact, Wang Quan originally wanted to ask about Feng Wushhuang's news, but after a little thought, he felt that it was not appropriate to alert the enemy at this time. Impossible, Luo Lingyu refused without a second thought. Her eyes revealed a hint of determination and anger. My lining is a magic gift from my mother. It keeps dust away and keeps me clean. I wear it all the time. Then, her tone became even more agitated. This person must be swindling and tarnishing my reputation. Please tell me where he is, sir. I will make him pay the price. Luo Lingyu was very angry at the moment. She never expected that someone would cheat her under the name of selling her lining. I heard it from a peddler in Qing'an City. I don't know where he is now, Wang Quan said frankly. However, if Prince Wang needs me, I am willing to offer myself, but you need to obtain the true phoenix blood essence to exchange with me. Her eyes were full of expectation and desire. You want to exchange a lining for the true phoenix blood? Fairy Luo, are you dreaming too much? Do you think I'm one of those bootlickers of yours? Wang Quan's tone was full of oppression, and his eyes became sharp. Perhaps seeing the disdain on Wang Quan's face, Luo Lingyu also realized that his request was indeed a bit excessive. So, she quickly continued, I have a friend who has some health problems. Without this true phoenix essence blood, she won't survive more than a year. I'm willing to pay any price to exchange her with you, young master, as long as I can afford it. Wang Quan's heart moved. He didn't expect that Luo Lingyu was actually trying to save people. Could the person he was willing to give everything to save be Feng Wushhuang? So, Wang Quan decided to test the waters. I wonder who it is that fairy Luo is so concerned about, willing to pay any price. Her surname is Feng, and she is my best friend. As for her name, it is not convenient to say it out loud. If you are willing to exchange with me, I am willing to take you to see her. I have no intention of deceiving you, Luo Lingyu spoke softly, his eyes full of sincerity. Wait for me to get it first. After saying that, Wang Quan turned and walked into the hall. After entering the tower, Wang Quan's consciousness was instantly teleported to the first floor. Before his eyes, a fiery lion pounced towards him with its fangs and claws bared, spewing raging flames from its mouth as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. However, Wang Quan showed no fear. His eyes flashed, and he raised his hand and struck. A powerful force erupted instantly, and the fiery lion didn't even have time to let out a scream before being killed instantly by Wang Quan's bomb. The first 4 levels were as easy as playing house for Wang Quan. He advanced like a broken bamboo and passed through them with ease. Arriving at the 5th floor, the netherwolf lurked in the darkness, like a ghost, launching surprise attacks from time to time. Wang Quan immediately activated his eye of delusion to discern the netherwolf's whereabouts. In the darkness, those eyes flashed with mysterious light, as if they could see through everything. The netherwolf's attacks were strange and swift, but Wang Quan, with his eye of delusion, was able to dodge them at the critical moment. After a fierce battle, Wang Quan gradually neutralized the netherwolf's attacks. Finally, Wang Quan found an opportunity and defeated the netherwolf in one fell swoop. At this time, Wang Quan had reached the 6th floor. After the previous battle, his spiritual energy had been consumed by about half. The wind and fire two-headed dragon suddenly appeared before his eyes. In an instant, flames and strong winds intertwined, carrying the power to destroy the world and launch a violent attack on Wang Quan. The surging force impacted the surrounding space, as if to tear everything apart, making people feel a heavy pressure that was almost suffocating. More than twice as strong as the 5th level, Wang Quan's expression instantly became solemn. He clearly felt the terrifying power of this dragon inside in his heart. It is indeed not simple. He gritted his teeth and mobilized all his strength to resist the ferocious attack that came like a storm. Under the two-headed dragon's fierce attack, Wang Quan kept dodging and moving. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he began to quickly think about how to deal a fatal blow to this weakness. Wang Quan's figure flashed, and the 9 nether phantom steps were performed. His figure instantly became illusory like a dream, and as elusive as a ghost. The two-headed dragon's ferocious attacks missed again and again, and it was impossible to capture his elusive figure. Then, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and the evil spirit surged out, quickly condensing into a ghostly demon shield. When the two-headed dragon's powerful force rushed towards it, the phantom shield firmly blocked it. Taking advantage of the brief gap in the two-headed dragon's attack, Wang Quan's body was as fast as lightning, and the 9 nether shadow claws suddenly stretched out. For a moment, a dark light flashed, bringing with it a heart-pounding breath. This sharp claw grabbed the two-headed dragon fiercely, successfully interfering with its movements and disrupting its attack rhythm. Afterwards, Wang Quan opened his eyes wide, and the evil energy in his body surged wildly, all condensing in his palms. With a roar, he launched the 9 nether ice soul thorn. At this moment, all his strength converged into this strike, like a ray of destructive light that could penetrate everything. Finally, this unstoppable attack accurately hit the two-headed dragon's weak point. The wind and fire two-headed dragon roared in pain and collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, you've successfully passed the trial and obtained the divine phoenix bloodline inheritance, a mysterious voice echoed from within the tower. Then, a red gem-like object appeared in Wang Quan's hand. Is this the true phoenix blood? Wang Quan looked at the item in his hand, his heart filled with emotion. He slowly walked out of the hall. Seeing Wang Quan solve the trial so easily, Luo Lingyu and Yu Linger's eyes widened in surprise. They couldn't believe their eyes. This Wang Quan was so powerful. Seeing that Wang Quan had actually obtained the true phoenix blood essence, Luo Lingyu was so excited that she stepped forward and grabbed Wang Quan's wrist. Young Master Wang, please help me. As long as you set the conditions, I will do my best to meet them. Luo Lingyu was so humble at this moment that she even started to call herself a slave. Wang Quan smiled slyly, put his mouth close to Luo Lingyu's ear, and said with an unquestionable sense of oppression, it's okay to give it to Fairy Lingyu, but I have to get the lining myself. Chapter 23 Fairy, you don't want to. When Luo Lingyu heard Wang Quan's words, her pretty face instantly flushed bright red like the sunset. She bit her lips lightly, and her pearly teeth left a faint mark on the pink lips, as if an extremely fierce ideological struggle was going on in her heart. After a moment, she gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and said, okay, as long as you can give me the true phoenix blood to save my best friend, I will do whatever you say. When Wang Quan saw that she agreed, the corners of his mouth rose, and his smug smile became more and more wanton. Fairy, please follow me into the house now, Wang Quan said, and without saying anything, he called Luo Lingyu to a room alone. Entering the house, Luo Lingyu looked alert and his eyes were full of anxiety. Wang Quan approached and said, Fairy Luo, as long as you obey me and work for me from now on, I will give you the true phoenix blood to save your friend. Otherwise, your best friend may not survive for more than a year. Luo Lingyu shuddered, looked at Wang Quan in disbelief, and said in a trembling voice, Young Master Wang, how could you be so despicable as to threaten me with my friend's life? Wang Quan sneered, humph, that's not up to you. Think carefully, is your friend's life more important, or is your resistance more important? Luo Lingyu's eyes widened, tears welling up in her eyes. She bit her lip and said angrily, you are shameless. You will suffer retribution for this. Wang Quan said sarcastically with an indifferent expression, I'm a member of the demonic cult. Retribution, I don't care. Now I'll give you some time to think about it. Either obey me or wait to collect the body of your friend. Luo Lingyu was trembling with anger. She hated her own powerlessness, having fallen into such a desperate situation. What do you want in exchange for letting me go and giving me the true phoenix blood? Wang Quan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face, as if everything was under control. He raised the corner of his mouth and whispered, Fairy, it's not impossible for me to save your friend, but there's one condition unless you promise to obey my orders from now on, otherwise your friend's life will be in jeopardy. Hearing this, Luo Lingyu's heart sank, and a flash of despair flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip tightly, trying hard to hold back the tears, her eyes filled with pain and struggle. At this moment, she was filled with regret. How could I be so stupid, falling into his trap so easily? Now not only can I not save Sister Feng, but I have also put myself in such a passive position. However, Luo Lingyu took a deep breath, as if she had made an extremely difficult decision. With a hint of despair in her eyes, she slowly said, okay, I promise you, as long as you can give me the true phoenix blood to save my friend, I will obey you from now on. Hearing this, Wang Quan burst into laughter, his laughter revealing a sense of pride and mockery. His eyes fell on Luo Lingyu, and a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He continued, don't worry, I can't give you this true phoenix blood essence just yet. I want to go with you to meet your friends and watch you save people with my own eyes. Luo Lingyu's eyes widened and he said angrily, why are you making things so difficult for me? Don't you trust me? Haha, don't blame me, Fairy. I just want to make sure everything is foolproof. After all, this is related to whether the Fairy will keep his promise, Wang Quan sneered. Wang Quan smiled coldly, the human heart is hard to predict, I don't want to be deceived by you. She bit her lip and said, I, Luo Lingyu, always keep my word. As long as you don't hurt my friends anymore, I will never break my promise. After saying that, Luo Lingyu turned around and left in a hurry, tears streaming down her face, unable to hold back any longer. From then on, Luo Lingyu had no choice but to act according to Wang Quan's demands, but in her heart she was always looking for an opportunity to break free from his control. Wang Quan, on the other hand, used Luo Lingyu to gain a lot of benefits for himself and became more and more complacent. Chapter 24 Treasure Hunting. Now Xifeng. Wang Quan walked out of the door and put the belly band in his hand into the storage ring. Then he saw Mu Linger almost asleep on the ground, her head nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Mu Linger heard footsteps and drowsily opened her eyes. Seeing Wang Quan coming out, she instantly sobered up a bit and asked with suspicion in her eyes, "Wang Quan, what were you doing with Luo Lingyu in there? What took you so long?" Wang Quan was in a good mood and whistled, saying, "Children should not interfere in adult matters." Mu Linger immediately got angry when she heard this. She snorted in dissatisfaction, puffed out her chest, and said loudly, "I'm not a child. Look, how am I small?" Wang Quan ignored her and opened the map to check Yifeng's location. At this time, Luo Lingyu also came out, his face pale, his expression dazed, and his legs trembling. Mu Linger couldn't get any information out of Wang Quan, so she quickly ran to Luo Lingyu, pulled her sleeve, and asked curiously, "Sister Lingyu, tell me quickly what exactly happened in there." Luo Lingyu trembled, his eyes dodged, he bit his lip, and said in a hoarse voice, "Linger, don't ask, this is not something you should know." Mu Linger's eyes widened, and she became even more curious, "Why can't I tell you? Sister Lingyu, please tell me quickly." Luo Lingyu took a deep breath, holding back tears and said, "Linger, please don't ask anymore. I'm begging you." Mu Linger looked at Luo Lingyu like this. Although she was full of doubts, she couldn't ask any further questions. She could only mutter, "Humph, you guys didn't tell me. There must be some secret that you can't tell anyone." Fairy Luo is eating some delicious food and they're carrying you on your back. Wang Quan had already determined the direction they would go. "Really, Sister Luo?" Mu Linger's eyes still revealed doubt. Luo Lingyu just wanted to agree quickly at this moment, as long as Mu Linger didn't ask any more questions. Wang Quan checked Yifeng's location and his opportunity from the system, and discovered that the opportunity he was about to get was a treasure called Tian Jade Pendant. It is said that this pendant is made of ancient mysterious materials. The wearer can block the secrets of heaven and even break the bottleneck of cultivation in this spiritual abyss. Even if the cultivation level exceeds that of the Spirit King, the wearer will not be noticed by the terrifying existence. A treasure that can allow Wang Quan to break through the realm of Spirit King without being restricted by the secret realm's suppression. It turns out that keeping Yifeng around is still very useful. So he carried Mu Linger on his back and went to intercept her. "HMPH, Yifeng, this treasure is destined to be mine." Wang Quan snorted coldly, carrying the struggling Mu Linger on his back, and rushed towards where Yifeng was. "Wang Quan, put me down, I can walk by myself." Mu Linger punched and kicked Wang Quan on the shoulder. "You walk too slowly, little girl." Wang Quan did not slow down at all. After Yifeng was injected with a powerful force by Lin Qingyu. Wang Quan watched Yifeng fleeing but did not stop him. Yifeng ran all the way until he was sure Wang Quan wasn't chasing him, then he stopped panting. He leaned against a tree, his face as pale as paper, his heart filled with resentment and unwillingness. At this moment, the ring on his finger shone, and Lin Qingyu's voice came, "Yifeng, there's a black mark on your face left by Wang Quan. It needs to be removed as soon as possible." Yifeng then remembered the black mark on his face. He tried to use his spiritual power to eliminate it but found that it was of no use. "Master, I can't remove this black mark," Yifeng said angrily. Lin Qingyu tried to help, but when her power came into contact with the black mark, she found that it was a higher level of evil spirit, and she was powerless with her current strength. "That Wang Quan is not simple. This is not an ordinary evil spirit. I can't even help you get rid of it," Lin Qingyu said helplessly. Yifeng clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "Wang Quan, if I don't avenge this, I, Yifeng, will not be a human being. The most urgent thing is to find a safe place to recover from your injuries and then make plans for the future," Lin Qingyu said. Yifeng nodded, endured the pain, stood up and continued to move forward. Soon, he found a hidden cave. Entering the cave, Yifeng sat cross-legged and began to practice Qigong to heal his wounds. However, the anger in his heart could never be quelled, and the image of Wang Quan's wanton humiliating face kept appearing in his mind. "Just wait, Wang Quan, I will make you pay the price," Yifeng roared in his heart, and the spiritual power fluctuations around him became unstable with the ups and downs of his emotions. Yifeng practiced internal energy to heal his injuries for a long time, and finally recovered about 70% to 80%. At this time, Lin Qingyu's voice sounded again, "Yifeng, I feel that this cave is unusual. If you explore inside, you may gain something." Yifeng stood up as he was told and walked cautiously towards the depths of the cave. The further he went in, the richer the spiritual energy in the cave became. Not long after, Yifeng found a page of a golden book on a stone platform which recorded a powerful magical power. Just as he picked up the golden book, filled with excitement, a jade pendant emitting a mysterious glow came into view from the stone box next to it. It was the Tian Jade Pendant. However, just as he reached out to take the jade pendant, a familiar and disgusting voice came, "Haha, Yifeng, we meet again, this treasure is mine." Wang Quan appeared in front of Yifeng like a ghost and attacked directly and forcefully. Yifeng glared at him and stood up to resist. "Wang Quan, don't even think about it." The two men fought fiercely in an instant, but Yifeng, who had just recovered from his injuries, was no match for Wang Quan after all. After a few moves, he was hit by Wang Quan's palm, spitting blood and flying backwards. "HMPH, you overestimate your abilities," Wang Quan sneered and easily took the golden book and jade pendant. "Hurry up, Yifeng," Lin Qingyu's weak voice came from the ring. Yifeng gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling, but he could only endure the pain. Under the cover of Lin Qingyu, he turned into a ray of light and escaped. Wang Quan still did not stop. It depends on Yifeng what treasures he can get. Congratulations to the host for intercepting Yifeng's opportunity. Villain value plus 1000, balance 180,000. Congratulations to the host for defeating Yifeng again and destroying his Dao heart. Villain value plus 5000, remaining 185,000. Yifeng's luck value minus 5,000, remaining 75,000. In the cave, Wang Quan carefully examined a page of the golden book in his hand. The magical power recorded above is called Vast Star Palm, which is an extremely powerful attacking magical power. Those who practice this magical power can condense the power of the stars in their palms, turning it into a dazzling light. Once it is shot out, it is like falling stars, with unparalleled power, able to destroy mountains and shatter all obstacles. Supernatural powers are different from martial arts. Supernatural powers have no grades. The higher the level of cultivation, the greater the power. Obviously, this is an extremely powerful supernatural power. Chapter 25, Breakthrough to the Spirit King. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the cave. "Mu Linger, help me keep watch outside the cave," Wang Quan shouted outside the cave. "Okay," Mu Linger responded crisply. Wang Quan then found a clean place in the cave and sat down, and began to practice the Branch Star Palm, according to the method recorded in the golden book. As soon as he started practicing his skills, the surrounding spiritual energy surged in like a raging tide, and a brilliant starry sky gradually emerged above his head. Countless stars twinkled and the lights intertwined, as if the entire cave was integrated into the vast universe. Niu Linger, who was outside the cave, was deeply attracted by this strange and bizarre scene and couldn't help but look in. She saw that the cave was sparkling with stars, and Wang Quan was surrounded by starlight, like a sacred and inviolable god. After a while, Wang Quan let out a low shout, and a dazzling light burst out from his palm, and a huge rock in the cave turned into powder in an instant. It's done, Wang Quan looked happy. Niu Linger was stunned by this scene and it took her a while to come back to her senses. This guy's talent is too terrifying. He has mastered it so quickly, Niu Linger muttered to herself, looking at Wang Quan with eyes full of disbelief. Afterwards, Wang Quan planned to return to the Nether Valley to absorb ghosts in order to break through his cultivation. He looked at Niu Linger and asked, Niu Linger, I'm going back to the Nether Valley. Do you want to come with me? When Niu Linger heard the words, Netherworld Valley, her face turned pale instantly. She shook her head like a rattle and said, I don't want to go there. It's full of ghosts and too scary. I'll wait for you here. Recalling the experience of being carried on Wang Quan's shoulders before, she added, and I don't want to be carried by you again. I'll be dizzy and even exposed. In fact, Niu Linger was embarrassed to say the most important point. Wang Quan smiled, said nothing more, turned around and headed towards the Valley of the Netherworld. As soon as he returned to the tombstone in the Nether Valley, Wang Quan immediately activated the 9 Nether Demonic Guard. A black vortex surged around him, and the powerful suction force sucked all the ghosts in the valley towards him. Those ghosts let out shrill screams and turned into black air currents that continuously flowed into his body. As more and more ghosts were absorbed, the atmosphere in the valley became more and more eerie and terrifying. In the darkness, gusts of cold wind blew, as if carrying endless resentment. However, at this moment, a tall and ferocious ghost king emerged from the darkness. Its eyes flashed blood red and it roared, trying to resist the king's devouring. But how could Wang Quan be afraid? He frowned, veins bulged on his forehead, and he increased his strength to practice his skills. The black vortex expanded instantly and the suction became stronger. The ghost king roared and pounced on Wang Quan, stretching out its huge claws, trying to break the powerful suction. But its power seemed insignificant in front of the king's power, and its body involuntarily moved closer to the whirlpool. In the end, the ghost king could not escape the fate of being absorbed and turned into a more powerful force that merged into Wang Quan's body. At this time, the power in Wang Quan's body had reached a critical point, and he could no longer suppress it. He meditated on the spot, and the spiritual energy around him gathered together madly, forming a huge spiritual energy storm. His body was enveloped in a dark and evil aura, and spiritual energy surged through his meridians like rivers. Every impact brought severe pain, but he endured it with his strong will. During the breakthrough process, Wang Quan's body kept shaking and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Finally, after enduring a period of agonizing pain, a faint light burst out from him, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. He successfully broke through to the Spirit King realm. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the early stage of Spirit King. After breaking through to the Spirit King realm, Wang Quan felt happy and stood up to rush back. On his way through a dense forest, he suddenly strayed into a formation. Before he could come to his senses, several people in different costumes appeared in front of him and stopped him. Wang Quan looked at the group of people in front of him with interest. These people came from Qingfeng sect, Huiyan sect, and Lingzhan sect respectively. The head disciple of Qingfeng sect was Lin Feng, the one from Huiyan sect was Zhou Lei, and the one from Lingzhan sect was Su Cheng. The relationship between the several of them in the sect was already good, and they stood together and very close to each other when they were teleported. Soon after they were teleported in, many people gathered together. Later, they met by chance while treasure hunting in the area and found that neither of them had gained much, so they discussed joining forces to seize other people's opportunities in order to gain more benefits. Lin Feng looked at Wang Quan greedily and said, Boy, hand over the opportunity you have, or don't even think about leaving here. Zhou Lei also echoed, That's right, seeing how hurried you are, you must have got some incredible treasure. Su Cheng crossed his arms and sneered, Don't refuse a toast and then drink a penalty. Wang Quan sneered, So this is what you call a righteous person. Why are you copying my demonic sect and engaging in murder and robbery? They exchanged glances, the greed in their eyes growing even brighter. I didn't expect you to be from the demonic path. Now, we're here to eliminate the demons and defend the path today. Wang Quan crossed his arms over his chest, a look of disdain on his face. Come on, I want to see what you can do. Wang Quan unleashed his spiritual king cultivation, and the overwhelming spiritual pressure instantly swept across like a violent wind. These people were instantly horrified. Lin Feng said in a trembling voice, You actually broke through the Spirit King realm. Aren't you afraid of being observed by a terrifying being? Why do you dare? Zhou Lei was also terrified. Master, please spare us. We are blind and shouldn't have offended you. Su Cheng even knelt down and begged for mercy. Please let us go, we won't dare to do it again. Wang Quan smiled coldly. He had come up with an amusing idea and said, I'll give you a chance to survive. The three of you will fight each other. Whichever sect survives will go free. Upon hearing this, these people looked at each other with despair on their faces, but they did not dare to disobey the king's order, so they had no choice but to agree. For a moment, the three groups were caught in a fierce battle. The disciples of Huiyan sect took the lead in launching an attack, casting fire spells, and the blazing flames swept towards the disciples of Lingzhan sect and Qingfeng sect. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect danced with their spirit swords, and the sword shadows flickered, forming sword energy that cut through the flames. The disciples of Qingfeng sect were not willing to be outdone. They used the Qingfeng Ju, and green wind blades whizzed out, colliding with the attacks of Lingzhan sect and Huiyan sect. The battle intensified, blood splattered everywhere, screams rang out, some were injured and fell to the ground, while others took the opportunity to attack others. At this moment, a disciple of the Lingzhan sect saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape into chaos. Wang Quan's eyes flashed, and a beam of spiritual power instantly pierced through the disciple's body, and he fell to the ground and died on the spot. Seeing this, the others became even more frightened, but they did not dare to stop fighting. Zhou Lei of Huiyan sect frantically activated fire spells, trying to eliminate his opponent as quickly as possible. However, Lin Feng of Qingfeng sect avoided the attack with his agile body movements and took the opportunity to counterattack. Su Cheng of the Lingzhan sect commanded his disciples to form a sword formation in an attempt to resist the attacks from both sides. The three parties fought back and forth, refusing to give in to each other, and the situation became increasingly chaotic. In the end, Qingfeng sect gradually gained the upper hand and defeated the disciples of Huiyan sect and Lingzhan sect one by one. The disciples of Qingfeng sect survived. They were exhausted, covered in blood, and looked at Wang Quan eagerly. Wang Quan waved his hand and said, Go away. The people from Qingfeng sect ran out crawling as if they had been pardoned. But just as they ran a distance, Wang Quan's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand, and several evil auras shot out, instantly piercing through several people. Chapter 26 Niu Linger was drugged. Niu Linger was bored in the cave, waiting for Wang Quan to return. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from far away, and her heart was alarmed. With so many footsteps, it definitely doesn't mean Wang Quan has returned. He looked around frantically, desperately trying to find a place to hide. She quickly scanned the area and hid behind a huge rock. She held her breath and concentrated, controlling her breathing to the lightest level for fear of making any sound. This cave is filled with rich spiritual energy, perhaps there will be some opportunities. There's a stone table, but this box, someone has been here. The man in the lead seemed to have sensed the unusual atmosphere in the cave. He signaled the others to hold their noise, then waved his hand, telling them to search the cave. They all had sharp eyes and searched the cave carefully like hungry wolves. A disciple accidentally caught a glimpse of a corner of the skirt exposed behind the rock, and an evil smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hey, brothers, something's happening here, he shouted to his companions. When the others heard the shouting, they immediately gathered around. It was only then that Mulinger noticed the part of her skirt that was exposed. Hey, little beauty, you still want to hide? Come out obediently, a burly disciple shouted loudly, and his voice kept echoing in the cave. Mulinger's heart sank to the bottom in an instant, but she still clung tightly to the rock, trying to make a final resistance. Don't hide, we all saw you, another disciple shouted impatiently. At this time, the leading disciple stepped forward, his eyes sinister, and he said coldly, if you don't come out, don't blame us for being rude. Mulinger knew that there was nowhere to hide, so she took a deep breath and slowly walked out from behind the rock. Her eyes were filled with anger and determination, and her right hand tightly grasped the glowing array stone. Oh, this little beauty is here alone, just right for his brothers to have some fun, said the leading disciple with a lewd look on his face. You bunch of shameless people, don't even think about touching me, Mulinger shouted angrily while injecting spiritual power into the formation stone. In an instant, the formation stone shone brightly, and mysterious runes flew out from the formation stone, forming a solid formation barrier around her. This array stone was given to Mulinger by her father to save her life, but the energy of the array stone is limited and can only last for a certain period of time. The disciples of the Mad Thunder Demon sect tried to break through the formation, but found that the formation was extremely strong and difficult to break through for a while. HMPH, although this formation is powerful, we can't break it in a short time, but she can't escape either, one of them said viciously. So, this group of people sat directly outside the formation and began to appreciate Mulinger's panicked and frightened expression. As the shield formed by the formation becomes thinner and thinner. Bang, the leader threw out a bolt of lightning, and the formation shattered. Don't touch me, or I will commit suicide, Mulinger was already desperate and took out a dagger from the storage ring. She would never let these people succeed even if she died. The members of the Mad Thunder Demon sect looked at each other. They didn't want to play with a cold corpse. Brother, I have a plan, a sly-looking man whispered to the leader's ear. Afterwards, they released some kind of gaseous aphrodisiac outside the cave, hoping to force Mulinger to submit. Mulinger inhaled some aphrodisiac and suddenly felt hot all over, and her consciousness began to become blurred. But she held on with her last bit of will. Wang Quan, where are you? Come and save me, Mulinger kept calling Wang Quan's name in her heart. At this moment, she was extremely hoping that Wang Quan would suddenly appear like a hero and save her from the water. Her eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, yet she also held a glimmer of hope. Wang Quan, you will definitely come, you will definitely come. The formation was broken, and Mulinger was also drugged. Her delicate body collapsed to the ground, her eyes were blurred, and she was unable to release the dagger in her hand. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Mad Thunder Demon sect rushed towards Mulinger even more unscrupulously. At this critical moment, Wang Quan finally rushed back. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure swept towards the people of the Mad Thunder Demon sect. When the people from the Mad Thunder Demon sect saw Wang Quan, their faces suddenly changed. They had witnessed Wang Quan's power at the Nine Nether Demon sect demon ceremony, and now he seemed even more powerful, so they couldn't help but retreat. It turns out to be brother Wang Quan. We are all members of the demon sect. Since we meet here, why not enjoy this beauty together? One of them said stiffly, trying to win over Wang Quan. Such a beauty must naturally belong to brother Wang Quan alone. The leader kicked the person who had just spoken to the ground, and then spoke attentively. Wang Quan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Today is the day you die if you dare to touch me. After saying this, netherworld energy surged around him, and this dark and cold aura instantly spread. The disciples of the Mad Thunder Demon sect were terrified and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The dark energy quickly wrapped around their bodies like a ghost seeking death. Only screams were heard, and these disciples of the Mad Thunder Demon sect were instantly turned into ashes under the erosion of the netherworld energy. Wang Quan hurried to Mulinger's side and asked with concern, Mulinger, how are you? Mulinger was in a daze, and she just murmured, Wang Quan, I feel so uncomfortable. Mulinger was in a daze, and she just murmured, Wang Quan, I feel so uncomfortable. The effect of the aphrodisiac made it difficult for her to control herself, and her delicate body involuntarily pressed against Wang Quan. Her arms were like soft vines, wrapping around Wang Quan's neck. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her warm breath blew on Wang Quan's face. Her face was flushed with a strange color, and her eyes were blurred and hazy, full of desire. Wang Quan I, Mulinger hummed softly, twisting her body and rubbing against Wang Quan's body, as if seeking relief. Wang Quan took out a detoxification pill and stuffed it into Mulinger's mouth, which melted in her mouth. Although he could take Mulinger now, according to the current development trend, she would be his sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. By this time, Mulinger had sobered up a lot and had regained some strength. Unexpectedly, she moved even closer to Wang Quan, her lips gently touching his cheek. Wang Quan, come here. Actually, I am the life form of Chen Ding. Wang Quan, you are not allowed to betray me in the future. Mulinger's voice was soft, with a hint of coquettishness. Wang Quan held her tightly in his arms and said, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. In the cave, the body temperatures of the two gradually rose. Wang Quan's lips gently touched Mulinger's forehead, and then slid down her nose to her cherry lips. Mulinger raised her head slightly, responding to Wang Quan's kiss. Their breaths intertwined, lingering and passionate. Chapter 27 Seizing the Divine Brilliance Grass. After Wang Quan practiced the Yuanfeng Hemming Ju, a huge amount of spiritual energy flowed into Mulinger's Chen Ding life body. Wang Quan directly broke through to the middle stage of Spirit King with one breath. Wang Quan, please help me get a piece of clothing. Mulinger sat powerlessly on a stone and spoke with difficulty. Wang Quan reached out and took off her storage ring, took out a pink chiffon dress, and helped her put it on. At the same time, Yifeng, who had escaped, recovered from his injuries again. This time he hid in a dense forest. Master, Wang Quan must have tracked me down by the mark you left on my face. It's just I can't remove it. Yifeng gritted his teeth and roared. Master will use the last of his strength to inflict upon you a magical power that will conceal the secrets of heaven. Then you will be able to break through to the Spirit King level and kill Wang Quan. Then you must find something to restore my soul as soon as possible. If you can find the elixir to repair my soul within 3 days, I can still be saved. If you can't find it, today will be the last time we see each other. I will teach you another saint level technique I practiced before, the Yuhao Lingyan technique. This technique can lead to the Emperor realm, but it is suitable for women. Men who practice it will become androgynous. Unless absolutely necessary, you should try not to practice it. Lin Qingyu said weakly, then formed seals with her hands, and a mysterious light enveloped Yifeng. Then a blue-covered martial arts book slowly fell in front of Yifeng. After doing all this, Lin Qingyu's figure became illusory and slowly disappeared into Yifeng's jade pendant. Master, Yifeng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resentment. Wang Quan, I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. However, Yifeng is the son of luck after all, and he has a luck value of up to 60,000. When he walked out of the dense forest, he ran into his fiancée Mo Shan'er and several disciples of the Liang Sword sect. Shan'er, brother Yifeng, what's this on your face? Mo Shan'er looked at the black footprints on Yifeng's face and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yifeng's face darkened and he said nothing. Mo Shan'er frowned slightly and said worriedly, brother Yifeng, what happened? I will face it with you. The Liang Sword sect disciples nearby saw a black footprint on the face of the usually arrogant Saint Sun. Although they thought it was extremely funny, they still suppressed their laughter and echoed, Senior brother Yi, we all support you. Yifeng, however, was seldom angered and punched a tree, don't mention this again. He was worried that his fiancée would be abducted by Wang Quan, so he would never tell others that he was defeated by Wang Quan. Shan'er, do you know where I can find some elixirs or herbs that can heal the spirit? I need it urgently. Yifeng thought of the important matter and hurriedly asked Mo Shan'er if she had any clues. Brother Yifeng, are you injured in the soul? I'm fine. An elder soul was damaged while trying to protect me. Only then did Mo Shan'er feel relieved, and then she slowly said, we are here to gather some manpower. 20 miles to the east, there's a sky-swallowing giant python in the late spiritual sect stage, but its combat power is comparable to that of a spiritual king. He is guarding a heaven-grade spiritual herb, the divine brilliance grass. When Yifeng heard what Mo Shan'er said, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, then we will set out immediately and make sure to capture the Shenhui grass. Everyone nodded and rushed eastward. Soon, they arrived at the sky-swallowing python's territory. I saw a giant sky-swallowing python with a huge body and scales shining with cold light, coiled next to a divine grass that was emitting dazzling light and looking around vigilantly. Everyone be careful, Yifeng shouted in a low voice. The disciples of Liang Sword sect quickly dispersed and formed an encirclement. The giant python sensed the arrival of the crowd and instantly opened its bloody mouth, spewing out a black poisonous mist. Form a formation, Yifeng gave an order, and the disciples used their sword skills one after another to form a sword energy shield to block the invasion of the poisonous fog. Then, Yifeng rushed forward first, the long sword in his hand flashing with a sharp light, and stabbed towards the giant python's head. The giant python twisted its body flexibly to avoid Yifeng's attack, and at the same time swept its tail violently, knocking several disciples away. Everyone, come together, Mo Shan'er shouted and joined the battle. For a moment, swords flashed, spells flew, and a fierce battle broke out with the giant python. The scales on the giant python were so hard that their attacks could only leave shallow marks on them. And every time the giant python counterattacked, they were in danger. Yifeng attacked vigorously while carefully observing the giant python's movements. Suddenly, he found that the giant python's movements were slightly slow when defending its abdomen. Could it be that its abdomen is its weak point? Yifeng's mind moved. He deliberately exposed a flaw to lure the giant python to pounce on him. He took the opportunity to quickly glance at the python's belly and found that the color of one of the scales was slightly darker. Yifeng made a quick decision and launched a fierce attack towards the python's abdomen. The python sensed his intention and twisted its body desperately to block it. But Yifeng was agile and dodged the giant python's attack with a few quick moves, and the long sword in his hand stabbed straight at the weak spot. The giant python roared in pain and blood gushed out from its abdomen. Yifeng took advantage of the situation and pursued him, his sword moves becoming more and more fierce. In the end, under Yifeng's fatal blow, the giant python's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Finally succeeded, everyone cheered. Yifeng walked to the divine brilliance grass and carefully picked it off. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With this divine brilliance grass, Master should be able to recover. Just as he took the divine brilliance grass in his hand, a sharp, dark, and evil aura whistled towards him like a ghost. The aura, carrying an endless chill and oppression, instantly struck Yifeng's hand, which was tightly holding the divine brilliance grass. Yifeng felt an irresistible force coming at him, and his palm ached violently. He involuntarily loosened his grip. The Shenhui grass flew out of his hand, spinning in the air. At this moment, Wang Quan's figure flashed out like a ghost. His speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he appeared beneath the Shenhui grass. Wang Quan stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers forming claws. A powerful suction force burst out from his palm. The Shenhui grass seemed to be firmly grasped by an invisible giant hand and flew straight into Wang Quan's hand. Yifeng reacted, his eyes wide open, and shouted, Wang Quan, you dare, then he swung his sword and stabbed at Wang Quan. Wang Quan smiled contemptuously, and with a flick of his left hand, a burst of energy neutralized Yifeng's sword force. At the same time, he firmly grasped the Shenhui grass in his hand. Host successfully seized Yifeng's opportunity, villain value plus 1000, balance 295,000 points. Chapter 28 Yifeng's darkening. Just with your ability, you think you can keep this divine glory grass? Wang Quan's face was full of sarcasm and his eyes were full of disdain. Yifeng was shocked and angry, and tried to take back the Shenhui grass again, but was suddenly pushed back several steps by the powerful aura emanating from Wang Quan. You have broken through the Spirit King realm. Yifeng widened his eyes in disbelief. Wang Quan sneered and said, that's right. Now that I have reached the Spirit King realm, you are nothing but a lowly ant in front of me. However, I am not unable to give you this divine brilliance grass. A glimmer of hope flashed across Yifeng's eyes, and he asked anxiously, what are your conditions? Wang Quan turned his gaze towards Mo Shan'er, a hint of longing in his eyes, and said slowly, I still love Mo Shan'er. As long as you divorce her and let her be with me, the Shenhui grass will be yours. Yifeng's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, and he roared angrily, Wang Quan, forget it. Shan'er is my fiancée, I will never give her to you. Mo Shan'er stood aside, her face full of astonishment and confusion. Wang Quan crossed his arms and said coldly, Yifeng, you have to think carefully. Do you want this mere Shenhui grass or do you want to keep your fiancée? You can only choose one of the two. Yifeng was in deep entanglement. His eyes moved back and forth between Mo Shan'er and Shen Weisao. Veins bulged on his forehead, his hands were clenched into fists, and his nails almost dug into his palms. Time seemed to stand still, and every second was torture for Yifeng. Finally, Yifeng closed his eyes in pain and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, okay, I choose Shenhui grass. Mo Shan'er's body trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Quan laughed uncontrollably, haha, Yifeng, you really are an extremely selfish guy. Let Shan'er come over, I'll give you the Shenhui grass. Yifeng turned around to look at the stunned Mo Shan'er, gritted his teeth and said, go ahead, Shan'er. I will rescue you, even if you were taken away by the king I will not despise you. Mo Shan'er's body trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at Yifeng with despair on her face, and said in a trembling voice, Yifeng, you are so cruel. You actually abandoned me for a piece of Shenhui grass. Her shoulders kept shaking, and she cried bitterly, you said you would rescue me, but now you are pushing me towards the kingship. What kind of promise is that? Mo Shan'er staggered forward a few steps, then stopped and turned her head, her eyes filled with pain and disappointment. From now on, I have nothing to do with you anymore. These days, Yifeng took the initiative to submit to her. Although Mo Shan'er's body and mind had already taken on the shape of Wang Quan, she was already Yifeng's fiancée. She knew that she and Wang Quan could only be a bad relationship, so she had no choice but to make up her mind not to have any contact with Wang Quan in the future and to marry Yifeng with peace of mind. But no one would have thought that Yifeng would actually give her to Wang Quan for a spiritual herb. Mo Shan'er walked slowly towards Wang Quan. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife. Her body was shaky, as if she had lost all her strength and hope. Wang Quan saw Mo Shan'er coming and said softly, "Shan'er, I will never let you suffer any injustice again." After saying that, Wang Quan put his arms around Mo Shan'er's waist. A cloud of mist rose from under his feet, and he flew up with her and left quickly. Yifeng looked at their receding figures, his face instantly turning ashen, and he roared angrily, "Wang Quan, you despicable villain, I will never let you go." But the only response he got was the whistling wind. Yifeng held the sword tightly in his hand, his body trembling with anger, and with a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out. "Shan'er, it's me who hurt you," Yifeng murmured to himself, his eyes full of despair and self-blame. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and raindrops as big as beans poured down, as if adding more sadness to this farce. Yifeng stood there in despair, letting the rain soak him, not knowing where to go. "Senior brother Yi, don't be sad for that bitch Mo Shan'er. She's not worth it." The square-shaped woman who was kicked away by Wang Quan in the end before walked over with an umbrella in her hand and reached out to hold Yifeng in her arms. "No, I want to rescue my sister Shan'er. I want to take back the Shenhui grass. Yes, I still have the Yuhao Lingyun Gong that master gave me. I want to break through the Spirit King. As long as I break through the Spirit King, I can kill Wang Quan." Yifeng looked like a madman at this time. He pushed the woman away, his eyes burning with crazy anger. "What do you know? Mo Shan'er is my beloved. I must rescue her," Yifeng roared, his voice echoing in the rain. After being pushed away, the woman stumbled and almost fell, still muttering, "Senior brother Yi, I'm doing this for your own good. That bitch Mo Shan'er." Yifeng was furious. He instantly drew out his sword and stabbed the woman. The woman's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, and she slowly fell down. Blood splattered on Yifeng's face. He suddenly woke up and looked at the woman lying on the ground with a face full of regret. What have I done?" Yifeng said tremblingly. However, this moment of clarity was quickly overwhelmed by endless hatred and madness. "Since I'm already wrong, I'll stick with it." Yifeng's eyes became extremely fierce. Holding his sword, he rushed towards the nearby disciples of Liang's sword sect. Before those disciples could react, Yifeng killed them one by one. The ground was dyed red with blood, and Yifeng stood in the pool of blood like a demon. "Ha ha ha ha," Yifeng laughed wildly and turned completely evil. He returned to his residence, sat down cross-legged, took out the Yuhao Lingyun Gong, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the spiritual energy in his body according to the formula of the exercise. At first, everything seemed normal. Yifeng could feel the spiritual energy around him pouring into his body continuously, and the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians became faster and faster. But as his practice deepened, his body began to show abnormalities. A strange force surged through his body, as if trying to break free. Yifeng's skin sometimes became as hot as fire, sometimes as cold as frost, and his face was distorted by pain. His bones made a terrifying, cracking sound, his body kept shaking, veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat fell like rain. But Yifeng gritted his teeth and persevered with all his might, with only one obsession in his heart, to break through the Spirit King and get revenge. At this moment, the force suddenly gathered in his lower abdomen, and an indescribable pain suddenly hit him, as if millions of ants were frantically gnawing at his internal organs. Yifeng couldn't help but let out a painful howl, and the sound echoed miserably in the room. However, he did not stop practicing, but instead urged the spiritual energy even more frantically. Finally, with a dazzling light bursting out from his body, Yifeng successfully broke through to the Spirit King realm. But at the same time, his body also underwent tremendous changes. His voice became shrill, his Adam's apple gradually disappeared, his figure became slender, and his chest bulged slightly. His once handsome face now had a softer, androgynous look. Yifeng looked at his androgynous self in the mirror and was shocked at first, then a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "As long as I can get revenge, what does it matter?" he gritted his teeth and said coldly. Chapter 29. Who doesn't know the Demon King? After breaking through to the Spirit King level, he was able to fly in the air. Wang Quan just held Mo Shan'er's slender waist and watched the whole scene of Yifeng turning evil and killing people in the sky. Mo Shan'er still wanted Wang Quan to stop Yifeng, after all, he was her fellow disciple. But Wang Quan said, "Have you forgotten what they did to you that day?" "Yes, these people, including Yifeng, betrayed her. Now all she has left is the royal power." Mo Shan'er's delicate body trembled slightly, a trace of pain and determination flashed in her eyes, and she murmured, "They betrayed me first, I no longer care whether they live or die." Wang Quan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a hint of success in his smile, and said, "That's right, Shan'er, from now on, I will be the only one who treats you well." Mo Shan'er leaned gently in Wang Quan's arms and said no more. Afterwards, Wang Quan took Mo Shan'er and flew back to the cave. At this moment, Mulinger was still waiting in the cave, and Wang Quan didn't want to let her wait impatiently. In order to prevent the same thing from happening again, Wang Quan spent 10,000 villain points from the system to exchange for a defensive formation that cannot be broken except by the Spirit King. "Linger, I'm back," Mulinger said coquettishly, "you're finally back. I was getting so anxious waiting." Wang Quan said lovingly, "Isn't this back?" At this moment, Mulinger saw Mo Shan'er beside Wang Quan, a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes, and she asked, "Who is she?" Wang Quan smiled and said, "This is your sister Shan'er. From now on, we are all family." Seeing Wang Quan bringing back a woman, Mulinger's first reaction was jealousy. "But I seem to accept it immediately in my heart, because in this world, it is common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. In addition to her mother, her father had a dozen concubines. The shallow layer of the spiritual abyss is about to collapse. We will be moving towards the center in the next 2 days. I can now fly, so I will go and plunder the surrounding opportunities. You wait here for me." After giving each of the 2 girls a kiss goodbye, Wang Quan turned around and left, flying into the sky. Wang Quan roamed freely in the sky, his figure as erratic as a ghost. His eagle-like sharp eyes kept scanning every inch of land below. Whenever he saw the figure of a monk, he would swoop down like a meteor without hesitation. "Hand over your storage ring, and I'll spare your life," Wang Quan said coldly to a male cultivator who was hurrying along. At the same time, he unleashed a powerful Spirit King cultivation, and the terrifying aura instantly enveloped the male cultivator. When the male cultivator heard these words, his eyes widened in horror. Under the powerful pressure of the king, his body trembled involuntarily, and he no longer had any thoughts of resistance in his heart. "Sir, please spare my life, I will give it up, I will give it up." As he said this, the male cultivator took off the storage ring tremblingly and presented it respectfully with both hands. Wang Quan snorted coldly, and instantly made a move, slapping the male cultivator on the forehead with his palm, leaving a deep palm print, and then directly slapped the man away. "Demon Wang, you will die a horrible death," the male cultivator cursed, feeling extremely angry. He had already handed over the storage ring, but he was still humiliated like this. Not long after, Wang Quan met another beautiful fairy. She was tall and graceful, and was carefully exploring the surroundings. Wang Quan smiled and slowly approached, saying, "Fairy, please hand over the storage ring obediently, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." The fairy was frightened and pale, biting her lip tightly. I finally got this storage ring, please let me go." Seeing this, Wang Quan sneered, left a black palm print on her butt, and then snatched the storage ring. Wow, this devil Wang is simply insane. The fairy collapsed on the ground, crying sadly. In a corner of Linghu and Tianyuan, the monks who were robbed by the royal power gathered together. Everyone's face was terribly gloomy and they kept complaining. This devil Wang is simply lawless. He robs anyone he sees. All the opportunities we worked so hard to get have been taken away by him. The bearded monk waved his fist angrily, his eyes burning with rage. That's right, he still left these shameful marks on us. How can we face people in the future? A male cultivator who was slapped on the forehead said, gritting his teeth. The palm print on his forehead was particularly eye-catching, as if it was a mark of shame that could never be erased. I heard that he kills without blinking an eye. Anyone who resists will be killed by him. What should we do? A thin monk trembled, his voice full of fear and helplessness. We must unite and find an opportunity to take revenge. We must not let this devil Wang continue to do evil. A monk who seemed to have a strong sense of justice shouted loudly. His eyes were firm, as if he had made up his mind to fight against the king to the end. But he is very powerful and is at the spirit king level. How can we be his match? Someone raised the question with deep worry in his voice. We can't just let him bully us. We can seek help from other strong people or set traps. There is always a way to deal with him, the monk of justice continued. For a time, the notoriety of Demon Wang spread throughout the entire Linghu and Tianyuan like a plague. All the monks hated and feared him when they mentioned him, but they were helpless. By the end, almost everyone had a black mark on their face. Countless fairies cried silently, wow, I can't get married anymore. In this spiritual abyss, Wang Quan has become a terrible nightmare in everyone's heart, and his evil deeds continue. On the other hand, Wang Quan didn't care about the adverse effects he caused. He shuttled quickly through the air, constantly looking for his next target. Whenever he saw a monk who might be hiding precious treasures, he would ruthlessly snatch them away. In the end, he actually ran into a group of people who united to deal with him. I just stole the storage ring and spared their lives, but these people actually repaid me with evil. Wang Quan was extremely angry, and with a wave of his hand, only a blood mist was left. The host is a perpetrator of all evil, wreaking havoc in the spiritual abyss. Villain value plus 100,000 points total. Balance, 390,000 points. Chapter 30, Cultivation. Call. The person in Wang Quan's arms was his senior sister Yumengrao, whom he had not seen for a long time. He easily ran into his senior sister when he was flying through the secret realm. Yumengrao was exploring the secret realm with the disciples of the Juyu demon sect at that time, so Wang Quan simply brought his senior sister back. He slowly exhaled a long breath, landed on the ground, pinched his fingers and cast a cleansing spell, then raised his hand to touch the formation. Wang Quan, you're back. Brother Wang Quan. Hearing the sound of Wang Quan returning, Moshaner and Nulier cheered. Wang Quan walked into the cave with a smile and opened his arms to embrace the two women. He first kissed Moshaner lightly on the forehead and said, Shaner, did you miss me? Moshaner's cheeks flushed and she said coquettishly, of course I miss you. Then, he turned to Nulinger and placed a passionate kiss on her lips. Nulinger snuggled in his arms coquettishly and said, Brother Wang Quan, you're finally back. Only then did the two women notice Yumengrao behind Wang Quan. The smiles on Moshaner and Nulinger's faces froze slightly, and their eyes revealed a hint of confusion and vigilance. Is this another sister? Wang Quan gently patted the two girls' shoulders and said, this is my senior sister Yumengrao. I happened to meet her in the secret realm and brought her back. Wang Quan had already explained it to his senior sister on the way, and his senior sister was very understanding. Yumengrao smiled slightly and nodded to the two girls. Sister Moshaner, Sister Nulinger, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me in the future. Moshaner and Nulinger exchanged a glance, and then Moshaner said politely, so it's you, senior sister. Welcome here. Nulinger grumbled a bit jealously, why do we have another sister? Now let's practice. After a short rest, after a long while, Wang Quan asked the two women who were watching, have you gained any insights? Your sister you and I have already cultivated to the second level. We reached the first level during our first cultivation. The two girls, who had been watching for a long time with rosy faces, looked at each other and there was a strong fighting spirit in their eyes that refused to admit defeat. Shaner, you come first, Wang Quan waved to Moshaner. Moshaner came to Wang Quan lightly. Then Wang Quan sat opposite Moshaner, looked at her gently and said, Shaner, don't be afraid, relax. Moshaner nodded gently, her eyes full of trust. Wang Quan slowly approached Moshaner, their palms faced each other and spiritual power began to flow in each other's bodies. Moshaner snorted softly, Brother Wang Quan. Shaner, concentrate on feeling and follow my rhythm. Wang Quan responded softly. Moshaner was fully committed, trying hard to feel the flow of spiritual power. Her body was trembling slightly, obviously trying to adapt to the technique. Then Wang Quan let go of Moshaner, turned to look at Nulinger, and said with a smile, Linger, it's our turn. Nulinger nodded expectantly, Brother Wang Quan, I'm ready. 3 days later, Brother Wang Quan, I have broken through to the middle stage of spiritual sect, Moshaner said in surprise, her eyes flashing with excitement and her whole body looked radiant. I have broken through to the late stage of spiritual sect, Nulinger also said proudly with her hands on her hips. She was only in the late stage of spiritual master before, and now she is even more confident. Yumengrao has reached the bottleneck of spiritual sect and can break through to spiritual king at any time, but she can only suppress it temporarily in the secret realm. The two girls' rapid progress was actually due to the fact that Wang Quan's cultivation had reached the level of spirit king, and he had a top-notch physique like the 9 nether demon body. Ultimately, their realm is still too low. Chapter 31 Killing Yifeng. At this time, the collapse of the outer periphery of the secret realm became more and more serious, and Wang Quan could only take the 3 women to the center of the secret realm. The final trial of the secret realm is the Tianzhao Arena. The top 10 will all receive huge rewards. 3rd place will receive an ancient Keelan egg. 2nd place will receive an imperial level martial arts technique. Although the reward for 1st place isn't explicitly stated, it's definitely more impressive than 2nd and 3rd place. Yes, this year is the last time and the rewards are much more generous than before. As long as you complete 3 matches, regardless of whether you win or lose, you can leave the secret realm. I don't expect to get a ranking. The Tianzhao Arena was still halfway through, but everyone was already buzzing with discussion. For some reason, all the male cultivators were covering their faces with cloth or even wearing masks. The beautiful female cultivators were all wearing long skirts, with only a few of the more overweight ones covering their faces like the men. Among the crowd, Yifeng was also wearing a gauze mask. With her slightly bulging chest and handsome face, she attracted the attention of many male cultivators. A male cultivator in elegant attire stepped forward, bowed, and said, Young lady, my name is Li Ming. May I make our acquaintance? Yifeng couldn't help but pout, Go away, don't bother me, don't bother me. After saying that, she twisted her body slightly. Li Ming did not back down and continued, Miss, please don't be so cold. I have no ill intentions. I just admire you for your extraordinary temperament. Yifeng bit his lip and said in a shrill voice, I am a man. At this moment, Yifeng wanted to kill the man in front of her who mistook her for a woman, but in order not to attract attention, she forced herself to hold back. Yifeng has a bold plan. She wants to hide in the crowd and ambush Wang Quan. Li Ming then left in embarrassment. He didn't expect that he was so unpopular with this beauty that she even said that he was a man. Although the beauty's voice was a little strange and flat, it also had some ups and downs, and how could that face be that of a man? He is not blind. Not long after, another tall male cultivator came over and said with a smile, "Little beauty, it's so boring to be alone, why don't you talk to me, your brother?" Yifeng was also angry at this moment. He stomped his feet, twisted his waist and said, "You shameless man. You were looking for death," then he burst out with the power of the Spirit King and broke the man's arm with one hand. The man immediately let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah! My hand is broken." He turned pale with pain, and cold sweat broke out. He rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. "Fairy, spare me. Fairy, spare me." When the people around saw this scene, they all gasped and stepped back, whispering, "This woman is very powerful and not to be trifled with. Don't mess with her." "Yeah, seeing how ruthless she is, it's better to stay away from her." Yifeng looked at the reactions of the people around him and his current appearance, and felt extremely disgusted. Yifeng was filled with resentment. It was that bastard Wang Quan who made me become like this androgynous person. I must make him pay the price. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred, and he wished he could find Wang Quan immediately to take revenge. Wang Quan and 3 women came from a distance. Everyone started to exclaim when they saw the devil Wang Quan coming. "Oh my god, it's the kingship. This devil is here too. Is there anyone who can teach this devil a lesson? Li, will be your adoptive father from now on. Don't even think about it. Who would go up there and die?" Those male cultivators who had been slapped in the face by him subconsciously covered their faces, their eyes filled with fear and anger. The fairy whose butt was slapped by him was both ashamed and angry, her body trembling slightly, but she did not dare to step forward to argue. Wang Quan spotted Yifeng in the crowd at a glance, and felt a little funny when he saw her changing into a skirt. As expected of the protagonist, he is really adaptable and flexible. It's a pity that he is no longer a real man. Wang Quan pretended not to see it and instead deliberately walked towards where Yifeng was. Closer, closer. Just when Wang Quan was 3 steps away from Yifeng, Yifeng could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and directly launched the phantom spectral sword to attack Wang Quan. For a moment, the sword light flashed, and the sword energy was rampant, heading straight for Wang Quan. Wang Quan was prepared, a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he dodged the attack by slightly turning sideways. Everyone who saw this scene became excited. Finally, someone dares to challenge the king's power. We must kill this devil. Come on, fairy. Wang Quan and Yifeng instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Wang Quan's body was as fast as lightning, easily avoiding Yifeng's sharp sword moves. Every move was just right, as if he was teasing Yifeng. "Yifeng, you have such mediocre kung fu, yet you dare to act so presumptuous in front of me," Wang Quan sneered, his tone full of disdain. Yifeng gritted his teeth and swung the phantom spectral sword in his hand more rapidly. Sword lights flashed like meteors, but they were all easily resolved by Wang Quan. "HMPH, is that all you're capable of?" Wang Quan humiliated him again. "You think you can compete with me just by becoming this androgynous? That's just wishful thinking." Yifeng roared and poured all his spiritual power into the sword. The sword shone brightly and stabbed towards Wang Quan fiercely. However, Wang Quan just waved his sleeve lightly, and a powerful force surged out, directly knocking Yifeng back several steps. "If you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I will let you go." Wang Quan pressed on step by step, with cold murderous intent in his eyes. Yifeng was already out of breath and had wounds all over his body, but he still refused to give up and rushed forward again with his sword raised. A trace of annoyance flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. "Since you are so ignorant of life and death, then I will grant your wish." After that, he suddenly exerted force, and a powerful spiritual power impact directly hit Yifeng. Yifeng screamed, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground. Puff! Yifeng spat out blood, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. Wang Quan stepped forward and stepped on Yifeng's chest. "This is what happens when you go against me." Yifeng used up his last bit of strength to struggle, but it was no use. Yifeng was trampled under Wang Quan's feet, and his heart was filled with endless resentment and despair. Why is God so unfair? He lets the evil villain Wang Quan become so powerful, while I can only let him bully me," he roared angrily in his heart. "Wang Quan, you are a despicable and shameless villain. You rely on your little cultivation to act recklessly and tyrannically. Even if I, Yifeng, become a ghost, I will not let you go." His eyes stared at Wang Quan, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces with his eyes. "I have practiced hard all my life and have never done anything harmful to others. Why did I end up like this? It's all because of you, Wang Quan. You destroyed everything for me." His heart was filled with resentment and regret. He regretted why he didn't kill Wang Quan earlier. "If there is an afterlife, I will tear you into pieces and let you taste the feeling of being trampled and humiliated." His consciousness gradually became blurred, but the resentment in his heart became stronger and stronger, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. However, no matter how he complained about the world or how he cursed the royal power, he could not change his impending death. Wang Quan picked up the sword in Yifeng's hand. In the end, Yifeng died with hatred, killed by his own sword, with his eyes wide open. Chapter 32 Lin Qingyu's Compromise. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Yifeng, the son of destiny. Reward, 200,000 villain points. Balance, 590,000 points. The host has successfully killed a child of luck. The system has begun upgrading. The upgrade will not affect other functions. Unexpectedly, Yifeng's death suddenly released so many villain values, and the system was also upgraded. Wang Quan slowly lowered his head and took off the seemingly inconspicuous black ring on Yifeng. On the surface, it's just a worthless thing, but in fact, the soul of a heroine is hidden in it. Wang Quan took out the divine glory grass and placed it together with the ring. The moment the two touched, the divine glory grass gradually turned into a streak of light and merged into the ring. At this moment, Lin Qingyu, who was injured in the ring, gradually woke up after absorbing the power of the Shenhui grass. She was confused at first, and murmured softly, "Yifeng, you actually found it." There was surprise in her tone. However, when she was fully awake, she was shocked to find that there was dead silence all around her. No matter how she shouted, "Yifeng, Yifeng," her voice echoed repeatedly in the ring space, but she never got a response from Yifeng. Lin Qingyu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and an ominous premonition came to her mind. She frantically used her spiritual sense to explore the situation outside the ring. When she finally sensed Yifeng's cold body, she felt as if struck by thunder. "No, impossible. Yifeng," Lin Qingyu cried heartbreakingly, tears pouring out like a torrent bursting through a dam. Yifeng grew up under her care and was her only apprentice. Her feelings for Yifeng could be said to be extremely deep. "Who is it? Did Wang Quan kill you?" Her voice was filled with anger and pain, and endless hatred burned in her heart. At this time, Lin Qingyu could no longer suppress her inner grief and anger, and rushed out of the ring to face Wang Quan. "It was you who killed Yifeng. You devil!" Lin Qingyu's beautiful eyes opened wide, and the hatred in her eyes seemed to be able to burn the king's power to ashes. Wang Quan, however, remained indifferent and said coldly, "So what? He is inferior in skill, and it is his fate to die at my hands." "You're talking nonsense. Yifeng is kind and upright, and it's you, the evildoer, who has harmed innocent people," Lin Qingyu roared at the top of her lungs. HMPH, kindness and integrity. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, this is just an excuse for the weak. What's more, Yifeng has always wanted to kill me. Is it that he is allowed to kill me but I am not allowed to kill him? Wang Quan sneered. I want to avenge Yifeng. Lin Qingyu's spiritual power surged around her body, and she was about to attack Wang Quan. Wang Quan simply waved his sleeve and easily neutralized her attack. He said contemptuously, with your weak soul, you are overestimating your own abilities. Lin Qingyu was filled with grief and anger, but she could do nothing. She knew clearly that she was no match for Wang Quan. Senior, I know that you possess this ring and accepted Yifeng as your disciple, but you just wanted to rebuild your body. I can give you the opportunity to reshape your body. Wang Quan said suddenly. Wang Quan had just inquired in the system. In Lin Qingyu's condition, she only needed an item that could regenerate the marrow to reshape her body. This marrow fluid is extremely hard to find in the real world, but it only costs 100,000 villain points in the system mall. However, this body reshaped by the marrow fluid has no cultivation. Although there are better items that can restore the soul to its full strength or even become stronger, this is the effect that Wang Quan wants. After helping Lin Qingyu rebuild her body, won't she still let him do whatever he wants? At this moment, Lin Qingyu glared at him and asked, what good intentions can a devil like you have? Wang Quan said slowly, I can give you the things to rebuild your body for free. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu's heart was instantly filled with turmoil. Rebuilding her body was what she had always dreamed of, the glimmer of hope she longed for in this endless darkness. Her heart was full of contradictions and struggles. On the one hand, her hatred for the royal power made it difficult for her to accept this gift from her enemy. On the other hand, the temptation to reshape her body was like an irresistible spell, constantly echoing in her heart. Why would he do this? Is there some conspiracy? Lin Qingyu was full of doubts, but the desire to rebuild her body made her unable to help but think about the possibility of acceptance. No, I can't trust him. This must be a trap. Reason told her that Wang Quan was definitely not a good person. But that strong desire kept pulling at her. If this is true, then I will have a chance to start over and maybe even avenge Yifeng. At this moment, Wang Quan directly took out the Lingshu resurrection marrow that he had exchanged from the system mall and showed it in front of Lin Qingyu. Senior, this is the Lingshu rebirth marrow. It exists in the mysterious Lingshu land. It possesses a powerful rebirth power that can recondense the soul, inject vitality, and then shape a brand new body. Lin Qingyu's heart was shocked. As she was knowledgeable and experienced, she naturally recognized this treasure. This kind of marrow fluid was extremely rare in her time, and it is even more difficult to find now. Are you really willing to give it to me for free? Lin Qingyu seemed a little tempted and confirmed again. I simply cannot bear to see such a beauty like you trapped in this dark ring. If you are willing to follow me after you have rebuilt your body, I would be honored. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. I only ask that you remember me well. Wang Quan's attitude seemed unusually respectful. Lin Qingyu was struggling fiercely in her heart, her expression was uncertain, and for a moment she didn't know how to make a decision. Lin Qingyu bit her lip tightly, her eyes moving back and forth between Wang Quan and Lingshu Fenshengsui. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she said, okay, I promise you. But you'd better not play any tricks. Wang Quan's lips curled up, revealing a triumphant smile. Don't worry, senior, I will keep my promise. Please bear with me in this ring for a while. Once we leave the secret realm, I will help you rebuild your body as soon as possible. Okay, Lin Qingyu responded expressionlessly. However, Lin Qingyu secretly thought in her heart, I will agree to his request for the time being. When I rebuild my body and recover my strength, I will definitely double the revenge for today and avenge Yifeng. Chapter 33, Jungle King Passive. The Tianzhao arena opened, and the entire venue was instantly enveloped by a powerful wave of energy. Above the arena, light shone, and runes danced, as if an ancient, mysterious magic circle had been activated. Everyone in the audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena, anticipating the fierce clash. The arena was surrounded by a dazzling, multicolored glow, nearly blinding. Powerful waves of spiritual energy emanated from the center of the arena, rustling everyone's clothing. At this moment, a resounding voice rang out in everyone's ears. The ring showdown begins now. The contestants will be randomly selected. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of bright light suddenly appeared above the ring, falling rapidly like a meteor, shooting towards the two people respectively. The two people chosen by the light were involuntarily pulled by a powerful force and flew onto the ring. The duel officially began. For a moment, the lights of magic spells intertwined and the sounds of magic weapons colliding were endless. When it was Wang Quan's turn to take the stage, he walked onto the stage calmly. When the crowd saw it was him, they were immediately shocked. It's royal power. Is there any need to compare? He is so powerful, who can be his opponent? When the man fighting against him saw that his opponent was Wang Quan, his face turned pale instantly. Before the fight even started, he jumped off the ring and admitted defeat, shouting, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. I dare not fight you. In this way, every time it was Wang Quan's turn to take the stage, the scene was the same. Everyone knew how powerful he was and no one dared to compete with him. Niu Linger, Mo Shan'er and Yu Mengrao also achieved great realm improvement after practicing with Wang Quan. Although their combat capability was average, they were able to win consecutive victories by crushing the opponents with their realm. The only time someone had the upper hand in a fight with Niu Linger, when he saw that Niu Linger was about to be knocked off the ring, that person was feeling smug and was ready to defeat Niu Linger in one fell swoop. At this critical moment, Wang Quan glanced over with an icy look. The powerful pressure and endless chill contained in that look made the man feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Just one look scared him so much that he admitted defeat and dared not offend again. The competition continued, becoming increasingly intense. However, the number of participants dwindled, and eventually Niu Linger and Yu Mengrao were drawn together. Niu Linger looked at Yu Mengrao, pursed her lips, and then said obediently, Sister has a high level of cultivation, Linger admits defeat. Yu Mengrao smiled and touched Niu Linger's head to comfort her. Soon after, Wang Quan and Mo Shan'er were also drawn into the same group. Mo Shan'er's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Wang Quan affectionately and said without hesitation, Brother Wang Quan, Shan'er gives up. Finally, the rankings were finalized. Wang Quan undoubtedly took first place, Yu Mengrao came in second, Mo Shan'er came in third, and Niu Linger came in fourth. The four of them pocketed all the best rewards, causing envy and jealousy from the audience. Wang Quan is too arrogant. Now all the good rewards have been taken by him and his woman, a man muttered sourly. I think he is just a facade, he just has good luck, another man cursed in a low voice. Putting everything else aside, Wang Quan is so good to his women, a fairy who was slapped on the butt was actually moved by the domineering Wang Quan on the stage. That's right, if I could become Wang Quan's woman, I would be content even if I were just a concubine. Another woman echoed. Niu Linger's reward was a medicine cauldron. The cauldron exuded a warm luster, and was carved with mysterious and exquisite patterns, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. For Niu Linger, who was obsessed with alchemy, this medicine cauldron was just right for her. She held it in her arms with joy, her bright eyes filled with excitement and satisfaction. After Mo Shan'er got the ancient Qilan, she couldn't wait to give it to Wang Quan. She moved lightly, approaching Wang Quan. Her delicate face was filled with sincerity and dependence. She said, Brother Wang Quan, if it weren't for you, Shan'er would never have gotten this third place. This ancient Qilan rightfully belongs to you. Only in your hands can it realize its greatest value. However, Wang Quan gently touched her head and said, Shaner, I understand your feelings, but this is something you earned through your own efforts. You should keep it. Mo Shaner was slightly stunned, and then a brighter smile appeared on her face. She obediently put away the ancient Qilin egg carefully. Yu Mengrao originally wanted to give the Baiyao Xian cannon to Wang Quan. She gently opened her red lips and said, Wang Quan, although this technique is precious, if it can help you improve your cultivation, it will be considered a good use of it. Wang Quan smiled and shook his head, saying, Senior sister, I have a better method. Besides, this Baiyao immortal cannon is only suitable for women to practice. It is not for me. You should keep it and study it carefully. After hearing this, Yu Mengrao realized that what Wang Quan said was true, so she no longer insisted. In Wang Quan's hand was an ancient token with the word Emperor engraved on one side and the word Snow on the other. But what is the use of this token? I was confused for a moment and had to put it away. At this time, a person came over that Wang Quan was somewhat surprised by. Wang Quan, can you come with me? Fairy Lingyu, long time no see. Wang Quan was slightly stunned when he saw Luo Lingyu. Luo Lingyu only fought 3 games and met the conditions for leaving before he stopped challenging. Wang Quan signaled to the 3 women, then turned around and walked to a deserted place with Luo Lingyu. Fairy Lingyu, what do you want to talk to me about? Looking at Wang Quan as if nothing had happened, Luo Lingyu was extremely angry. He had done that to her but now he didn't show any guilt on his face. He was truly a devil. Luo Lingyu gritted his teeth, a trace of humiliation flashed across his face. Although he thought of the fact that he had been defiled by Wang Quan before, hatred surged in his heart. But in order to obtain the true phoenix blood essence, she could only swallow her anger and said, You said before that you wanted to see the person I want to save. I just came to confirm with you whether you can come with me to save the person as soon as possible after the secret realm ends. Wang Quan suddenly realized, so that's what it is. If Fairy Lingyu hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. Of course you can. Saving lives is important after all. However, what Wang Quan was thinking in his heart was, why not take advantage of his illness to kill him and directly put an end to this son of luck, but after thinking about it, he still felt that playing the long game to catch a big fish would earn him more villain points. Seeing Wang Quan finally agree, Luo Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. At least his sacrifice of his body was not in vain. Then the image stone. Don't worry, Fairy Liangxi. I will never let it out. At most, I will just enjoy it for myself. Chapter 34, Suppressing the whole crowd and avenging Zhou Zhen. The trial ended, and everyone returned to reality and left the secret realm. The elders and clan leaders of various sects who were waiting outside looked at the disciples emerging from the secret realm, their faces filled with anticipation and concern. However, when they saw their male disciples wearing masks and their female disciples acting timidly, with strange expressions and unwilling to speak, they couldn't help but feel confused. What exactly happened? Why do you look like this? A sect leader asked first, his voice majestic and urgent. Many disciples looked at each other, and no one dared to answer. Speak, the sect leader shouted angrily. Finally, a male disciple, with trembling hands, slowly took off the mask on his face. A striking black fist mark was visible on his face. What's going on? The sect leader widened his eyes and was furious. The male disciple said tremblingly, Master, we encountered Wang Quan of the 9 Nether Demon sect in the secret realm. He is extremely powerful and has reached the Spirit King realm. We are no match for him. Not only did he steal our storage ring, he also made us look like this. What? The sect leaders were furious when they heard this. This king is so arrogant that he dares to act recklessly in the secret realm. We must eliminate him, otherwise our sect will lose face. Let's unite and put him to death. The clan leaders were outraged and decided to join forces to kill Wang Quan. At this moment, Wang Quan's master, Su Yu, was also among the crowd. Seeing this, she was filled with worry. This brat is such a troublemaker. The people from Liyang Sword sect waited for a long time but no one from their sect showed up. Go find other sects and ask if they have any news about my Liyang Sword sect. Zhou Zhen ordered with a gloomy expression. After a while, the elder brought a person who knew the disciples of Liyang Sword sect. My dear friend, have you seen any disciples from Liyang Sword sect? The elder of Liyang Sword sect asked anxiously. The disciple being questioned looked embarrassed and hesitantly said, Elder, this in the final Tiandao arena, I didn't see a single person from the Liyang Sword sect. Did they encounter something unexpected in the secret realm? Or, the elder guessed. Zhou Zhen instantly became extremely gloomy. How could the disciples of my Liyang Sword sect be so incompetent? What's more, nothing will happen with Yifeng here. In Zhou Zhen's eyes, Yifeng was extremely talented, and that was a dimensionality reduction attack on the geniuses of other sects. He absolutely did not believe that anything would happen to Yifeng. Zhou Zhen interrupted the discussion and said in a deep voice, wait a moment, something must have delayed them. In the secret realm, Wang Quan, who had been having a secret conversation with Luo Lingyu for nearly an hour, finally ended the conversation. Wang Quan waved his hand to remove the formation and carried Luo Lingyu back to the 3 women. When the 3 women saw Luo Lingyu's appearance, they instantly understood what she had just experienced and immediately showed sympathy. Mu Linger also wisely went over to catch Luo Lingyu and supported her. Thank you, Sister Mu. Luo Lingyu said thank you with a blushing face. Let's go, it's time to get out, Wang Quan warned. He had a premonition that there would be a fierce battle once they got out. With a thought, they vanished from the spot. A wave of dizziness followed, and they were back in the canyon they had come from. As soon as Wang Quan came out, he saw a group of people ready to attack him. Seeing Wang Quan appear, countless attacks came at him. Wang Quan raised his hand and summoned the specter shield to protect the woman behind him. Facing the fierce momentum of the various clan leaders, Wang Quan showed no fear. Instead, he held his head high and chest out, with a sneer of disdain on his lips. Wang Quan, today is the day you die, a sect leader shouted first, with spiritual power surging around him, and he was about to attack. The other sect leaders also activated their spiritual power, and for a moment, powerful pressure swept towards Wang Quan. However, Wang Quan remained motionless, his eyes firm and confident. You think you can take my life? Su Yu, who was hiding in the dark, saw that the situation was not good, and quickly flew to Wang Quan's side, wanting to fight the enemy together with Wang Quan. Wang Quan then unleashed his Spirit King aura with all his might and sternly said, Master, there's no need. I alone am enough to suppress the entire place. Wang Quan no longer hesitated, his hands dancing. A dark, sinister aura surged around him, blazing like a black flame. He charged at the leader, who was charging in front. The dark, sinister aura transformed into a massive black dragon, swooping down on the man who had just shouted. The man being attacked frantically tried to defend himself. Although he was also at the Spirit King level, he felt that if he couldn't dodge, he would surely die. He turned around, trying to escape the dragon's attack range, but was a step too slow. He was instantly devoured by the dragon, screaming and turning into ashes. The other clan leaders were all horrified upon seeing this, but now there was no way out, so they could only bite the bullet and continue the attack. Wang Quan's figure moved like a ghost, weaving among the various clan leaders. Phantom evil energy erupted with each of his attacks. Each strike carried the power to destroy everything. Some clan leaders were consumed by the phantom evil energy, their life force instantly severed, others were sent flying by the powerful impact, falling to the ground. Soon, except for Zhou Zhen, all other clan leaders were killed by Wang Quan. Wang Quan, do you know where Yifeng is? I have sent Yifeng to the Nine Netherworld. You will be able to meet him again soon, Wang Quan sneered. Impossible. How could Yifeng be killed by you? He is the young master of my Liang Sword sect. He is the hope for the rise of my Liang Sword sect. Zhou Zhen's eyes were red, and he looked like a madman. He rushed towards Wang Quan without hesitation, shouting frantically, I will kill you and avenge Yifeng. However, Wang Quan simply dodged Zhou Zhen's haphazard attack by slightly leaning to the side. He then reached out a hand, easily grasped Zhou Zhen's neck, and lifted him up. Zhou Zhen struggled with his hands and feet, but was unable to break free from the constraints of royal power. Wang Quan smiled scornfully and said, You think you can kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Then he threw Zhou Zhen to the ground and stepped on his back, making him unable to move. Zhou Zhen's face was pressed to the ground, and he was still roaring in anger. Wang Quan, you will not die well. As Wang Quan gradually increased the strength of his footsteps, Zhou Zhen's chest caved in with a few crisp sounds of bones cracking. Zhou Legu, I never thought you would have this day. Wang Quan, I hate it. I hate that I didn't kill you earlier and gave you a chance to turn things around. Wang Quan's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand, about to finish him off. Brother Wang Quan, please let him go. Mo Shan'er shouted hurriedly. No matter what, he is still my master. I can't just leave him alone. As long as you let him go, I will listen to you from now on. I will do whatever you want me to do. Wang Quan looked at Mo Shan'er, whose eyes were filled with tears, and snorted coldly, forget it, for Shan'er's sake, I will spare your life today. When Zhou Zhen heard that Wang Quan had let him go, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had originally planned to die, but he didn't expect to survive. At this moment, Zhou Zhen didn't care about anything else. He got up and scrambled to his feet, desperately running away. He looked in a mess and kept looking back as he ran, fearing that Wang Quan would go back on his word. Wang Quan watched Zhou Zhen's fleeing figure, a barely perceptible sneer curling up his lips. He secretly sent a message to Su Yu, Master, wait until he's a good distance away, then kill him. Don't let Shan'er notice. Su Yu understood what he meant, quietly hit her body, and chased in the direction Zhou Zhen fled. Zhou Zhen ran all the way, his heart filled with gratitude for having survived the disaster. As long as I'm alive, I still have a chance to take revenge. Just when he thought he had escaped, Su Yu appeared in front of him like a ghost. Zhou Zhen's face changed drastically, and he shouted in horror, Why are you here? Su Yu said coldly with a blank expression, Your life ends here. After saying that, without waiting for Zhou Zhen to react, Su Yu raised her hand and waved it, and a powerful spiritual power instantly penetrated Zhou Zhen's body. Zhou Zhen widened his eyes and fell down unwillingly, his life force quickly dissipating. After Su Yu dealt with Zhou Zhen, she returned quietly as if she had never left. Chapter 35, Rebuilding Lin Qingyu's body. There was a chaotic scene in front of Wang Quan. He glanced coldly at the remaining people, most of whom were geniuses who had been stamped by him. If you want to remove the mark, bring 10,000 spirit stones to the 9 Nether Demon sect. If you still refuse to obey, I will be at your service anytime. Host showed his skill and handled the situation properly, rewarded with 30,000 villain points, with a balance of 530,000 points. After dealing with these, Linger walked up to Wang Quan with reluctance in her eyes. Wang Quan, I'm going back to the sect with my father. Linger's voice was a little depressed, and her eyes were slightly red. Wang Quan gently touched her head and said, Linger, when you go back, you must practice hard and take good care of yourself. Linger nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Quan, you must remember to think of me and come find me when you have time. Wang Quan smiled and replied, Yes, Linger. Linger's father came forward and took her hand. Linger, it's time to go. Linger took one last deep look at Wang Quan, then turned and walked away with her father. After Linger left, Wang Quan turned to look at Luo Lingyu and asked, Lingyu, are you planning to go back or come back to the sect with me? Luo Lingyu bit her lip, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Thinking of Wang Quan's previous promise, she was afraid that he would go back on his word in the future. I will go back to the Juyu Demon sect with you. Luo Lingyu finally made up his mind. Wang Quan smiled and said, Okay, let's go. Juyu Demon sect, inside the leader's hall. Su Yu sat elegantly on the jade throne, her posture dignified and majestic. She was wearing a simple black dress, which showed her elegant temperament and set off her dignified and beautiful figure perfectly. Her waterfall-like black hair was neatly combed up, and a few strands of hair fell neatly on her fair shoulders. Wang Quan placed a pile of storage rings on the ground. He looked at Su Yu with a proud smile on his face and said, Master, I have defeated all the competitors and won first place this time. I have brought honor to the sect and brought back so many cultivation resources. I wonder if you can guide me in my cultivation. I'm sure you won't take ordinary guidance seriously. I'll pass on my cultivation experience to you, Su Yu said with a smile. Recalling the scene where Wang Quan amazed the whole crowd with his skills, she still feels extremely gratified. She really had not expected that Wang Quan, who was still in the spiritual disciple realm and whom she had rescued, could grow to such an outstanding level in such a short period of time. Master, you are so young and promising, and you are in your prime. It is your honor to receive your guidance. How about Master giving me some pointers right now? Wang Quan asked expectantly, with a hint of sincerity in his eyes. What request? Su Yu looked at Wang Quan's expectant smile, and suddenly a curious premonition arose in her heart. I accidentally got a heavenly cultivation method, but now that I have reached the Spirit King realm, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. I'm facing such a dilemma right now. I hope Master can give me some guidance. Don't be anxious, kid, Su Yu said gently. Su Yu said seriously, we are a master-disciple relationship, and I will do my best to help you. However, Wang Quan's face was filled with anxiety. He suddenly stepped forward and respectfully helped Su Yu up. Su Yu was slightly startled and began to struggle gently, but Wang Quan's attitude was firm and sincere, and her struggle seemed a little powerless. Wang Quan took Su Yu aside and said with his hands clasped together, Master, please help me. Su Yu looked at Wang Quan who was so close to her, and said with a slightly red face, Quaner, this is too sudden, let me think about it, okay. Then Master, can you first guide me on some key points? Wang Quan didn't want to force Su Yu too much. Master said it would take time, so it would be fine after some time. Su Yu nodded. Immediately afterwards, Wang Quan listened carefully to Su Yu's instructions. The process was so serious and focused that everything around seemed to have come to a standstill. Only after Su Yu finished explaining did Wang Quan say gratefully, Thank you, Master. I'll go back first. Returning to his own courtyard, Wang Quan bathed and changed his clothes with the help of Moer's men. After rejecting Moer's idea of helping, Wang Quan returned to his room, and his consciousness touched the ring, summoning Lin Qingyu. Senior, I will now rebuild your body. Okay, thank you very much. Lin Qingyu was finally able to rebuild her body, and she seemed a little excited at this moment. Once I have reshaped my body, I will be able to quickly improve my strength with the experience of my previous life and help my disciple get revenge. Wang Quan stood there seriously. In front of him was a formation emitting a gentle light. Beside it were only Lingshu rebirth marrow and a pile of spirit stones. Lin Qingyu's pure soul was carefully placed at the core of the formation, and her soul light was soft and stable. Then Wang Quan calmly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. As he moved, the formation slowly activated, and the light was soft and warm. He picked up the Lingshu rebirth marrow and poured it into the formation. As soon as the Lingshu rebirth marrow touched the formation, it transformed into dots of green light and merged into it. Then, Wang Quan began to put spirit stones into the formation in an orderly manner with skillful movements. Under the effect of the formation, Lin Qingyu's body began to reshape. Her delicate face gradually emerged, her eyebrows were as dark as distant ink, her eyes were tightly closed, her long and curled eyelashes trembled slightly, her nose was straight, and her cherry mouth was slightly open, as if she was feeling some kind of change. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, her figure was slender and well proportioned, her waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand, and her legs were straight and slender. Finally, when Lin Qingyu's body was reshaped, he lay in the formation. Wang Quan stopped and looked at Lin Qingyu, with admiration unconsciously revealed in his eyes. Lin Qingyu, who had rebuilt her body, was a little clumsy in her movements, as if she was not used to the feeling of having a body again. She quickly grasped the action, then realized her current situation and a look of gratitude appeared on her face. But her status as a sword master allowed her to calm down quickly. Wang Quan, can you give me a piece of clothing first? Lin Qingyu secretly reminded herself in her heart that she had forgotten to ask Wang Quan to prepare clothes in advance, and now her friend Wang Quan took advantage of her. I will definitely thank him when my cultivation level recovers. Lin Qingyu, I don't have any women's clothes in my room. Wang Quan was a little embarrassed and spoke sincerely. Chapter 36 Desperate Lin Qingyu. Wang Quan's eyes were full of concern, as if sparkling with warmth. Lin Qingyu looked at Wang Quan's kind eyes, and her inner uneasiness gradually dissipated. Wang Quan slowly approached Lin Qingyu, his step steady and firm. Lin Qingyu was a little confused, but she did not retreat. After all, she had just reshaped her body and was still a little inconvenient to move. She said sincerely, Wang Quan, thank you for reshaping my body. Wang Quan smiled and said, Senior Lin, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Wang Quan gently held her arm and said, Senior, you have just rebuilt your body, so your movements are not very convenient yet. I will help you to rest aside. Wang Quan spoke softly, afraid of disturbing her. Lin Qingyu nodded slightly and followed Wang Quan obediently. Senior, don't worry, I will take good care of you until you fully recover. Wang Quan said solemnly. Lin Qingyu looked at him gratefully. Wang Quan, you are such a kind child. Host's kindness value plus 100,000 points, balance 630,000. The next day, Wang Quan called Mower in to clean the room. When the little maid saw this scene in the room, she was stunned. Mower, go find an iron chain later. Okay, Mosey. Shall I go find some clothes for this girl? No, Senior, you don't need it for now. Wang Quan had no expression on his face and spoke calmly. Then Wang Quan walked out of the house. I guess the Juyu demon church is very lively today. In the room, Lin Qingyu sat on the bed with a firm look in her eyes, her heart full of gratitude towards Wang Quan. After the end of the Linghuan Tianyuan secret realm, those geniuses who had black marks on their faces by Wang Quan all returned to their respective sects with angry and helpless expressions. They were all highly respected and favored children in their respective sects, but now with the eye-catching black mark on their heads, they instantly became the focus of everyone's attention and the laughingstock of their fellow disciples. Now, a long queue has formed in the Juyu demon sect. They are all monks who come to request the elimination of the evil spirit. Everyone line up, come one by one, prepare your spirit cards in advance, don't waste time. Wang Quan shouted and gave orders loudly, and at the same time found a chair. While collecting money, he raised his hand to remove the black mark. Why is it so lively in my demon sect today? Why do these people have black marks on their faces? Just like the eldest elder's son before, were they also beaten by the demon? I heard that Mosey showed his skills in Linghuan Tianyuan and helped all the cultivators. Why is there nothing on the face of that female cultivator? Of course Mosey is taking special care of female cultivators. Listening to the praise and discussions of the 9 nether demon sect disciples around them, the expressions of these usually spoiled geniuses softened and their attitudes towards Wang Quan also changed. The elders from the sect who came with them also looked much better and were full of gratitude to Wang Quan. Wang Quan kept collecting money and raising his hand, repeating this action mechanically. Hiss, demon, Yu Qingdi said with a blushing face. Then why hasn't it been eliminated yet? Others can eliminate it in an instant. Host's kindness value plus 1000, balance 631,000. It took me a whole morning to finally finish it. Wang Quan stretched and prepared to go back for a nap. Mosey, please stay. Several elders and their female disciples called him over, including Yu Qingdi, who he had specially taken care of. What else do you want? Wang Quan was polite to the noble person who came to give him money. Wang Quan, you have done a great job. My disciple has been helped by you so much, and now she wants to repay you. You must marry her. A beautiful woman with charm came to Wang Quan with a smile, pointed at Wang Quan and said that she was Yu Qingdi's master. That's right, my disciple is the same. After being taken care of by you, he wants to repay you. A big man next to another fairy also echoed. Yes, we thought the same, the rest of the people echoed. Although Wang Quan had some misunderstandings with them before, through this help, they also saw Wang Quan's excellence. Wang Quan has such vision and strength at such a young age, so he will definitely have a bright future. If Wang Quan could marry his disciple, even if it was just a concubine, it would be worth it. Wang Quan, however, looked embarrassed and waved his hands repeatedly in response. It is not appropriate to marry them, but if you need me in the future, I will definitely help. After hearing this, those people were a little disappointed, but still said, well, we'll have to trouble Mosey again if we have any problems in the future. We will never bother you again. Those people looked at each other with gratitude in their eyes, then bowed and left. Seeing these people leave, Wang Quan didn't care. He turned around and left, returned to his own yard, and started eating lunch. Mosey, there's someone outside asking to see you, Moore said crisply. Who is looking for me again? Wang Quan murmured in a low voice. Let him in, promise. Your Highness, Mosey, there were many people talking about this before, and it wouldn't be appropriate for my disciple to repay you if it got out. But after careful consideration, I think it would be an honor for my disciple to be able to help you. I hope you will accept my disciple as your disciple, and let her run errands for you if you have any small things in the future. A middle-aged man with a slightly fat figure and a sincere face spoke. Chapter 37, rushing to be a maid. Behind the middle-aged man stood a pretty but timid-looking girl. She lowered her head, her hands nervously tugging at the corners of her clothes. Her fair face was flushed like the sunset, and her eyes were evasive, not daring to look Wang Quan in the eye. Wang Quan sat steadily in the chair, his eyes as sharp as torches as he swept over the girl. His voice was calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. He asked calmly, are you willing to be my maid? The girl opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but before she could, the elder beside her hurriedly answered, of course she is willing. It is a blessing for her to be your maid, Mosey. She is willing. Hearing this, the girl bit her lip lightly, with a hint of helplessness and grievance in her eyes. But intimidated by the authority of her elders, she didn't dare to refute. Her slightly trembling body seemed to express her inner dissatisfaction. Then you stay. What's your name? Wang Quan asked again. My name is Li Yi. The girl's voice was as thin as a mosquito. At this time, Moore came in again and said softly, Mosey, there's someone outside asking to see you again. Wang Quan raised his eyebrows and said, bring him in. The person who came in this time was a middle-aged man who looked gentle and refined. As soon as he came in, he respectfully gave Wang Quan a scholar salute. Greetings, demon. I am Han Pingzhou from the Daqian Confucian School, and this is my daughter, Han Bing. Han Bing stood quietly beside Han Pingzhou, her long blue hair like a waterfall casually draped over her shoulders, making her skin look even whiter than snow, like solidified fat. Her eyes were like blue gems, deep and bright, yet with a subtle hint of arrogance. Her high-nosed bridge and tightly pursed lips make her cold and elegant face look even more unapproachable. Han Pingzhou's face was filled with a flattering smile as he said, Demon, I have always admired you, a genius. After witnessing the grace of the Holy Sun a few days ago, I have become even more attracted to you. I have no appetite and only wish to let you stay by my side as a maid. I hope you will take me in. Why? Isn't it good to study in Confucianism? Why send you to me to be a maid? Wang Quan was still a little confused. Was his charm so great? Your Highness Mosey is a genius. It is my blessing to be able to serve as your maid. Han Pingzhou was very respectful. Wang Quan looked at Han Bing, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said with a smile, in that case, then you can stay too. Han Bing tilted his head slightly, his face still showing an indifferent look, but his eyes couldn't help but reveal a barely perceptible hint of joy. Mu Qingdi, the elder sister who had been specially cared for by Wang Quan before, was now being held tightly by her master and taught earnestly. Qingdi, our Qingchen sect is only a third-rate sect, and the strongest within it is only at the spiritual sect level. Wang Quan has been so caring towards you before, which shows that he likes you very much. If you can become Wang Quan's maid and then give birth to a child for him, you will soar to the sky, which is much better than being a saint in Qingchen sect. Mu Qingdi listened to her master's words, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. She bit her lip, gently fiddling with the corner of her clothes, and whispered, Master, I know you're doing this for my own good. Seeing her like this, the master was delighted and said while the iron was hot, Qingdi, this is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you will never have it again. Mu Qingdi lowered her head even lower, a few strands of hair falling down, covering her flushed cheeks, and she stammered, it's just giving birth. The master immediately put on an experienced tone and said, Qingdi, I know you are shy, but a man like Wang Quan must be surrounded by countless women. Even if he likes you now, you have to be more proactive. She nodded slightly and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Master, I promise you. The master immediately showed a relieved smile on his face, took Mu Qingdi's hand and said, Good child, the master will take you to find Wang Quan right away. Mu Qingdi hummed softly and followed her master towards Wang Quan's direction. Her heart was pounding, filled with nervousness and anticipation. The master and disciple asked along the way and arrived at the gate of Wang Quan courtyard, where they were surprised to find that a large group of people had already gathered. They are all those who said before that they didn't want their apprentice daughter to be a maid and felt insulted. Now they have gathered together by accident. Even though these people are experienced, they feel a little embarrassed when looking at each other. HMPH, I wonder who was it that said he didn't want his daughter to be a maid, but why did he sneak here without telling anyone? The big man crossed his arms and said in a sarcastic tone, his face full of ridicule. You're talking about me, but argue the same. The man who was being manipulated by Yin Yang immediately became furious. His eyes widened as he pointed at the big man and shouted, What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You're the one who brought your daughter here with you, looking anxiously at me. I did that for the sake of my disciple's future. She is not the chief in the sect, so her development is limited. Why did you send your only daughter here? The big man refused to be outdone and retorted with his neck stiff. You're just making up stories. Okay, stop arguing. Let's not blame each other. Aren't we all doing this for the next generation to have a good future? An old man stepped forward to persuade. Who is on the same side with them? That's right, let's all try our best to see whose daughter will be favored by the demon. Everyone was arguing until their faces turned red and their voices were getting louder and louder. The whole yard was in chaos. At this time, Wang Quan, who was in the house, heard the noise outside, frowned, stood up and walked out. When everyone saw Wang Quan coming out, they instantly quieted down, and everyone looked nervous and a little flattering. Wang Quan glanced at everyone coldly, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Those women were all good-looking and had good figures. Some of them lowered their heads shyly, while others looked directly at Wang Quan boldly, trying to attract his attention. When Wang Quan's gaze fell on Mu Qingdi, he paused. Isn't this the big girl from the daytime? Mu Qingdi was wearing a light green dress, her figure graceful, like a willow swaying in the wind. Her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes were filled with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Everyone else can go, just let her stay. Wang Quan pointed at Mu Qingdi, then turned and went back to the house. Mu Qingdi was delighted, while the others were disappointed and could only leave helplessly. Inside the house, three women with very different styles stood side by side. Li Yi looked like a shy and introverted little girl, with her head lowered, and her timid appearance made people feel pity for her. Han Bing has blue hair and a cold appearance. Her tightly pursed lips seem to reveal her arrogance, but her occasional flickering eyes make people feel that she is a bit reserved. Mu Qingdi was like a ripe peach, charming on the outside but actually very pure. Her nervous expression revealed her inner uneasiness. Since you have become my maid, don't act like a young lady anymore. Let Moer teach you the rules later. Wang Quan said in a flat tone while sitting on a chair. Also, from now on you will be called Yi, Binger, and Dear. The three of them saluted Wang Quan somewhat awkwardly, then spoke in unison, we will do as the demon child commands. The room fell silent for a moment, and the three women's hearts were filled with confusion and expectations about the future. Chapter 38, a new protagonist in the broken engagement trend. Ding, system upgrade successful. New feature unlocked, enlightenment. New features can improve the level of skills and realms, allowing the host's strength to increase rapidly. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the skills, the more villain value consumed, and it can save time in cultivation without bottlenecks. Wang Quan, Destiny Villain. Realm, Mid-Spiritual King. Luck value, 10,099. Villain value, 631000. Martial arts, 9 Nether Shadow Claw, Phantom Shield, 9 Nether Ice Soul Thorn, 9 Nether Phantom Step, Eye of Delusion. Kung Fu, 9 Nether Demonic Arts, 2nd level, Luanfeng Harmony Arts, 2nd level. Mystical Power, Vast Ocean Star Palm. Physique, 9 Nether Demonic Body. Passive, Wild King Field Combat Power plus 10%. System functions, System Mall, Eye of True Vision, Enlightenment. Wang Quan looked at the newly unlocked function, Enlightenment, with great anticipation. This wonderful function can currently only display the villain value required to advance to the next level. He focused on improving the value of his cultivation. If he wanted to reach the late stage of Spirit King, he would need a full 50,000 villain value. The king's villain value was sufficient, but not very necessary. Wang Quan frowned slightly and thought to himself, in this eastern wilderness, my combat ability is already among the best, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to slowly practice and improve my cultivation. However, the 9 Nether Demonic Art cannot be delayed. After all, he would soon leave the demon cult and go to the Dakion dynasty to meet the new son of destiny. By that time, it would be difficult to find an excellent place for cultivation like the demon sect, which is filled with such evil spirit. It takes 100,000 villain points to go from the second level to the third level of the 9 nether demonic art. System, upgrade the 9 nether demonic art for me. Wang Quan made the decision without hesitation. Ding, consuming 100,000 villain points. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the third level of the 9 nether demonic art, boiling demonic blood. The third level of the 9 nether demonic evil art, boiling demonic blood. The rolling nether demonic energy is introduced into the body, pushing the blood throughout the body, causing it to churn like boiling water, and then tempering the body, making it as hard as a rock, and the strength increases dramatically. In fact, this system initiation has another great benefit, which is that the normal practice of the 9 nether demonic art involves a high risk. For example, when practicing the third level, if one is not careful, it will cause the blood and chi to flow backwards, and eventually the body will explode and die. When practicing the fourth level of ossification magic crystal, the bones will feel extremely sharp pain, which feels as if being cut into pieces by thousands of knives. Although this danger will be infinitely weakened when Wang Quan, who possesses the 9 nether demon body, practices, the pain will still be unbearable during the practice. After successfully breaking through to the third level, I saw that the number showed that it would take 200,000 villain points to break through to the fourth level. System, continue to break through the fourth level. Wang Quan gritted his teeth, his eyes showing determination. Ding, 200,000 villain points consumed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the fourth level osseous magic crystal of the 9 nether demonic art. The remaining villain points are 331,000 points. As he broke through to the fourth level, a crisp, crunching sound came from Wang Quan's bones. The evil spirit had penetrated his bones, causing them to crystallize and become indestructible. Call. Wang Quan took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. Feeling the powerful strength in his body at the moment, he wanted to punch out to test how powerful he was now. Master Mosey, it's time to eat. Niu Qingdi walked in gracefully and said in a soft voice. Now, under Moer's careful teaching, Niu Qingdi, Han Bing and Lu Yi have successfully taken over all matters except warming Wang Quan's bed. According to Moer, since they had just arrived and were ignorant, she needed to focus on such an important matter as warming the bed first and then make proper arrangements. As for Moer, she was successfully promoted from Wang Quan's personal maid to the position of housekeeper. At the dinner table, Wang Quan asked, how's the situation with Lin Qingyu? Your Highness, Mako, as you ordered, she has been locked in a corner. Only leftovers and water are delivered to her daily. However, she refuses to eat most of the time, and only eats a little when she's almost fainting from hunger. And every time I deliver her food, she says she wants to take a bath. Moer gently massaged Wang Quan's shoulders while telling the story. After hearing this, Wang Quan snorted coldly, HMPH, Lin Qingyu is just a mortal body now, and she won't last long. When she becomes obedient, I will dress her and bathe her. He wanted to see how long this former swordmaster could hold on. By the way, I'm leaving for the Dakion dynasty tomorrow to stay for a while. Moer, the family is counting on you. After dinner, Wang Quan gave instructions. Luo Lingyu had come to see him before. She was so eager to take Wang Quan back that she even let Wang Quan succeed again. Moer was delighted to see Wang Quan trust her so much, and quickly responded with a smile. Don't worry, Mosey, I will definitely manage the household well. Your Highness Mosey, can I go to Dakion with you? Firstly, I can take care of you on the way, and secondly I have an engagement to deal with. At this time, Han Bing, who was peeling grapes for Wang Quan, spoke crisply. Engagement. Wang Quan looked puzzled. Han Bing lowered his head slightly and continued, since I was young, the family elders have arranged a marriage between me and the young master of the Wang family. The young master of the Wang family was born without the aptitude for cultivation. I have always wanted to cancel this engagement, but my father has always refused. Until recently, his family suffered a tragedy. Many of his family members were beheaded for being involved in a corruption case at the imperial court. The family's fortunes plummeted, and my father finally agreed to take me to cancel the engagement. After Wang Quan heard this, he thought to himself. A marriage contract made since childhood, born unable to practice. Break off an engagement. When these three elements are combined together, the self who traveled through time and space becomes extremely familiar. Isn't this a perfect template for the rise of a loser who breaks off an engagement? Is it another protagonist? As for Han Bing, without the heroine's hint, she would only be a supporting actress who would be slapped in the face in the future. Wang Quan smiled and said, then Binger will come with me to Dakion. I will go with you to cancel the engagement. I can't let my little maid suffer any injustice. When Han Bing heard this, a hint of surprise and sweetness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his cold and arrogant look, and then bowed slightly and thanked him. Thank you, Your Highness Mosey. Wang Quan waved his hand, motioning her to stand up, and then said, Binger, tell me the details of the young master of the Wang family. Han Bing nodded slightly, still using that cold tone. The young master of the Wang family is called Wang Yu. He has been weak since childhood and cannot practice any martial arts. He only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. He has no knowledge or skills. His family was once considered a prominent official family in the city, but after the great changes, Wang Yu seemed to have become a different person, much more composed and composed. There were even rumors that he had written a masterpiece at a poetry gathering, but I only heard about it from the servants and didn't ask too much. Wang Quan nodded thoughtfully, having some ideas in mind. Chapter 39 Heading to Dakion. The next day, Wang Quan kissed Yu Mengrao and Mo Xian goodbye one by one. In fact, Wang Quan originally wanted the two of them to go to Dakion with him. However, both women believed that Wang Quan's progress was extremely rapid. They did not want to become a burden to Wang Quan, so they took the initiative to express their desire to stay and concentrate on their training. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan, though reluctant, had no choice but to give up. He spent 50,000 villain points on the system mall, exchanging them for a medicinal pill that would allow them to cultivate for a long time. The two girls were filled with sweetness in their hearts, and even took the initiative to give Wang Quan another kiss, which made the disciples passing by envious. Afterwards, Wang Quan walked towards his master Su Yu who was standing aside. Master, I don't know when we'll see each other again. How about we say goodbye? Su Yu gave Wang Quan a charming look and said, you little bastard. Before she could finish her words, Wang Quan blocked her lips. Su Yu was startled at first, then she pounded Wang Quan's chest coquettishly, but soon she was immersed in his kiss. After a long time, Wang Quan let go of Su Yu. She was blushing, her eyes sparkling, and she scolded him, you little brat, you're becoming more and more disrespectful. Wang Quan chuckled and said, Master, I can't bear to leave you. Su Yu snorted softly, stop talking nonsense. When you go to Dakion, try not to cause trouble. It is said that there's an old monster above the level of Spirit King hidden in the Dakion palace. Wang Quan frowned and nodded solemnly, Master, don't worry, I know what's going on. Yu Mengrao, who was standing by, was so shocked by her master's feminine appearance that her mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost fit in it. Is this still the master I am familiar with? The surrounding disciples were also stunned when they saw the usually ruthless and cold leader Su Yu's shy look at this moment. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Some disciples even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. A disciple exclaimed quietly, oh my god, am I seeing this right? The leader actually has such a feminine demeanor. Another disciple continued, was the leader possessed by someone else? Another disciple sighed, the demon is really powerful. He can even subdue a woman like the leader. Originally, Su Yu planned to let the three of them ride on the sect's Dark Moon Eagle, the Wang Quan, who was at the Spirit King level, was able to carry people directly. Thanks to the blessing of the 9 nether demon body, his endurance is off the charts, and he can easily carry 2 people flying for a whole day. Finally, after flying for most of the day, Wang Quan slowly landed in front of a towering city. This city is the capital of the Dakian dynasty. From afar, the city walls of the capital city tower into the clouds, like a giant dragon winding and entwined on the earth. The city walls, built of massive black stones, exude an ancient and profound atmosphere. Banners fluttered above the walls, and guards, clad in gleaming armor and holding spears, stood majestically. The city gate was made of fine steel and was nearly half a meter thick. Wang Quan estimated that even he would need several punches to penetrate it. Several people took out their tokens to prove their identities. The dynasty did not hate the evil ways as much as the martial arts world. Apart from those sects that kill people to practice martial arts and are banned from entering Dakian, there is nothing special about other demon sects on the surface. Of course, there are still many people who look down on demon sects. After seeing his demon token, the soldier saluted respectfully to the king and then let him go. When you enter the capital, you can see streets paved with bluestone slabs, which are flat and clean. The streets were lined with shops overflowing with goods. There were shops selling all sorts of magical weapons and elixirs, bustling restaurants, and luxuriously decorated inns. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, a scene rarely seen in other cities. However, this prosperity was only superficial. The Emperor Dakian was terminally ill, and none of the princes could take on the responsibility. In the Lingyuan Tianyuan, Wang Quan had beaten several princes and princesses. In his opinion, none of them had the potential to become the king of a country. Under the guidance of Luo Lingyu, everyone came to a magnificent mansion. In front of the gate are 2 majestic stone lions, and on the gate are 2 large golden characters, Luo Mansion. Luo Lingyu brought Wang Quan and Han Bing to the gate of Luo Mansion. The servant at the gate saw his young lady returning from afar and hurriedly trotted forward to greet her. Miss, you are back. The servant stood by respectfully with happy faces. Luo Lingyu nodded slightly and walked into the mansion with Wang Quan and others. The servants looked at Wang Quan and Han Bing curiously, secretly speculating about their identities. Especially this man in black robe with a stern face, although he did not speak, he exuded a powerful aura that made people dare not look directly at him. He made people feel awe and seemed to be more majestic than the head of the family. After entering the mansion, Luo Lingyu immediately ordered, "Come here, prepare the best guest room for our distinguished guest and prepare a sumptuous banquet." The servants took the order and left. After a while, they brought Wang Quan and Han Bing to a spacious, bright and beautifully decorated guest room. Luo Lingyu had regained her ladylike demeanor at this moment. With a graceful figure and a smile on her face, she said to Wang Quan, "Mosey, please enjoy your meal first. I'll go contact my friend right away." After dinner, Wang Quan lay down on the bed. It must be said that this large family's conditions were superior. This bed was countless times more comfortable than the one in his 9 nether demon sect's courtyard. It was said that this mattress could only be purchased at a high price in the capital. The next morning, just after daybreak, Luo Lingyu found Wang Quan early. She bit her lip and said apologetically, "Master Wang, I'm really sorry. My friend has a special status after all. There have been some emergencies in the past few days, so it's not convenient for me to take you to see her. Please wait in my residence for a while, my dear prince. I will be happy to help you with anything you need." Wang Quan frowned slightly, then glanced at Luo Lingyu calmly. "Fairy, will you really agree to everything you need?" Seeing Wang Quan's familiar eyes, Luo Lingyu trembled all over, her legs seemed to be unable to stabilize, and she could no longer maintain the demeanor of a young lady. After doing morning exercises, Wang Quan felt refreshed. But he was secretly thinking in his heart that it seemed that Feng Wushuang should be someone in the palace. He has a special status and cannot meet outsiders casually. He is most likely a prince. However, Wang Quan did not plan to wait foolishly in Luo Mansion for the next few days. After giving some instructions to his servants, he left Luo Mansion. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this time to deal with the engagement matter with the maid Han Bing. At this moment, Wang Quan suddenly had an interesting idea in his mind. Chapter 40, Not breaking off the engagement. Wang Quan followed Han Bing to the Confucian Academy. The tall and majestic gate of the Confucian Academy is made of thick mahogany and inlaid with gleaming golden door nails and copper rings. On the door plaque, 2 powerful characters, Ruan, were written in a vigorous and majestic manner. At this time, Han Bing had changed into a moon-white robe. On the robe, exquisite cloud patterns embroidered with silver thread were gleaming. Her long light blue hair was neatly tied behind her head and fixed with a white jade hairpin. The other disciples coming and going in the Confucian Academy were all dressed like this. Along the way, many people greeted Han Bing, and she just nodded slightly in response. After passing through a long corridor in school, Han Bing brought Wang Quan to the accommodation area. Wang Quan whispered a few words into Han Bing's ear, then turned and went into the house. He sat inside and drank tea quietly. After Han Bing gave a few instructions to a female disciple, he stood quietly at the door waiting. Not long after, the female disciple came over with a handsome man with an unruly look. Ding, Destiny Child Wang Yu detected. Wang Yu. Realm, late spiritual master. Luck value, 300,000. Constitution, none. Introduction, a traveler from Earth has obtained the loser rise system. As long as he continuously completes the system tasks, he can quickly rise to prominence with the system rewards. Ding, Wang Yu's opportunity is detected. Complete the system task, and be broken off by Han Bing to obtain the immortal level ancient saint body cannot be intercepted. This person is actually my fellow villager. However, a sneer appeared on Wang Quan's face, and he muttered to himself, "For the sake of our fellow countrymen, I will squeeze you dry as soon as possible and send you back to Earth." Wang Quan was amazed at Wang Yu's luck value of 300,000, and the task reward given to him by the system was actually an immortal level ancient holy body. Wang Quan, who also possesses the immortal level 9 nether demonic body, is well aware of the power of the immortal level physique. Since he couldn't intercept him, he had to stop Wang Yu from completing his mission. This also coincided with Wang Quan's previous plan. Wang Quan gave Han Bing outside a look through the crack in the door, and Han Bing immediately nodded in understanding. Wang Yu, who was standing in front of Han Bing, frowned and looked at Han Bing with a look of vigilance and unwillingness. "Miss Han, why did you come to see me today? Could it be that you want to cancel the engagement because you see my family's decline? If you break off the engagement with me today, I will make you regret it someday. Things change over time, don't." Before Wang Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Han Bing's chuckle. Wang Yu looked a little dumbfounded when he saw Han Bing, who had a beautiful but world-weary face, suddenly laugh. Han Bing covered her mouth and said, "My lord, you misunderstood. I'm not breaking off the engagement with you. I just want to pick a good day and get married normally." Yes, this is exactly what the king ordered. Wang Quan had thought this way long before. If Wang Yu was the chosen one, but Han Bing was not the heroine, then if he interfered with the original trajectory and prevented them from breaking off the engagement, could Han Bing become the heroine? Even if it is not possible, we can place a chess piece next to Wang Yu, which will make it particularly easy to deal with him. Before this, Wang Quan had told Han Bing that if he received his signal, he should tell him to go ahead with the marriage, and if he did not respond, he would cancel the engagement as usual. As soon as Wang Quan received the system prompt confirming that Wang Yu was the child of destiny, he immediately sent a signal to Han Bing. Although Han Bing was puzzled, he could only suppress the nausea in his heart and complete his master's task. At this time, Wang Yu was already confused. As a time traveler, he was originally just a loser on Earth who had accomplished nothing. He died suddenly after staying up late to watch movies. Who would have thought that the moment I opened my eyes, I would travel to another world and awaken the loser rise system? Although his family fell into poverty when he first arrived, he still had an engagement. But as he was familiar with online articles, he immediately realized that he was the legendary child of destiny. Isn't this the familiar routine of being broken off at the beginning, then rising up with the help of the system, and pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face all the way? In the past few days, although Wang Yu had not received any tasks from the system, he still relied on his own practice to improve to a higher level. At a poetry reading some time ago, while being mocked by everyone, he copied a peerless poem from his previous life on the spot, embarrassing the whole audience. He even attracted the admiration of a great scholar, who invited him to join the Confucian Academy on the spot and even expressed the intention of taking him as his apprentice. This made Wang Yu more confident. Just a few days ago, Wang Yu finally received the first task from the system, which asked him to wait for his engagement to be broken off, and then he would be able to obtain an immortal level ancient holy body. But he never expected that Han Bing would say that she was willing to marry him. What should I do? Wang Yu asked doubtfully. Ms. Han, with my current status, I am completely unworthy of you. Why are you still willing to marry me? Han Bing looked at Wang Yu, who was staring at her chest with a pig-like look, and felt extremely disgusted. They both had the surname Wang, but this man was a world apart from his master. But she still resisted the urge to scold Wang Yu, and forced a smile and said, Young Master Wang, do you think I'm just a clinger? Although my family does intend to have me cancel the engagement, they have no objection if I don't. What's more, young Master Wang is handsome and talented. I heard that he won first place at the poetry competition a few days ago, beating the great Jian poet immortal. It would be my honor to be paired with young Master Wang. Seeing the proud and beautiful woman with a slim figure and a cold face in front of him praising him like that, Wang Yu's soul immediately floated to the sky. A perfect woman who is beautiful, has a good figure, and doesn't despise her current weakness. Is this the woman destined to be my heroine? But why did the system say that my engagement would be cancelled? Is it a bug? System, come out and explain to me what's going on. Wang Yu kept calling out to the system in his heart. He had never even held a girl's hand in his previous life, and this was the first time he saw such a beauty, and she was his fiancée. He didn't want to miss such a beauty in vain. But he also wanted the reward for the system task. The system is in chaos and is being repaired. The system has been repaired successfully. If the host takes the initiative to cancel the engagement, the reward can be obtained normally. The system's voice sounded in Wang Yu's mind, but the result was not what he wanted. If there's a mistake, can't you just give me the reward? System. At this time, no matter how Wang Yu shouted, the system remained silent. Young Master Wang is so hesitant. Could it be that you don't want to marry me? Han Bing immediately showed an aggrieved look on his face. Wang Yu was almost drooling as he watched the scene before him. He gritted his teeth and said, Ms. Han, you're worrying too much. Let's do as Ms. Han wishes and choose a good day for the wedding. Damn, you can do the task again after the reward is gone. But he will regret it for the rest of his life because he has lost such a kind and beautiful fiancée. Chapter 41 The King's Calculation. Host successfully prevented Wang Yu from completing the mission. Villain value plus 100,000 points, remaining 381,000 points. Wang Yu's love points minus 50,000, 250,000 points remaining. At the same time, the system prompt sound also rang in Wang Yu's mind. Host mission failed, no reward. It's okay, Wang Yu kept comforting himself in his heart, it's just a failed mission. There will definitely be more and better opportunities in the future. It's just an immortal level ancient saint body. Although it's extremely tempting, it's not a loss if I can exchange it for such a beautiful fiancé who is completely devoted to me. Besides, as long as I continue to practice hard, with my talent and system, why should I be afraid of not getting other good things? Moreover, this woman is so devoted to me. If I get the support of her family after marriage, perhaps my road to success will be smoother. If I lose this reward, I lose it. It's no big deal. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more he felt that his choice was right. His mood gradually calmed down, and his eyes were full of desire and satisfaction when he looked at Han Bing. After Wang Yu calmed down, he put on a smile on his face and said to Han Bing, Miss Han, how about we go inside and sit down and have a good chat? As he said that, he raised his foot and prepared to walk into the house. Han Bing's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly moved aside to stop Wang Yu. A trace of panic flashed across his face, and then he said with forced calmness, Master Wang, it's not convenient in the room. My father is resting inside. Wang Yu was stunned when he heard this, but then he realized what was happening and said quickly, so it's Uncle Han in there. That's perfect. I should also pay my respects to my father-in-law. Han Bing cursed Wang Yu inwardly for being shameless, but she maintained a smile on the surface and said hurriedly, Young Master Wang, this is inappropriate. This is your first time meeting my father. How can you be so hasty and not even prepare a gift? This is not in accordance with etiquette. Let's meet next time. Wang Yu showed a hint of disappointment on his face, but soon regained his smile and said, Miss Han is right. I was inconsiderate. At this time, in order to prevent Wang Yu from mentioning the idea of going into the house again, Han Bing took the initiative to suggest, Master Wang, why don't we go for a walk so that we can get to know each other better? Wang Yu was immediately excited when he heard this and nodded repeatedly, very good, very good. The two walked side by side, and Wang Yu had a plan in mind, wanting to take the opportunity to hold Han Bing's hand. He quietly moved his hand towards Han Bing, and just when he was about to touch Han Bing's hand, Han Bing suddenly pulled his hand away and said angrily, Young Master Wang, please respect yourself. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, Miss Han is truly pure and innocent. I like her even more. He said, don't blame me, Miss Han. I just couldn't help myself. Han Bing suppressed her nausea and said, Master Wang, we are not married yet. This behavior is really inappropriate. Wang Yu withdrew his hand awkwardly and said, I'm sorry for being rude. Please don't be angry, Miss Han. Although Han Bing was filled with disgust, in order to complete the task assigned by Wang Quan, he pretended to be gentle and said, My lord, I'm not angry. Let's continue walking. So, the two continued walking forward, but Han Bing's heart became more and more tormented, while Wang Yu was still immersed in the joy of being alone with the beauty. At this time, in Han Bing's room, Han Bing's real father Han Pingzhou also came. As soon as he entered the door, he smiled and flattered the king. Oh, Lord Mosey, your presence really brings honor to my humble home. Elder Han bowed and kowtowed, and his flattering look made people frown. However, Wang Quan felt that Han Pingzhou was more and more sensible. Although this person only knows how to change with the wind, and is even willing to give away his daughter in order to curry favor with the powerful, the question is who made him this powerful person. Your Highness Mosey, I wonder why you came to see me today. Could it be that my daughter's clumsiness has annoyed you? Han Pingzhou had a smile on his face, but he was a little worried in his heart. Wang Quan smiled and said slowly, do you know Wang Yu? Han Pingzhou immediately raised his hand and swore, of course I know him. This guy was engaged to my daughter before, but I promise that my daughter will break off the engagement immediately and will never let that brat get in your way. No, don't let Binger break off the engagement with him for now. Wang Yu and I have some grudges, so Binger is just a chess piece I'm planting next to him. Han Pingzhou thought that Wang Quan had some special taste and liked those with families. He didn't expect that it was Wang Yu, this short-sighted boy, who offended Wang Quan. But he didn't understand why it was so troublesome to deal with a disciple whose family had fallen on hard times. So Han Pingzhou said, Your Highness Mosey, there's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with Wang Yu. Wang Yu is just an ordinary disciple. At most, the vice president appreciates him a little, but it is not difficult to kill Wang Yu directly. After saying that, Han Pingzhou made a gesture of wiping his neck, thinking that he could share Wang Quan's worries. Wang Quan's face darkened, and he said coldly, Han Pingzhou, I know how to do things properly. Why do I need you to dictate my decisions? I said that I have my reasons for not allowing Han Ping to break off the engagement with Wang Yu. Han Pingzhou felt the chill from Wang Quan and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly bowed and said, Mosey, please calm down. I am sorry for being rude. I will follow your instructions. Wang Quan snorted coldly, remember this, do as I say. I've already made everything clear to Binger. If you confront Wang Yu, just treat him as your good son-in-law. Don't reveal your true colors, or you'll be in for a treat. If you dare act on your own, you'll know the consequences. Han Pingzhou nodded submissively, yes, Mosey, don't worry, I will never dare to disobey. Wang Quan's expression softened slightly as he continued, the feud between me and Wang Yu can't be resolved simply by killing him. I want him to slowly crumble in pain and despair, and taking advantage of your daughter's engagement to him is a crucial step. Han Pingzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, Your Majesty is very thoughtful and far-sighted. I am too dull to understand. Then Wang Quan hooked his finger and asked Han Pingzhou to come closer, tomorrow, you will. Han Pingzhou showed a look of sudden enlightenment after hearing this. He bowed solemnly and said, Don't worry, Mosey. I promise to do it beautifully. Chapter 42 Wang Yu is trapped again. The next day, Wang Yuzheng was sitting in the classroom of the Confucian Academy attending class. On the podium sat Zhao Xuening, the renowned beauty and teacher of the Confucian Academy. She was dressed in a plain white dress, revealing a graceful figure and stunning beauty. Her long legs, faintly visible beneath the hem of her skirt, captivated the imagination. The neckline is slightly open, revealing a touch of snow-white skin, like a fairy descending to earth. Zhao Xuening was explaining a mid-autumn festival poem from this world in her clear and pleasant voice. Wang Yu sat in his seat, staring at Zhao Xuening with his eyes full of covetousness. As the protagonist, he certainly couldn't have only one woman, he must have a harem. But he couldn't let down Han Bing, who already belonged to him. He would give her the position of the master of the harem when the time came. He had a plan in mind. If he could belittle this poem and then show everyone a mid-autumn festival masterpiece from his memory in his previous life, he would surely amaze the audience and show off. Maybe, he could even win Zhao Xuening's heart. Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a lewd smile. He had completely fallen into a beautiful fantasy. Wang Yu seemed to have seen himself surrounded by the amazement and praise of the crowd, with Zhao Xuening's beautiful eyes flashing with admiration and love, and she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more proud he became. He felt so elated that he didn't even notice the reactions of other people in the class. Just when Wang Yu was immersed in his fantasy, a disciple quietly slipped in from behind. The disciple crouched down and cautiously walked to Wang Yu's side. He gently patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, Brother Wang Yu, Elder Han is looking for you outside. Wang Yu was interrupted from his reverie and filled with anger. He frowned and asked unhappily, which elder? The disciple quickly replied, it's Elder Han Pingzhou. When Wang Yu heard this, he instantly became alert and thought to himself, this is my father-in-law looking for me. Did Elder Han tell me what he wanted to talk to me about? No, but Elder Han looks quite anxious. Wang Yu did not hesitate after hearing this. He reached out to fix his hair and straightened his clothes. He glanced at Zhao Xuening on the podium reluctantly, then hurriedly followed his disciples out of the school. Wang Yu followed the disciple hurriedly to a remote corner, only to see Han Pingzhou pacing back and forth anxiously, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and he looked extremely panicked. Wang Yu stepped forward, bowed, and said, Elder Han, I wonder why you're looking for me so urgently. As soon as Han Pingzhou saw Wang Yu, he hurried forward, held his hand tightly, and said in a trembling voice, Wang Yu, I already know that Binger is in love with you. I also sincerely hope that you can stay together and get married. Wang Yu was overjoyed when he heard this, his face filled with a happy smile. He quickly said, Thank you, Elder Han, for your help. I will definitely treat Binger well in the future. However, Han Pingzhou's expression instantly became extremely painful and helpless, and he continued with trembling lips, but, Wang Yu, something big has happened. Binger she was favored by the demon from the Juyu demon cult. The demon was rude and unreasonable, and abducted her by force, saying that he wanted Binger to accompany him. I am just an ordinary Confucian elder. How can I compete with the demon from the Nine Nether demon sect? I can't afford to offend the king. Quote. At this point, Han Pingzhou burst into tears. Wang Yu, I've let you down. My poor daughter is no longer worthy of you after being insulted by Wang Quan. I can only apologize to you. Please cancel this marriage. Don't let Binger ruin you. Wang Yu was struck by lightning after hearing this. His eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Triggering system task. If the host gives up rescuing Han Bing and cancels the engagement, he will obtain an immortal level technique. Wang Yu was shocked. He was already very sad when he missed out on an immortal level physique last time, and this time it was an immortal level skill. You dog system, why do you have to go against me? Wang Yu couldn't help but curse the system in his heart. Last time, it insisted on him canceling the engagement, and this time, he was about to be cuckolded and had to endure it. If he were to become an emperor and an immortal in the future, but still have the stain of being cuckolded, Wang Yu would never be able to accept it. The thought of his forbidden love being taken away by someone else made him grit his teeth and roared, No. How can I, Wang Yu, the son of destiny, be so cowardly? I'm going to save Binger. I won't back out of this marriage. For Binger, what's the harm in giving up the system reward again? Then, he broke free from Han Pingzhou's hand and said, Father-in-law, please take me to find that demon as soon as possible. Don't let it be too late and let Binger be insulted by that bastard. Wang Yu was extremely anxious at this moment. In his heart, he had already regarded Han Bing as his own forbidden fruit, and he must not let Wang Quan take advantage of her. He hated those cuckold stories the most. However, he was still very confident that he could solve this matter. After all, according to the routine, the villain who falls in love with his woman is usually just an experienced bag. After hearing what Wang Yu said, Han Pingzhou was moved to tears and said, My good son-in-law, since you are so kind, I will help you save Binger even if it costs me my life. As he said that, he turned around helplessly, but an imperceptible sneer flashed in his eyes. The two of them rushed towards Han Bing's house. Even from a distance, Wang Yu saw the unbearable scene inside the house. Han Bing was being held on Wang Quan's lap, and Wang Quan's hands kept caressing Han Bing. Wang Yu was so angry that his eyes turned red, veins popped out on his forehead, and his hair stood on end. He roared, You bastard, let Binger go. He rushed forward regardless of everything, the anger in his heart burning more and more fiercely, and he wished he could tear Wang Quan into pieces immediately. Wang Yu's breathing became rapid and heavy, and his whole body was trembling slightly with anger. Han Pingzhou, who was following behind, still had an anxious look on his face, but there was a hint of expectation and gloating in his eyes. Wang Quan in the room heard Wang Yu's roar, but not only did he not stop what he was doing, he laughed even more wantonly and looked at Wang Yu provocatively, as if mocking his arrogance. Although Han Bing secretly cursed Wang Yu for coming so early, it was rare for her to be so close to Wang Quan. But in order not to affect Wang Quan's plan, she quickly adjusted her mood. When she turned around again, her face was covered with tears, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Seeing Wang Yu appear, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw. She struggled desperately to break free from Wang Quan's restraints, crying out, "Wang Yu, save me." Wang Yu's anger reached its peak when he saw Han Bing like this. He shouted again, "You beast, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 43, Fight Back. Wang Quan heard Wang Yu's roar and smiled disdainfully, mocking him, "With your limited strength, you're still trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. You're simply ignorant of your own limitations." After saying this, his aura suddenly burst out, and the powerful pressure of the Spirit King realm cultivation spread wildly in all directions like a surging tide. The host confronted Wang Yu's fiancée in front of him, gaining 2,000 villain points, with a balance of 383,000 points. The protagonist successfully defeated Wang Yu's mentality and gained 2,000 villain points, with a balance of 385,000 points. A strong pressure came over him instantly, and Wang Yu felt difficulty breathing. His body seemed to be pressed down by an extremely heavy mountain. "Don't think I don't have any trump cards," Wang Yu shouted angrily. Wang Yu's confidence was well-founded. When he obtained the system, he received a novice gift package, which contained 3 10-minute experience cards for the Spirit King realm and 1 5-minute experience card for the Spirit Lord realm. This was the capital that allowed him to be so arrogant even though his cultivation was only at the Spirit Master realm. Suddenly, a card appeared in his hand. It was the Spirit King realm 10-minute trial card from the system's novice gift pack. Wang Yu crushed the card without hesitation, and a mysterious light instantly enveloped his body. There are usually 2 ways for Confucian scholars to fight. The first is to use the righteous energy to attack, which is similar to the evil energy used by Wang Quan. The second is to recite poems and articles, in which the artistic conception will be transformed into reality to attack the enemy. Wang Yu's spiritual cultivation has not yet developed a sense of righteousness, but he can attack with the help of poems he is familiar with. Especially in this world, the poems he recites for the first time are equivalent to original works, and their power can be significantly enhanced. Confucian scholar Wang Yu's eyes widened in anger as he chanted aloud, "I will climb to the summit and look down upon all the other mountains." As he chanted, the heroic mood in the poetry instantly became material, and a tremendous force gushed out, rushing towards the royal power like a raging wave. Upon seeing this, Wang Quan snorted coldly, and the nether pearl in his hand shone brightly, and the evil aura burned like a raging black flame. Then, he released the phantom demon shield, condensing the phantom evil energy in front of him, forming an indestructible barrier. The power generated by Wang Yu's recitation of poetry slammed heavily into the barrier, making a dull thud, but failed to break through Wang Quan's defense. "Is that all you can do?" Wang Quan sneered, while waving his hands. The evil aura was like a winding snake, pouncing towards Wang Yu with its fangs and claws bared. Wang Yu was not afraid and continued to chant, "I was born with talents that will be useful. Even if I lose all my wealth, I will get it back." The power of poetry transformed into brilliant light, intertwining and colliding violently with the evil aura. However, despite the extraordinary power of the poems recited by Wang Yu, Wang Quan, who had practiced the 9-nether demonic art to the 4th level, was not afraid at all. He controlled the evil spirit and easily resolved Wang Yu's attacks time and time again, always maintaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Wang Quan used the 9-nether phantom steps, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Wang Yu, slapping Wang Yu hard. A slap mark suddenly appeared on Wang Yu's face, and the burning pain almost made him faint. Wang Yu was furious, his eyes were red, and all the strength in his body was completely stimulated. He once again recited an even more powerful poem. "There will be a time when he will ride on the wind and waves and set sail across the vast ocean." The power of the poem suddenly surged like a raging storm, sweeping towards Wang Quan. At this time, Wang Quan deliberately let go and pretended that he was unable to dodge, allowing Wang Yu's attack to hit his shoulder, which did not hurt him at all. "You are so good, Wang Yu, how dare you use such a heavy hand on this demon? Today I will make sure you die without a burial place," Wang Quan shouted loudly. At this time, Wang Yu was so angry that he didn't realize that this was Wang Quan's conspiracy. He still launched a crazy attack, vowing to defeat Wang Quan and rescue Han Bing. At that moment, several elders from the Confucian Academy hurried over. Upon seeing them arrive, Wang Quan pointed to the wound on his shoulder and shouted, "Elders, you've arrived just in time. This Wang Yu attacked me for no apparent reason, completely disregarding the rules of the Confucian Academy and my status. If I don't punish him severely, others will think Wang, am easy to bully." The elders of the Confucian Academy looked at the insignificant wound on Wang Quan's shoulder, which would have healed sooner, and then looked at Wang Yu, whose face had black marks and body was covered in blood, and they were suddenly speechless. Then, they were filled with anger. How dare someone bully their disciples on the Confucian Academy's territory? An elder instinctively wanted to step forward to protect Wang Yu, a disciple of the Confucian Academy. After all, he was also a member of the Confucian Academy, and he was more seriously injured. However, an elder at the back recognized that the one fighting Wang Yu was actually Wang Quan, the renowned demon son of the 9-nether demon sect, who had a terrifying record of single-handedly defeating dozens of sect leaders. He quickly stepped forward to warn him. The remaining elders suddenly felt nervous. The elder who recognized Wang Quan looked troubled and said cautiously, "Wang Mozi, this matter requires further consideration. After all, Wang Yu is a disciple of our academy." Wang Quan's eyes instantly turned cold as ice. He raised his voice and said forcefully, "Elders, just because he's a Confucian Academy disciple, can you attack me with impunity? Do you think that my 9-nether demon sect and I, Wang, are soft persimmons that can be manipulated by anyone?" The elders looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, the elder walking in front said helplessly, "Wang Yu, we will handle your offense according to the rules of the Confucian Academy. You will be confined for a month to reflect on your mistakes." Wang Yu's eyes widened, his face filled with dissatisfaction. He roared angrily, "What have I done wrong? It was Wang Quan who wanted to insult my fiancée. I attacked her to protect her and my dignity. I did nothing wrong." The elder frowned and said sternly, "No matter what, you violated the rules of the Confucian Academy by resorting to violence. You must be punished." Wang Yu was furious. He was the protagonist, yet he suffered such a humiliation. He immediately cursed, "You old fools, you are unworthy of being teachers. You dare not uphold justice in the face of power. You have no moral integrity at all. You are a disgrace to the Confucian Academy." Wang Yu's insults completely angered the elder. Giving him such a mild punishment as solitary confinement is already protecting him. If he falls into Wang Quan's hands or is thrown into prison, he will be skinned alive if not dead. But Wang Yu is so ungrateful. The elder was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Wang Yu and said, "You ungrateful thing, how dare you insult our teacher like that?" At this time, Wang Quan spoke again, his tone firm and threatening, "Elders, I think we should report this to the authorities and have this lawless boy jailed and forced to reflect on his actions. If your Confucian Academy can't handle this, my 9-nether demon sect will not let this go." The Inuit elder no longer cared about Wang Yu's life or death and said, since that's the case, I'll do as you say. Wang Yu looked at the faces of these people in front of him, his heart filled with despair and anger, but he was helpless. When Wang Yu saw that Wang Quan had openly slandered him and was using his power to bully others, the anger in his heart burned more and more fiercely, and he was even ready to take out the ultimate trump card, the Spirit Master Experience card. But at this moment, Han Bing ran over from the side and stood between Wang Quan and Wang Yu. Chapter 44 Putting a hat on Wang Yu. Han Bing said to Wang Yu with tears in her eyes, Wang Yu, please don't fight with Wang Quan anymore, otherwise my family will be threatened. I beg you, for my sake and for the sake of my family, to be patient for a while. I promise you that I will never allow the king to succeed, even at the cost of my own life. Wang Yu looked at Han Bing's miserable appearance, and his heart suddenly ached. Wang Yu also knew that even if he killed Wang Quan with the experience card, his future would be extremely difficult, and he might even find it difficult to move forward. Thinking of this, Wang Yu gritted his teeth, and his angry eyes were fixed on Wang Quan, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse, and he could only compromise temporarily. Okay, Binger, I'll listen to you. Wang Yu's voice was hoarse and heavy. At this moment, the Yamen runners who had been arranged by Wang Quan appeared as quickly as wolves and tigers, and took Wang Yu away without any explanation and took him directly to the Ministry of Justice for trial. In the lobby of the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of Justice Wu Lei sat upright behind a desk, his face gloomy and his eyes majestic and intimidating. On both sides of the lobby, Yamen runners were holding sticks, looking majestic and imposing. Wang Yu was forced to kneel in the hall, his heart filled with resentment. Wang Quan sat leisurely aside with a sinister sneer on his face. Minister of Justice Wu Lei slammed the gavel and shouted, who was kneeling in the hall. What have you done? Tell the truth. Wang Yu raised his head and loudly protested, my lord, I am Wang Yu. This is a complete injustice. It was Wang Quan who abused his power to bully others and forcibly abducted the woman. I intervened to save her. What crime have I committed? Wu Lei frowned and looked at Wang Quan. Wang Quan stood up, bowed, and said, my lord, please don't listen to his nonsense. I am a demon from the Nine Nether Demon sect. This Wang Yu openly attacked me in the Confucian Academy and injured me. Everyone can testify to this. Afterwards, one by one, the disciples arranged by Han Pingzhou came to the classroom to testify against Wang Yu's crimes. Wang Yu's eyes widened in anger as he roared, you scumbags who distort right and wrong, acting under the orders of Wang Quan, dare to frame me. However, Wu Lei had actually seen that Wang Yu was wrong a long time ago. After all, Wang Yu was covered in wounds, while Wang Quan was safe and sound. It was obvious who was right and who was wrong. But with his keen professional sense, the moment he heard Wang Quan reveal his family background, his heart tightened instantly. He then made a gesture to his men beside him, and then stroked his beard and pretended to think. Soon, the subordinate bent over and handed over a stack of papers. Wu Lei hurriedly took it and read it carefully. The more he read, the more frightened he became. The paper said that Wang Quan was only 20 years old, but he had already reached the level of a spirit king. He had killed dozens of sect leaders and no one dared to retaliate. The latest line of information, with the ink still wet, was even more shocking. The Nine Nether Demon sect destroyed the Blood Demon sect and became the #1 sect in the Demon sect. Wu Lei immediately made up his mind when he saw this. He stopped listening to Wang Yu's explanation and slammed the gavel again. Wang Yu, the evidence is irrefutable, and you still dare to quibble. Finally, amid Wang Yu's furious outbursts, the Minister of Justice, Wu Lei, pronounced the verdict. Wang Yu, you have committed assault and injury in public, disrupting public order. Your crimes are unforgivable. I sentence you to 5 years in prison to uphold the law. Wang Yu immediately started cursing Wu Lei. I fuck you. You're such a foolish and incompetent official. You can't tell right from wrong and are helping the tyrants to commit atrocities. Where is justice and where is the law? Wu Lei was enraged by Wang Yu's outburst and shouted, how dare you, Wang Yu, insult me. Your crime is even more serious. Come, give me 30 lashes. After receiving the order, the Yamen runners immediately pinned Wang Yu to the ground. Wang Yu struggled and twisted his body desperately, but his spiritual cultivation level was not as high as the Yamen runners, so it was of no use. As soon as the stick fell, Wang Yu howled like a pig being slaughtered. His shouts echoed in the lobby, and the originally solemn and dignified atmosphere instantly became a little funny. As the board fell one after another, Wang Yu's shouting and cursing never stopped. As the board hit harder and harder, he kept twisting his body to try to avoid the board. He looked both embarrassed and ridiculous. After 30 strokes of the cane, Wang Yu's skin was torn and flesh exposed. He tried to use the experience card countless times, but he was held down so tightly that he couldn't even crush the card. In the end, blood stained his clothes and Wang Yu collapsed to the ground motionless. Wang Yu's mentality collapsed again, and he gained 2,000 villain points, with a balance of 387,000 points. Wang Yu's luck value minus 500, remaining 249,500. Wang Quan almost laughed out loud as he watched Wang Yu twisting and struggling in front of him, while Han Bing, who rarely smiled on weekdays, laughed out loud. However, Wang Yu, who was immersed in pain, didn't notice at all. Before being taken to the prison by the Yamen runners, Wang Yu took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and whispered to Han Bing, Binger, go find Vice Dean Jia Chenkin to save me. Han Bing suppressed his smile, nodded slightly, and watched Wang Yu being taken into the prison. Wang Yu was pushed forward roughly by the Yamen runners, and the heavy iron chains dragged on the ground, making a harsh sound. He turned around and looked at Han Bing again, and that look seemed to contain thousands of words. ... After Wang Yu was taken away, Wang Quan and Han Bing returned to her cabin again. Han Bing first took a shower, claiming that he was afraid that Wang Yu's scent on his body would taint Wang Quan. After finishing the job, Han Bing returned to her job as a maid, helping Wang Quan bathe and eat. Your Highness, how was my performance today? Wang Quan reached out and gently stroked Han Bing's light blue hair, then said with a smile, you acted well. I almost thought you really became Wang Yu's fiancée. Your Highness, please don't mention that toad anymore. I feel sick just thinking about him. When Han Bing heard Wang Quan mention Wang Yu, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Then she knelt down and hugged Wang Quan's thigh, her eyes showing anticipation. Then how will your Highness Mosey reward me? Seeing a man with a cold and world-weary face hugging him and begging for a reward, Wang Quan suddenly felt a strong sense of contrast and his fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Wang Yu, your fiancé, this demon, will taste it for you first. How about I let you warm the bed tonight? Wang Quan pinched Han Bing's delicate face and spoke gently. When Han Bing heard this, a mixture of shyness and surprise instantly appeared on her face, and she said coquettishly, your Highness Mosey is so mean, but I am willing. On the other side, Wang Yu, who was imprisoned in the prison, was lying on the cold and damp ground. After entering the prison, the jailer gave him a bottle of medicine powder out of humanitarianism. He trembled and pulled down his pants and sprinkled the powder on it. The pain from the wound made it difficult for him to sleep. The key point is that there were a few fierce-looking, fleshy men standing next to him who were staring at him with ill intentions, pointing at him and talking about him, and laughing from time to time. At this moment, Wang Yu was extremely hoping that Han Bing could quickly ask Vice President Jia Chenkin to rescue him. However, he didn't know that Han Bing, whom he was thinking about, had already forgotten about this matter and was happily spending the night with his most hated enemy Wang Quan. Chapter 45 You don't miss your brother. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the house through the window. Wang Quan and Han Bing were still sleeping in each other's arms on the bed when suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door, waking them up. Who is it? Han Bing asked sleepily and slightly annoyed. I am Wang Yu's sister, Wang Jinyao. Please open the door. Wang Jinyao's anxious voice came from outside the door. Hearing Wang Yu's name, Wang Quan immediately perked up, a wicked smile on his lips. Wang Yu's sister. Interesting. Then the two of them looked at each other, and at Wang Quan's signal, Han Bing asked loudly, what do you want from me, Sister Wang? Wang Jinyao said anxiously, Sister, my mother and I spent half our fortune bribing officials in the Ministry of Justice, but they took the money and didn't do anything. They still refused to let Wang Yu go. I'd like you to go with me and ask Wang Quan to let my brother go. Han Bing looked at Wang Quan, and at Wang Quan's signal, she said, Sister, I haven't put on my clothes yet. Please wait a moment, I'll let you in. Wang Quan quickly put on his clothes and used his spiritual king cultivation to quietly leave through the window and return to the room arranged for him by the Luo family. After seeing Wang Quan leave, Han Bing put on her clothes and let Wang Jinyao in. When Wang Jinyao walked into the room, she immediately saw the faint traces of tears on Han Bing's face. She couldn't help but feel touched and admired. Wang Jinyao is actually not Wang Yu's biological sister. She is a child adopted by the Wang family. Therefore, she was often bullied by other children in the Wang family since she was young. In the Wang family, the only one who was willing to play with her and stand up to protect her is Wang Yu. Because of this, she gradually developed a faint affection for Wang Yu, but this feeling was always buried deep in her heart and never expressed. Although Wang Yu later became a man who only knew how to eat, drink, have fun and indulge in sensual pleasures, she understood that Wang Yu became so depraved because of his poor aptitude for cultivation. In this world where people seek immortality and long for long-term cultivation, she could understand Wang Yu's reluctance when he learned that he was not talented enough. She firmly believed that Wang Yu was just depressed for the time being and would definitely regain his confidence in the future. The result was just as Wang Jinyao expected. Wang Yu suddenly showed extraordinary talent in poetry and successfully joined the Confucian Academy. Even though their family is now impoverished, she secretly thought that maybe Han Bing would cancel the engagement and then she could do with Wang Yu. However, she had never expected that Han Bing not only did not dislike Wang Yu, but was even so sad about Wang Yu's situation. She had no choice but to suppress her feelings and silently wish them both the best. Sister, your face, Wang Jinyao couldn't help but say softly. Han Bing was slightly startled and subconsciously raised her hand to touch her cheek. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. This was because Wang Quan made her cry in the morning. At this moment, her face was still a little rosy, and her eyes were red with faint traces of tears. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinyao said sincerely, Sister, I didn't expect that even though our family has fallen on hard times, you, as brother Wang Yu's fiancé, not only didn't despise him, but you were so sad for him. You must be a kind-hearted woman. Han Bing finally felt relieved, forcing a smile and saying in a slightly hoarse voice, Sister Jinyao, Wang Yu is a good man. How can I not worry about what happened to him? Wang Jinyao nodded heavily, her eyes full of gratitude. Sister, now we're the only two who can help brother. We must find a way to keep him safe. Han Bing sighed softly and said, Sister Jinyao, don't worry, I will do my best. The two chatted about what happened yesterday and scolded Wang Quan together. Han Bing then stood up and said, Sister Jinyao, let's go find Wang Quan and ask him to let Wang Yu go, no matter what. Wang Jinyao responded, okay, I'll follow your arrangements. Unexpectedly, as soon as Han Bing started walking, his legs and feet went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Wang Jinyao didn't expect that Han Bing was so sad that she couldn't even walk steadily. At this moment, she had completely accepted Han Bing in her heart and treated her as her own, so she hurried over to support Han Bing. Seeing that Wang Jinyao had no doubts, Han Bing didn't say much, and the two of them rushed towards where Wang Quan was. Along the way, both of them were in a very heavy mood. Wang Jinyao was worried about her brother's safety, while Han Bing was thinking about how to deal with it after meeting Wang Quan. Han Bing and Wang Jinyao quickly arrived at the door of Wang Quan's room. Han Bing raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. Wang Quan's lazy voice came from inside, come in. Wang Jinyao cautiously pushed the door open and walked in. She had a pretty face, but her eyes were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. At the same time, a system prompt sound suddenly appeared in Wang Quan's mind. Ding, the heroine Wang Jinyao is detected. Wang Jinyao, female lead played by Wang Yu. Realm, late spiritual master. Constitution, dream spirit unawakened. A woman with this constitution can enter the dreams of others, controlling their course and gaining access to their secrets and memories. Furthermore, she can use dreams to create illusions, trapping her enemies in them. Introduction, the adopted daughter of the Wang family. Her true identity is the legitimate daughter of the Wang family in the Central region. When she was just born, a rival family bribed the midwife to replace her. The midwife could not bear to kill her and took her away to the eastern wasteland. However, the midwife passed away soon after. Wang Jinyao was adopted by the Wang family. Because she was bullied as a child and was protected by Wang Yu, she had a faint affection for him. After her physical awakening, she was taken back by the Wang family in the Central region and became Wang Yu's biggest supporter. Wang Quan immediately took her seriously. Wang Yu, this sister, was quite interesting. With this background, if Wang Yu is captured, he will probably lose a lot of luck points. When the two girls entered the room, they saw Wang Quan sitting leisurely on a chair, looking at them with a smile. Why are you looking for me, the demon? Wang Quan asked knowingly. Seeing Wang Quan pretending to be stupid, Wang Jinyao's heart was filled with rage, but she suppressed her anger and tried to keep her voice steady. Wang Quan, the devil, I am Wang Yu's sister, Wang Jinyao. I came here this time hoping that you would show mercy and let my brother go. Wang Quan looked Wang Jinyao up and down, his eyes full of teasing. Let him go. It's not impossible, but you have to pay a price. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, and Wang Jinyao's heart was in her throat. She trembled, biting her lip and asking, what's the price? As long as it can save my brother, I'm willing to pay. Wang Quan raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a wicked smile. Oh. Any price. This demon has always liked to collect pictures of beautiful women. One of you and Han Bing must add the portrait to my catalog. When Wang Jinyao heard this, her body trembled and she immediately fell into a dilemma. She bit her lips, clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were full of struggle. At this time, Han Bing deliberately said, Wang Quan, the devil, let me do it and let Sister Jinyao go. When Wang Jinyao heard this, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. But she quickly shook her head and said, no, sister, you are already my brother's fiancé. How can I let you be insulted like this, even though it only requires the face? But let me do it, as long as I can save my brother, I don't care about anything else. After saying that, Wang Jinyao took a deep breath, straightened her chest, closed her eyes, and looked determined to die. Han Bing quickly grabbed Wang Jinyao and said, Sister Jinyao, you can't do this. This is too unfair to you. But Wang Jinyao had made up her mind at this moment. She put Han Bing behind her, walked up to Wang Quan, bit her lips, closed her eyes, and looked like she was willing to let him do whatever he wanted. Chapter 46 Desperate Wang Jinyao. Hearing this, Wang Jinyao immediately relaxed her strength and knocked her knees to the ground. Wang Quan saw this and a smug smile appeared on his face. He slowly stood up and walked towards Wang Jinyao with steady steps. Wang Jinyao, the girl next door who always carries a hint of stubbornness, has a face like delicate porcelain, fair and delicate. Her eyes are clear, as if they can reflect the depths of a person's soul, and her curved eyebrows always inadvertently reveal her strength and unyielding spirit. Wang Jinyao's figure looks particularly petite in the shadow of Wang Quan. Although her upper body is a little thin, her long and plump legs reveal a unique sense of strength. At this moment, she could only hear Wang Quan's footsteps. That sound was like a death knell, heavy and ruthless. Her heartbeat accelerated, as rapid as the beat of a drum. Her body trembled involuntarily, and tears quietly fell from her tightly closed eyes. Her heart was filled with humiliation and fear. Wang Quan extended his hand, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Sister Yao Yao, don't blame me. This is your own choice. A strong sense of disgust welled up in Wang Jinyao's heart. She bit her lip, almost drawing blood, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. As long as you let my brother go, anything is fine. Wang Jinyao's face turned pale and her heart was filled with despair. She knew she could not resist and could only endure it silently. Just then, a puppy rushed in through the window. Its fur was jet black, gleaming like a black gem in the night sky, a mysterious sheen. Its eyes were like two bright stars, gleaming with courage, revealing a resolute and fearless spirit. Upon seeing Wang Jinyao being bullied by Wang Quan, the puppy rushed forward without hesitation, barking wildly at Wang Quan, as if venting all its anger. Wang Quan was taken aback for a moment, clearly unprepared for the sudden intrusion of a small dog. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. He quickly reached out, accurately grasped the small dog, and lifted it high into the air. The dog struggled desperately in the air, barking angrily, as if protesting Wang Quan's actions. Master Mosey, this is Xiaohei, the dog I've raised since he was little. Please spare his life, Wang Jinyao said hurriedly, her voice filled with anxiety and worry. Her eyes were fixed on the puppy in Wang Quan's hands, her eyes full of heartache. Wang Quan paused, slowly turning his head to look at Wang Jinyao, his eyes filled with indifference. His lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a sneer. Sister Yao Yao, you don't really care about these little pets. How come they're so skinny? His words were filled with sarcasm, as if mocking Wang Jinyao's neglect of the puppies. Wang Quan did not continue to argue. He stroked Wang Jinyao's hair, trying to make her surrender. Although Wang Jinyao's heart was filled with resentment, she knew that she could not resist, so she could only hold back her tears and let Wang Quan control her. Wang Quan laughed unrestrainedly. Ha 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 ha, Yao Yao, you did a great job. Wang Jinyao cursed Wang Quan in her heart. She had actually thought that she had been caught by Xiaohei and just let it go. Xiaohei wouldn't do that. Wang Quan was worse than a dog. He was a complete monster. Han Bing, watching Wang Jinyao being treated this way, felt a pang of pity. But she quickly forgot about it. In her heart, Wang Quan was everything to her. How could she have any objection to her master's actions? Wang Quan sat back in his chair, looked at Wang Jinyao and said, Sister Yao Yao and Wang Yu have such a deep brotherly love. It's truly enviable. I will let Wang Yu go. However, I will only let him go on the condition that he doesn't provoke me again in the future. Hearing this, Wang Jinyao felt as if she had grasped at a last straw. She raised her head and looked at Wang Quan with eyes full of hope yet extremely tired. Really, Your Highness Mosey, please keep your word. Wang Quan smiled contemptuously. This demon's words are as good as gold, but it depends on his future performance. Wang Jinyao struggled to get up from the ground, wiped away her tears, and said firmly, Thank you, Demon King Wang Quan, for letting my brother go. Please let my brother out of prison as soon as possible. After saying that, she turned around and staggered out the door with Han Bing's support. It's quite interesting to say. When they came, Han Bing supported Wang Jinyao, but when they left, the two switched positions. However, it was all because of Wang Quan. Wang Quan sneered as he watched Wang Jinyao gradually walk away. Let Wang Yu go. I said I would let him go as long as he doesn't provoke me again, but it would be difficult to make Wang Yu stop provoking me. As the son of destiny, Wang Yu must always be thinking of cutting himself into pieces for the villain who has insulted and offended him many times. If Wang Jinyao continued to persuade Wang Yu, it would affect their relationship. As for getting him out of prison, it is even more impossible. Let Wang Yu suffer in prison for a few days. Even if he doesn't care about Wang Yu, with his luck value of more than 200,000, someone will definitely get him out. And the reason why Wang Quan didn't take the final step with Wang Jinyao today was because he had a bigger plan. Relying on Wang Jinyao's real background, if it weren't for his own influence, she would definitely be a great help to Wang Quan in the future. There is no doubt about Wang Jinyao's feelings for her brother. She would even go to this extent for Wang Yu. But the problem is that the current Wang Yu, like him, has traveled through time, but he is not the real Wang Yu. As long as I can make Wang Jinyao realize that her beloved brother is just a shell and his soul has been replaced by someone else, then I'm afraid she will want to kill Wang Yu who occupies her brother's body even more than I do, right? The support from Wang Jinyao's family will all be his. It won't be too late to want her then. Thinking of this, Wang Quan couldn't help laughing, and his laughter echoed in the room. Hee. Chapter 47 Desperate Wang Yu. The Ministry of Justice Prison. Wang Yu was lying on a thin wooden bed. The cold and damp environment made the wound on his buttocks worse. The pain from the wound was like countless ants gnawing at his body and mind. With trembling hands, he took off his pants with great effort, knelt on the bed in a funny posture, and prepared to apply medicine to his wound. The bottle of powder given by the jailer was the only comfort in his heart at the moment. There are still many good people in the world. Wang Yu is also a person who knows how to repay kindness. The other party helped him when he was in a humble position. He also has to show his sincerity and take the initiative to make friends with the young jailer. By then, he will be the big brother and the jailer will be the little brother. Under the leadership of Wang Yu, they will roam the Tianshuan continent together. By then, he will regard the entire Tianshuan continent as his own territory, become a free and easy emperor, and collect all the beauties in the world into his harem. The jailer will then appoint him as a general, making him second only to the emperor. Although Wang Yu is in prison at the moment, he has already imagined a cool story in his mind about a loser who counterattacks to become an emperor, rules the continent with his brothers, and collects all the beauties. At this time, his fantasy was interrupted by pain again. Wang Yu had to continue his hand movements and prepare to sprinkle the powder on the wound. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out in his mind, trigger the system task. As long as you can leave the prison alive, you will obtain the magical power of words and spirits. Wang Yu was stunned at first, then he couldn't help laughing. In this miserable situation, this sudden hope made him almost crazy. The system finally stopped going against him. However, Wang Yu's uncontrollable laughter attracted the fierce-looking and ferocious-looking men next to him to stare at him. In order to please Wang Quan, Wu directly locked Wang Yu up in a prison full of death row prisoners and life-in-prison prisoners. They have been staying in this dark prison for years, without seeing any women, and have long become extremely hungry. Especially Wang Yu has a pretty face. When Wang Yu was changing the dressing just now, several people had been staring at him. Boy, what are you laughing at? One of the big men stood up, with an evil light in his eyes, and walked towards Wang Yu. HMPH, who cares what he's laughing at? Just looking at his delicate skin and tender flesh makes me excited, said another big man viciously. Several other big men also gathered around, their greedy and evil eyes wandering freely over Wang Yu. Wang Yu then realized that his loss of composure had caused trouble, and a sense of fear surged in his heart. He feigned composure and shouted, Don't mess around. I'm admired by Xie Chenkin, the vice president of the Confucian Academy. Mr. Xie will get me out soon. If you dare to touch me, you won't end well. Ha 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 ha. The big men looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Brothers, don't listen to his nonsense. How could someone admired by the vice president end up in this situation? He must be pretending, the leading big man laughed. Even if it's true, we're either going to die or never get out of here. What's there to be afraid of? A big man echoed. It's not easy to see such a fair and tender newcomer. Brothers, don't let him go, the big man in the lead gave an order. Several people suddenly formed a human wall and surrounded Wang Yu. Wang Yu looked at the completely blocked light around him, and his pants that had not been pulled up yet after applying the medicine, and his eyes gradually became desperate. Is my chastity going to be lost here? He is unwilling to accept it. In my previous life, I was a virgin. In this life, I finally became the child of destiny and the protagonist. But before I can get rid of my virginity, I am about to be. In Wang Yu's desperate roar, the group of big men immediately pounced on Wang Yu like hungry wolves. Wang Yu struggled in fear, trying to resist. You beasts, let me go. Wang Yu's voice was filled with despair and anger. Go ahead and scream, no one will save you even if you scream your throat out, the big men laughed wantonly. Wang Yu's heart was filled with endless fear and shame. Every minute and every second seemed like a year in agony, like a nightmare. Wang Yu even wanted to die countless times. I can't let them insult me like this. I want to get out alive and take revenge, he shouted in his heart, but the pain in his body made his resistance seem so powerless. The big men tore Wang Yu's clothes roughly, and Wang Yu burst into tears. I can't accept it. Why does God treat me like this? I'm obviously the protagonist. Wang Yu's heart was filled with resentment towards his fate and hatred towards Wang Quan, the culprit who had gotten him in. As the protagonist, he should be having smooth sailing, pretending to be cool and picking up girls. Why did he end up like this? After an unknown amount of time, the number of big men surrounding Wang Yu gradually decreased until there was not a single one left. Wang Yu lay on the ground, his clothes ragged, his body and soul broken, but the flames of hatred still burned in his eyes. I must get out alive and make you all pay the price. Ding, the host successfully made Wang Yu completely despair and wish for death. Villain value plus 50,000 points, remaining 477,000. Wang Yu's luck value minus 20,000, remaining 207,500. Ah. Wang Quan, who was in Han Bing's boudoir, looked at the villain value falling from the sky, suddenly stopped and fell into a daze. At the same time, in the Confucian Academy, Xie Chenkin started writing with his brush, and soon a new poem appeared on the paper. He stroked his beard, looking quite contented. A group of disciples gathered around him and praised him repeatedly. Ha ha ha, this poem will surely amaze everyone once it comes out, Xie Chenkin laughed with his head raised. Suddenly, Wang Yu's image flashed through his mind, and he thought to himself, Wang Yu is extremely talented in poetry. Judging from his poetry alone, his level is probably even higher than mine. If I let him judge this poem, it would only show how good my poetry is. Then, Xie Chenkin said to a disciple beside him, Go, call Wang Yu over and let him appreciate this new piece of mine. The disciple took the order and left, however, half an hour passed and he still hadn't returned. Xie Chenkin was getting a little impatient and was about to send someone to urge him again. At this time, the disciple finally ran back panting. Teacher, something bad has happened, the disciple looked panicked. Xie Chenkin frowned and asked, Why are you so panicked? Where's Wang Yu? The disciple took a deep breath and said, Wang Yu he's been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Why was Wang Yu detained? It is said that he attacked Wang Quan, the demon son of Juyu demon sect. In public, the disciple spoke slowly with an embarrassed look on his face. When Xie Chenkin heard this, his eyes widened and he shouted angrily, What? That's ridiculous. He knew Wang Yu's cultivation level. A cultivator who was only at the spiritual realm attacked a demon. It's simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. Without saying a word, he waved his sleeves and headed straight for the Ministry of Justice. When he arrived at the Ministry of Justice, Xie Chenkin ignored the obstruction of the Yamen runners at the door and broke into Hulei's room. Hulei was drinking tea leisurely when he was startled to see Xie Chenkin coming in angrily. Hulei, who is well versed in the ways of being an official, knows the emperor's kindergarten teacher and vice president of the Confucian Academy. Mr. Jie, what are you doing? Hulei quickly stood up. Xie Chenkin pointed at Hulei's nose and cursed loudly, Hulei, you're so bold. Wang Yu is a genius in our Confucian Academy, and you dare to put him in jail without any investigation. Hulei looked embarrassed and said, Master Jie, this might be a misunderstanding. He did injure Wang Quan in public, and there's witnesses and evidence. Xie Chenkin glared at him, misunderstanding. I think you're just trying to curry favor with Wang Quan. What crime has Wang Yu committed? If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let you go. Hulei was overwhelmed by Xie Chenkin's questioning. Who would have thought that Wang Yu was actually related to Xie Chenkin? As the emperor's childhood teacher, Xie Chenkin's relationship with the emperor naturally needs no explanation. He was afraid that just one word could dismiss him from his position. Master Wang Quan, it's not that I'm on Xie Chenkin's side, but I can't afford to offend either of you. Hulei silently explained to Wang Quan in his heart, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Master Jie, calm down. It was indeed my fault for handling this matter. I will release Wang Yu right away. Xie Chenkin snorted coldly, hurry up and go. Hulei hurriedly ordered his men to bring Wang Yu over. After a while, Wang Yu was brought out. He was in tattered clothes, covered with wounds, looked haggard, and had dull eyes. Chapter 48 Princess Jinyu's poetry meeting to seek a husband. Wang Yu was carried out of the cell by two Yamen runners. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his soul, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Wang Yu's heart was filled with endless pain and shame. What those big men did to him was like a sharp blade, deeply hurting his heart. I'm not whole, I'm not whole. Wang Yu trembled and whispered to himself. The feeling of being violated has filled him with fear and confusion about the future. Ding, the host successfully escaped from the prison and completed the mission. Reward issued, word spirit technique. During battle, utter a single word or sentence to unleash the power of heaven and earth, attacking or restricting the enemy's actions. The simpler the word, the more powerful it is and the lower the cost. The more abstract the word, the harder it is to perform and the higher the cost. When Wang Yu heard the system prompt, his originally empty eyes suddenly lit up. System, yes, I still have a system, and I am the protagonist. How can I give up on myself because of this temporary setback? Wang Yu shouted in his heart. This must be a test arranged for me by God. How can I be defeated by this humiliation? Those who bullied me, just wait and see. I have the system in me, so I am destined to be extraordinary. Wang Yu clenched his fists tightly, and the trembling of his body gradually stopped. The art of words is my reliance for revenge in the capital for my resurgence. I will make Wang Quan, those beasts, and all those who have bullied me pay a heavy price. The flame of fighting spirit rekindled in Wang Yu's eyes. Oh, and Binger too. Thanks to her for asking Jie Lao to save me. I will never let Binger down in the future, Wang Yu swore secretly. When Xie Chenkin saw Wang Yu's miserable appearance, he felt distressed and furious. Wang Yu was someone he had high hopes for, and he even planned to take Wang Yu as his last disciple. That's why he made an exception and accepted Wang Yu into the Confucian Academy, just to test him for a period of time. Xie Chenkin said distressedly, Wang Yu, child, you have suffered. He took a few steps forward, trying to support Wang Yu's shaky body. When he saw the shocking scars on Wang Yu's body, especially his pants that had been torn into strips and his buttocks that were beaten to pieces, he asked angrily, they even beat you with a stick. This is simply lawless. Xie Chenkin said quickly, child, I will immediately find the best doctor in the city to treat you and make sure your injury is healed. Wang Yu was shocked when he heard this and quickly refused, Master Jia, no. You must not see a doctor. If he had called a doctor, he would have surely seen the tragic state of his body. If the news got out, how would he survive in the Confucian Academy and face Han Bing and other women? He couldn't believe that in the future at the Confucian Academy, whenever others saw him, they would point and say, he is the Wang Yu who was in prison. What a terrifying scene that would be. You absolutely cannot find a wife, even if the recovery is slower. Xie Chenkin was surprised to hear Wang Yu's eager refusal. He frowned and asked in confusion, son, why don't you let me see a doctor? You're so badly injured. If you don't get medical attention in time, what will become of the underlying illness? A trace of panic flashed across Wang Yu's face, and he quickly entered a brainstorming state. After a while, his eyes quickly regained their firmness. He looked directly at Xie Chenkin and said, Master Xie, it's not that I don't know what's good for me, but I've never been willing to accept help from others easily. I have medicine on me that's enough to deal with these injuries. Wang Yu thought to himself that maybe if he said this, Xie Chenkin would especially appreciate his independence and strength. Xie Chenkin stared at Wang Yu, but his face did not show the admiration that Wang Yu expected. Instead, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, this child is too arrogant and does not know his own place. He had seen many geniuses who died young on the road to growth because of their stubbornness and failure to seek external help. Xie Chenkin sighed and said nothing more, but his inner evaluation of Wang Yu secretly lowered. The two of them got on the carriage together and slowly returned to the Confucian Academy. The bumps in the carriage made Wang Yu's already injured body tremble slightly, but he endured it, not wanting to show his unbearable side in front of Xie Chenkin. Xie Chenkin sat opposite Wang Yu and said after a moment of silence, Wang Yu, I have something important to tell you. The third princess of Dakian will be hosting a poetry gathering soon, called the Ajik Poetry Gathering. This gathering will be attended by all the literati and scholars. Wang Yu's spirits perked up slightly when he heard the word, poetry gathering. He endured the pain and asked, Master Jia, is this the Princess Jingyu, Zhao Yuxi, who is the Emperor's favorite? Xie Chenkin nodded lightly and said solemnly, indeed, but the most important purpose of this poetry gathering is actually to find a husband for the third princess. For this, the royal family has invested heavily. If anyone wins first place in this poetry competition, the reward is a spring and on brush, a heavenly grade spiritual treasure. Wang Yu widened his eyes and felt excited. A heavenly spiritual treasure. This is an extremely precious treasure. And poetry gatherings were his ultimate show-off. 5,000 years of history in his previous life, with countless poems and songs, he could easily copy any one of them and strike down a dimensionality in this world. Moreover, it was said that Princess Jingyu was extremely beautiful with a graceful figure. Once, when the princess went out of the palace for a walk, the people in the city heard the news and the streets were crowded with people, just to catch a glimpse of the princess's beauty. In the end, the army had to be dispatched to evacuate the streets. Some even said, a stunning governor will extend his life by 10 years. Wang Yu had already imagined the scene of him marrying the princess, and the princess shyly acting coquettishly in his arms and begging him to write poems for her. He couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile, but when he realized that Xie Chenkin was still beside him, he was so scared that he quickly put it away and silently prayed that Xie Chenkin didn't notice. Xie Chenkin frowned at Wang Yu's expression and continued, Wang Yu, with your poetic talent, if you can shine at this poetry gathering, not only will you become famous, you might even win the favor of the third princess and rise to prominence. I hope you can attend. Wang Yu clenched his fists tightly, and the pain in his body seemed to be diluted a lot by this sudden opportunity. He said firmly, Mr. Jia, I am grateful for your trust. I, Wang Yu, will do my best to live up to your expectations. Xie Chenkin nodded slightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. He was still confident in Wang Yu's level of poetry. When he won the first prize, he would accept him as his disciple. It would be a double happiness and a good story would surely be circulated. Alright, I believe you will definitely make a name for yourself at the poetry gathering. However, you also need to prepare well. This poetry gathering is full of masters, so don't take it lightly. Wang Yu confidently responded, don't worry, Mr. Jia, I understand. This is a rare opportunity, and I will definitely seize it. Chapter 49 He is not your brother. Son, you are suffering in there. A lady lay on the bed and cried. This is Wang Yu's adoptive mother in this world, but as a person who traveled through time and space, he really has no feelings for her. So Wang Yu had to respond casually with a few words and send his mother away. The room finally became quiet. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the couch tiredly. The pain in his body made it impossible for him to even lie on his side. Knock knock knock. Soon, the door was knocked again. Who is it? Wang Yu asked impatiently. Brother, it's me. Jinyao. When his younger sister Wang Jinyao heard that Wang Yu had returned, she hurried over to visit him. It's Yao Yao. Wang Yu's mind instantly became active. He had long coveted this adopted sister of his family. When he first came here, he almost drooled when he saw Wang Jinyao's round and plump legs. Originally, when he heard Wang Jinyao calling him brother, he was full of regret, but after looking through his memories, he found that Wang Jinyao was just an adopted daughter of the Wang family, and she seemed to have had a secret crush on him for a long time. From then on, he wanted to take Wang Jinyao down on the spot. However, he soon became famous at a poetry meeting, and then joined a Confucian Academy, where he attended classes and practiced all day long, and never had the chance to meet Wang Jinyao again. Brother, you're finally back. I was so worried about you, Wang Jinyao said with concern. Wang Yu quickly turned sideways, not wanting to look awkward in front of Wang Jinyao. He forced a smile. Yao Yao, brother is fine. After the two exchanged a few words, Wang Yuzhang was thinking about finding an opportunity to hold Wang Jinyao's hand. At this time, Wang Jinyao showed a worried look on her face and carefully advised, brother, don't provoke Wang Quan again in the future. He is a devil and we can't afford to offend him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was instantly enraged. He no longer cared about the pain. He sat up straight and roared with gritted teeth, humph. How dare he humiliate me like this and make me anyway? If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. I, Wang Yu, will cut Wang Quan into pieces one day and make sure he dies a miserable death. Wang Jinyao thought of Wang Quan's terrifying nature and became extremely anxious. She hurriedly said, brother, Wang Quan is the demon child of the Nine Nether Demon cult. He is powerful and influential. Our Wang family is now just a small and declining family. Fighting him is like hitting a rock with an egg. Just listen to my advice. Wang Yu simply ignored Wang Jinyao's advice. The mention of Wang Quan brought back painful memories of his time in prison, a pain he never wanted to recall again. Wang Yu roared loudly, what do you know? How can I swallow this? Brother, do you know why you were released? If it weren't for me, Wang Jinyao stopped talking abruptly, thinking that if she said it out loud, she would definitely be disliked. Wang Jinyao still didn't give up and continued to persuade earnestly. Wang Yu listened to Wang Jinyao, who had long been his target for the harem, constantly praising how powerful Wang Quan was. Although Wang Jinyao did not mean to do so, in Wang Yu's opinion, she was praising her enemy in front of him. I am the protagonist with a golden finger, how could I not be able to deal with a king? Wang Yu became increasingly irritated and lost his mind in anger. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Jinyao, shouting, "Stop talking. Get out." Wang Jinyao covered her beaten cheek with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. Her face was full of disbelief as she stared blankly at Wang Yu. Wang Yu was also stunned. He never expected that he would be so impulsive as to hit Wang Jinyao. But at this moment, anger had completely taken over his mind. He pointed to the door and roared again, "Go! Don't let me see you again." Wang Jinyao's face was covered with tears, and she turned around and ran out heartbroken. Wang Jinyao ran out of Wang Yu's room, tears streaming down her face. She sprinted back to her room, slammed the door shut, and threw herself on the bed, suppressed sobs escaping her throat. Why? How could my brother become like this? Wang Jinyao's heart seemed to be torn into countless pieces. She couldn't understand why the brother who stood in front of her to protect her when she was a child would actually hit her. Tears soaked the pillow and Wang Jinyao's body kept shaking. At this moment, a cold breath suddenly surged in the room, and a dark shadow slowly emerged. Of course it's because he is not your brother at all. A cold and familiar voice came into Wang Jinyao's ears, as if knowing what she was thinking at the moment. Wang Jinyao, look at how pitiful you look. Wang Quan had a sarcastic smile on his face and contempt in his eyes. Wang Jinyao's eyes widened in horror, her body subconsciously shrinking back, her voice trembling as she said, "Why are you here? Also, what do you mean by that? Don't even think about sowing discord between his siblings." Wang Quan approached step by step, emitting an aura that frightened Wang Jinyao. Wang Quan sneered and said, "Of course I came here to see you make a fool of yourself. I watched you being deceived and teased by someone who occupied your brother's body, and you didn't even notice it. As the person who knows him best, haven't you noticed that something is wrong with him recently?" Wang Jinyao's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. "You're talking nonsense. My brother is my brother, how could he be possessed by someone else?" Wang Quan snorted coldly, "Humph, you are really stupid. Think about it carefully, would Wang Yu be so impulsive and irritable in the past and not listen to your advice?" Wang Jinyao was speechless for a moment, her thoughts in turmoil. She recalled Wang Yu's recent behavior, which was indeed very different from before. Wang Yu used to chew his food slowly, but now he eats voraciously. Not only that, Wang Yu's dressing style and speaking style are completely different from before. He suddenly seems like a different person and can even speak fluently at a poetry meeting. But when Wang Yuming realized that he had no talent for cultivation at the age of 12, he gave up on studying. Although Wang Jinyao was a little shaken, she still didn't want to believe that the brother who had once stood in front of her had his body taken away. No, he just suddenly woke up and cheered up again. Who says people's habits won't change? Wang Jinyao muttered to herself with her head down. By the way, my brother knows everything about our childhood. No one else could know it so clearly. Wang Jinyao seemed to suddenly remember something. Her eyes lit up again and she looked directly at Wang Quan, as if she had seen through Wang Quan's lies. "Ha ha ha, you are really an innocent little girl." Wang Quan bent down, put his hands on Wang Jinyao's shoulders and spoke slowly with a smile on his lips. "Since he has devoured your brother's soul, isn't it normal for him to know what happened before? What if I say I have a way to prove that he is definitely not your brother?" Chapter 50 Soul Locking Contract. Wang Quan looked directly at Wang Jinyao, a sly look flashing in his eyes. He said, "To tell you the truth, the reason I'm targeting Wang Yu is because the person in his body and I have a deep blood feud. That person killed a close friend of mine." When Wang Jinyao heard this, her heart trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. Wang Quan sneered and continued righteously, "Do you think Wang Yu wrote those poems that amazed everyone at the poetry meeting?" "Humph, too naive. They were all plagiarized from my friend's poems. My friend was a man of great talent, yet he suffered such a cruel fate. Now this evil villain is even using his poems to gain fame. This is truly unacceptable." Wang Jinyao's lips trembled slightly, and she said, "No, how is this possible? What evidence do you have?" Wang Quan continued, "Although he plagiarized all of my friend's poems, I still have backup copies here. You should know about the poetry gathering held a week later to find a husband for Princess Jingyu. Wang Yu will definitely attend the gathering. If the poem he recites at the gathering is identical to my friend's, doesn't that prove something is wrong?" After saying that, Wang Quan took out a handwritten collection of poems from his arms and handed it to Wang Jinyao. Just yesterday, Wang Quan received a system reminder about Wang Yu's opportunity. It was that he would copy Li Bai's Qingping Tiao at the poetry meeting, win the first prize, and directly win the heart of Princess Zhao Yuexi. One of the poems, Qingping Tiao, is the first of the 3 poems Li Bai wrote for young Yuhuan. The clouds think of clothes and the flowers think of beauty, the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace. This poem can be used to flirt with girls. No matter how beautiful a girl is, she will be irresistible. Zhao Yuexi, who has always loved literature, is fascinated by Wang Yu and is willing to become her concubine. However, how could Wang Quan let Wang Yu succeed in such a good thing? He fabricated a story that Wang Yu had plagiarized his friend's poems, and had written 3 copies in advance, using dozens of poems to compile a collection of Taibite poems. He would reveal 1 copy before the poetry meeting. A gift that had been given to Zhao Yuexi by Wang Quan in the name of the 9 nether demon sect of the royal family. And the last one is now in Wang Jinyao's hands. Wang Jinyao was flipping through this collection of poems at this time, and the more she flipped through it, the more frightened she became. She was the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Although she was not their biological daughter, the Wang family raised her as their own daughter. Therefore, she had read many books and had a certain level of appreciation. In her opinion, any of the poems here would be a masterpiece if published. And some of them were written by Wang Yu before. Her face grew paler, and the past scenes resurfaced in her mind, and her suspicion of Wang Yu grew deeper and deeper. In the end, Wang Jinyao couldn't even hold the book. Snap! As the book fell to the ground, Wang Jinyao pushed away Wang Quan's hand that was playing tricks on her beautiful legs. He stood up suddenly, clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly, and was about to rush towards Wang Yu to confront him regardless of everything. Wang Jinyao's eyes were instantly filled with angry tears, and it seemed as if a raging fire was raging in her heart. The real Wang Yu who once protected her and grew up with her is no longer alive, and the imposter who replaced Wang Yu has been deceiving her and taking advantage of her feelings. I even paid so much but rescued a fake. She had just run half a meter away when Wang Quan grabbed her waist. Wang Jinyao desperately tried to break free from all the restraints around her. Her lips were bitten until they turned white, and her teeth chattered as she shouted angrily, "This abominable liar, how could he do this? I want to find him and ask him to return my brother to me. Don't stop me, Pia." As Wang Quan's palm fell heavily, Wang Jinyao turned around in shock, her eyes full of anger. "I want to go confront that imposter. Why is Wang Quan stopping me?" At this moment, Wang Jinyao was like an extremely angry little beast. She covered her butt and looked at Wang Quan fiercely, as if waiting for Wang Quan to give a reasonable explanation. Wang Quan sneered and said, "They say women are big and brainless, but how come you're not only small but also have a small brain? Your brother's soul was shattered the moment his body was taken over. If you go looking for that imposter now, you'll only alert the enemy. And do you think he's as simple as he appears? He has a way to temporarily elevate his realm to Spirit King. Otherwise, how do you think he managed to hold out for 2 moves against me?" Then how can I avenge my brother? Woo woo woo. Wang Jingyao had completely broken down and burst into tears. Oh, and there's Wang Quan. Wang Jingyao suddenly realized that the person standing next to her was the best person to help her brother take revenge. Wang Jingyao knelt down hard in front of Wang Quan, lay down, and rested her head against the back of Wang Quan's feet, sobbing and speaking. Master Mosey, please help me kill this impostor and avenge my brother. I'm willing to pay any price as long as you help me kill him. Wang Quan couldn't help but smile as he looked at Wang Jingyao, who was kneeling in front of him and fully demonstrating her advantages. Wang Quan reached out and stroked him gently, saying, killing Wang Yu is easy, but just letting him die would be too easy for him. What I want is for him to be completely disgraced and despised by everyone. At the poetry gathering, when he is praised by everyone and thinks he is at the top of the world, I will gradually expose his crimes and let everyone see his true face. The higher he stands, the more painful his fall will be, and he will die in the curses of the world. Right, we can't let him die so easily. We have to make him fall to the bottom and die in agony. It would be best if we torture him severely and cut him into pieces. We can't let him die so easily. Wang Jingyao seemed to have thought of Wang Yu's miserable situation and laughed heartily. Tisk tisk tisk. Wang Quan thought he was cruel enough. He didn't expect that when a woman gets ruthless, he will be useless. System, redeem the soul locking contract. Ding, the soul locking contract was successfully redeemed, consuming 300,000 villain points, with 177,000 remaining. Quasi-saint spiritual treasure soul locking contract. The user uses his own blood as ink to write the names of both parties and the terms of the contract on the contract. The soul mark of the contracted party will be engraved on the soul locking contract, and they will become the user's slave from then on. Their life, death and actions are completely controlled by the user. If the contracted person attempts to rebel against the master, the contract will automatically release the power of soul devouring, torturing the soul of the contracted person, making them suffer so much that they will never dare to betray the master again. Only the great emperor can solve this problem. Chapter 51. You won't let me stay. The soul locking contract was the magic weapon that Wang Quan found in the system mall that suited him best before he came here. Although it is a quasi-saint spiritual treasure, due to the special nature of involving the soul, no one below the emperor realm can decipher it. Although Wang Jingyao can be manipulated by him now, the relationship between him and Wang Jingyao is only one of mutual benefit, and he can never make her belong to him like senior sister Shunner. However, Wang Quan didn't care whether he could win her heart or not. He just wanted her to listen to him and follow his orders. And this magical treasure can be used infinitely. It is totally worth the price of 300,000 villain value. In this way, even if she returns to the Wang family in the central region in the future, she will not be able to have any other thoughts. He can just use her as a chess piece and use the power of the Wang family to quickly gain a foothold in the central region. Wang Quan raised an evil smile and took out the soul locking contract from the system space. Wang Jingyao, come here and press your fingerprint here. From now on, you will be my slave. This is the price for avenging your brother. Wang Quan's voice was cold and ruthless. Wang Jinyao's eyes were filled with hatred, but she still maintained a trace of rationality. She pondered for a moment and bargained with Wang Quan. Master Mosey, I can be your slave, but not now. I want to confirm with my own eyes at the poetry gathering that Wang Yu is a fake, and I will only sign this contract after I see him die. Wang Quan snorted coldly, his face darkening. You haven't realized the situation yet. I'm giving you too much face, right? Wang Quan grabbed Wang Jinyao's neck and lifted her up. Wang Jinyao's face turned red because she couldn't breathe, and her hands and feet kept struggling. Wang Jinyao, you have no choice. You have to sign today, whether you want or not. If you don't sign, I will kill you right here, Wang Quan roared, increasing the strength in his hands. Wang Jinyao's struggle became increasingly weak, her eyes widened with extreme fear, and tears flowed uncontrollably. At this moment, she truly felt the threat of death, and the despair of suffocation filled her heart with fear and regret. I actually forgot that Wang Quan is a complete devil. I actually bargained with the devil. It's crazy. But becoming his slave means losing freedom and dignity. But, she must see the person who killed her brother being tortured to death. Ahem, I'll sign. Wang Jinyao squeezed out these words from her throat with difficulty. Wang Quan snorted coldly and let go of his hand. Wang Jinyao collapsed to the ground like a piece of rag, gasping for breath. It would have been better if you did this earlier. You have to suffer so much. Wang Quan looked at her coldly and handed the soul locking contract to her again. Wang Jinyao stretched out her hand tremblingly, her eyes full of despair and helplessness. As Wang Jinyao slowly pressed her fingers on the soul locking contract. In an instant, the contract emitted a strange light, which went straight into Wang Jinyao's body. She covered her head in pain and let out a shrill scream. The pain lasted for a moment, and then Wang Jinyao felt as if there was an inescapable shackle deep in her soul. She knelt on the ground, still in shock, holding her chest and sweating profusely. The pain she felt just now made her feel worse than death. Wang Quan looked at Wang Jinyao with a smile and said, from now on, you are my slave and you are not allowed to disobey any of my orders. Wang Jinyao was filled with anger and despair, but the power of the contract made it impossible for her to resist. She could only grit her teeth and say, yes, master. Now, it's your turn to serve me. The more enjoyable this demon is, the more miserable the death of that impostor will be. When Wang Jinyao heard Wang Quan's shameless words, her body couldn't help but tremble. She was filled with disgust and humiliation. However, Wang Quan is her only reliance to help her get revenge. A trace of determination flashed in Wang Jinyao's eyes. She slowly stood up, holding back her tears, and said in a trembling voice, Master, I understand. Wang Jinyao took a deep breath and moved her feet, each step feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. She walked over to Wang Quan, her hands clenched into fists, her nails almost digging into her flesh. At this moment, Wang Jinyao's mind suddenly flashed with the love and protection her brother once showed her, and that warm smile seemed to still be before her eyes. As long as I can help my brother get revenge, I can do anything, Wang Jinyao swore secretly in her heart, and then began to massage Wang Quan's legs. From now on, you will temporarily be the eldest daughter of the Wang family and wait to give Wang Yu a hard time at the poetry meeting. After saying this, Wang Quan walked away. Wang Quan returned to the room and met an unexpected person. Fairy Lingyu, how did you find time to come to my place? Luo Lingyu looked at Wang Quan's nonchalant appearance and cursed him in his heart for being shameless. But she still spoke politely on the surface. I have news about my friend. I will take you to see him tonight. Then she seemed to have thought of something and continued, you didn't secretly use up the true phoenix blood, did you? A hint of doubt flashed in Luo Lingyu's eyes. In her eyes, with Wang Quan's character, he could do such a thing as secretly using it. Wang Quan looked at Luo Lingyu's expression and knew that she definitely had nothing good in her mind and was definitely scolding him again. But it doesn't matter, Wang Quan will retaliate in his own way. Fairy, my character is well known to everyone. Just ask any monk who has come into contact with me, who doesn't keep his word, Wang Quan said proudly. Luo Lingyu pouted. Yes. Anyone who has come into contact with you has either been killed by you or robbed and then blackmailed by you. Who dares to say anything bad about you? Cursing Wang Quan in his heart, Luo Lingyu spoke again with a blank expression. I'm sorry, Mosey. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'll leave first and come to see you again in the evening. Wang Quan responded and turned around to lie on the bed. Luo Lingyu's leg, which had already taken half a step, stopped in midair. Wang Quan didn't even let him stay. Something is wrong. Is this still royal power? Luo Lingyu even suspected that he had been possessed by another spirit. During this period of time, she hid and did not dare to see Wang Quan. Every time she left this room, she limped. Before coming here today, she had deliberately taken several pills that she had bought at a high price to maintain her physical strength, just to be able to defeat Wang Quan once. But he didn't let her stay. Anything else? Wang Quan really didn't have much to think about at the moment. Oh, it's okay, I'm leaving then. Isn't it a good thing not to let yourself stay? I don't have to suffer at all. But, why do I feel a little regretful? Luo Lingyu shook his head vigorously. She is the pure and innocent fairy Lingyu, how could she possibly regret something like that? She plays pure love. What I yearn for is the harmony of souls, not such dirty and vulgar things. Chapter 52 The Cheating Luo Lingyu. Night falls quietly, and the bright moonlight pours down like a veil. At the agreed time, Luo Lingyu walked lightly to Wang Quan's room, gently pushed open the door and walked in. Wang Quan was sleeping, immersed in a sweet dream, when he suddenly felt someone gently push his body a few times. He opened his eyes dazedly and saw a dark figure standing in front of him. Hey, the black shadow called softly. Wake up, Wang Quan, it's time to set off. The black shadow's voice was a little anxious. It was Luo Lingyu. Wang Quan rubbed his eyes, adjusting to the light before he could clearly see who was in front of him. He yawned, stretched, and then asked slowly, tell me, where are we going? Luo Lingyu bit her lip anxiously and said in a low voice, my friend is in the palace. We have to go there quickly. When Wang Quan heard this, he thought to himself, is indeed so. Then, Luo Lingyu took out a set of maid's clothes from the storage ring and handed it to Wang Quan. Put on this clothes, pretend to be my maid and sneak in with me. Wang Quan's expression changed instantly. Are you kidding me? I'm a man, wearing women's clothes. Absolutely impossible. Luo Lingyu stamped his feet anxiously and said hurriedly, Wang Quan, this is the only way at the moment. Outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering the palace. Even I could only go in once every few weeks in the name of a friend visiting a sick patient. You have to disguise yourself as a maid to have a chance of getting past the guards. Anyway, you're so pretty, no one will be able to see through you if you dress up as a maid. Are your words human words? Are you praising me or scolding me? Seeing that Wang Quan had no reaction, Luo Lingyu shook Wang Quan's arm vigorously and shouted anxiously, oh, time is running out. If we are late, my friend will be in danger. Wang Quan folded his hands over his chest, unmoved, and said expressionlessly, that's your friend. What does it have to do with me? A trace of anger and helplessness flashed in Luo Lingyu's eyes. She had sacrificed so much to save Sister Feng, she was almost as powerful as the king. No, I absolutely cannot give up like this. Luo Lingyu took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and said through gritted teeth, Wang Quan, as long as you agree to enter the palace with me, I can promise you anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan's eyes flashed with cunning, and he pressed on, anything. That's what you said. Luo Lingyu gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously, yes, as long as you help me save my friend, I will never break my promise. Just waiting for your words. Wang Quan must go and meet Feng Wuxuan. How can he take advantage of the Son of Fortune if he doesn't meet him? Who will contribute to his villain value? Who will maintain his spiritual weapon? But there's no need to wear women's clothes. What a joke. With his level of skill, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak into the palace? If just a few guards could discover him, Wang Quan's cheat would explode on the spot. In that case, let's go quickly. You lead the way. After saying that, Wang Quan turned around and walked out. Hey wait, you haven't changed your clothes yet. Luo Lingyu hurriedly chased after him and shouted anxiously. This demon has long been unrivaled across the eastern wasteland. Do you think a few guards can stop me? Luo Lingyu looked at the frivolous Wang Quan and suddenly realized that he had been deceived by him. It was equivalent to agreeing to Wang Quan's request in vain. Damn Wang Quan, he only knows how to deceive me in different ways. But Luo Lingyu was not in the mood to argue with Wang Quan at the moment, so he pulled Wang Quan and walked out. As soon as he reached the door, Wang Quan grabbed Luo Lingyu's slender waist, and then instantly turned into a faint light, soaring into the sky, flying towards the direction of the imperial palace. The palace was indeed heavily guarded. There were groups of guards patrolling every road on the ground with lanterns, but they would never have thought that someone would sneak in from the sky. After all, only those at the Spirit King level can fly in the sky, and the only people at the Spirit King level in Dakion are the head emperor Feng Qingkang and the eunuch Wei Shixuan, who is said to be 9,000 years old. Feng Qingkang was injured in a surprise attack by an assassin while touring the world a few years ago. His condition has been getting worse every year, but the position of crown prince has not been decided yet. Moreover, rumors spread from somewhere that Wei Shixuan intended to rebel and half of the ministers had already surrendered to him, but Wei Shixuan showed no intention of explaining and seemed to have tacitly agreed. This is the reason why the defense of the imperial palace has been particularly tight recently. People inside and outside the palace are in panic, and no one knows whether Wei Shixuan, who holds half of the military power, will suddenly launch a coup. Luo Lingyu, who was flying at high speed with Wang Quan holding his waist, narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to point to a palace in the distance. That's it. Wang Quan frowned. This palace was located on the edge of the imperial city, and its decoration was obviously much worse than other palaces. It seems that this prince is not valued. Wang Quan slowed down and landed slowly. Luo Lingyu pushed open the door. Wang Quan was about to follow him in, but was stopped by Luo Lingyu outside the door. Please wait a moment, Mosey. I'll go in and check the situation first. After saying that, Luo Lingyu closed the door and blocked Wang Quan outside. Good guy, I took time out of my busy schedule to come with you to save people, and ended up waiting for you to be affectionate with your little lover for a while. For some reason, Wang Quan suddenly remembered the scene when he was imprisoned on the cliff of repentance in Leon's sword sack. He felt that he was now just like Yifeng back then. Damn it, I'll never be a cuckold in my life. He didn't care who Luo Lingyu's heart was with, as long as the body belonged to him. At worst, I could just take away less villain value and directly kill Feng Wuxuan. Wang Quan focused his spiritual energy on his ears. In an instant, the world seemed to have been muted and then suddenly became clear again. The subtle sounds around him seemed to be amplified several times. Wang Quan heard several very low female voices whispering in the air. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but he didn't hear Feng Wuxuan's voice. Just as Wang Quan held his breath, trying to confirm what they were talking about. Wang Quan was furious. You are so good, Luo Lingyu. You're having sex right in front of me and you want me to watch the door, right? Cough cough cough. Wang Quan coughed heavily a few times, and then there was a flurry of sounds coming from the room. After a moment, the door slowly opened and Luo Lingyu stood at the door with a red face, slightly swollen lips and a hint of panic in her eyes. What's wrong, Wang Quan? Have the guards noticed us? Luo Lingyu asked anxiously while looking around. Chapter 53, The Empress, Rebirth. Wang Quan, please go in quickly and give the true phoenix blood essence to my friend. I'll keep watch outside. Luo Lingyu pushed Wang Quan's back anxiously, his tone full of urging. Wang Quan did not reply, but turned around. The evil energy quickly gathered in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a short blade. At this moment, Wang Quan was already thinking, should he castrate Feng Wuhuang first, then torture him to death slowly, or just stab him with a knife? Wang Quan thought as he slowly stepped into the house. As he entered the room, he looked around and frowned slightly. The decoration here, no matter from which angle you look at it, is undoubtedly a woman's boudoir. He searched carefully but didn't see a single person. Then, his gaze slowly shifted to the luxurious bed in the middle of the room. Young master, a very pleasant female voice came from the tent. The tone was calm and steady, neither hurried nor slow, as if revealing an unquestionable sense of authority. Wang Quan was suddenly shocked and instantly crushed the short blade in his hand. Then, he lifted a corner of the bed curtain with a little hesitation. I saw a woman lying quietly on a luxurious big bed. Her long, flame-red hair cascaded down her sides like a waterfall. She had a beautiful face and a domineering, cold expression. Her lips were slightly pursed, her complexion was pale, and her lips were completely bloodless, but her eyes still revealed a sense of majesty and mystery. She was wearing a red transparent dress, which vaguely outlined her sexy and graceful figure. Through her clothes, you can vaguely see her snow-white skin and graceful curves, giving people a feeling that is both holy and tempting. Detected the girl of destiny, Feng Wuhuang. Phoenix Wuhuang. Realm, mid-stage spiritual sect. Luck value, 999,999. Physique, true phoenix body awakening. Introduction, the Empress is reborn. In her previous life, she was the true phoenix emperor. Her cultivation reached unparalleled heights, but she died under the immortal tribulation. Feng Wuhuang was also secretly observing the man in front of him at this moment. She was the reincarnation of the Empress. She was an unfavored princess who had been suffering from a serious illness since childhood. Every day her body felt as if it was on fire and was in unbearable pain. Until one day, a Taoist master came here and pointed out that her illness could only be cured by the blood of the true phoenix after just one look. Later, by chance, Luo Lingyu brought her a piece of true phoenix blood essence. After she successfully awakened her true phoenix body, her cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds, and she broke through to the Spirit King realm in just a few months. At that time, Daqian had a new emperor, her second brother Feng Liang. Feng Liang is actually Wei Shixuan's pawn. It can be said that Wei Shixuan is the real emperor. In order to stabilize the turbulent situation at the time, Wei Shixuan ordered all unmarried princesses to marry into other neighboring small countries in exchange for peace. At that time, she displayed her Spirit King cultivation and killed Wei Shixuan, who was also at the Spirit King level, with just one move, and became the Empress of Daqian from then on. Under her governance, Daqian developed rapidly and the people lived in harmony. 30 years later, she trained a successor and then went to the central region to seek opportunities. Then, unsurprisingly, she joined the world-class Fire Phoenix Palace, becoming the direct disciple of the Palace Master of the Fire Phoenix Palace. From then on, she embarked on the road to invincibility, suppressing her peers and even predecessors. She once single-handedly fought against the leaders of the four holy places. In that shocking battle, the sky and the earth changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, the four great masters returned empty-handed, and her name resounded throughout the entire cultivation world from then on. The true Phoenix Nirvana art she practiced made her immortal. Even if she suffered a fatal injury, she could be reborn from the ashes and her strength would reach a new level. Wherever she went, people bowed down and worshipped and regarded her as a deity. However, when she was striving for the immortal position, she encountered a 9-day thunder tribulation. Although she tried her best to resist, she was ultimately defeated and died. The immortal artifact, the reincarnation mirror, on her body shone brightly at the last moment, and when she opened her eyes, she returned to the present time. According to the timeline of her previous life, Luo Lingyu should have brought her the true phoenix blood essence. I heard from Luo Lingyu that it was exchanged from a saint named Di in the Linghuan Tianyuan. Feng Wuhuang was puzzled as to why he came a few days late in this life. If she had not been reborn and had some means at her disposal, she would have died from her physical condition going out of control. Could it be that his rebirth had some impact on the world? At this moment, the evil-looking man in front of her was looking at her unscrupulously. Even Feng Wuhuang, who could remain calm even though he was the leader of one of the four holy places, felt a little uncomfortable when being looked at and squeezed his legs together. Wang Quan's eyes widened in shock. She was actually the girl of destiny. Wait, why is Wang Quan suddenly confused? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Luo Lingyu is her heroine. It turns out that this world also has. I wonder what your name is. Feng Wuhuang couldn't stand Wang Quan's gaze and asked. The demon from the Nine Nether Demon sect, Wang Quan. Wang Quan bowed and replied. At this moment, it was Feng Wuhuang's turn to be surprised. She thought that the person in front of her was Yifeng, who gave Luo Lingyu the true phoenix blood in the previous life, but why did it become this Wang Quan who got the true phoenix blood in this life? Looking at the surprise on Feng Wuhuang's face, Wang Quan also realized that his behavior as a time traveler changing the original trajectory had made Feng Wuhuang suspicious. However, Wang Quan's expression remained calm. He stared into Feng Wuhuang's eyes and spoke slowly. It seems that the princess has a very good relationship with Fairy Lingyu. Fairy Lingyu is willing to pay such a precious thing in exchange for the true phoenix blood essence. Mosey, you're joking. Lingyu and I are like sisters. If she's in trouble, I will definitely risk my life to help her. Wang Quan smiled and asked, Princess, are you sure we are just sisters and there is nothing else? Feng Wuhuang was slightly startled, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. The person in front of her seemed to know her relationship with Luo Lingyu. She first met Luo Lingyu a few years ago when she disguised herself as a man and sneaked out of the palace. At that time, her mind was not as broad as it is now. When she saw Luo Lingyu, who looked like a fairy from heaven, she became playful and became friends with him as a man. As they got along later, she fell in love with the kind and innocent Luo Lingyu unconsciously. Once when he was drunk, Feng Wuhuang couldn't help but confess his love to Luo Lingyu. Not surprisingly, Luo Lingyu agreed. The next day, Feng Wuhuang sobered up and realized how ridiculous the thing he had done was. He hurriedly confessed his identity as a woman to Luo Lingyu. Unexpectedly, Luo Lingyu said with a smile that she knew Feng Wuhuang was a woman the first time they met. She is the pure and innocent Fairy Lingyu, how could she easily become friends with a man? Feng Wuhuang, feeling guilty, was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke, why do you say that, Mosey? Lingyu and I are only sisters, nothing more. I wonder what Lingyu used to exchange for the true phoenix blood with the young master. In the previous life, Luo Lingyu said that she used an incomplete holy level body refining technique that was passed down in her family to exchange for it. The demon sect has always been greedy. Feng Wuhuang was a little curious about what Luo Lingyu paid to exchange for the precious true phoenix blood from Wang Quan. Wang Quan just laughed and slowly took something out of his arms. It was a red belly band embroidered with exquisite patterns. Chapter 54 asked the princess to replace the fairy. The moment Feng Wuhuang saw the belly band, her pupils shrank as if she had received a huge shock. Her face turned ashen in an instant, and anger surged like a raging tide. She shouted angrily, this is Lingyu's belly band. Wang Quan, what on earth did you do to her? Wang Quan crossed his arms, a nonchalant expression on his face, as if everything was under control. He spoke slowly, Princess, don't worry. I didn't do anything excessive to Fairy Lingyu. I simply admired her for a long time, so I asked her to trade this belly band for the true phoenix blood. Hearing this, Feng Wuxiang's tense body relaxed a little. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she felt as if she had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. However, this glimmer of hope was fleeting, and Wang Quan slowly pulled out a photo stone from his bosom. His face was covered with a typical villain smile, which was tinged with cunning and complacency. Feng Wuxiang's heart was in her throat again. Her eyes were filled with tension and anger. She glared at him and asked, Wang Quan, what do you mean by this? Wang Quan chuckled, his laughter filled with amusement. Princess, this photo stone records some interesting scenes. Feng Wuxiang felt a terrible premonition, a feeling that hung heavy like a dark cloud. Without hesitation, she reached out to grab the stone, eagerly saying, you despicable villain, give me the stone. However, she was so weak, like a candle in the wind, that she couldn't even grab the stone. Wang Quan easily dodged her attempts to snatch it, even deliberately waving the image stone in front of her eyes, a gesture filled with provocation. Princess, don't waste your energy. How can you possibly snatch it when you're so weak? Wang Quan scoffed, his words like sharp thorns, piercing Feng Wuxiang's heart. Feng Wuxiang was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Her anger was like a burning flame. She cursed, Wang Quan, you shameless man, how dare you humiliate Ling Yu like this? I will never forgive you. Wang Quan remained unmoved, continuing to play with the photo stone in his hand as if admiring a precious treasure. Princess, you should take care of yourself first. What can you do to me in your current state? Feng Wuxiang was furious, her eyes filled with murderous intent that seemed to penetrate everything. Wang Quan, tell me, how can you give it to me? I can trade you a saint-level technique. The tension in the room reached its peak. Feng Wuxiang stared at Wang Quan intently, her eyes piercing him with a look that threatened to cut him into pieces. Every nerve in her body was on edge as she waited for Wang Quan's response. Wang Quan chuckled disdainfully, and Feng Wuxiang assumed Wang Quan didn't believe it. After all, saint-level techniques hadn't appeared in the Eastern Wasteland for years. If you don't believe me, I can write down a portion of it for you, and then you can give me the image stone. Wang Quan's lips curled up in a cold arc, and he shook his head and said, a saint-level technique. Princess, do you think Wang Quan, I'm so easy to deal with? If the image in this photo stone gets out, Fairy Ling Yu's reputation will be completely ruined. Do you think a saint-level technique alone can make up for all this? Besides, this demon has no shortage of techniques. Feng Wuxiang's expression grew increasingly ugly. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the rage in her heart as she said, Wang Quan, don't go too far. What exactly do you want? A glint of greed flashed across Wang Quan's eyes, a look that sent chills down one's spine. He spoke slowly, I did admire Fairy Ling Yu's beauty before, but seeing the princess today, I realized she is truly the most beautiful woman in the world. If the princess could replace Luo Lingyu. Impossible, Feng Wuxiang was trembling with anger, her voice filled with determination. But she also understood that her current situation was very passive, and she absolutely could not let Luo Lingyu fall into Wang Quan's hands. In her previous life, she traveled to the central region to seek opportunities. Luo Lingyu, fearing he would be a burden to her, did not go with her but remained in the Eastern Wasteland. It wasn't until she entered the Fire Phoenix Palace and became a saint that she returned to the Eastern Wasteland, intending to bring Luo Lingyu with her. However, upon arriving in the Eastern Wasteland, she discovered that Luo Lingyu had been dead for 3 years. After she left, Luo Lingyu also wanted to catch up with Feng Wuxiang through her own efforts. Hearing that a large sect specializing in women was recruiting disciples in the western regions, he chose to go there to seek opportunities. However, he unexpectedly encountered a group of villains along the way who coveted Luo Lingyu's beauty. Luo Lingyu refused to obey and committed suicide. Feng Wuxiang mobilized all the resources of the Fire Phoenix Palace and spent a month to find this information. She was furious and attacked the sect, but she didn't expect that the sect was actually a well-reputed righteous sect in the local area, and the sect leader was determined to protect those disciples. Feng Wuxiang, enraged, slaughtered the sect, leaving a river of blood. Only then did she discover that the leader of the group was actually the Taoist son of the western region's top Holy Land. At the time, she was no match for the old masters of the Holy Land, but the people of the Fire Phoenix Palace didn't want to see their saintess suffer, and more importantly, they were worried that Feng Wuxiang's Taoist heart would be damaged. So the palace master led her to the Holy Land, allowing Feng Wuxiang to personally finish off the Holy Sun. Then, the Emperor-level Fire Phoenix Palace master took action, sending a blazing phoenix of fire that obscured the heavens and sun. Wherever the flames passed, space crumbled. The Holy Land's protective formation, like a fragile piece of paper, shattered in the face of this terrifying attack. When the flames struck the Holy Land, the entire place was instantly engulfed in endless flames. Mountains collapsed, rivers evaporated, and buildings were reduced to ash in an instant. But even so, Luo Lingyu could not come back, and this became the only crack in her Tao heart when she was undergoing the immortal tribulation. Therefore, in this life, she must protect Luo Lingyu. She will not lose her again. Since you despise a saint-level technique, I can offer you an immortal-level technique, and even a location where an immortal-level magical weapon is hidden, Feng Wuxiang added, her tone filled with determination. She simply didn't believe that an immortal-level magical weapon or technique wouldn't impress Wang Quan. Luo Lingyu's position in her heart definitely surpassed any so-called immortal-level technique or magical weapon. Wang Quan still smiled and shook his head. Immortal-level techniques were useless to him. He already possessed the 9 nether demonic art, which, combined with the 9 nether demonic body, was more powerful than any other technique in the world. And without Feng Wuxiang's 999,999 luck, even if he knew the location, he would have no way of easily obtaining an immortal-level magic weapon. I've already said that I have no interest in these things. I simply admire the princess's beauty and want to compete with her to see who is stronger. Feng Wuxiang's heart tightened. She absolutely couldn't let Luo Lingyu fall into Wang Quan's clutches. But her own body she gritted her teeth, wanting to continue the negotiation, and said, Wang Quan, give me some time to think about it. Besides, I'm not feeling well right now, so why don't you give me the true phoenix blood first? Wang Quan sneered. He certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to easily hand over the true phoenix blood essence to Feng Wuxiang before he could control her. Who knew if this reborn empress had any means of fighting against opponents of higher levels to catch him off guard? Princess, it seems you still don't understand the situation. If you don't agree to my request, then I will not be polite. I will ask Fairy Lingyu to come and beg me in person. By then, the conditions will not be so simple. After all, you don't want the pure and innocent Fairy Lingyu to be. Enough, Feng Wuxiang glared at Wang Quan, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her eyes full of indomitable spirit and resistance. Chapter 55, Can he actually absorb the luck of the girl of destiny? Feng Wuxiang was so angry that her face turned red, and her chest heaved violently with anger. She widened her eyes and stared at Wang Quan, as if she wanted to eat him alive. She quickly thought of a countermeasure in her mind, but at this time the awakening of the Fire Phoenix body was out of control. Even if she was reborn as an emperor, she was now unable to mobilize the spiritual energy in her body. On the other hand, Wang Quan only wanted to gain rewards through fighting, and he disdained the immortal level skills and magic weapons. Didn't he know how precious the word, immortal rank, was? There were only a handful of forces in the entire Tianquan continent that possessed saint-level techniques, and most of the immortal-level techniques were passed down from ancient times. Moreover, many of these immortal-level techniques have become incomplete during the long process of inheritance. Only those sects that have produced a rare genius can complete the techniques based on their own insights after reaching the emperor realm, and barely be considered immortal level. However, compared to the complete immortal-level techniques passed down through generations, there was still a huge gap. At least when she was undergoing the immortal tribulation, she could deeply feel that only a complete and intact technique could successfully overcome the immortal tribulation. Therefore, it is conceivable how precious and rare the true Phoenix Nirvana art, passed down through generations of the Fire Phoenix Palace was. Wang Quan, you are so obsessed with fighting, aren't you afraid of backlash? Feng Wuxiang gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Wang Quan, however, looked nonchalant, a faint smile playing on his lips. Backlash. Princess, don't you understand this world where the strong prey on the weak? Only the strong can gain everything through battle. Princess, let's begin. Feng Wuxiang said nothing more, her heart filled with anger and resentment. From childhood to adulthood, she had always had smooth sailing, easily suppressing all the geniuses of her generation. Those of the older generation could only rely on their profound cultivation to bully her, but it wouldn't be long before she would beat them to their knees and beg for mercy. She had never been so humiliated by someone before, and this was a peer younger than her. With her vision, she could perceive that Wang Quan was no ordinary person and definitely had an extremely powerful physique. Her true Phoenix body is one of the top 12 on the 36-day list of physical qualities in the world. When it comes to the top 12, it is difficult to tell the order. After all, each of them has a physique that is rare in 1,000 years, and it is almost impossible for them to appear at the same time in the same era. Therefore, the first 12 major physical constitutions are generally recognized to be superior to the last 24, but it is difficult to judge which of the first 12 is stronger and which is weaker. But judging from the fact that the intensity of her out-of-control Fire Phoenix body had subsided slightly after Wang Quan entered the room, and the faint pressure she felt, it was definitely stronger than her true Phoenix body. With a command, the battle broke out instantly. Wang Quan's figure flashed, and he rushed towards Feng Wuxiang like lightning. The weapon in his hand flashed with cold light, and with a fierce momentum, he slashed straight at Feng Wuxiang. Although Feng Wuxiang was at a disadvantage, she did not retreat. She quickly dodged sideways and swung her sword, trying to block Wang Quan's attack. However, Wang Quan's attack was too fierce, and she was a little overwhelmed. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with swords flashing and shadows interlaced, making waves of crisp clashes. Their movements were as fast as the wind, dazzling the eyes. Host defeated Feng Wuxiang and received a reward, villain value plus 3,000 points, balance 338,000 points. Come again, Wang Quan shouted. The two men fought fiercely again, and this time, Wang Quan had the upper hand. Wang Quan was shocked. It turns out that defeating the girl of luck can also absorb her luck value. The villain's value balance is 1 million points. Successfully absorbed 33,000 points of Feng Wuxiang's luck. Total current luck value is 99,999 points. Feng Wuxiang's remaining luck value is 900,000 points. I have to say that Feng Wuxiang's luck is truly terrifying. With a luck value close to 1 million, it is almost certain that he will achieve immortality in this life. This also gave Wang Quan a great advantage. With a luck value of 99,999, you can be considered a lucky kid who is blessed by heaven. At the beginning, Wang Quan used the Eye of Truth to scan Feng Wuxiang's body. At this moment, a blazing fire phoenix was madly rushing through the meridians in Feng Wuxiang's body. Its power was as hot as a volcanic eruption, as if it wanted to devour everything. The energy brought by this fire phoenix is the power of the true phoenix. It is like an uncontrollable violent flame, surging and unstoppable, as if it will break through Feng Wuxiang's body at any time and cause a catastrophic explosion. Wang Quan was fighting a fierce battle with Feng Wuxiang's body at this time. He was like fighting with a small stove. Wang Quan used his powerful strength and skills to continuously suppress the raging true phoenix power, allowing it to gradually calm down. At the same time, Feng Wuxiang's body temperature slowly returned to normal under Wang Quan's suppression, and was no longer as hot as before. Just when Wang Quan thought victory was in sight, the power of the true phoenix that had been suppressed suddenly became active again. It seemed unwilling to be bound and once again stirred up waves in Feng Wuxiang's body. However, this time the power of the true phoenix did not get out of control like before, but was successfully absorbed by Feng Wuxiang and integrated into his body. At this moment, a layer of colorful flame light suddenly appeared around Feng Wuxiang's body. This layer of light instantly illuminated the entire room, making people feel extremely shocked. This sudden change caught Wang Quan off guard. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly stepped back to avoid being burned by the flames. Wang Quan raised his hand and saw that there was a burn mark on the body. He had to use a lot of evil energy to repair it. The light on Feng Wuxiang's body continued to grow, like the wings of a burning phoenix, dazzling and brilliant. The color of the flame kept changing, from red to golden, and then to a mysterious purple flame. Feng Wuxiang's long hair fluttered in the light, as if blown by an invisible force. There was a fiery light in her eyes, like two burning stars. Those eyes revealed endless majesty and confidence, making people dare not look directly at them. Chapter 56, Awakened after a fight. At this time, outside the palace. The originally pitch-black night was instantly enveloped by a brilliant glow, instantly illuminating it like daylight. The glow is like a magnificent, immense painting, vibrant and ever-changing. Among them, the red light is like a blazing flame, hot and dazzling. The rosy glow faintly transformed into a phoenix, flying freely among the layers of clouds, and the clear cries of the phoenix resounded through the sky. Above the auspicious clouds, mysterious runes are looming, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. All cultivators felt a heavy pressure, and the higher their cultivation level, the more acute the feeling. Inside the imperial city, the sleeping citizens were awakened one after another. They hurriedly put on their clothes and hurried out, staring up at the sky in shock, whispering and discussing among themselves. What on earth is going on? Could it be that a god has really descended? Colorful auspicious clouds and a phoenix soaring in the sky are auspicious signs. May God bless our great Qian. Could it be that someone who can save our great Qian has been born? The guards in the palace looked nervous and looked around anxiously, completely unaware of whether this strange sight was a blessing or a curse. This vision is so shocking. Could it be that something major is about to happen? Could it be an invasion by foreign enemies? We must report this to His Majesty immediately. Their faces were solemn and they hurried towards the depths of the palace. The atmosphere in the second prince's palace was oppressive and solemn. On one side of the table, Wei Kedao, the guest, was sitting leisurely on the main seat. He picked up the teacup slowly, took a sip of the fragrant tea, and looked extremely relaxed. On the other side, the second prince Feng Liang clenched his fists tightly, his face as gloomy as water. He was having a fierce struggle in his heart and seemed hesitant. Wei Kedao put down his teacup, looked up at Feng Liang, and slowly said, "Second prince, I wonder what you have thought about it. In the current situation, the throne must belong to the eldest prince in terms of legitimacy. As for wisdom, it's undoubtedly the third prince. Only by cooperating with me can you have a chance of ascending the throne." Feng Liang frowned, his mind churning with thoughts. If he cooperated with Wei Kedao, even if he could become emperor, he would just be a puppet at the mercy of others. But he was still unwilling to give up this opportunity. The eldest prince, in his eyes, he was a complete fool. He only has the title of the eldest son, but he only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. The third prince, apart from pretending, has no real ability. Just by pretending to distribute porridge once a week, those ignorant and untouchable people are grateful to him. If such a person can become emperor, then why can't Feng Liang? His ambition had become a blazing, inextinguishable fire. He thought to himself, as long as he ascended the throne first, and relied on his own strategies and means to gradually take back power from Wei Kedao, he would have the possibility of becoming the emperor who truly controlled the world. After a painful struggle, Feng Liang finally gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Okay, I agree to cooperate with you." Upon hearing this, Wei Kedao curled up the corners of his mouth into a barely perceptible smile. The old monster spirit master in the palace, whose lifespan is coming to an end, has an extremely difficult to detect rare poison in the elixir he offers every month. If taken for 12 consecutive months, one will die suddenly. Now is the last time. The emperor's side has been replaced by his people. As soon as the old man dies, he will take out the imperial edict that he had forged long ago and let Feng Liang become the emperor. When he has complete control over the court, he will find a reason to depose Feng Liang. By then, he will be the supreme ruler above everyone else. Wei Kedao laughed heartily, as if he had already ascended the throne. A wise move, second prince. Just wait for good news. It won't be long before the imperial decree appointing you as crown prince will be issued. At that moment, the sky outside suddenly became as bright as day. Wei Kedao, who was at the Spirit King realm, felt a pressure so powerful it almost suffocated him. He hurried out the door and looked up at the sky. I saw a phoenix circling back and forth in the air, as if something extremely terrifying was about to come into the world. Wei Kedao frowned. Don't make any mistakes at this critical moment. Come here, quickly find out what's going on. Wei Qi waved his hand to call a few guards to make arrangements. After thinking about it, he was still a little worried, so he followed in person. Wang Quan looked at the situation in front of him, feeling a little confused. Doesn't it require true phoenix blood? How did it awaken after fighting with me? Wang Quan, what is going on? Luo Lingyu, who was outside the door, didn't even bother to keep an eye on the situation and hurried in to check the situation. Where are Sister Feng's clothes? Luo Lingyu asked puzzledly when he saw Feng Wushang's condition. Didn't you see that her body was on fire? Of course she burned. Wang Quan pretended to be indifferent and answered calmly. Oh, Sister Feng, is everything okay? Luo Lingyu asked with concern. It's not that she didn't doubt Wang Quan, but she felt that Wang Quan should not attack a weak woman who was on the verge of death. Princess, your physical condition is awakening, which is a good thing. Feng Wushang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and undergoing transformation, naturally noticed the strange phenomenon outside. Oh no, wake up quickly. Feng Wushang gritted his teeth and used all his strength to activate the True Phoenix Nirvana art, as if he wanted to absorb this power as quickly and thoroughly as possible. The reason why the True Phoenix Essence blood can help with awakening is because it contains the pure power of the True Phoenix bloodline. When Feng Wushang ingested the True Phoenix's blood essence, this homologous bloodline power was able to quickly resonate with the True Phoenix body in her body, thereby rapidly stimulating her body's potential, suppressing the violent power generated when the True Phoenix body went berserk, and gradually restoring the True Phoenix body's balance. However, the children of the big families in the central region have been tempering their bodies with all kinds of natural treasures since childhood, so this situation will not happen to them. In the final analysis, it was because her physique was too weak before, but she awakened such a heaven-defying physique. In her previous life, she used the True Phoenix blood essence to break through her body's potential and successfully awaken. Her awakening was complete before anyone could find out. But now, Wang Quan temporarily helped her suppress that power. Her physique had not yet been strengthened, so she could only rely on the experience and means of her previous life to forcibly control it, so it was bound to be delayed longer. She knew that if Wei Kedao, who was at the Spirit King level, arrived, it would be a big trouble. Even the old monster spirit lord hiding under the palace would notice her. If the awakening is successful, and she is given half a day to recover, it will be enough for her to break through to the Spirit King level in one go, and it will not be difficult to challenge a spirit lord. But the biggest problem now is that there may not be such an opportunity. Feng Wushang, who thought he could easily reach the top with the memories of his previous life, never expected that he would encounter the first crisis at the very beginning. Chapter 57, Love Threads. System, exchange for the Love Thread Heart GU. Ding, successfully exchanged for the Love Thread Heart GU, consume 500,000 villain value, and the remaining balance is 500,000. Love Thread GU, this GU affects the emotions and thoughts of the person who has been poisoned, making them unconsciously filled with love for the person who cast the GU. It is only effective against those whose cultivation is lower than the person who cast the GU, and they cannot detect it. Just now, Wang Quan was racking his brains to think about whether there was any way to firmly counter Feng Wushang and continue to fleece her. Soul locking contract, absolutely not. Even if he forced her to sign while her strength was not as good as his, she was once an emperor after all, and there was no guarantee that she would have some powerful means, and in the end he would be bitten by her. And this Love Thread Heart binding GU is the best method Wang Quan could think of after consulting the system. Not only could this GU make Feng Wushang fall in love with him uncontrollably, but as long as his cultivation level remained higher than hers, she would never be able to detect that it was Wang Quan who was using force against her. Possessing immortal level physical cultivation techniques, and with a system that can use villain value to forcibly assist in breakthroughs, Wang Quan is not worried at all that Feng Wushang's cultivation speed will surpass his own. So what if she is the reincarnation of the great emperor? Not to mention, Feng Wushang's sexual orientation was not recognized by most people even in his previous life. Not to mention this is in this more traditional world of cultivating immortals. The kind-hearted Wang Quan felt that he needed to help Feng Wushang correct his sexual orientation. As for her original wife Luo Lingyu, it wasn't like she was breaking them up. Isn't it nice for the three of them to be together? Just when Feng Wushang was fully awakening his physique, Wang Quan quietly took out a small black jade box from his arms, and gently stroked the surface of the box with his fingers, but his eyes were always fixed on Feng Wushang who was awakening with all her strength. Wang Quan gently opened the jade box and saw a poisonous insect as big as a grain of rice lying in the box. The insect was crystal clear and emitted a strange glow. This is the mysterious and evil love-related heart Tai GU. He took a deep breath, slowly circulated the spiritual power in his body, wrapped up the insect, and controlled the spiritual power to carefully approach Feng Wushang. Feng Wushang was at a critical moment at this time. He was concentrating on guiding the power in his body and was unaware of the subtle changes in the outside world. Finally, under Wang Quan's careful operation, the love thread heart binding GU silently merged into Feng Wushang's body. Boom boom boom, there was a hasty knock on the gate. Luo Lingyu suddenly looked panicked. At this moment, Feng Wushang is at the critical point of awakening and must not be disturbed in any way. She looked at Wang Quan anxiously, her eyes filled with pleading. Wang Quan, if these people rush in, they will definitely disturb Sister Feng's awakening. Please, stop them. The king did not refuse. Feng Wushang has been planted with the love string poisoned by me, so she is half my own person. I will definitely not let anyone disturb her. What's more, you would not allow other men to see Feng Wushang in this state. Take good care of the princess, I'll go check on her. Wang Quan turned around and strode out of the house. The moment the door was opened, Wei Kedao had already brought a group of guards to force open the gate and was standing outside the door in a menacing manner. When Wei Kedao saw Wang Quan, a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you in the princess's residence in my palace? The defense of the palace is now so tight that even a mouse can hardly get in. There are guards taking turns guarding every street intersection. This person couldn't have flown in, right? Wang Quan snorted coldly. I am Wang Quan, the demon son of the Nine Nether Demon sect. I came here with my friends to visit the princess and reminisce about the past. What brings you here so recklessly? When Wang Quan announced his name, Wei Kedao was immediately shocked. He naturally knew about Wang Quan's horrific record. But now he was in the Dakian Palace, and he had good reasons. He suspected that this strange phenomenon was caused by the appearance of some supreme treasure. Since it was a treasure that appeared in the Dakian Palace, it must belong to Dakian, and what belonged to Dakian was his. In Wei Kedao's opinion, the appearance of such a strange phenomenon must be a magic weapon above the heavenly level. A holy spiritual treasure. It has been many years since a holy level spiritual treasure appeared in the Eastern Wasteland. This is worth his effort. Wang Quan's battle record is just a rumor after all. None of the sects present at the scene are willing to reveal the real situation at that time because it is too embarrassing. The leader of his own clan was actually killed by a junior. The news that was circulated was also modified, forcibly saying that Wang Quan fought a great battle with the leaders of various clans, and that they were evenly matched and finally won by a narrow margin. Such a big thing definitely cannot be kept secret, but at least it can make me feel better. So Wei Kedao admitted that Wang Quan was very powerful, but he had always been conceited, and now he had 3 heavenly grade spiritual treasures collected in the Dakian treasury. He was confident that his power was no less than that of the king. Wei Kedao said firmly, I am Wei Kedao, the 9,000 years old great Jian. I have come to investigate the source of the strange phenomenon in the sky. There is something unusual here. To prevent any accidents, I must go and investigate. Princess Feng Wuxiang's constitution has only awakened. It's no big deal. Wang Quan crossed his arms and said lightly, I'll see to it that there are no accidents. I won't bother you, sir. Wei Kedao frowned when he heard this. Does this Wang Quan think he is a fool? Everyone knows that physical constitution is something we are born with. Visions are present at birth. It is said that the old monster in the underground palace is the present emperor's great-grandfather. He was born holding a talisman in his hand. In the palace, there are roaring streams, splashing water, and spiritual energy filling the palace into mist. He is a Lingshu body. Although this physique is not among the 36 on the heavenly ranking and the 72 on the earthly ranking, it is 1 in a million and is extremely suitable for practicing Taoism. It would be more reliable if he said that he had an affair with the princess and gave birth to a child with a special physique. What's more, he knew Feng Wuxiang, just an unfavored princess. She was born from the drunken sexual intercourse between Emperor Feng Qingkang and a lowly maidservant. The maid thought that she could soar to the sky by secretly giving birth to a dragon son, but she gave birth to a princess instead. This behavior also angered the queen, who found a reason to execute her. If she gave birth to a son, the emperor might have protected her, but since she gave birth to a princess, Feng Qingkang was too lazy to make the queen unhappy because of a maid, so he followed the queen. How could the bastard child of a lowly maidservant possess such a physique? The vision before our eyes was much more spectacular than the vision recorded when Emperor Tezu was born. A powerful spiritual treasure must have been born here, and Wang Quan wanted to take it for himself, so he stopped me from entering. Wei Kedao snorted in disbelief. Nine Nether Demon, don't try to deceive me. I wanted to resolve this matter amicably with you, but since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Wei Kedao summoned the heavenly spiritual weapon, the Zunfei Ninglei sword, and then injected spiritual energy into it to activate another heavenly spiritual weapon, the Yuanyang Lingwen Pei. Seeing that Wei Kedao still wanted to fight with him, Wang Quan sneered, thinking that he could defeat him by bringing a few heavenly grade spiritual weapons. Innocent. It seems that his name is still not loud enough in the eastern wilderness, and he doesn't mind having another fight. Chapter 58. Defeat the enemy with one move. Since Demon refuses to give in, don't blame me for being rude. Wei Qi's voice was filled with determination and ruthlessness. The tone seemed to be a decision of life or death, full of desperate madness. His eyes were wide open, filled with determination and ferocity. The spiritual power in his body surged like a surging, unstoppable tide, wave after wave, continuously pouring into the Zunfei Ninglei sword. The air around the sword twisted rapidly, making a sharp whistling sound. The sound was like an enraged beast roaring madly, as if it wanted to tear everything in front of it into pieces. At the same time, he activated the Flame Sun spiritual pattern pendant without hesitation. In an instant, an extremely hot breath surged out from the spirit pattern pendant. The breath was so hot that it seemed to ignite the surrounding air. This hot breath blended with the power of wind and thunder in the Zunfei Ninglei sword, forming a powerful attack of fire and thunder. The light was so bright and dazzling that people dared not look directly at it. It was as if a burning sun and violent lightning merged together, full of destructive power. Go! Wei Kedao shouted loudly, his voice as loud as a bell, deafening. He swung the Zunfei Ninglei sword in his hand fiercely, and a huge fire thunder sword energy carrying the power to destroy the world rushed straight towards Wang Quan. Wherever it passed, the air was burned and made crackling sounds, and a bottomless ravine was carved into the ground, with dust flying everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. The power contained in the sword energy seemed to be able to tear the entire space apart, causing the sky and the earth to change color. As expected of Lord Wei, the #1 expert in the Imperial City, no one in the eastern wilderness can withstand this attack. Someone nearby couldn't help but exclaim, their voices filled with awe and fear. Wang Quan lowered his body slightly and slowly raised his hands. His movements were steady and powerful, as if he was facing a huge storm. His gaze was resolute, showing no sign of retreat. A dark, sinister aura surged from his body, quickly gathering between his hands to form a thick layer of protection. The evil aura was like a black barrier, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Boom! The fire and thunder sword energy collided fiercely with Wang Quan's hands, making a deafening sound. The whole world trembled at this moment. The huge impact force spread wildly in all directions. The surrounding trees were uprooted, flying in the air, and then heavily smashed into the distance. There was flying sand and rocks, chaos everywhere, as if the end of the world was coming. A hint of pride flashed in Wei Kedao's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a cruel smile. He believed that even someone as strong as Wang Quan would find it difficult to withstand such a powerful blow. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Wang Quan being in a miserable state and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy after being hit by this blow. However, the next moment, his pride froze. Wang Quan's hands actually caught the fire and thunder sword energy steadily. His hands were like indestructible iron and did not move at all. When the powerful destructive force of the fire and thunder sword energy touched his hands, it was as if it encountered an insurmountable wall of steel and was completely blocked. The fire and thunder sword energy in his hand was like a trapped beast, and no matter how frantically it struggled, it could not break free. What? Wei Kedao's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand what he saw. He stared at Wang Quan with his eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. He couldn't understand how Wang Quan did it and how he could have such powerful strength. Wang Quan's lips curled into a cold sneer, a smile filled with disdain and mockery. His nine-nether demonic body had already reached the 4th level of Asia's magic crystal. His physical strength had reached an incredible level, even surpassing that of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon. This attack was a piece of cake for him. Now, it's my turn. Wang Quan's voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. It seemed like a verdict from the depths of the underworld, chilling. He clenched his right hand violently, the movement as fast as lightning, exerting force in an instant. He actually crushed the fire and thunder sword energy, which turned into tiny specks of starlight and dissipated in the air, like a brilliant firework that instantly went out and disappeared without a trace. Wei Kedao's face instantly turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. He wanted to retract the Zunfeng Minglei sword, but found that the sword body was like being pressed down by a heavy mountain and could not move. No matter how hard he tried to inject spiritual power or how hard he pulled, it was of no use. Wang Quan's left hand shot out with lightning speed, grabbing the tip of the Zunfeng Minglei sword. Then, veins popped on his arm as he twisted it hard. With a crisp snapping sound, the Zunfeng Minglei sword was actually broken by his bare hands. The broken blade fell to the ground with a dull sound, as if to announce that Wei Kedao was doomed to failure. No, Wei Kedao screamed in terror, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. His voice had become hoarse, filled with endless fear. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Wang Quan swung the broken sword in his hand violently. Like a swift meteor, it pierced Wei Kedao's chest with unstoppable momentum. The speed was so fast that Wei Kedao had no time to react. Puff, the sword's tip pierced Wei Kedao's protective aura, shattering it instantly, dissipating into tiny fragments in the air. The dignified Dakion 9,000 years old, a Spirit King realm powerhouse, even wielding 3 heavenly grade spiritual weapons, was vulnerable before Wang Quan, like a fragile child facing a formidable giant. Wang Quan walked over and took the flaming sun spiritual pattern pendant from Wei Kedao's waist. Ignoring the murderous and unwilling gaze of the still dead Wei Kedao, he searched his body carefully, finally finding a glowing heart protecting mirror on his left side. Fortunately, the sword he had just struck directly into Wei Kedao's chest didn't damage the heavenly grade defensive spiritual weapon. Although he couldn't use it himself, it would be a good treasure to give to his woman for self-defense. Wang Quan looked at Wei Kedao, who was still cold, with an expressionless face, and punched him in the chest without hesitation. This punch directly pierced Wei Kedao's heart. After struggling weakly for a few times, the light in his eyes completely dissipated and the breath of life completely disappeared. Chapter 58 Forced to shut down. Wang Quan turned around and strode back into the house, leaving a group of guards standing there, looking at each other in confusion. Their faces were filled with fear and confusion, and the weapons in their hands were shaking unconsciously. How is this possible? Lord Wei was defeated like this, a guard stammered, his voice full of disbelief. What should we do? Another guard's voice trembled, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He is Wang Quan, the devil of the Juyu demon sect. What can we do? Someone shouted in despair. Everyone looked at each other, no one dared to make any rash moves, they just stood there blankly, as if they had lost their souls. The second prince, Feng Liang, who was hiding among the guards, looked at Wei Qi, who was hanging on the wall like a broken doll, completely dead. Suddenly, his eyes became dull, and he seemed to have lost his soul. He slumped to the ground, as if it was his own father who had died. He was clearly just a little bit away from becoming the emperor. Waste Wei Kedao. He claims to be the #1 master in Dakion, but he can't even block a single move from a young cultivator. Feng Liang roared madly, his voice hoarse and desperate. Ha 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 ha. Feng Liang suddenly laughed like crazy, waving his hands around, his hair messy, looking like a madman. Second prince, what's wrong with you? The guard beside him hurriedly supported him, his face full of worry and fear. Don't call me the second prince, call me your majesty. Feng Liang shook off the guard's hand with force, his eyes crazy and paranoid. I'm the emperor. Ha ha ha. Kneel down for me, he shouted loudly and rolled back and forth on the ground. The guards were stunned again, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Just when the guards were at a loss and Feng Liang fell into madness, Feng Tiandao, a powerful man in the spiritual venerable realm in the underground palace of the imperial palace, suddenly noticed something. He was originally meditating on the cushion, but at this moment he suddenly opened his eyes and 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. The light was like substance, instantly dispelling the darkness deep in the underground palace. His weathered face was now filled with doubts. He felt an extremely powerful and mysterious power fluctuation coming, and guessed in his heart that an amazing opportunity had appeared. At least it's an opportunity above the heavenly rank. Feng Tiandao no longer hesitated. He slowly stood up, his clothes moving without wind. Powerful spiritual energy surged out of his body like a surging tide, and the air around him seemed to become heavy because of this power. He flashed and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already near the mysterious power fluctuations. When he saw the chaotic scene before him, his brow furrowed, his expression darkening with fear. The guards were all panicked. The second prince Feng Liang was mad and deranged, and Wei Kedao's corpse hung on the wall. What's going on? Feng Tiandao shouted angrily, his voice like rolling thunder, making everyone's eardrums hurt. At this time, Feng Wushhuang's physique had just awakened. The strange phenomenon in the sky slowly disappeared, and Feng Tiandao also felt the pressure suddenly disappear. At this moment, Wang Quan walked out of the house. Feng Tiandao's eyes instantly locked onto Wang Quan, determining that he was related to this mysterious power and that the opportunity was in this man's hands. Without saying a word, he attacked directly. He is old and frail, and his strength has declined significantly, so he must fight quickly and decisively. Kill Wang Quan and then take back the opportunity. At his age, the chance of extending his life is greater than heaven. Feng Tiandao quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. In an instant, the spiritual energy around him gathered together crazily, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. He shouted, "Boy, prepare to die." A sharp light shot out from the vortex and headed straight for Wang Quan. Yet, facing Feng Tiandao's powerful attack, Wang Quan remained remarkably calm. His lips curled slightly in a disdainful smile. The 9-nether demonic body within him instantly activated, and black evil energy emanated from his body, forming a thick layer of protection. The light hit Wang Quan's defenses, but it disappeared like a stone in the ocean, causing no damage at all. Feng Tiandao was shocked when he saw this. He hadn't expected Wang Quan to be able to block his attack so easily. Feng Tiandao, enraged, cast another, more powerful spell. He waved his hands, and the sky instantly became filled with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. Thick bolts of lightning struck Wang Quan. Wang Quan remained calm, his hands quickly forming complex hand seals. He unleashed the full power of the 9-nether demonic body, condensing the black evil spirit into a massive claw, which he thrust towards the thunder and lightning. There was a loud rumble as the lightning and the demon's claws collided, generating a massive energy surge. The surrounding buildings collapsed under this force. Feng Tiandao's face gradually paled. He was already old, and such a high-intensity battle had consumed a great deal of his physical and spiritual energy. However, Wang Quan, relying on the extraordinary power of the 9-nether demon body, had an endless supply of strength. Wang Quan seized the opportunity and flashed before Feng Tiandao. He launched a fierce punch, this one containing the terrifying power of the 9-nether demonic body. Feng Tiandao tried to resist, but he was too weak to do so and was struck hard in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew away like a kite with its string cut. With a thud, Feng Tiandao fell to the ground, his breath weak. He stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief and unwillingness, but he could no longer get up. Everyone present was horrified when they saw this scene. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Not long after Wang Quan returned to the house, he saw Feng Wushhuang, who had successfully awakened, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were as bright as stars, shimmering with a moving brilliance. Wang Quan smiled and said, "Wei Kedao has been dealt with by me." His tone was relaxed, as if what he had just done was just a trivial matter. That's great, thank you Wang Quan. Sister Feng's illness is finally cured, and her physical condition has also awakened. Luo Lingyu was very happy, her face flushed with excitement, and she even hugged Wang Quan's face and kissed him excitedly. But after kissing Luo Lingyu, she realized that Feng Wushuang was still beside her. She immediately froze in place, cold sweat breaking out, and the smile on her face froze instantly. Feng Wushuang took out a new piece of clothing without any hesitation and put it on calmly in front of the two of them. Wang Quan, today, I owe you a favor. Feng Wushuang seemed to have forgotten what Wang Quan had done before, and expressed her gratitude to Wang Quan in a domineering manner. But there was a hint of emotion in her eyes that even she herself was not aware of. But Luo Lingyu, who was familiar with Feng Wushuang, could clearly see that something was wrong with Feng Wushuang. She narrowed her eyes and looked back and forth at the two of them, her eyes full of suspicion. Why do you feel like you're being treated like an awesome person? Chapter 59, continue writing the ending. Inspired by reader, I will write an ending later, which can be regarded as an explanation to the reader and myself for my first book on this platform. If you want to read it, please pay attention. Obviously, Feng Wushuang also realized that his feelings towards Wang Quan were a little strange. How strange. I clearly hate men, especially this bastard who threatened me. Why I feel the same way about Lingyu. After injecting the love thread poison into Feng Wushuang, Wang Quan could vaguely feel her emotions, entanglements, doubts, and feelings towards him. Even if Feng Wushuang was the reincarnation of the Emperor, she would never understand that there was a plug-in provided by the system that could directly change her mind without her knowing. Wang Quan smiled and took out the true phoenix blood essence from the storage ring. Princess, even if you successfully awaken, this blood essence should be useful to you. Looking at Wang Quan who was smiling and handing the true phoenix blood to him, Feng Wushuang's heart began to beat violently again. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel a little touched? Besides, Wang Quan seems quite handsome when he smiles. Thank you, demon. Feng Wushuang still accepted the true phoenix blood essence. Just as Wang Quan said, even though she has awakened the true phoenix body, this piece of true phoenix essence blood will still be of great use to her subsequent cultivation of her physique and phoenix nirvana technique. Lingyu, Mosey, I have just awakened my physical condition and I am still feeling a little uncomfortable. I want to rest early. Feng Wushuang had an indescribable feeling when she saw Wang Quan. She just wanted to be alone and quiet so that she could be more sober. Sister Feng, are you okay? How about I stay with you tonight? Luo Lingyu was a little worried because Feng Wushuang didn't look very good. I've never seen Sister Feng's face in the air so rosy before. She must be still not well. Lingyu, it's really not necessary. Feng Wushuang forced a smile. Then have a good rest, princess. Sister Feng, I'll see you tomorrow. Seeing Feng Wushuang's insistence, the two said goodbye and left the princess's mansion. After Wang Quan and Luo Lingyu left, Feng Wushuang lay on the bed with a lot of thoughts in his mind. After thinking for a long time, she came to a terrible conclusion. Could it be that I'm in love with Wang Quan? Otherwise, why did I reject Lingyu today for some unknown reason? I used to love sleeping with Lingyu in my arms. Feng Wushuang quickly threw this terrible thought out of his mind. Unable to sleep any longer, she took the true phoenix blood essence in her hand and decided to start practicing. In this life, many unimaginable things happen. But she also has to sit on the throne in advance, stabilize Dakion, and concentrate on cultivation. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Eunuch Su ran into the Yangqing Palace in a hurry, waking up the sleeping emperor. Cough cough cough. What happened to him? Something happened. I finally fell asleep. Feng Qingkang was so angry that he couldn't stop coughing. Ever since he was injured and seriously ill, his physical condition has been getting worse day by day. He has not been able to eat or sleep well. He has not been to the harem for more than a year and has been living in the Yangqing Palace. Eunuch Su suddenly realized that he had made a big mistake and quickly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this is really a huge matter. I had to wake you up. Lord Wei was nailed to the palace wall by the nine-nether demon Wang Quan. The second prince has gone crazy too. Chapter 61, Elegant Poetry Gathering. When Feng Qingkang heard the news, he was stunned at first, then his eyes widened. The anger on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by uncontrollable joy. What did you say? Wei Kudao is dead, nailed to death on the palace wall by a single sword strike from the nine-nether demon. Ha 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 ha. Feng Qingkang laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with madness. Well done, well done. This traitor has been plotting rebellion for a long time, and I wanted to get rid of him. Eunuch Su knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He said cautiously, Your Majesty, the second prince has gone mad. What should we do? Feng Qingkang snorted coldly. He was dying, but he was not stupid. The second prince is colluding with Wei Qi. Do you really think he doesn't know? Humph, he colluded with Wei Kudao, and now he has such a fate, it is his own fault. Don't worry about him. But Your Majesty, Lord Wei has many followers in the court. Now that he is dead, I'm afraid there will be turmoil in the court. Eunuch Su said worriedly. Once Wei Kudao dies, these people will be like headless flies, no longer a concern. Eunuch Su, you have been with me for so long. Who do you think is more suitable to be the crown prince, the eldest or the third? Eunuch Su immediately knelt on the ground in fear. Your Majesty, I am just a eunuch, how dare I discuss such a big matter? Feng Qingkang did not embarrass Eunuch Su any further, but muttered to himself, the third brother has always been known for his wisdom and virtue, so he must be more suitable for my position. Feng Qingkang had lived a ridiculous life for half his life and knew that he was not a good emperor. Before he died, he thought about establishing a wise emperor, which was the last good thing he did. Call the third prince over and have him try to win over the ministers that Wei Kudao has bribed. The other side, Wang Quan followed Luo Lingyu back to the Luo mansion. It was already late at night, and all around was quiet. Luo Lingyu watched Wang Quan follow him all the way to his room and bit her lip. Why are you still following me? Your room is next door. Wang Quan smiled and said, Fairy, I've been living here for so long, but I haven't seen what your boudoir looks like. After saying that, Wang Quan shamelessly squeezed in. Luo Lingyu's mind was as clear as a mirror, and he naturally knew what Wang Quan was planning. She was very conflicted, but her mind told her that she shouldn't agree, as it would be unfair to Feng Wushuang. However, whenever she saw Wang Quan's passionate and expectant eyes, her heart couldn't help but waver. I seem to have a strange feeling about royal power. Is this the legendary love that grows over time? The next morning, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains onto Luo Lingyu's bed. Wang Quan and Luo Lingyu were still asleep, their arms and hair entangled with each other. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Miss, it's time to get up. The maid's voice came from outside the door. Luo Lingyu was awakened by a knock on the door. She opened her eyes suddenly and saw Wang Quan beside her. Her face immediately blushed with embarrassment. She gently pushed Wang Quan and said, Wake up, someone is coming. Wang Quan muttered a few words and opened his eyes reluctantly, still a little confused. Luo Lingyu quickly stood up, straightened his messy clothes, and said to the door, Come in. The maid gently opened the door and walked into the room. When she saw the two people on the bed, she was startled and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Miss, there's a woman outside the mansion who calls herself Wang Jinyao and says she is here to see Master Wang Quan. The maid lowered her head and said respectfully. Let her wait in my room, I'll be there soon. Wang Quan finally stood up and spoke while putting on his clothes. After Wang Quan finished washing up, he returned to his room and saw Wang Jingyao with an expressionless face. Demon, no, master, I'm here to tell you, master, that the poetry gathering will be held at 3 p.m. That impostor will take me and Sister Han being with him tonight. Master, how are your preparations going? Wang Jingyao asked with some concern. Wang Quan raised his eyebrows, everything is ready. But who gave you the courage to question the master? In a quiet garden, sunlight shines through dense branches and leaves, casting fine shadows. The elegant poetry gathering is about to begin, and literati from all walks of life are flocking to it. At the entrance of the garden, guests dressed in gorgeous clothes came in an endless stream. Some of them waved folding fans in their hands, looking graceful and elegant, some walked in groups, chatting and laughing. The waiters in charge of reception were respectful and polite, and led the guests to the main venue of the poetry reading. The main venue was elegantly and exquisitely decorated, with neatly arranged low tables, each one holding exquisite tea sets and snacks. In the center of the venue is a small stage, surrounded by flowers that emit bursts of fragrance. As a clear bell rang, Princess Jinyu walked onto the stage. She was wearing a pink silk dress with flowing sleeves, and the pearls and jade on her head swayed and shone, making her look even more noble and elegant. He nodded slightly to the audience, then said in a clear and pleasant voice, "It is a great honor for us to have all these distinguished people here at today's poetry gathering. I hope you will speak freely, make friends through poetry, and join us in this grand event." After Wang Quan told Princess Jinyu that he was the person who gave her the collection of poems, Princess Jinyu excitedly discussed the poems in the collection with Wang Quan. Wang Quan could only nod in agreement continuously, and then asked Princess Jinyu to arrange a seat for him behind a screen. He did not choose to show up. Princess Jinyu naturally would not refuse, and just thought that Wang Quan was unwilling to show up in public. Because this poetry competition was prepared for Princess Jinyu's marriage, many talented men presented poems to the princess, hoping to win her favor. A young man dressed in a white brocade robe and wearing an emerald jade pendant at his waist was the first to walk onto the stage. He bowed to the princess and recited with great emotion, "The spring breeze blows the willows green, and the princess's face is filled with smiles. I wish to win the princess's favor and stay with her forever." After hearing this, Princess Jinyu shook her head slightly, without showing any satisfaction on her face. The man walked off the stage with a disappointed look on his face. Then, a handsome and elegant scholar slowly took the stage. He gently waved his folding fan and chanted slowly, "Under the moon and flowers, our shadows become a pair. The princess's graceful demeanor reflects my heart. I wish to join hands with the princess, and our love will last forever." After hearing this, the princess frowned slightly and seemed unmoved by it. Afterwards, several talented men presented their poems one after another, some of which were affectionate, some were heroic and unrestrained, but the princess always looked indifferent, and none of them could really touch her heart. The people in the audience began to whisper to each other, guessing what the princess was thinking. Some people say that the princess has too high standards, while others say that these poems are indeed not outstanding enough. At this time, the princess's personal maid whispered, "Princess, are the poems of these talented men not to your liking?" The princess sighed softly and said, "Their poems are too direct and flattering to me, but they lack some sincerity and fail to touch my heart." Just as everyone was talking, Wang Yu in the audience raised his eyebrows slightly at Han Bing and Wang Jingyao behind him. Then Wang Yu walked onto the stage calmly. He looked tall and straight, with an extraordinary temperament. He first bowed slightly to Princess Jinyu, then cleared his throat and slowly chanted. "The clouds resemble clothes and the flowers resemble beauty, the spring breeze blows across the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace." Wang Yu's voice is clear and full of charm, which fully displays the artistic conception of this poem. After the poem was recited, the whole audience was silent at first, and then burst into exclamations. An elderly man in a long gown stood up excitedly, his face flushed, his eyes filled with admiration, and he said in a trembling voice, "This poem has a profound artistic conception and beautiful words. It's simply a stroke of genius. I've been immersed in poetry for many years, but I've never heard of such a masterpiece. This boy is truly talented." A young scholar's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He muttered to himself, "I'm afraid I'll never be able to write a poem like this in my lifetime. Brother Wang Yu is truly beyond my reach." In the crowd, a young man from a wealthy family clapped his hands vigorously and shouted, "What a great poem! What a great poem! Brother Wang Yu, once this poem is published today, it will surely become famous throughout the capital." Some young women were so excited that their eyes lit up and they covered their mouths and whispered, "This young master Wang Yu is not only a good poet, but he is also handsome. It would be great if I could marry him." There was also a nerdy-looking man who kept shaking his head and reciting the poem over and over again. He was completely immersed in it and oblivious to everything around him. Just when everyone thought that Wang Yu would undoubtedly be the winner of the poetry competition, Princess Jinyu was also slightly moved, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. However, just as everyone was immersed in the beauty of the poem, the princess's expression suddenly changed. Because she remembered the poetry collection she had received before, and this poem was clearly on it. The princess's gaze instantly grew fierce. She stared at Wang Yu and said coldly, "Where did you get this poem from? Is it plagiarism?" As soon as the princess said this, the audience suddenly exploded. The rich young man who had just been praising loudly was stunned, the smile on his face instantly frozen, and he said in disbelief, "No way. If this is plagiarism, it would be too disappointing." The old man frowned and said doubtfully, "Now that the princess has said that, it makes me a little suspicious. How could such a masterpiece come so easily? And Wang Yu is so young." The young scholar also shook his head and said, "If it is really plagiarism, then it really tarnishes this poetry gathering and deceives our sincerity." The women looked incredulous, and one of them said, "No, Master Wang Yu doesn't look like that kind of person." Xie Chenkin, who was standing next to the princess, was also stunned, with the teacup in his hand hanging in the air. He had seen this poem before. Someone sent a collection of poems to his house some time ago. Every poem in it was a rare and excellent work. He had read it countless times in the past few days. Chapter 62 Wang Yu's death. Wang Yu firmly refused to admit that he had plagiarized, and several of his close friends immediately stood up to support him. One of the friends stepped forward, bowed, and said passionately, "Your Highness, we are most aware of Brother Wang Yu's character and talent. He has always been known for his integrity and openness. His poems and couplets are all improvised and unique in style. His talent is obvious to all of us. From what I know about Brother Wang Yu, he would never do something as disgraceful as plagiarism. There must be a huge misunderstanding here." Another friend also eagerly echoed, "Princess, you are wise. Brother Wang Yu is well-read and talented. He has always had his own unique insights and achievements in poetry. How could they do such a despicable act of plagiarism? I hope the princess can see clearly and not wrongly accuse a good person." Quote. At this time, Wang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at Jia Chenkin with anticipation, hoping that Jia Chenkin would stand up and prove his innocence. But he saw that Jia Chenkin had a gloomy face, and his eyes seemed to contain unspeakable complex emotions. Xie Chenkin ignored his eye contact, but Wang Yu was already in a difficult situation with no way out. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to argue. Your Highness, there must be a misunderstanding. Wang Yu, I'm an upright person. How could I plagiarize other people's poems? Wang Yuzhang pretended to be calm and composed, but there was a hint of trembling in his voice. However, the princess angrily took out a collection of poems. The paper of the collection was slightly yellowed and the edges were a little worn, obviously it was quite old. The princess opened the poetry collection, and on it was written the poem that Wang Yu had just recited in front of everyone. Wang Yu's face turned pale as paper in an instant. He took the book with trembling hands and flipped through it, and his heart was filled with endless shock. Wang Yu immediately realized that there were time travelers from modern times like him in this world. Wang Yu's mind was instantly in chaos, like a tangled mess. He stood there with empty eyes, not knowing how to deal with this sudden and difficult situation. Several friends who had just vowed to stand by him now looked at each other, at a loss, not knowing what to say to ease the awkward intense atmosphere. The princess looked at Wang Yu coldly, her gaze as cold as ice, and said, Wang Yu, what else do you have to say? I have always believed that you are a person of outstanding talent and have placed high hopes on you. I never thought that you would do such a despicable thing. It is truly disappointing. No, I'm the protagonist. I can't be framed like this. Wang Yu could only continue to quibble and quickly asked, Princess, where did you get this collection of poems? I once lost a collection of poems, and I didn't expect it to be plagiarized. The princess frowned and replied, it was given to me by the Nine Nether Demon King. Wang Yu was about to continue asking questions when suddenly, a black shadow flashed by, and Wang Quan instantly appeared in front of Wang Yu and grabbed his neck. Wang Yu suddenly had difficulty breathing and his face turned red. He wanted to break free but he had no strength at all. Wang Quan's eyes widened in anger as he addressed the crowd. This man refuses to repent and continues to speak nonsense in a vain attempt to justify his actions. Such behavior is truly despicable. He should be thrown into prison and forced to reflect on his actions. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change and fell into silence for a moment. At this moment, Wang Jinyao and Han Bing stood up. Wang Jinyao said with a firm gaze, Princess, I am Wang Yu's sister. This person is not the real Wang Yu at all. He has been possessed by an extraterritorial demon. This impostor has a completely different personality from my brother. I hope the princess will investigate thoroughly and give me justice. Han Bing also said immediately, Princess, what Wang Jinyao said is true. Wang Yu's temperament has changed drastically. Even his tone and mannerisms are completely different from before. It must be the work of that extraterritorial demon. I hope the princess can see through it. The princess looked at Wang Quan with a puzzled expression. Juyu Mozi, what on earth is going on? Wang Quan snorted coldly, Princess, they are all Wang Yu's closest people and must know him best. It was Wang Yu who stole my friend's poetry collection and showed it off everywhere. Wang Yu was strangled by Wang Quan and could not speak. He could only make a woohoo sound, his eyes full of fear and anger. Especially when he saw Wang Jinyao and Han Bing, the two women he trusted the most, who stood up and betrayed him. Wang Yu felt extremely sad. Wang Quan struck Wang Yu unconscious with a single blow. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The guards then dragged the unconscious Wang Yu into a dark, damp cell. The prison was filled with the stench of decay and blood. Wang Yu was thrown unconscious onto a pile of moldy straw. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yu slowly regained consciousness. Before he could fully regain consciousness, several burly men surrounded him. Hey, isn't this Wang Yu? Wasn't he taught a lesson by his last time badly enough? One of the big men with a fat face sneered. Wang Yu looked at them in horror, his voice trembling. You, what else do you want? HMPH, you should have learned your lesson last time. I didn't expect you to come in again. Another big man grinned and kicked Wang Yu hard. Wang Yu curled up in agony. These same men, who had tortured him before, were now merciless, punching and kicking him, torturing him once again. Covered in wounds, his breath weak, Wang Yu was filled with despair and anger. At that moment, Wang Quan walked into the cell. Wang Yu's eyes instantly blazed with rage when he saw Wang Quan. He used all his strength to struggle to raise his head and began to curse Wang Quan. Wang Quan, you despicable villain. You framed me and had people torture me. You deserve a horrible death. Wang Quan walked towards Wang Yu expressionlessly, squatted down, and looked at him coldly. Humph, curse me, curse as much as you want, this is your last struggle. Wang Yu continued to curse, you will get your comeuppance. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Wang Quan's eyes grew colder, and he suddenly stretched out his hands and tightly grasped Wang Yu's neck. Wang Yu's face flushed crimson, and he desperately tried to pry Wang Quan's hands open, but to no avail. You don't have a chance to be a ghost. Wang Quan increased the strength of his hands. Wang Yu's breathing became more and more difficult, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Finally, Wang Yu stopped struggling and collapsed completely. Wang Quan released his grip, and Wang Yu's body fell to the ground like a rag. Get rid of him, Wang Quan said coldly to the guards behind him, then left the cell without looking back, leaving only Wang Yu's cold body in this dark corner. Chapter 63 Feng Wushang ascends the throne. Emperor Feng Qingkang was lying on his sickbed, his face as pale as paper and looking haggard. Every breath seemed so difficult, as if that weak breath would be cut off at any time. However, even at this critical moment, his mind was still busy with the succession of the throne. After many days of deep thought and countless sleepless nights, Feng Qingkang finally made up his mind to let the third prince ascend the throne. Despite his illness, he secretly summoned several trusted ministers under the dim candlelight, issuing orders in a trembling but firm voice. He used his years of political wisdom and maneuvering to carefully plan everything in secret. To eliminate the many potential threats to the third prince, he mobilized the connections and intelligence networks he had accumulated over the years to secretly investigate and suppress those who might oppose the third prince's ascension to the throne. Those ministers who had once held great power and harbored ulterior motives were, through Feng Qingkang's clever planning, either exiled to the frontier on trumped-up charges or disgraced overnight, losing their former prestige. At the same time, Feng Qingkang quietly wooed a number of powerful ministers. He used generous rewards, enticing promises, and even subtle threats to sway these ministers to the third prince's side. At seemingly ordinary palace banquets, Feng Qingkang drank and chatted with the ministers, seemingly chatting casually, but in reality, he was quietly paving the way for the third prince. In his own way, he handed key points of power to reliable individuals, meticulously paving the way for the third prince's ascension to the throne. On the day of the enthronement ceremony, the palace was ablaze with lights and decorations, a scene of extraordinary activity. Civil and military officials, dressed in their finest attire, gathered early in the morning in the main hall, creating a solemn and dignified atmosphere. However, just as the third prince was about to ascend the throne, which symbolized supreme power, with great anticipation, a figure suddenly broke in like lightning. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Princess Feng Wushang. She was dressed in a gorgeous, meticulously crafted dragon robe embroidered with majestic dragon patterns. She looked heroic and valiant, and her beautiful face was filled with determination and majesty, making people dare not look directly at her. Feng Qingkang was so angry when he saw this that his whole body trembled. His eyes widened and he pointed at Feng Wushang in anger, loudly demanding, Wushang, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to openly rebel and go against my will? Feng Wushang showed no fear. He held his head high, his gaze as sharp as a torch, and looked directly at Feng Qingkang. He spoke loudly and righteously, the throne of the emperor should be held by a virtuous person. Third brother is arrogant and extravagant, ignorant and incompetent, and indulged in sensual pleasures. He has no ability to govern the country. How can he take on this important responsibility and lead the country to prosperity? Feng Wuxiang then looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze, and began to recount the crimes committed by the third prince and Feng Qinggang one by one. Third prince is not only uneducated, but he also squanders the national treasury and seizes the people's land to satisfy his own selfish desires, causing widespread resentment among the people. During your reign, you, the emperor, favored those treacherous villains and turned a blind eye to their misdeeds, which led to corruption and the relaxation of discipline. Taxation was heavy, and the people lived in hardship and poverty. In this situation, how can we hand over the throne to such a despicable person? If we let the third brother ascend the throne today, the world will be in chaos and the people will be plunged into dire straits. Feng Wuxiang's voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing throughout the entire hall, and every word was like a heavy hammer striking everyone's heart. At this time, Wang Quan, who had been standing behind Feng Wuxiang, raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smug smile. He waved his hand and the disciples of the Juyu demon sect rushed in like a tide. These disciples of the demon sect were all highly skilled in martial arts and well trained. They took control of the entire hall in an instant, leaving everyone present unable to move. Feng Wuxiang's eyes were firm and resolute. She swept over the crowd and said loudly, "Today, I will become the empress, rule the country, and restore order to the court. I will work hard to bring peace and prosperity to the people and make the country prosperous." Feng Qingkang's face turned ashen with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted, "Ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. From ancient times to the present, how can a woman become emperor? My dear ministers, you must not let this rebellious woman succeed. This is treasonous and violates our ancestral system." The ministers were also inspired by Feng Qingkang's words and echoed his words in opposition. "Princess, this is absolutely unacceptable. It is unprecedented for a woman to become emperor. It may cause chaos in the world," said an old minister in a trembling voice. "Princess, please think twice. The inheritance of the throne has been determined since ancient times and must not be violated," another minister also hurriedly advised. However, Wang Quan sneered and said in a cold voice, "Humph. In the face of such absolute strength, you have no right to object. If anyone dares to say anything more, don't blame me for being ruthless." Feng Wuxiang said no more and directly mobilized the spiritual power in his body, instantly bursting out with the powerful cultivation level of the Spirit King realm. The terrifying spiritual pressure spread out like a surging wave in an instant. Everyone present felt difficulty breathing, as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, and they were filled with extreme fear. For a moment, the entire hall was silent and no one dared to speak. Even Feng Qingkang and those opposing ministers were shocked by the powerful pressure and their faces turned pale. In the utter silence, Feng Wuxiang took firm steps, one step at a time, towards the throne. Her posture was upright, her dragon robe fluttering in the wind, and her eyes were filled with majesty and confidence. The moment she sat on the throne, the ministers, intimidated by the royal power, were forced to kneel and shout, "Long live the emperor." Feng Wuxiang was determined to start drastic reforms in the government, eliminate treacherous officials, and restore the government. Then he concentrated on seeking immortality. At night, the candlelight in Feng Wuxiang's bedroom flickered. Feng Wuxiang, wearing a light nightgown, lay on her side on the bed, her eyes revealing charm and tenderness. She just thought that she was truly in love with Wang Quan, but she didn't know that it was because she was infected with the love thread heart poison. Wang Quan walked lightly into the room, sat down beside the bed, and said gently, "Wuxiang, are you exhausted today?" Feng Wuxiang smiled coquettishly and said, "With you here, I don't feel tired." Wang Quan reached out and gently stroked Feng Wuxiang's face, saying affectionately, "You've worked so hard, I feel so bad for you." Feng Wuxiang raised her head slightly and kissed Wang Quan on the lips. The breathing of both of them gradually became rapid. Feng Wuxiang moaned softly, and Wang Quan's hand slowly slid down Feng Wuxiang's back. After an unknown amount of time, the two fell asleep in each other's arms, their faces filled with smiles of happiness and satisfaction. Chapter 64 Ascension to the Throne. On a windy and cloudy day, the mountain range where the Liang Sword sect was located was shrouded in a gloomy and depressing atmosphere. Wang Quan led many masters of the Juyu demon sect and marched towards the Liang Sword sect with great momentum. The 9 nether demon cult's troops were like a black torrent, emitting a terrifying pressure. He walked towards the gate of the Liang Sword sect with firm and powerful steps, his eyes burning with anger and his whole body emitting a chilling aura. Many disciples of the Liang Sword sect had already been on full alert. Holding swords in their hands, they lined up in front of the sect gate, trying to stop Wang Quan's advance. "Wang Quan, this is the Liang Sword sect, not a place where you can act wildly. Retreat immediately," a leading disciple shouted loudly, and his voice echoed in the valley. However, Wang Quan just smiled coldly and had no intention of stopping. "If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame us for being rude," another disciple waved the sword in his hand, trying to threaten Wang Quan. But Wang Quan was not afraid at all. He suddenly burst out with the powerful cultivation of the Spirit King realm, and an invisible pressure instantly spread out from him to the surroundings. The wind howled around him, making his clothes rustle. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and the air around him seemed to be distorted by his momentum. "Anyone who stands in my way will die," Wang Quan roared, his voice like thunder. The disciples of Liang Sword sect only felt an irresistible force coming towards them. Their bodies began to tremble involuntarily, and the swords in their hands began to become unstable. Wang Quan continued forward, the overwhelming pressure growing stronger with each step. Some of the weaker disciples were even crushed to the ground by the pressure, spitting blood. The moment he stepped into the Liang Sword sect, the entire sect seemed to tremble under his feet. He was like a demon god descending to the earth, no one could contend with him, and he instantly suppressed the entire place. Wang Quan demanded that the 2 disciples of the Liang Sword sect hand over the 2 who had falsely accused him. Those 2 disciples had gone into hiding out of fear. Everyone in the Liang Sword sect looked at each other in bewilderment, no one knowing where the 2 had hidden. "I'll give you a cup of tea. If you don't hand over those 2 rats, don't blame me for massacring the Liang Sword sect," Wang Quan roared, his voice full of anger and majesty. The leader of the Liang Sword sect broke out in a cold sweat and quickly ordered his disciples to search everywhere. For a moment, the entire Liang Sword sect was in chaos, and everyone was in danger. The 2 disciples were hiding in the corner of the women's restroom, trembling with fear, praying not to be discovered. "Senior brother, what should we do? Wang Quan will definitely not let us go," said one of the disciples in a trembling voice. "How should I know? It's all your fault for following those elders to frame him. Now, disaster has come," another disciple complained. At this moment, a clever Liang Sword sect disciple realized that the women's restroom had not been searched yet. He approached cautiously and heard subtle movements coming from inside. "Come out, don't hide," he shouted. The 2 disciples were so frightened that they huddled together and still refused to come out. Seeing this, the disciple rushed into the women's restroom and pulled them out like chickens. Found it," he shouted excitedly. The 2 disciples were dragged in front of Wang Quan. Their faces were pale, their legs were weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Master Wang, please spare us. We know we are wrong," they kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Wang Quan looked down at them, his eyes filled with contempt. "When you first framed me, did you ever imagine this day would come?" "Master Wang, it was the elders who ordered us to do this. We had no choice," a disciple argued cunningly. "HMPH, you idiots who dare not take responsibility for your actions," Wang Quan roared, "today, none of you will escape punishment." After saying this, Wang Quan's aura burst out again, frightening the 2 disciples so much that they almost fainted. Wang Quan snorted coldly, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. A sharp sword energy flashed across in an instant. The two disciples who framed him didn't even have time to let out a final scream before their heads and bodies were separated and blood splattered everywhere. After killing these two, Wang Quan's gaze grew even colder, scanning the remaining members of the Liang Sword sect as if they were lambs to the slaughter. His aura grew increasingly terrifying, filled with murderous intent, clearly intending to unleash a spree on the remaining people. The elders of the Liang Sword sect were horrified upon seeing this, but they still fought back their fear and stood up. One of the elders said tremblingly, "Master Wang, all those who offended you are now dead. I beg you to show mercy and not kill them all. From now on, our Liang Sword sect is willing to submit to you and follow your lead." The other elders also echoed, "Yes, Master Wang, we are willing to offer the sect's treasures and secret manuals, only asking you to let us go." However, Wang Quan remained unmoved. His voice was like a chill wind from the depths of the abyss. "Do you think this will appease my wrath? When you framed me, did you ever imagine the consequences you would face today?" After saying that, Wang Quan raised his hand again, and powerful spiritual power gathered in his hand. The head of the Liang Sword sect also cried out in despair at this time. "Wang Quan, you are so cruel and ruthless, aren't you afraid of retribution?" Wang Quan sneered, "Retribution? I want to see who can give you retribution today." Then, a brilliant light shot out from his hand, instantly transforming into countless sword energies, sweeping towards the people of the Liang Sword sect. For a moment, screams, cries, and pleas for mercy resounded throughout the Liang Sword sect. The disciples tried to resist, but under Wang Quan's powerful attack, their resistance was like a menace trying to stop a chariot, and they were instantly torn apart by the sword energy. Blood dyed the ground red, houses collapsed, and the scene was a tragedy. Wang Quan had no mercy at all. He was like the ruthless god of death, constantly releasing his power until there was no one left alive in the entire Liang Sword sect. The once glorious Liang Sword sect has now become a dead ruin, with the air filled with the smell of blood and death. Wang Quan stood on the ruins and said coldly, "This is the consequence of offending me." Then he turned around and left with the people of Juyu Demon sect. On a solemn and dignified day, a grand and solemn ceremony to pass on the throne to the leader was held within the Juyu Demon sect. The ceremony venue was lavishly decorated, with countless flags fluttering and vibrant religious banners rustling in the wind. A gorgeous red carpet stretched across the ground, extending to a raised platform. Around the platform, a variety of rare and precious flowers and plants were placed, emitting a captivating fragrance. The many disciples of the Juyu Demon sect were lined up neatly in the square. They were wearing the same religious uniform, and their expressions were solemn and full of expectation. Su Yuyu and Wang Quan walked onto the stage together. Su Yuyu was dressed in a gorgeous black robe embroidered with mysterious runes and patterns, appearing noble and mysterious. Her face was solemn, but her eyes revealed her trust and expectations for Wang Quan. Wang Quan stood tall and straight, with an imposing manner. His eyes were firm and confident, revealing a powerful aura. Su Yuyu stood in the center of the platform, looking around, and then slowly spoke in a clear and loud voice. "Dear disciples of the Nine Nether Demon sect, today is an important moment for our Nine Nether Demon sect. I, Su Yuyu, have decided to pass the position of leader to Wang Quan." There was a sudden silence in the audience, and everyone's eyes were focused on Su Yuyu and Wang Quan. Su Yuyu continued, "In the past, Wang Quan has demonstrated outstanding leadership and formidable strength. He has led us to a great reputation in the Eastern Wasteland, earning the Nine Nether Demon sect on reverence from many sects. I believe that under his leadership, the Nine Nether Demon sect will surely move towards an even more glorious future." After saying that, Su Yuyu took out the mysterious token that symbolized the power of the cult leader. It was a jade pendant that emitted a brilliant light, and engraved with the unique symbol of the Nine Nether Demon cult. Su Yuyu held the jade pendant in both hands and handed it to Wang Quan solemnly, saying, "Quaner, from now on, the Nine Nether Demon sect will be handed over to you. I hope you can uphold the teachings, lead the followers, and make the name of the Nine Nether Demon sect fearsome throughout the world." Wang Quan took the jade pendant with both hands, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Master, rest assured, this disciple will fulfill his mission and make the Nine Nether Demon sect the overlord of the world." Su Yuyu smiled and nodded, then helped Wang Quan up. At this time, the disciples of the Nine Nether Demon sect in the audience shouted in unison, "Long live the leader! Long live the Nine Nether Demon sect!" The sound was deafening and echoed throughout the Nine Nether Demon sect. Amidst the cheers, Wang Quan turned around and faced the crowd below. He raised the jade pendant in his hand and said loudly, "Thank you all for your trust. I, Wang Quan, will do my best to work with you to create a prosperous era for the Nine Nether Demon sect." Afterwards, the ceremony ended successfully with the cheerful sound of drums and cheers of the crowd. Wang Quan knew that if he wanted the Nine Nether Demon cult to reach a stronger future under his leadership, breaking through the 7th level of the Nine Nether Demon body was imperative. Therefore, he decided to retreat to the back mountains to practice in seclusion. In the back mountain, which was quiet and mysterious, Wang Quan found a cave with rich spiritual energy and set up many restrictions at the entrance of the cave to prevent interference from the outside world. He sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and gradually calmed his mind. Then, he began to mobilize the evil spirits in his body, guiding them to converge on various parts of his body. First, he focused his attention on the magic crystal skeleton, causing it to emit a faint blue light that resonated with the dark evil aura. Then, he carefully controlled the magic heart, feeling the powerful yet unstable mental power, striving to keep it balanced and not be swayed by negative emotions. When the magic crystal skeleton, the evil spirit and the magic heart were initially fused, Wang Quan was already sweating profusely and his face was pale, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Next, he began to nourish his soul, awakening the power of the evil spirit. Enveloped by the dark evil energy, his soul felt a stabbing pain, as if being pierced by countless needles. Wang Quan held his mind tightly, enduring this inhuman pain with a strong willpower. Finally, the power of the evil soul awakened, and the powerful soul attack force surged in his body. However, the most critical moment has arrived. He has to integrate all the evil spirits, magic crystal bones, magic heart, evil soul, etc. in his body into one to form a real demon body. During this process, various forces collided and clashed with each other. Wang Quan's body trembled constantly, his meridians swelled, and blood oozed from his skin. But he did not retreat in the slightest. He had only one belief in his heart: break through. Just when he was about to collapse, the power in his body suddenly found a delicate balance and began to slowly merge. After a long and painful ordeal, Wang Quan finally succeeded in fusing all his powers together, forming a true demonic body. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and even the cave trembled. At this time, the news that he had unified the eastern wilderness had spread everywhere. In order to show their loyalty, those sects that had once submitted to him sent him large amounts of treasures and cultivation resources, which brought him huge villain value. With the help of these villain values and his own powerful strength after the breakthrough, Wang Quan broke through the bottleneck of cultivation in one breath and successfully broke through to the spirit saint realm. He opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in them, and he felt the surging power in his body, his heart filled with confidence and pride. From now on, the world will tremble under my feet. His voice echoed in the cave for a long time. After breaking through to the spirit saint realm, Wang Quan had no rivals in the eastern wilderness. Wang Quan decided to venture into the central realm to seek a higher realm and more powerful strength. He bid farewell to the Nine Nether Demon sect and embarked on his journey alone. Between the eastern wasteland and the central region lies a vast and mysterious barrier, perpetually shrouded in thick fog and filled with unknown dangers and powerful restrictions. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to pass through this barrier, because those with higher cultivation levels will trigger a more powerful counterattack from the restrictions. This is also the reason why it is difficult for masters from other domains to enter the eastern wilderness. Wang Quan arrived at the barrier, gazing at the swirling fog before him without a trace of fear. He took a deep breath, channeling the powerful demonic energy within him. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and he stepped resolutely into the fog. As soon as he entered the barrier, Wang Quan felt an overwhelming pressure surge, as if the entire world was rejecting him. The surrounding spiritual energy became extremely chaotic, crashing into his body like a raging wave. But Wang Quan gritted his teeth, relying on his tenacious will and immense strength to forge ahead amidst the turbulent spiritual energy that threatened to crush him. His clothes were instantly torn apart, leaving wounds deep enough to see the bone on his skin, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. As he continued to go deeper, all sorts of strange sights began to appear. Illusory, powerful demons lunged at him with bared fangs and claws, while mysterious, alluring voices whispered in his ears, trying to seduce him and disturb his mind. But Wang Quan remained clear-minded and unmoved, overcoming numerous obstacles along the way. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Quan finally broke through this difficult barrier and arrived in the central region. As soon as he entered the central region, he immediately felt the vast difference between this place and the eastern wasteland. The spiritual energy in the central region was so dense that it was almost tangible. With every breath, the vast spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, nourishing his meridians and dantian. Moreover, the laws of nature in the central region are more complete and powerful. Here, spells can be cast more smoothly and with greater power. Wang Quan gently raised his hand and cast a simple spell, only to find that its power was several times greater than in the eastern wilderness region. He gazed upon this vast and mysterious land, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. Central region, I, the king, have arrived. I will accomplish earth-shattering feats here, he vowed silently, then took firm steps, heading deeper into the central region. Chapter 65 Tianji Sect. In the magnificent and solemn hall of the Tianji sect, the sect master was sitting upright on the wide throne, wearing a gorgeous robe embroidered with mysterious runes. His eyes were deep and his expression was serious, revealing the dignity of someone who had held a high position for a long time. Li Hao, Zhang Yu and Zhao Peng stood respectfully below, not daring to breathe. The sect master spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. Recently, our sect received important news. A person of great fortune from the eastern wasteland is about to enter the central region through the domain gate. This person carries with him an extraordinary opportunity, and is crucial to the future development of our sect. When the three heard this, their expressions changed and they listened to the sect leader's instructions more attentively. The sect master continued, I have deduced that this person is different from the others at first sight. The three of you must quickly head to the domain gate and wait there. Be sure to intercept this person and bring him back to the sect by all means. If he refuses, forcibly capture him. This matter concerns the sect's success or failure, and no mistakes can be made. Li Hao was the first to clasp his fist and said solemnly, Master, rest assured, we will definitely fulfill our mission. Zhang Yu and Zhao Peng also quickly echoed, we will go all out to complete the mission. The sect master nodded slightly and waved his hand to signal them to leave. Go, don't let me down. After receiving the order, the three of them quickly left the hall and headed towards the domain gate. Afterwards, just as Wang Quan was about to step into the central region, he was blocked by several people guarding the gate of the region. They are the disciples of Tianji sect, Li Hao, Zhang Yu and Zhao Peng, all of whom have the cultivation level of spirit venerable. They received instructions from the sect leader in advance to intercept a person of great fortune here. Then they will surely help you achieve smooth sailing on your path of cultivation and rapid advancement. Wang Quan looked indifferent, with a hint of impatience in his eyes, and refused without hesitation, I'm not interested, don't block my way. Seeing this, Zhang Yu hurriedly stepped forward, a flattering smile on his face, and said, Friend, you must think carefully. The Tianji sect is a well-known and prestigious sect in this vast central region. Many people would fight tooth and nail for such an opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it deeply. However, Wang Quan remained unmoved and didn't even bother to look at them again. Seeing Wang Quan's determination, Zhao Peng was immediately enraged. His face was ferocious, and he shouted, Boy, don't be so shameless. We invited you out of kindness, and you dare to refuse so ungratefully. You have no right to do this today. We will forcibly take you back to Tianji sect. After saying that, the three of them stopped talking nonsense and used their unique skills together. The spiritual power surged out and transformed into various dazzling spells. They attacked Wang Quan fiercely, trying to capture him in one fell swoop. But just when their attacks were about to touch Wang Quan, a powerful aura that could destroy the world suddenly burst out from Wang Quan's body, and the pressure of the spiritual saint realm spread out in an instant like a mountain pressing down on one's head. Li Hao was horrified, his face instantly turning pale as paper, and he shouted in a trembling voice, How is this possible? You are actually a powerful person in the spirit saint realm. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in horror, and his voice changed, We recognize the wrong person, run. But it was too late. Wang Quan snorted coldly, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he waved his sleeves lightly. An invisible but suffocatingly powerful force swept out like a hurricane. There was only a loud, bang, sound, and the three people didn't even have time to let out a final scream, and they didn't even have the chance to resist. They were beaten to death by this force and disappeared between heaven and earth. However, within the Tianji sect, the life lantern set up for the disciples noticed the deaths of the three. The lights representing Li Hao, Zhang Yu, and Zhao Peng instantly went out, triggering the sect's early warning system, which quickly transmitted the relevant information to Wang Quan. The Tianji sect's leader was meditating in the hall when he suddenly received a warning from his life lamp. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two rays of light shot out. His brow furrowed, lost in thought, thinking to himself, how could this person from the eastern wasteland possess such formidable strength? Who could he be? This matter seems to be of great significance, and a thorough investigation is necessary. At this time, Wang Quan didn't care at all and continued to move towards the depths of the central region. Wang Quan continued on his way until he arrived at a prosperous town in the central region. As soon as he entered the town, he noticed that the people around him were looking at him with strange and wary eyes. On the town's bulletin board, there was a wanted poster from the Tianji sect with his portrait prominently painted on it. It turned out that the Tianji sect had spread his information throughout the surrounding area. The town guards noticed Wang Quan. When they saw that the portrait on the wanted poster matched the person in front of them, they immediately surrounded him. It's him, don't let him run away, the guard captain shouted loudly. These guards, who were so proud of their years of law enforcement in the town, did not take the king's power seriously and completely ignored his strength. Wang Quan snorted coldly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The 9 netherworld chi instantly surged around him, and the eerie and terrifying aura instantly spread. You don't know what death is, Wang Quan said in a low voice. The 9 netherworld chi transformed into black sharp blades and flew towards the guards. The guards were horrified to discover they were powerless to withstand this overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, those who rushed forward were struck by the 9 nether chi, their bodies instantly reduced to a pile of bones scattered on the ground. This horrifying scene frightened the other guards so much that they retreated one after another and dared not move forward anymore. At this time, the mayor of the town rushed over after hearing the news. The mayor was also a spiritual saint, and he could sense the powerful aura of Wang Quan, but his duty as mayor prevented him from retreating. Who are you, madman, that dares to run wild in my town? The city lord shouted angrily. Wang Quan looked at the city lord coldly and said, Do you also want to follow in their footsteps? The city lord stopped talking nonsense and directly used his unique skills. The powerful spiritual power shone brightly and attacked Wang Quan. Wang Quan showed no fear. He channeled the dark energy within his body, unleashing the full might of his 7th level 9 nether demonic body. His body seemed to merge with the dark energy, each attack carrying the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. The City Lord's attack landed on Wang Quan, but his powerful demonic body easily withstood it. However, Wang Quan's counterattack made it difficult for the City Lord to resist, and each of his moves contained the terrifying power of the 9 nether demonic body. After several rounds, the City Lord gradually fell into a disadvantage and began to feel overwhelmed. Finally, Wang Quan seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful blow, knocking the City Lord flying. The City Lord fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood, and had lost the strength to fight again. Wang Quan walked up to the City Lord, looked down at him, and said, "Go ahead, tell me everything you know about the Tianji sect, otherwise today will be your death." The City Lord looked at Wang Quan in horror, knowing that he had no choice but to tell him everything he knew about the Tianji sect. Chapter 66, Tianji Arena. The City Lord lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face filled with fear and helplessness. He looked at Wang Quan's oppressive eyes, not daring to hide anything, and began to explain the situation of the Tianji sect. "Hero, please spare my life, I will tell you everything. The Tianji sect is a major sect and one of the 5 major sects in 4 holy places in the central region. It has a profound foundation and extremely terrifying strength," the City Lord said in a trembling voice. Within the Tianji sect, there are several powerful figures with the cultivation level of great emperors. These powerful emperors possess immense magical powers, capable of destroying heaven and earth with a wave of their hands. Their existence ensures that the Tianji sect's position in the central region is as stable as Mount Dai. In addition to the great emperors, there are also numerous Saint Realm masters. They are distributed in various important positions in the sect and control many of the sect's affairs. The masters of the Spirit Saint Realm can only be regarded as the backbone of the Tianji sect. The Tianji sect possesses countless secret manuals of martial arts, ranging from low level to advanced. Among them are some peerless martial arts handed down from ancient times, which have driven countless people crazy. Its resources are extremely rich. There are countless sacred mountain mineral veins, producing countless rare ores and spiritual materials. There are also large areas of spiritual fields, planted with various precious spiritual medicines. There are many disciples in the sect, divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. The treatment and resource allocation between each level are very different, and the competition is extremely fierce. Furthermore, the relationship between the Tianji sect and other major sects and holy places is complex. Sometimes they cooperate, sometimes they compete, and together they dominate the situation in the central region. The City Lord said all this in one breath, looking at Wang Quan eagerly, hoping to gain a glimmer of hope. However, Wang Quan's eyes turned cold and he said, "Saving you alive will only bring disaster." After saying that, a ghostly evil aura flashed by, and the City Lord was instantly beheaded and died without a sound. After killing the City Lord, in order to avoid attracting more attention, Wang Quan disguised himself and blended into the crowd heading to the outer city of Tianji sect. Along the way, he was careful to avoid the crowded and congested roads and chose to walk along the secluded paths. At night, he would find a hidden cave in the mountains to rest and continue on his journey during the day. Finally, he arrived at the city outside the Tianji sect. On the surface, the city looked bustling with people coming and going, but Wang Quan knew that beneath the seemingly peaceful surface, there were countless Tianji sect spies hidden. After entering the city, Wang Quan found a modest inn to stay in. During the day, he would disguise himself as an ordinary pedestrian, strolling the streets and alleys. He seemed nonchalant, but in reality, he was carefully observing everything around him. He listened to people's conversations, trying to gather any clues about the Tianji sect. Sometimes, he would mingle with small vendors, chatting with them and trying to get information indirectly. At night, he would change into a black nightgown and, using his superb agility and stealth skills, quietly approach the Tianji sect's stronghold in the city. However, the Tianji sect's defenses were extremely tight, and any carelessness would have resulted in his discovery. Fortunately, Wang Quan carried the Tianyan Jade pendant, which had magical powers that could conceal the secrets of the heavenly secrets, making him undetectable by any detection spells. Once, Wang Quan accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism, and an alarm instantly sounded. The Tianji sect's guards quickly dispatched, searching everywhere. However, thanks to the magical power of the Tianyan Jade pendant, Wang Quan successfully concealed his presence from the guards and escaped the disaster. Another time, while eavesdropping on a conversation among Tianji sect disciples, he was nearly discovered by a powerful deacon. At that crucial moment, the Tianyan Jade pendant came into play, allowing the deacon's spiritual sense to sweep over him without noticing anything unusual. After a long intense wait, Wang Quan finally waited for the perfect opportunity. The Tianji sect elder and several disciples hurried out of the sect, apparently on an important mission. Wang Quan acted decisively, instantly emitting a powerful aura and appearing before them like a ghost. Before the elder and his disciples could react, Wang Quan unleashed a powerful restraining spell with lightning speed, firmly controlling the elder. "Old man, if you don't want to die, tell the truth." Wang Quan stared at the elder with a sharp gaze, his tone full of threats. The elder's face was pale, his eyes filled with fear, but he still tried to remain calm. "You are so bold, how dare you attack my people from the Tianji sect?" "Stop talking nonsense." Wang Quan increased the power of the restriction, and the elder immediately groaned in pain. "Tell me, has there been any important news in the Tianji sect recently?" The elder, feeling the threat of death, finally gave up his stubbornness and trembled as he said, "Master, spare my life. I'll tell you. In a week, our Tianji sect's holy son Zhan Xingyi will compete in the central region's Tianji arena. He has already emerged from seclusion and mastered the Tianji sect's unique technique, the Tianyan technique." Wang Quan frowned slightly and continued to ask, "How strong is Zhan Xingyi? What's so powerful about this Tianyan Shu?" The elder replied tremblingly, "Zhan Xingyi is extremely talented. His spiritual sainthood is rare at his age. He has never slacked off in his cultivation and possesses immense combat experience. This heavenly evolution technique is the ultimate mastery of the Tianji sect. It allows one to penetrate the heavens, predict an opponent's moves and weaknesses, and gain the upper hand in battle." Wang Quan snorted coldly, "The Tianji arena. It must gather many children of destiny." After saying this, a hint of determination flashed in Wang Quan's eyes, and he had already made a plan in his mind. The following is a more detailed continuation for you. After listening to the elder's instructions, Wang Quan pondered for a moment and decided to hide first and wait for the Tianji arena in a week. During this week, Wang Quan remained highly vigilant. He hid in an extremely secluded corner near the Tianji sect and closely followed the movements of the Tianji sect. Finally, a week passed. On this day, a bustle erupted in front of the Tianji sect's mountain gate as a magnificent convoy slowly rolled out. At the front, several majestic dragons pulled a massive chariot inlaid with gold and jade. The dragons emanated a powerful aura, their every flap of their wings causing the wind and clouds to shift. Inside the carriage was presumably the saint son Zhan Xingyi, who was about to compete in the Tianji arena. Surrounding the motorcade were a group of experts dressed in the attire of the Tianji sect. They looked solemn and vigilant as they observed their surroundings. Wang Quan was hiding in the shadows and was secretly surprised when he saw the scene. However, he was not intimidated by the situation before him. Instead, he quietly used his skills and followed behind the convoy like a ghost. Wang Quan cleverly used the surrounding terrain and environment to hide his figure and avoid the spiritual detection of the Tianji sect masters. Whenever the convoy stopped to rest, he would hide far away behind treetops or boulders, holding his breath and concentrating, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Chapter 67 Pretending to be the Son of God. Wang Quan followed the convoy until it stopped in front of a magnificent battlefield. The battlefield was already crowded with people from various sects, and the atmosphere was bustling and lively. The Holy Son, Zhan Qingyi, slowly stepped from the chariot. His figure stood tall and straight, like a graceful, elegant tree. He wore a moon-white robe embroidered with mysterious celestial runes that shimmered with a faint light. His face was as handsome as a sculpture, with sharp features, sharp eyebrows, and a star-like gaze. His eyes were deep and piercing, as if they could see through everything. His long, jet-black hair was casually tied back, adding a touch of uninhibited elegance to his demeanor. Saint Song Qingmei followed closely behind, clad in a long, pink silk gown that fluttered in the wind like a blooming peach blossom. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were as dark as distant black, and her eyes were as clear and moving as autumn water, their corners slightly tilted upward, revealing a touch of allure. Her cascading black hair was tied up with a golden hairpin, a few strands falling on either side of her face, adding to her delicate beauty. When everyone saw the two get off the car, there was a burst of noisy discussion. Look, that's Zhan Qingyi, the holy son of Tianji sect. He's so majestic and worthy of being the pride of Tianji sect, a young cultivator said with envy. And there's Saint Song Qingmei, who is simply as beautiful as a fairy. The two of them standing together are truly a match made in heaven, a female cultivator nearby couldn't help but admire. I heard that the holy son has already mastered the Tianji sect's unique skill, the Tianyin technique. He will definitely shine in the Tianzhao arena this time. An old man stroked his beard, his eyes full of anticipation. HMPH, that's not necessarily true. The geniuses from other sects are no pushovers either. It's hard to say who will win or lose in this arena, said a disciple from another sect unconvinced. No matter what, with these two outstanding disciples, the Tianji sect must be even more powerful. We'd better be careful, someone reminded worriedly. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Zhan Qingyi and Song Qingmei looked calm. They walked straight towards the ring without looking around, exuding strong confidence and majesty. Wang Quan, who was hiding in the crowd, watched all this coldly, secretly planning his next move in his mind. Song Qingmei followed Zhan Qingyi, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and adoration. She tilted her head slightly and stared at Zhan Qingyi's profile, her eyes gleaming with a fiery light. Senior brother Qingyi, you will definitely be able to surpass all the other competitors in this Tianzhao arena and make the name of Tianji sect more famous in the central region. Song Qingmei said softly, her voice full of trust and expectation. Zhan Qingyi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He said softly, don't worry, junior sister Qingmei, I will do my best to bring honor to the sect. Song Qingmei nodded slightly, a blush appeared on her face, and she looked even more charming and beautiful. Meanwhile, Wang Quan, taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on Zhan Qingyi and Song Qingmei, quietly lurked towards a less crowded area. His figure was like a ghost, skillfully avoiding the crowd's sight. Soon, he arrived at a relatively remote small sect's encampment. The security here was relatively lax, and Wang Quan easily avoided the patrolling disciples. He groped his way to a room and gently pushed open the door. He saw a man in the room having an affair with a maid. The two were immersed in pleasure and had no idea of Wang Quan's arrival. A trace of disgust and indifference flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. He approached silently and attacked instantly. In a flash of light, the man was dead before he could even make a sound. Wang Quan entered the room quietly and killed the man who was having an affair with the maid. The maid was terrified and was about to scream, but Wang Quan quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you immediately. Answer my questions honestly and I can spare your life. Wang Quan lowered his voice, his eyes cold. The maid was so frightened that she trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. Tell me, who is this man? Wang Quan pressed. The maid replied tremblingly, he is the holy son of our Xingyao sect, his name is Lin Yu. This time, our sect is led by Elder Zhao, the sect master, and several deacons are also coming with him. What is the purpose of your sect coming here this time? Wang Quan continued to ask. The maid didn't dare to hide anything. Yes, it's to stand out in the Tianzhao arena, so that our sect can gain more resources and prestige. Although our sect is not large, we also hope to show our face to the many forces in the central region. Wang Quan then asked some questions about the strength and skills of Xingyao sect, as well as the specific cultivation levels of Elder Zhao and others, and the maid answered them one by one. After asking, Wang Quan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He knew he couldn't leave the maid alive, lest he expose himself. So, he exerted force with his palm, and the maid was no longer breathing. Afterwards, Wang Quan activated the disguise technique exchanged by the system, turned himself into Lin Yu's appearance, tidied his clothes, walked out of the room, and prepared to start the next action. As soon as Wang Quan left the house, he ran into Elder Zhao, a tall and strong man with a serious face and a pair of eagle eyes that shone with a sharp light. Lin Yu, did you just come out of the room? Elder Zhao looked Wang Quan up and down and asked in confusion. Wang Quan's heart tightened, but he quickly calmed down, bowed his head slightly, and replied respectfully, Elder, I will rest in the room for a while and prepare to go to the arena to watch the fight. Elder Zhao nodded, his eyes scrutinizing. Well, in this Tianzhao arena, you should pay more attention to the strength of the other sect disciples. It will also benefit your future cultivation. Wang Quan quickly responded, Elder, what you said is absolutely right. I will keep it in mind. Elder Zhao gave a few more instructions and then turned and left. Wang Quan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he hadn't revealed any flaws. He calmly walked towards the crowd, blending in with them, continuing to observe the surrounding situation, waiting for the right time to make his next move. As soon as Wang Quan left the house, he ran into Elder Zhao, a tall and strong man with a serious face and a pair of eagle eyes that shone with a sharp light. Lin Yu, you will be fighting tomorrow, and your opponent is the holy son of our Xingyao sect's old rival. I have come here to give you a few words of advice. Elder Zhao said, staring at Wang Quan. Wang Quan's heart tightened, but he quickly calmed down, bowed his head slightly, and replied respectfully, Elder, please tell me. I will definitely remember it. Elder Zhao's expression was solemn as he spoke slowly, that brat has always been cunning and his skills are quite strange. You must not take him lightly. When fighting, you must remain calm and don't let his provocations distract you. Wang Quan quickly responded, don't worry, Elder, I understand. Elder Zhao emphasized some tactics and precautions before turning around and leaving with peace of mind. Wang Quan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he hadn't revealed any flaws. He walked calmly towards the crowd and blended in with them. Wang Quan was among the crowd, watching the fight on the ring intently. At this moment, Zhan Qingyi was standing opposite the holy son of another sect. Zhan Qingyi stood tall and straight, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He exuded a calm demeanor, emanating the powerful aura of a spiritual saint. His ethereal demeanor and powerful aura were impossible to ignore. His opponent, also a spiritual saint, seemed nervous, a hint of wariness in his eyes, his hands trembling subconsciously. The battle was about to break out, and the opponent's holy son took the lead in attacking. He quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. In an instant, a hot flame gushed out from his hands. The flame was like a roaring, flaming dragon, pouncing towards Zhan Qingyi with its fangs and claws. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be burned and distorted. The audience below the stage suddenly cried out in surprise, and someone couldn't help but shout, this flame-mad dragon is so powerful. I wonder how Zhan Qingyi will deal with it. However, Zhan Qingyi remained unfazed. His gaze was as calm as water. Just as the fiery mad dragon was about to strike him, he shifted slightly, as light as willow catkins in the wind, easily dodging the fierce blow. The fiery mad dragon grazed the edge of his clothes without even igniting them. Seeing his strike miss, the opposing Saint Sun unleashed an even more powerful spell. He waved his hands, his spiritual energy surging wildly. Thunder and lightning clashed, and a howling wind roared. Lightning slithered through the sky like silver snakes, and the wind whipped up countless sand and rocks. The entire arena seemed to be plunged into chaos. This was his unique skill, the wind and thunder chaos art. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena, their hearts sweating for Zhang Xingyi. Some couldn't help but murmur, can Zhang Xingyi withstand such a ferocious wind and thunder chaos art? But Zhang Xingyi, with his Tianyan technique, had already predicted his opponent's moves. A faint smile of confidence lifted his lips, and with a swipe of his sword, a brilliant flash of light flashed across the air. This was the cloud-breaking sword. The flash, imbued with an immense chill and fierce aura, instantly shattered the opponent's wind and thunder chaos art. The lightning dissipated, the violent wind died down, and the sand and rocks fell to the ground. Just when everyone thought Zhang Xingyi was about to take control of the situation, the sect saint suddenly summoned a mysterious magic weapon, and a dark light shot out, heading straight for Zhang Xingyi. Zhang Xingyi was careless and was grazed on the arm by the sudden attack, and his sleeve was instantly stained red with blood. Oh, Zhang Xingyi is injured. There was a commotion in the audience, and people's hearts were hanging in the air again. Zhang Xingyi frowned slightly, but remained unfazed. He channeled his spiritual energy, and the wound healed at a visible speed. Then, his eyes flashed, and the sword in his hand shone brightly, unleashing an even more powerful sword move, sky-shattering slash. Countless sword beams, like falling stars, descended upon the opposing Saint Sun with devastating force. The sect Saint Sun was completely unable to resist and was defeated step by step. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. His breathing became increasingly rapid, and his movements gradually slowed down. Finally, Zhang Xingyi exerted his full strength once more, channeling all his spiritual energy into the sword, unleashing his ultimate move, the Chaos Returning Origin Sword. The sword's radiance shone like a rainbow piercing the sun, dazzling and dazzling. The powerful sword energy directly enveloped the opposing Saint Sun. The Saint Sun was completely unable to resist and was instantly sent flying off the stage, landing heavily on the ground, spitting blood. The whole audience was instantly boiling with cheers and applause resounding through the sky. Zhang Xingyi is indeed amazing. The reputation of this holy son of the Tianji sect is well deserved. It seems like he's the undisputed champion of this Tianjia arena. People were talking about it and were amazed at Zhang Xingyi's strength. On the second day, Wang Quan, disguised as Lin Yu, stepped onto the ring. His first opponent was the holy son from the Lingyun sword sect, a man with a slender figure and a confident and sharp gaze. The match began, with the opposing holy son taking the lead. His movements were lightning fast, his punches fierce and unstoppable, creating gusts of wind. Wang Quan responded calmly, deftly dodging the opponent's attacks while simultaneously searching for opportunities to counterattack. The two exchanged blows, and for a moment, it was difficult to tell who was stronger. Everyone in the Xingyao sect in the audience was sweating for Wang Quan, and Elder Zhao also looked a little nervous. However, just when the opponent's Saint Sun thought victory was certain and a flaw appeared in his moves, Wang Quan seized the opportunity, suddenly exerted force, and hit the opponent's vital point with a single blow, narrowly winning the first match. In the second match, Wang Quan faced a master from the Purple Flame Valley. This master specialized in fire-attributed techniques, and upon entering the match, he summoned a blazing flame, attempting to encircle Wang Quan. Undeterred, Wang Quan unleashed the unique techniques of the Star Glory sect to counter the opponent's flames. The battle intensified, with both sides fighting with all their might. Flames and spiritual energy intertwined, radiating a dazzling light. Wang Quan was repeatedly pushed to the brink of despair by the opponent's powerful attacks, but with his unwavering will and tenacious fighting skills, he fought back at crucial moments, securing another hard-fought victory. In the third match, Wang Quan faced a swordsman from the Cold Star Pavilion. His swordsmanship was exquisite, his energy flowing freely. He engaged in a duel of swords, the clinking of swords echoing incessantly. The match lasted for a long time, and both of them consumed a lot of spiritual energy. At the last critical moment, Wang Quan performed an unexpected sword move, successfully broke through the opponent's defense, and won the match with a slight advantage. When Wang Quan walked down from the arena and returned to the Xingyao sect's base, everyone in the sect widened their eyes, their faces filled with surprise and disbelief. Elder Zhao took the lead and stepped forward, looking Wang Quan up and down, his eyes full of doubts, a barely perceptible smile on his lips, and he said slowly, Lin Yu, I didn't expect you to win 3 games in a row, and each game was such a close victory. You really impressed me. The other disciples also gathered around and said in unison, Senior brother Lin Yu, you are so amazing. We all thought you would lose in the first round. Yes, each of these 3 games was thrilling. How did you do it, brother? I think the Xiaoyao sect's disciples are all quite powerful, especially the big man in the last match, who was extremely formidable. It's truly astonishing that Senior brother was able to defeat him. Brother, do you have any unique skills? Tell us about them. Facing the praise and questions from everyone, Wang Quan feigned a tired smile and said, Actually, it's nothing special. It's all due to my daily hard training, plus a bit of luck. After hearing this, everyone was skeptical, but they didn't dare to ask any more questions. After all, they had all witnessed Wang Quan's brilliant performance in the competition, and he had won honor for Xingyao sect. Everyone was full of admiration and praise for him. Chapter 68 Zhang Xingyi's death. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, and the Tianjiao arena was already surrounded by spectators, the atmosphere heated and tense. The focus of everyone's attention today was the peak showdown between Zhang Xingyi and Wang Dao, the heir of the Central Region Wang family. Wang Dao, the darling of the Central Region Wang family, imbued himself with extraordinary presence upon his arrival. Standing tall and straight like a pine tree, his regal purple robe fluttering in the breeze, he exuded an aristocratic demeanor. His face was stern, his eyes revealing an innate pride and confidence. His long, jet black hair, neatly tied back, added a touch of heroic grace to his appearance. The moment Wang Dao stepped onto the stage, the entire arena seemed to tremble slightly. He exuded the powerful aura of a holy body, and the power of the law surrounded him like a mysterious halo. Every breath he took caused the laws to ripple, as if he were the master of the laws. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyi maintained his calm and detached demeanor. He wore a white robe, the corners embroidered with delicate celestial runes, which shimmered mysteriously in the sunlight. His eyes were calm and profound, like a bottomless lake. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an otherworldly aura. With the sound of a resounding gong, the battle officially began. Wang Dao launched the first attack. With a wave of his hands, the power of the laws instantly condensed into a massive golden beam of light, whistling towards Zhang Xingyi. Wherever the beam passed, space seemed to be distorted, emitting bursts of rumbling sounds. The audience gasped in shock, and someone exclaimed, Is this the power of the great Dao Saint body? It's terrifying. Zhang Xingyi faced this powerful attack without panicking. He dodged the golden beam like a ghost, dodging it. Then, he swung his sword, sending a sharp sword energy blasting towards Wang Dao. Wang Dao snorted coldly, not dodging or evading, but directly resisting the sword energy with his body. With a bang, the sword energy exploded on his body, but only left a shallow mark. Haha, Zhang Xingyi, your attack has no effect on me, Wang Dao laughed, his eyes full of disdain. Then, Wang Dao launched another attack. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the power of the law surged wildly, as if the surrounding space was frozen. He pointed his finger, and a terrifying force of the law shot towards Zhang Xingyi. Zhang Xingyi sensed the power of this attack and dared not delay. He immediately unleashed the heavenly evolution technique, attempting to predict the trajectory of the opponent's attack. However, the power of the principles of the great Tao Saint body was too strong, and the heavenly evolution technique could only barely capture a trace. At the critical moment, Zhang Xingyi dodged the attack by moving sideways, narrowly avoiding it. However, the force of the law brushed past his body, causing him some minor injuries. The battle continued. Wang Dao, leveraging the immense power of his Tao Saint body, launched continuous attacks. Each strike resonated with the Dao, shaking the entire arena. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyi, relying on his superior combat skills and Tianyan Shu, struggled to dodge Wang Dao's attacks. Time ticked by, and the audience watched the battle nervously. They had initially assumed Wang Dao would easily win, and began placing bets. However, as the battle progressed, they discovered that Zhang Xingyi was not so easily defeated. Just when everyone thought Wang Dao was about to win, Zhang Xingyi suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. A mysterious light flashed around his body, and a powerful force surged from his body. This is the holy body of destiny, someone exclaimed. It turned out that Zhang Xingyi had been hiding his divine body. At the critical moment, he finally decided not to hide it anymore and burst out with all his strength. The power of the heavenly fate holy body was extremely strong, and the power of the law formed a powerful shield around Zhang Xingyi. Each of his attacks contained terrifying power, as if it could destroy everything. Wang Dao felt the change in Zhang Xingyi and his expression suddenly became serious. He had never expected that Zhang Xingyi actually had such a strong physique. HMPH, even if you are the holy body of destiny, I will not lose, Wang Dao roared and launched another attack. However, Zhang Xingyi was no longer the same person he had been before. He unleashed powerful sword moves and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Wang Dao. Sword shadows intersected, the power of laws collided, and the entire arena was enveloped in light. The audience stared wide-eyed, watching this wonderful battle intently. After a fierce battle, Zhang Xingyi finally turned defeat into victory by relying on the abnormal combat power of the heavenly destiny sacred body. His final blow directly knocked Wang Dao off the ring. Wang Dao fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood, his eyes full of unwillingness and shock. The whole audience was instantly boiling with cheers and applause resounding through the sky. Zhang Xingyi is so powerful. He actually has the heavenly fate holy body, he's hidden so well. It seems that he will definitely be ranked in the top 3 in this year's Tianzhou ranking. The entire audience erupted in excitement, with cheers and applause resounding through the sky like a surging wave. The audience stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock and excitement. Zhang Xingyi is so amazing. He actually possesses the heavenly destiny sacred body, and he's truly well hidden. A young cultivator's face flushed with excitement, his hands waving wildly as if he were in the middle of this fierce battle. His voice trembled with excitement, and his eyes gleamed with admiration and adoration for Zhang Xingyi. An elderly man nearby stroked his beard and nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. This boy is extraordinary. He's been hiding his divine body for a long time, and yet he unleashed such powerful strength at the crucial moment. It seems he'll definitely be in the top 3 of the Tianzhou ranking this time. The elderly man's voice was steady and powerful, filled with anticipation for Zhang Xingyi's future. Not far away, a group of female cultivators gathered, chattering. Wow, Zhang Xingyi is so handsome. Not only is he powerful, but he's also so resourceful, having hidden his physical condition all along. A female cultivator in a pink dress cupped her cheeks with both hands, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Yeah, the way he fought just now was absolutely captivating. I'm practically mesmerized by him. Another female cultivator chimed in, a blush spreading across her face. Some disciples from other sects were filled with envy and jealousy. Zhang Xingyi is incredibly lucky, possessing the heavenly sacred body. Why don't we have such a good constitution? A disciple in a blue robe muttered, a hint of resentment in his eyes. HMPH, don't be envious. They have both strength and luck. We just have to practice hard. Who knows, maybe we'll achieve something great in the future too. A fellow disciple nearby patted his shoulder and consoled him. Those who had previously bet on Wang Dao's victory were filled with regret. If I had known Zhang Xingyi was so powerful, I shouldn't have bet on Wang Dao to win. A frustrated man shook his head and sighed helplessly. Forget it, I was wrong this time. Zhang Xingyi is really unexpected, another person said with a wry smile. As the host's voice sounded, the list of the next match was announced. Zhang Xingyi versus Wang Quan, this time pretending to be Lin Yu from Xingyao sect. The audience was immediately in an uproar, and everyone began to belittle Wang Quan. Who is this Lin Yu? I've never heard of him. He is definitely no match for Zhang Xingyi. A big bearded man shouted with disdain on his face. That's right, Zhang Xingyi is a favored child of heaven who possesses the holy body of destiny. He just defeated Wang Dao, who also possesses the holy body of the great Dao. How could this Lin Yu be his opponent? A young cultivator next to him also echoed. There is no suspense in this match, Zhang Xingyi will definitely win easily. Everyone said one after another, and no one was optimistic about Wang Quan. However, Wang Quan on the stage had a calm expression, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference. He raised his head slightly and looked at Zhang Xingyi across from him, without any fear in his heart. Zhang Xingyi was also full of pride at this moment. He didn't take Wang Quan seriously at all. In his eyes, this unknown opponent was just a stepping stone on his way to the top. With the sound of a gong, the battle officially began. Zhang Xingyi launched the first attack, his divine body's aura instantly erupting, the power of the law surging wildly around him. With a wave of his hand, a powerful spiritual shockwave roared towards Wang Quan. Like a ferocious dragon, the spiritual shockwave rushed forward with bared fangs and claws, tearing the air apart with a sharp whistling sound wherever it passed. The entire arena seemed to tremble slightly under this overwhelming force, and the audience held their breath, as if they had already witnessed Wang Quan being defeated by this blow. Yet, Wang Quan remained unfazed. A slight sneer curled the corners of his mouth. His figure flashed like a ghost, instantly dodging Zhang Xingyi's attack. His speed was so swift that it seemed as if a flash of light had passed before Wang Quan appeared in another location. Then, a powerful black aura suddenly erupted from him, the power of the nine-nether demonic body. As this aura emerged, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire arena, as if day had instantly turned to night. In the darkness, ghostly shadows danced, sending a chill down one's spine. Wang Quan's figure moved swiftly across the ring like a ghost. Each of his attacks was laced with a powerful demonic force, a force like black flames burning the air. Zhang Xingyi was unable to defend himself and could only dodge, but Wang Quan's attacks were as intense as a storm, gradually putting him in a difficult position. Zhang Xingyi's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Wang Quan to be so powerful. He immediately adjusted his stance and unleashed the heavenly destiny body's most powerful attack. He formed seals with his hands, and the power of the laws condensed into a massive lightsaber. The lightsaber radiated a dazzling light, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. The power of the laws within the lightsaber pulsed continuously, as if alive. Zhang Xingyi roared, slashing the lightsaber towards Wang Quan. The lightsaber carried a devastating aura, slicing through space wherever it passed. Yet, Wang Quan showed no fear. With a wave of his hands, the demonic power coalesced into a black shield. Mystical runes covered the shield, emitting a powerful defensive force. The lightsaber struck the shield with a resounding bang, sending sparks flying. But the shield remained motionless, firmly blocking Zhang Xingyi's attack. The battle intensified, the two men trading blows, neither giving in. Zhang Xingyi unleashed a variety of powerful spells and martial arts, sometimes summoning a flaming dragon, sometimes unleashing a thunderstorm, each attack shaking the arena violently. Meanwhile, Wang Quan, leveraging the power of his nine-nether demonic body, consistently overpowered Zhang Xingyi. His attacks were as fierce as a raging storm, leaving Zhang Xingyi exhausted. As time ticked by, Zhang Xingyi gradually fell into a difficult situation. His attacks had little effect on Wang Quan, and each of Wang Quan's attacks put immense pressure on him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and a hint of anxiety lingered in his eyes. When Zhang Xingyi felt desperate, he suddenly thought of the talisman paper his master had given him. It was a talisman paper that sealed his master's power. As long as he used this talisman paper, he could gain powerful strength and defeat Wang Quan. Zhang Xingyi struggled internally. He knew that using this talisman was against the rules, but he had no other choice. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to use the talisman. He pulled out a talisman from his bosom, muttering something to himself. Instantly, the talisman radiated a dazzling light, and a powerful force was injected into Zhang Xingyi's body. Zhang Xingyi's aura surged, his eyes filled with madness and rage. A powerful force of law surrounded his body, as if he were the master of the laws. Zhang Xingyi unleashed his strongest attack. He waved his hands, and the power of the law condensed into countless lightsabers, which shot towards Wang Quan in an overwhelming manner. The lightsabers were as dense as a rainstorm, leaving no place for anyone to hide. However, Wang Quan was prepared. He looked at the charging Zhang Xingyi, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Just as Zhang Xingyi was about to reach him, Wang Quan suddenly stretched out a hand, transforming it into a massive claw. The claw exuded a terrifying aura, like the hand of a demon from hell. It instantly pierced Zhang Xingyi's chest. Zhang Xingyi's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He tried to struggle, but it was too late. Wang Quan's claws tightly grasped Zhang Xingyi's heart, and then squeezed it hard. With a bang, Zhang Xingyi's heart was crushed, and his body slowly fell down. The entire audience fell silent instantly, their eyes widening in shock. They couldn't believe that Zhang Xingyi, who possessed a divine body, had been killed by a little-known figure like Wang Quan. After a long time, a noisy discussion broke out in the audience. How is this possible? Zhang Xingyi was actually killed by this Lin Yu. Who on earth is this Lin Yu? He's so powerful. Lin Yu is too bold. No matter how many talents he has, he's finished. No one can protect him if the Tianji sect is furious. Chapter 69 Escape. At this moment, everyone in the Tianji sect was enveloped in a fury. Several elders were so angry that their faces turned ashen, and they exuded a cold murderous intent. The leading elder's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were blazing with anger. He waved his sleeve vigorously and shouted, "You bold lunatic Wang Quan. You came from nowhere, and you dared to kill our sect's genius Zhang Xingyi in public. Your crime is simply unforgivable. Our Tianji sect has been passed down for thousands of years and is famous for its prestige. How could we allow you to act so recklessly? You, a fool who doesn't know your place, have committed such a heinous crime today and will be punished with the most severe punishment. No matter where you flee to, our Tianji sect will capture you and make you pay a painful price for your actions. Humph, with a humble person like you, you dare to become an enemy of our Tianji sect. You are really overestimating your own abilities." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Tianji sect was shaken by the intense anger. The entire sect seemed to be shrouded in a layer of oppressive haze, and every disciple had a solemn expression, their hearts filled with resentment towards Wang Quan. On the ring, Zhang Xingyi's body lay motionless. The horrifying, bloody scene was terrifying. Crimson blood stained the ground. Zhang Xingyi's face, once filled with pride and confidence, was now as pale as paper, devoid of life. His eyes remained open, as if expressing his inner resentment. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a hint of blood, stirring a complex mixture of sadness and anger in the hearts of those around him. The Tianji sect elders were furious. They knew full well that if this boy wasn't eliminated, heaven would be injustice. With that, several elders flashed and instantly appeared on the stage. They exuded a powerful aura, and the air around them seemed to freeze. The leading elder, his gaze like lightning, fixed on Wang Quan and sternly declared, "If this boy isn't eliminated, heaven will be injustice." Then, Wang Quan crushed the teleportation talisman without hesitation. A brilliant light instantly enveloped him, and space began to distort and fluctuate, as if to take him to an unknown distance. But the elders didn't give up. They continued to increase the output of the power of the laws, trying to break the constraints of space and find Wang Quan's trace. At this moment, Wang Quan's mouth curled into a cold smile, his eyes full of mockery. "You old bastards of the Tianji sect, you think you can kill me? You are simply dreaming." Wang Quan's voice was cold and provocative. The elders became even more furious when they heard Wang Quan's ridicule. The leading elder shouted, "You bastard, you killed our sect's genius. Today is your death. Obediently accept your death." Wang Quan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. "Just you think I should just accept death? You, the Tianji sect, are nothing more than that." Seeing this, the other elders nodded in agreement with the decision to hunt Wang Quan down. They resolved to pursue him to the ends of the earth to slay him. Just as the teleportation was about to be completed, a Tianji sect elder suddenly intervened, attempting to seal off the space and prevent Wang Quan from teleporting. The elder waved his hands, and the power of the law surged out like a tide, forming a solid spatial barrier. However, Wang Quan was prepared. A powerful, dark, and sinister aura suddenly erupted from him, like the roar of a demon in the darkness, carrying with it an endless gloom and terror. Like a black torrent, the dark, sinister aura attacked the elder who was attempting to seal off the space. The evil aura instantly enveloped the elder. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used the power of the laws to resist. However, the evil aura was too strong, and the elder was unable to resist it for a moment. At this critical moment, the other elders stepped in to help the elder resist the evil aura. Wang Quan, taking advantage of this opportunity, successfully completed the teleportation. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared from the arena, leaving only the angry roars of the Tianji sect members echoing in the air. The elders formed hand seals, and the powerful force of the law surged, trying to track Wang Quan's aura. However, Wang Quan's teleportation talisman was too powerful, and they were unable to determine Wang Quan's exact location for a while. The great elder hugged Zhang Xingyi tightly, the rage in his eyes threatening to burn everything around him to ashes. His body trembled slightly, the grief and anger mingling in his heart making it nearly impossible for him to control himself. The surrounding Tianji sect disciples dared not even breathe. They looked at the great elder's furious expression, their hearts filled with fear. After a long while, one disciple finally asked cautiously, "Great elder, what should we do now?" The great elder took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, and said in a cold voice, "Investigate. Thoroughly check all the information about that Lin Yu. Which sect is he from? The genius of my Tianji sect must not die in vain." The disciples quickly followed orders and began to fully investigate the identity of Wang Quan's impersonation of Lin Yu. The Tianji sect's intelligence network quickly sprang into action, with countless pieces of information being passed around in secret. Before long, they finally received definitive news: Lin Yu was actually from the Xingyao sect. Upon hearing this news, the great elder's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the elite forces of the Tianji sect and led them directly towards the Xingyao sect. The great elder's face was grim, a rage burning within him. He vowed to make the Xingyao sect pay a heavy price for the people they had protected. The Tianji sect's troops surged like a raging torrent, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere wherever they passed. As they approached Xingyao sect, a powerful aura emanated, instantly alerting the Xingyao sect's guards. At the Xingyao sect's mountain gate, the guards nervously watched the rapidly approaching Tianji sect from afar, their hearts filled with unease. They immediately sounded the alarm, and chaos erupted within Xingyao sect. Hearing the alarm, the Xingyao sect's leader and elders rushed to the mountain gate. When they saw the enraged face of the Tianji sect's great elder and the menacing troops behind him, their hearts sank. The Xingyao sect leader stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Great elder, I wonder why you brought so many people to our Xingyao sect today." The Great Elder glared at the leader of Xingyao sect and said sternly, "How dare you, Xingyao sect's people, kill Zhan Qingyi, the Tianjiao of my Tianji sect. Today I am here to seek justice for my Tianjiao." The Xingyao sect's leader's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Great Elder, there must be a misunderstanding. Our Xingyao sect has never sent anyone to kill the Tianji sect's prodigy." The Great Elder snorted coldly and said, "That Lin Yu is from your Xingyao sect. He killed Zhan Qingyi in the Tianjiao arena. Today, you from Xingyao sect must give me an explanation." The leader of the Xingyao sect tried his best to explain, "Grand Elder, Lin Yu is the holy son of my Xingyao sect and also my direct disciple. But his cultivation is only at the spirit venerable realm, and he definitely doesn't have the strength to kill Zhan Qingyi of your sect. I really don't know what happened in this, but I can guarantee that my Xingyao sect has no intention of harming your sect's genius." The leader's face was full of anxiety and helplessness. He looked at the angry expression of the Great Elder and was extremely worried. He didn't know how to resolve this crisis. At this time, a disciple of the Tianji sect hurried to report, "Grand Elder, we found 2 bodies in Lin Yu's room." The Grand Elder's eyes were stern, and he immediately ordered someone to bring the bodies up. When the bodies were carried in front of everyone, the leader of the Xingyao sect took a closer look and found that the male corpse was actually Lin Yu. The leader's body trembled violently, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Then, he slowly squatted down, hugged Lin Yu's body, and said painfully, "Disciple, how could you suffer such a misfortune? Someone must have killed you and then impersonated you to kill Zhan Qingyi." The leader's voice was full of grief, and tears welled up in his eyes. Then, the sect leader raised his head and looked at the Great Elder, his eyes filled with pleading, "Great Elder, our Xingyao sect and your sect have never had any grudges or hatred. Now that something like this has happened, it must be due to the involvement of a treacherous person. I implore you to investigate carefully, find the real culprit, and give justice to my disciple and an explanation to your sect." The elders of Xingyao sect also stepped forward and said in unison, "Great Elder, there must be something fishy going on here. We, Xingyao sect, would never dare to become an enemy of Tianji sect. We ask that you, Great Elder, thoroughly investigate this matter." The Great Elder, observing the scene before him, couldn't help but harbor a trace of doubt. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "HMPH, my Tianji sect will investigate this matter thoroughly. But until the true culprit is found, your Xingyao sect is also implicated. If I discover that your Xingyao sect has concealed or shielded anyone, I will not let them off lightly." After saying this, the Great Elder waved his hand and led the people of Tianji sect to temporarily leave Xingyao. However, they did not go far, but instead launched a further investigation nearby. They searched everywhere for clues, trying to find the real murderer who pretended to be Lin Yu and killed Zhan Qingyi. Inside the Xingyao sect, the sect master and the elders sat together, their faces solemn. The sect master said with great sorrow, "Who is so cruel that he killed Lin Yu and put the blame on us, the Xingyao sect? We must find the real culprit as soon as possible, otherwise the Xingyao sect will be in danger." The elders nodded in agreement. They began to carefully analyze the current situation, starting from Lin Yu's daily whereabouts, interpersonal relationships, etc., trying to find some clues. At the same time, they also strengthened the sect's guards to prevent any more accidents. Meanwhile, the Tianji sect's investigation was also proceeding intensively. They dispatched a large number of disciples to gather information. Experts skilled in tracking and investigation were also dispatched to try to locate Wang Quan through various clues. After Wang Quan teleported away, he reappeared in an unfamiliar area. After briefly determining his direction, he quickly headed towards the Wang family's residence. Along the way, his mind raced, knowing full well that his actions had thoroughly infuriated the Tianji sect, and that the road ahead would be filled with danger. Soon, Wang Quan arrived at the Wang residence. Leveraging his unique status and powerful aura, he quickly met the young master, Wang Dao. Wang Dao was filled with indignation. As the proud son of the central region Wang family, he was defeated by Zhan Qingyi in public, a profound blow to his pride. Upon seeing Wang Quan, a complex wave of emotions welled up within him. He knew the man before him was immensely powerful, and his talent was terrifying. Wang Quan looked at Wang Dao calmly and said slowly, "Wang Dao, I want to find a place to talk with you." Wang Dao was slightly startled. Although he had doubts in his heart, thinking of Wang Quan's strength and mystery, he decided to listen to what Wang Quan wanted to do. So, Wang Dao nodded slightly and said, "Okay, let's find a quiet place." The two of them arrived at a quiet courtyard in the Wang family's residence. Shaded by green trees and gurgling water, the environment was very pleasant. Wang Dao was the first to break the silence, and with a hint of vigilance in his eyes, he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Wang Quan narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Now I have a mortal enemy with the Tianji sect, and you were defeated by Zhan Qingyi in the Tianjiao arena. We have a common enemy. I want to cooperate with you to fight against the Tianji sect and avenge our previous defeat." Wang Dao had initially been inclined to reject Wang Quan's proposal. After all, antagonizing the Tianji sect was too risky. However, when Wang Quan mentioned clues about the Wang family's missing daughter, his biological sister, Wang Dao's heart was suddenly overwhelmed. His eyes instantly grew fiery, and he involuntarily leaned forward slightly, eagerly asking, "Are you telling the truth? Do you really know where my sister is?" Wang Quan looked calm and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, I do know the whereabouts of your sister. She is now in the eastern wasteland. Her name is Wang Jinyao. We met by chance, and now we are a couple. I can help you bring her back and reunite you and your sister." Wang Dao's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement, and his mind instantly flashed back to his sister's childhood. That innocent and lovely little girl, ever since she went missing, he and his family had never given up searching. Now that he finally had a clue, how could he not be thrilled? His voice trembled slightly as he asked again, "Are you sure it's my sister, Wang Jinyao? Is she really in the East Desert?" Wang Quan watched Wang Dao's excitement, secretly delighted, knowing he had successfully grasped Wang Dao's weakness. He solemnly stated, "I'm certain. Wang Jinyao is now experiencing her own journey in the eastern wasteland. If you and I work together, not only will you siblings be reunited, but I also hope the Wang family can provide me with some cultivation resources to help me further my path. After all, I need sufficient strength to face the Tianji sect." Wang Dao fell into deep thought. On the one hand, he longed to find his sister and reunite his family. On the other, the risk of becoming an enemy of the Tianji sect made him hesitant. After a long moment, he looked up at Wang Quan and said, "How can I trust you? What if you're deceiving me?" Wang Quan smiled faintly and said, "You can choose not to believe me, but are you willing to give up this opportunity to find your sister? Besides, if I wanted to deceive you, why would I risk seeking your cooperation? I have a mortal enemy with the Tianji sect. I need allies, and the Wang family is a powerful force. Cooperation between us will benefit both parties. As for my sincerity, you will understand at the moment you meet Wang Jinyao." Chapter 70 Breakthrough Spirit Emperor. The leader and elders of Xingyao sect were anxiously discussing countermeasures. They knew that if this crisis was not handled properly, Xingyao sect might face a catastrophic disaster. Over at the Tianji sect, the great elder, with a gloomy expression, directed his disciples to continue searching for clues. Although he still had doubts in his heart, his suspicions about the Xingyao sect had not been completely dispelled. At the Wang residence, Wang Dao was still struggling with whether to cooperate with Wang Quan. He paced the courtyard, his mind racing. On the one hand, the clues about his sister intrigued him. On the other, the risk of antagonizing the Tianji sect was too great. Ultimately, his longing for his sister overcame his fear. Wang Dao stopped, looked at Wang Quan, and said, "Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. But you must guarantee that everything you say is true. If you tell even a single lie, my Wang family will not let you go." Wang Quan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. Don't worry, Wang Quan, keep my word. Since you have agreed to cooperate, we should carefully plan our next move. The Tianji sect is a huge force, and we must deal with it with caution. After Wang Dao received the position from Wang Quan, he immediately dispatched the most elite team of the Wang family to the Eastern Wasteland. Led by an experienced elder of the Wang family, they rushed to the Eastern Wasteland with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Along the way, they slept in the open air and did not dare to slack off. Their only thought was to find Wang Jinyao as soon as possible and complete this mission that was crucial to the Wang family. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the East Desert. Following the clues provided by Wang Quan. In the prosperous capital of Daqian, the Wang family mansion stands amid the hustle and bustle. One day, a group of people with extraordinary temperament came to the Wang family. They were dressed in exquisite clothes, and their eyes revealed determination and calmness. In the Wang family's courtyard, they met Wang Jinyao. She was graceful and beautiful. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence and curiosity as she quietly observed these unexpected strangers. The leader stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said solemnly, "Young lady, we are here at the request of the king. The king has specifically asked us to find you and has told you to go to the central region, where there are extremely important matters waiting for you to handle." At the Wang family residence in the capital of Daqian, a group of people approached Wang Jinyao. Their expressions were solemn, and they didn't directly state their purpose. Instead, they slowly said, "Miss, we've been asked by someone to come and find you." Wang Jinyao raised her eyes slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her clear eyes. She wondered, who are these people? Who asked them to come? And why did they come to me? A series of questions swirled in her mind. She looked at them quietly, waiting for their further explanation. At this moment, one of them carefully held out a token. Wang Jinyao took a closer look, and the familiar object gave her a jolt of emotion. Instantly, countless memories flooded back. From the moment she decided to accept Wang Quan as her master, her fate had been inextricably linked to his. She thought, this must be the master's arrangement. Since the master sent these people to find me, there must be an important reason. In Wang Jinyao's heart, her master's orders were above all else. Since it was Wang Quan's arrangement, no matter what challenges and unknowns awaited her, she had no choice but to follow resolutely. Wang Jinyao followed those people to the central region. When she saw Wang Quan, she felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Master." Wang Quan looked at Wang Jinyao, his eyes filled with gentleness and emotion. He slowly spoke, "Wang Jinyao, I called you here today because I have something important to tell you. You are actually the long-lost daughter of the Wang family in the central region." Wang Jinyao's eyes widened upon hearing this, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Her mind went blank for a moment. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving her at a loss for words. At that moment, Wang Dao came over. His eyes were filled with excitement and joy as he carefully examined Wang Jinyao. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Sister, is it really you? We've been looking for you all these years. We've never given up hope of finding you." Wang Jinyao looked at Wang Dao, tears welling up in her eyes. A complex mix of emotions surged in her heart, surprise, emotion, and joy. She asked softly, "Are you really my brother?" Wang Dao nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, you are my Wang family's long-lost sister. We have been looking for you for a long time. Now, we have finally found you." Wang Dao stepped forward and gently hugged Wang Jinyao. Feeling the warmth of her brother's embrace, Wang Jinyao couldn't hold back her tears any longer. After Wang Dao and Wang Jinyao recognized each other, the entire Wang family was shocked by this sudden surprise. Upon hearing the news, the Wang family elders rushed over. They looked at Wang Jinyao, their eyes filled with love and relief. A white-haired elder stepped forward, gently stroked Wang Jinyao's head, and said in a trembling voice, "Child, you've suffered so much over the years. Now that you're finally home, the Wang family will surely compensate you well in the future." The other elders nodded, tears of excitement glistening in their eyes. The Wang family's peers were filled with curiosity and excitement. They gathered around Wang Jinyao, inquiring about her experiences over the years. Some praised her strength and courage, while others pledged to protect their lost and found sister. Everyone's face was filled with joy, as lively as a festive occasion. Wang Quan asked Wang Dao for cultivation resources. To express his gratitude, Wang Dao decided to open the Wang family treasury to Wang Quan. Once the news got out, the other members of the Wang family tried to dissuade him. An elderly uncle of the Wang family frowned and said, "Dower, the Wang family's treasure house is a precious resource accumulated by the family for generations. How can we easily open it to an outsider? This is really too risky." A cousin next to him also eagerly echoed, "Yes, head of the family, although this person brought news about Sister Jinyao, he is not a family member after all. If he has ill intentions, our Wang family will suffer heavy losses." Everyone talked one after another, trying to make Wang Dao change his mind. However, Wang Dao shook his head firmly and said, "My elders and brothers, I understand your concerns, but you may not know this. Wang Jinyao is already with Wang Quan. In my opinion, Wang Quan is like family to us. He has brought back our long-lost relatives, and this is a great favor. Moreover, I believe in my judgment. Wang Quan is definitely not the kind of person who would betray his trust." Despite everyone's skepticism, Wang Dao was determined. He ignored their pleas and insisted on bringing Wang Quan to the Wang family treasury. The treasury was located deep within the Wang family mansion, heavily guarded. Wang Dao led Wang Quan through the layers of guards and arrived at the treasury's gate. Wang Dao formed seals with his hands and muttered something. A mysterious light flashed, and the door to the treasure house slowly opened. An ancient and mysterious aura filled the air. Inside, various precious treasures and cultivation resources were placed. Wang Dao looked at Wang Quan and said solemnly, "Wang Quan, this is the Wang family's treasure house. You can pick out some cultivation resources that are useful to you as a token of gratitude for everything you have done for the Wang family." Wang Quan followed Wang Dao into the Wang family treasury. When the door slowly opened, an ancient and mysterious atmosphere filled him. His eyes were instantly drawn to the scene before him, and a wave of wonder surged in his heart. The interior of the treasury was spacious and bright, its walls inlaid with softly glowing gemstones, illuminating the entire space. Tall shelves lined the perimeter, displaying a variety of precious treasures and cultivation resources. There were magical weapons radiating a mysterious light, secret manuals imbued with powerful powers, and rare medicinal herbs and minerals. Wang Quan walked forward slowly, his steps light, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the treasure house. His eyes lingered on each treasure, carefully observing their characteristics and functions. The first thing that caught his eye was a longsword, its blade translucent and radiant with a chilling cold light. Wang Quan gently grasped the hilt, feeling the immense power within. He sensed that this sword was no ordinary artifact. If wielded in battle, it would undoubtedly unleash immense power. But after a moment's deliberation, he gently returned the sword to its place. While powerful, it wasn't entirely suited to his current path of cultivation. Then, he came across an ancient secret manual. Mystical runes were engraved on the cover, emanating a mysterious aura. Wang Quan carefully flipped open the book, which contained profound cultivation methods and powerful martial arts techniques. His eyes flickered with excitement, but he hesitated to make a decision. He knew that choosing a cultivation manual should be tailored to one's physique and strength, otherwise it could backfire. Continuing forward, Wang Quan saw some rare medicinal herbs. These herbs exuded a rich spiritual energy, and it was obvious at a glance that they were extremely precious treasures. Wang Quan carefully selected some top-tier medicinal herbs from the Wang family's treasury. These herbs exuded a rich spiritual aura, their preciousness evident at first glance. He then selected some cultivation resources that would be extremely helpful to his own cultivation. After completing the selection, Wang Quan expressed his sincere gratitude to Wang Dao. He then went to the Wang family's secret room to prepare for his retreat. The Wang family's secret room was quiet and peaceful, providing an ideal place for cultivation. After Wang Quan entered the Wang family's secret room, he first looked around. The walls of the room were crafted from a special material, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, effectively isolating it from external interference. In the center of the room stood a large cushion, soft and comfortable, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Wang Quan slowly walked to the cushion and sat down cross-legged. He took a deep breath, allowing his mind to gradually calm. Then, he pulled out the top-grade medicinal herbs and cultivation resources from his pocket and neatly arranged them around him. First, Wang Quan picked up a top-grade medicinal herb. It was crystal clear and radiated a rich spiritual energy. He carefully placed it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his internal energy. The herb melted instantly, transforming into a powerful energy that flowed through his body. Wang Quan guided this energy, slowly flowing it through his meridians and dantian. He could feel his body, nourished by this energy, gradually growing stronger. After absorbing the energy of one herb, Wang Quan rested for a moment to adjust his condition. He then picked up another herb and repeated the same process. As each herb was absorbed, more and more energy accumulated within his body. Wang Quan was immersed in the arduous journey of cultivating the 9 nether-demonic arts. In the silent chamber, he sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the contemplation and cultivation of this mysterious magic art. The air around him seemed to freeze, a faint, dark aura slowly flowing around him. Wang Quan's consciousness penetrated his meridians and dantian, guiding the strands of demonic energy through his body. Each movement was like a fierce battle. The demonic energy was sometimes surging, sometimes gentle, requiring him to wield it with strong willpower and precise control. As his cultivation deepened, Wang Quan gradually reached the threshold of the 8th level of the 9 nether-demonic art. He could feel a powerful pressure enveloping him, like an invisible mountain, pressing down on him, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. But he didn't retreat in the slightest, instead strengthening his resolve to break through. After countless days and nights of hard work, Wang Quan constantly adjusted his training rhythm, trying various methods to stimulate his potential. Sometimes he fell into deep thought, and sometimes he frantically circulated his demonic power, searching for an opportunity for a breakthrough amidst pain and struggle. Finally, at a crucial moment, a powerful force erupted from deep within him. It was the long-accumulated demonic force that instantly found a breakthrough, surging like a flood bursting through a dam. Wang Quan tightly guarded his mind, guiding this power to flow orderly within his body. As the power continued to spread, his body began to undergo miraculous changes. His muscles grew firmer, his bones seemed reforged, and a mysterious glow emanated from them. His aura grew stronger, and his demonic might gradually spread. When everything calmed down, Wang Quan successfully broke through to the 8th level of the 9 nether-demonic evil art, unrivaled demonic might. At this point, the might of his demonic body was enough to terrify all. Every gesture carried a devastating demonic might. That powerful aura seemed to make the very space around him tremble. At this point, Wang Quan decided to use the system to consume his villain points to break through to spiritual emperor status. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and entered the system interface. Watching the constantly fluctuating villain points number, Wang Quan felt a surge of unwavering faith. Wang Quan chose the breakthrough option without hesitation, and the system began to operate. A mysterious force surged from the system, slowly flowing into Wang Quan's body. This force merged with the demonic power within him, and began to break through the bottleneck of his spirit emperor cultivation. Chapter 71 Alliance with the Wang family. Wang Quan successfully broke through to the spiritual emperor realm. A powerful aura instantly erupted from the secret room, sweeping around like a hurricane. He slowly opened his eyes, a deep light gleaming in them, as if he could see through everything in the world. Wang Quan stood up and stepped out of the secret room. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder and lightning flashed. A pillar of purple light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire Wang family mansion. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a huge vortex, which continuously poured into Wang Quan's body. In the distance, the powerful men from various forces looked towards the direction of the Wang family, their eyes full of shock and confusion. A solemn silence fell in the meeting hall of the ancient and mysterious Xuanyuan family. The family head, Xuanyuan Beishan, stood with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the Wang family's direction. Who could have caused such a powerful celestial phenomenon? Could the Wang family truly have produced another great emperor? If so, the world order will undoubtedly undergo earth-shattering changes. We, the Xuanyuan family, must closely monitor this matter and be prepared for any response. The elders nodded in agreement, expressions solemn as they began to discuss their next course of action. Some suggested strengthening the family's defenses, while others advocated sending spies to gather information near the Wang family. At the Lingyun sect, located on Piamiao Peak, the sect master, Taoist Lingshu, stood atop the mountain, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the powerful ripples of movement coming from afar. The Wang family's movements are anything but ordinary. It seems another major disturbance is about to unfold on this continent. Pass the order on to all disciples, urge them to intensify their training and be prepared to respond to any potential incidents. Also, send several capable disciples, disguised, to the vicinity of the Wang family and investigate the cause of this unusual phenomenon. The disciples followed his orders and departed, leaving the Lingyun sect in a tense atmosphere. Deep within the dark forest, within the shadow sect, the sect leader, Yi Ying, sat in a gloomy hall, a chilling atmosphere permeating the air. His lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile. The Wang family's unusual movements may be an opportunity for us. Send someone to closely monitor their every move. If there's an opportunity, we at the shadow sect must not miss it. In an instant, dark shadows vanished from the hall like ghosts, speeding off towards the Wang family. Smaller and more powerful families and factions were terrified by this strange phenomenon. They speculated about the extent of the Wang family's power, and some even began to consider whether to rely on the Wang family in order to survive in this volatile situation. Inside the Wang clan, the disciples were already stunned by this extraordinary phenomenon. They paused their training and tasks to gaze upwards. Some, their eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaimed, such a powerful phenomenon must indicate the birth of an unrivaled master. It seems our Wang clan's strength is about to reach new heights. Others, filled with awe, muttered to themselves, such a formidable force. I wonder when I'll ever reach this level. Still others envisioned the Wang clan's future glory, imagining a vision of dominance across the continent. Younger disciples gathered together, enthusiastically discussing the origins of this phenomenon, their hearts filled with admiration and yearning for the powerful. The older disciples, however, were more composed. While stunned, they also began to contemplate the challenges and opportunities the Wang clan might face. The entire Wang clan was immersed in the impact of this awe-inspiring phenomenon. The Wang family's spirit emperor-level ancestor was also drawn to this powerful aura. He instantly appeared in midair, a look of vigilance on his face, believing a powerful enemy was approaching. Without hesitation, the ancestor attacked, sending a powerful stream of spiritual energy surging towards Wang Quan. However, Wang Quan simply waved his hand lightly and easily blocked the ancestor's attack. The ancestor was shocked and was about to attack again when Wang Dao, a descendant of the Wang family, quickly flew forward. Wait a minute, ancestor. This person is Wang Quan, a friend of our Wang family. Wang Dao explained hurriedly. Hearing this, the ancestor stopped what he was doing and looked at Wang Quan carefully. Wang Quan exuded a powerful aura, with an overwhelming demonic power that was intimidating. Are you Wang Quan? Why did you cause such a powerful phenomenon in heaven and earth? The ancestor asked in confusion. Wang Quan bowed slightly and said, Senior, I have just broken through to the spiritual Ever realm, which is why I caused a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. I didn't expect to disturb you. Please forgive me. A hint of surprise flashed in the old ancestor's eyes. Spiritual Ever cultivation. Reaching the spiritual Ever realm at such a young age, you are indeed gifted. Since you are a friend of the Wang family, that's fine. But you must remember, the Wang family does not cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it. If anyone dares to infringe on the Wang family, we will not let them off easily. Wang Quan nodded and said, Don't worry, Senior. I will remember this in my heart. The Wang family has done me a favor, and I will not let them suffer any harm. At this time, the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually dissipated, and the Wang family returned to peace. Wang Dao hurriedly explained to the Wang family patriarch, Grandpa, Wang Quan is now our Wang family's ally. We have already agreed to work together to deal with the Tianji sect and let our Wang family ascend to the position of the four major families. The Wang family patriarch frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, together to deal with the Tianji sect. The Tianji sect is powerful and has a deep foundation. How can it be so easy to deal with? And you said that they can take on two great emperors. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Wang Quan stepped forward and said with a firm expression, Senior, what I said is true. Although the Tianji sect is strong, I am confident that I can defeat it together with the Wang family. I am indeed capable of dealing with two great emperors. The Wang family patriarch clearly didn't believe it. He snorted coldly, HMPH, young man, you're quite arrogant. Since you're so confident, I'd like to challenge you to a duel and see just how capable you are. Wang Quan nodded slightly. It is better to obey than to be respectful. Together, the two journeyed to the uninhabited valley. It lay in a remote, desolate region, surrounded by rolling hills and towering cliffs. Ancient peaks stood like silent giants, shrouded in mist and clouds, casting a mysterious veil over the valley. A clear stream gurgled through the valley, its water crashing against the rocks, creating a melodious sound. Occasionally, a few birds soared across the sky, their crisp cries adding to the valley's tranquility. The Wang family patriarch stood in the center of the valley, radiating the powerful aura of a spiritual emperor, his eyes filled with majesty. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble slightly, and the air around him grew heavy with his presence. Wang Quan's expression was calm, the demonic aura emanating from him faintly. He looked at the Wang family ancestor and said slowly, Senior, please teach me. The Wang family patriarch said no more and instantly struck. A powerful streak of spiritual energy, like lightning, struck Wang Quan. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The light of the spiritual energy illuminated the entire valley, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding dimness. Wang Quan waved his hand calmly, and a wave of dark, sinister energy gushed out. Like black smoke, it quickly spread, instantly dissolving the strands of spiritual energy. Wherever the dark, sinister energy touched, the flowers, plants, and trees seemed to be cast in a shadow, trembling slightly. The Wang family patriarch was shocked. He hadn't expected Wang Quan to block his attack so easily. He attacked again, unleashing an even more powerful attack. Rays of spiritual energy shot towards Wang Quan like sharp swords, their light so dazzling that it seemed to illuminate the entire valley. Wang Quan's eyes fixed, and he muttered something. Instantly, the nine netherworld spirit emerged, its overwhelming pressure filling the entire valley. The nine netherworld spirit roared like a demon from hell, carrying with it an endlessly eerie aura. The surrounding clouds and mist dispersed under the nine netherworld spirit's pressure, revealing a clear blue sky. The stream in the valley seemed to sense this powerful force, its current surging and roaring. The Wang family patriarch's expression grew solemn, sensing the immense power of the nine netherworld soul. He no longer held back, unleashing his full might, the spirit emperor's immense strength fully on display. A powerful spiritual aura enveloped his body, like a miniature sun, radiant and dazzling. He waved his hands, launching powerful attacks like a raging storm towards Wang Quan. Yet, Wang Quan remained composed. He controlled the phantom aura and the nine nether souls, engaging the Wang family ancestor in a fierce battle. The phantom aura and the spiritual light collided, creating a resounding roar that sent rocks tumbling across the valley. The nine nether souls countered the Wang family ancestor's attacks, their overwhelming force causing the entire valley to tremble. After a fierce battle, the ancestor of the Wang family gradually became exhausted. He found that his attacks could not cause any substantial damage to Wang Quan, while Wang Quan's counterattacks made him feel more pressured. Finally, the Wang family ancestor stopped and looked at Wang Quan, his eyes full of shock. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that you are even modest when you say you can deal with two emperors. Wang Quan smiled faintly. Senior, you are too kind. Now, you should believe in my strength. Together we can deal with the Tianji sect and we will surely make the Wang family one of the four great families. The Wang family ancestor nodded and said, Okay, since you have such strength, then our Wang family will join you in fighting against the Tianji sect. At this time, a breeze blew through the deserted valley, as if foreshadowing that a great battle was about to begin. Atop the towering main peak of the Tianji sect, the sect master stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the heavens. The night sky shimmered with stars, seemingly filled with endless mysteries. The sect master's deep eyes reflected the dazzling starry sky, his expression solemn, a faint uneasiness welling up within him. The sect leader wore a white robe embroidered with mysterious runes that shimmered faintly under the starlight. His long hair flowed in the wind, resembling an immortal. His attention was completely focused on the constellations in the sky. As time passed, the sect master's frown deepened. He saw the previously tranquil starry sky suddenly begin to fluctuate. Several previously bright stars began to flicker, as if disturbed by some unknown force. The sect master's heart tightened, knowing this was a sign of impending crisis for the Tianji sect. He closed his eyes slightly, his hands rapidly forming various complex hand seals. A mysterious power surged from his body, spreading toward the stars in the sky. In this way, he attempted to more accurately interpret the message conveyed by the stars. However, the moment that mysterious force came into contact with the stars, it seemed to encounter a powerful resistance. The sect leader was secretly shocked, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. He opened his eyes, and a look of determination flashed in them. It seems the Tianji sect is about to face a huge crisis, the sect master muttered to himself. His voice echoed in the silent night sky, carrying a hint of heaviness and worry. The sect master turned and looked in the direction of the Tianji sect. Amidst the rolling mountains, magnificent buildings stood tall. As a powerful faction, the Tianji sect possessed a long history and profound heritage. However, at this moment, the sect master felt an unprecedented pressure. He said without hesitation, activate the sect's formation immediately. At this moment, a white-haired elder hurried forward, his expression anxious, saying, Master, you absolutely cannot do this. In this central region, who doesn't know the prestige of our Tianji sect? Who would dare to attack us so easily? Activating the sect's grand formation consumes a huge amount of spirit stones. Even with the wealth of our Tianji sect, we can't afford a single day's expenditure. Furthermore, activating the formation will inevitably attract the attention of other factions and might even lead to unwarranted suspicion and trouble. The sect master's face was stern, and he spoke in a deep voice, Elder, you only see the present peace but fail to perceive the impending crisis. The astrological signs indicate that a crisis is imminent. If we do not activate the formation, once a powerful enemy attacks, our Tianji sect will be plunged into an irretrievable situation. Spiritual stones are certainly important, but compared to the safety of the sect, what are they worth? The elder remained steadfast and continued to persuade, Master, perhaps this was just a miscalculation. Astrology may have its mysteries, but it's not absolutely accurate. We can't rashly activate the formation and waste resources just because of a momentary worry. We can first increase patrols and send disciples to closely monitor the surrounding area. If there's any danger, it won't be too late to activate the formation. The sect master shook his head slightly and said firmly, Elder, I have made up my mind. The crisis is approaching, and we cannot be complacent. We will activate the formation to ensure the safety of the Tianji sect, no matter how great the cost. Seeing that the sect master had made up his mind, the elder sighed helplessly and could only bow and say, since the sect master has made such a decision, this old minister, can only follow his orders. I only hope that this crisis will pass quickly, otherwise our Tianji sect will be in trouble. Soon, light flickered inside the Tianji sect, and a powerful aura of formation spread out, as if declaring to the outside world that the Tianji sect's majesty was inviolable. Chapter 72 Breaking through the Tianji sect. Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch stood side by side outside the Tianji sect's mountain gate. They exuded a powerful aura, like two unshakable mountains. Wang Quan gazed sternly at the towering gate of the Tianji sect and shouted, Master Tianji, come out and fight. Today is the day your Tianji sect will be destroyed. The Wang family patriarch raised his chin slightly and said majestically, Tianji sect, you have bullied us for years. Today is the day of reckoning. Their voices echoed through the mountains like thunder, lingering for a long time. Within the Tianji sect, the disciples, upon hearing this challenge, were instantly filled with panic. Some of the younger disciples looked at their elders with fear on their faces, bewildered. The older disciples, on the other hand, gripped their weapons tightly, nervously awaiting the sect master's instructions. The Tianji sect master was standing in front of the main hall on the main peak. Upon hearing the challenge from Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch, his face darkened. He knew this crisis was unavoidable. He took a deep breath, slowly walked out of the hall, and reached the mountain gate. The Tianji sect master looked down at Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch and said coldly, do you really think you can break through the Tianji sect's formation? That's simply wishful thinking. Wang Quan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. Master Tianji, don't overestimate your Tianji sect's formation. Today, I will definitely break it. The Wang family's ancestor also snorted coldly, Tianji sect, you can't escape today even if you have wings. The Tianji sect master laughed in anger, okay, then let me see how capable you are. After saying this, the Tianji sect master waved his hand, strengthening the defenses of the formation. Suddenly, the Tianji sect's formation glowed brightly, and a powerful force spread out. Upon seeing this, Wang Quan unhesitatingly took out the netherworld magic pearl. It emitted a strange black light, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Wang Quan muttered something to himself as he channeled his spiritual energy into the netherworld magic pearl. Instantly, a powerful 9 netherworld chi surged from the netherworld devil pearl, rushing towards the Tianji sect's formation like a black torrent. Wherever the 9 netherworld chi touched, the air seemed to freeze, emitting bursts of biting cold. The Wang family patriarch was not to be outdone. He swung his sword, unleashing a fierce sword technique. The sword flashed across the sky like lightning, charging towards the formation with powerful force. The Tianji sect master stared intently at the 9 nether chi and swordsmanship that were impacting the formation, secretly shocked. He hadn't expected Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch to be so powerful. But as the Tianji sect master, he naturally wouldn't back down easily. He constantly mobilized the power of the formation, trying to resist the attacks of the 9 nether chi and swordsmanship. Under his control, the Tianji sect's formation shone with light, constantly dissolving the incoming force. However, the power of the 9 netherworld chi and swordsmanship was too strong. Although the Tianji sect's formation could withstand it for a while, cracks gradually appeared. Inside the Tianji sect, the disciples watched this scene with fear in their hearts. They had never seen such a powerful attack, nor had they ever imagined that the Tianji sect's formation would be breached one day. Some timid disciples even began to discuss whether to flee the Tianji sect, while the loyal disciples held their weapons tightly, ready to fight for the Tianji sect at any time. As time went on, the attacks of the 9 nether chi and sword techniques became more and more fierce, and the cracks in the Tianji sect's formation became more and more numerous. The Tianji sect master's face became increasingly grim. He knew that if this continued, the Tianji sect's formation would be breached sooner or later. At this moment, an elder hurried to the side of the Tianji sect master and said anxiously, Sect master, what should we do? I'm afraid the formation won't hold out for much longer. The Tianji sect master gritted his teeth and said, notify all disciples to prepare for battle. Today, even if it means a life or death struggle, we must not let them easily breach the Tianji sect. The elder took his orders and left, and the Tianji sect immediately fell into a tense atmosphere. The disciples took up their weapons and prepared for the coming battle. Outside the mountain gate, Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch continued to attack the Tianji sect's formation. They knew that as long as they broke through the formation, the Tianji sect would lose its greatest support. The 9 netherworld chi and sword attacks continued like a violent storm, and the light of the Tianji sect's formation grew fainter and fainter. Finally, with a loud bang, the Tianji sect's formation shattered. Inside the Tianji sect, the disciples let out cries of terror. As the Tianji sect's formation shattered, a devastating shockwave, like a raging ancient beast, spread outward with overwhelming force. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the sky and the sun, as if threatening to engulf the entire world. The Tianji sect's once towering mountain gate, once soaring into the sky, was instantly shattered by this violent force, like the ruins of a massive meteorite. Within the Tianji sect, everyone was plunged into extreme panic. Some disciples stood frozen in disbelief, their faces filled with a look of utter disbelief, as if their souls had been instantly torn away. Others fled in panic, their utter despair akin to the end of the world. Some timid disciples even collapsed to the ground, trembling, as helpless as a leaf in a gust of wind. The once peaceful and tranquil courtyard was now in a state of chaos. Flowers and plants were ruthlessly snapped by the shockwave, leaving broken branches and leaves scattering everywhere. Huge rubble was scattered across the ground, like meteorites falling from the sky. Pavilions and towers suffered varying degrees of damage from the impact, some tottering, others already collapsed, creating a tragic scene of shattered walls and ruins. Several exquisite decorative sculptures collapsed under the violent force, with a dull, heavy sound that sounded like the earth's painful groan. At that moment, the sky was thick with dark clouds, like layers of thick black curtains, weighing down the air, making it almost impossible to breathe. It seemed to add an incomparably heavy atmosphere to the impending world-shaking battle. The wind howled like the roars of countless ferocious beasts, rustling people's clothes and threatening to tear them apart. The distant mountains, under the gloomy sky, seemed particularly solemn, like silent ancient giants, gazing coldly at the land, as if witnessing the coming of the apocalypse. The Tianji sect master's face was pale, devoid of any color. He gazed upon the devastation and ruin before him, his heart filled with endless despair. But as a powerful being with the cultivation of a great emperor, he refused to accept defeat so easily. He gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes blazing with a rage that seemed to burn this dark world to ashes. At this moment, Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch entered the Tianji sect like gods descending from heaven. They emanated an unparalleled aura, like a surging tsunami, terrifying and intimidating. The netherworld demon orb in Wang Quan's hand still shone with an eerie light, flickering like a will-o'-the-wisp from the depths of the netherworld, as if announcing victory. The Wang family patriarch's eyes, stern as a thousand-year-old eyes, swept over the people in the Tianji sect. Those once arrogant Tianji sect disciples now lowered their heads under his gaze, not daring to meet his gaze, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping their throats. Some brave Tianji sect disciples tried to resist. One, wielding a longsword, roared and charged at Wang Quan. His blade's force was so sharp, it whistled like wind, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Wang Quan simply dodged the blow with a slight shift of his body. Then, a surge of dark energy erupted from his hand, instantly entangling the disciple's arm like a black rope. The disciple, horrified, tried to break free, but was powerless. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Wang Quan flung the disciple away like a kite with its string cut. He slammed heavily against the wall, spitting blood like a blooming flower. Another Tianji sect disciple swung his broadsword at the Wang family patriarch, the blade flashing like lightning across the night sky. The Wang family patriarch snorted coldly, swung his sword, and a dazzling flash of light instantly severed the broadsword. Before the disciple could react, the Wang family patriarch's sword was already at his throat, leaving him pale as a sheet of paper. At this moment, the Tianji sect master roared angrily and soared into the air. His powerful imperial majesty instantly spread, surging like a surging tide. He glared at Wang Quan and shouted, "Wang Quan, today is your death." With that, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing an ancient longsword. Runes shimmered on the blade, emanating unparalleled power that seemed capable of tearing through the endless darkness. Wang Quan was not afraid at all. He sneered and said, "Master Tianji, your Tianji sect will be destroyed today." The netherworld demon pearl in his hand shone brightly, and the evil spirit surged like a black storm, covering the sky and the sun, as if it would shroud the entire Tianji sect in darkness. The two powerful emperors instantly confronted each other. The air around them seemed to freeze, and time seemed to have stopped flowing. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged wildly, like surging waves, as if making final preparations for this earth-shattering battle. The wind blew even more fiercely, rustling the surrounding trees and causing leaves to fall in a mournful rain. The Tianji sect master was the first to strike, unleashing the Nine Heavens Divine Sword technique. With a single swing of his sword, a massive beam of light slashed towards Wang Quan like lightning. The sword light carried with it the power of countless stars, and wherever it passed, space distorted slightly. Its immense force was terrifying, as if it could split the world in two. Wang Quan remained calm. He immediately activated the netherworld magic pearl and unleashed the netherworld shield technique. The dark aura transformed into a black shield, blocking the sharp sword light. The sword and shield collided with a resounding sound, like a landslide, sparks flying everywhere, like a dazzling display of fireworks in the night sky. Then, Wang Quan struck back. He muttered something, and countless black ghosts instantly flew out of the netherworld demonic orb, pouncing on the Tianji sect master with bared fangs and claws. These ghosts carried a powerful yin energy, like demons from hell, intent on dragging everything in the world into endless darkness. This was his unique skill, the netherworld ghost cloud technique. The Tianji sect master's face was solemn. He unleashed the star sword chi technique, dancing his sword and releasing streams of sword energy, slashing the ghosts one by one. However, the ghosts continued to arrive, leaving him overwhelmed and feeling as if he were trapped in an endless abyss of darkness. The two mighty emperors engaged in a fierce battle. Each of their attacks carried the power of destruction, and the buildings of the Tianji sect collapsed in the aftermath of their clash, reduced to ruins. Lights flickered in the sky, and sword energy surged, seemingly slicing the very air into countless fragments. The dark, sinister aura and the golden, imperial might collided, emitting resounding explosions like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire Tianji sect trembled in the battle, mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. The distant mountains seemed to be shaken by the battle, and huge rocks from the mountains rolled down with a rumbling sound, like the tolling of the end of the world. The leader of the Tianji sect then used the Tianji divine destruction technique. The long sword in his hand shone brightly and turned into a giant dragon, rushing towards Wang Quan with the power to destroy the world. Wang Quan cast the netherworld soul devouring curse, and the netherworld magic pearl released a powerful suction force, trying to devour the dragon. The two men's martial arts collided with each other. For a moment, the light was dazzling, the airwaves surged, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The Tianji sect master gradually lost his strength. He found that his attacks could not cause any substantial damage to Wang Quan, while Wang Quan's counterattacks made him feel more pressured, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his heart. Finally, the Tianji sect master revealed a look of despair. He knew that he had been defeated so completely and miserably. As Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch approached, the atmosphere within the Tianji sect grew increasingly tense, as if the very air was freezing. Some disciples began to cry, regretting having joined the Tianji sect in the first place, only to now face such a tragic end. Their cries echoed through the ruins, seeming particularly desolate. In front of the Tianji sect's treasure house, several disciples attempted to snatch the treasures and flee, but were discovered by Wang Quan and the Wang family's patriarch. With a cold snort, Wang Quan unleashed a powerful burst of spiritual energy, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky, instantly sending the disciples flying. The door to the treasure house burst open under the impact, and the treasures within scattered across the ground, leaving faintly in the dust. In the Tianji sect square, the once majestic statues now collapsed, shattered, and the surrounding area was in ruins. Several injured disciples lay on the ground, crying out in pain, their voices shrill and desperate. Blood stained the ground, gathering in streams, and the air was filled with a strong, nauseating smell of blood. Inside the main hall of the Tianji sect, the sect master sat powerlessly on his throne, his eyes hollow and lifeless. He watched as the Tianji sect, which he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years, was conquered, his heart filled with regret and despair, as if it were shattered into countless pieces. He knew that from now on, the Tianji sect would vanish from this continent, becoming a thing of the past. Chapter 73 The One Who Should Be Calm. Amidst the despair of the Tianji sect, Wang Quan and the Wang family's patriarch advanced towards the treasure pavilion, their figures like victorious conquerors, each step carrying an unstoppable momentum. When they arrived at the treasure house, an ancient and mysterious aura filled them. Although the door to the treasure house had been opened by the previous impact, a faint mysterious glow still lingered inside. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, the first thing that caught my eye was rows of tall shelves filled with a variety of precious treasures. The walls of the treasure pavilion were constructed from a special stone that shimmered faintly, as if telling of its former glory. The floor was covered with a gorgeous carpet, which, though a bit disheveled, still revealed its exquisite craftsmanship. In the center of the treasure house, there is a huge crystal ball, emitting a soft light, as if guarding everything here. The air around it is filled with a faint spiritual energy, making people feel as if they are in a mysterious fairyland. Wang Quan's eyes quickly scanned the shelves, and soon, his eyes were attracted by several treasures that exuded a powerful aura. The first holy level magical treasure is called the Scorching Sun Divine Axe. This axe's head is a fiery red, as if blazing with flames. Mystical runes are engraved throughout the axe, emitting a fiery aura that seems to incinerate everything. Its power is immense, capable of easily cleaving through solid rock and metal. In battle, it can unleash a powerful flaming force, engulfing enemies in a sea of flame. The second holy level magical treasure is the Frost Staff. Crystal clear, it exudes an icy aura. A massive blue gem inlaid on its head seems to hold an endless supply of frost power. It can unleash powerful frost magic, freezing enemies in place and rendering them unable to move. The third holy level magical treasure was the Thunder Hammer. The hammer flashed with purple lightning and crackled with a clattering sound. Its power was astonishing. A single strike seemed to unleash the wrath of thunder, shattering the enemy into pieces. When Wang Quan's gaze fell upon the imperial level spiritual treasure, the Chaos Spirit Source Mirror, a powerful shock welled up in his heart. The Chaos Spirit Source Mirror's frame was crafted from a mysterious black metal, engraved with ancient runes. The mirror's surface, like a tranquil lake, radiated a profound light. The Chaos Spirit Source Mirror's power lies in its ability to manipulate the forces of chaos. It reveals the essence and weaknesses of all things, allowing its wielder to discern enemy actions and preemptively counter them. Furthermore, it can unleash the mighty power of chaos to attack foes. This mysterious and powerful force, seemingly emanating from the very beginning of the universe, can destroy all that stands in its way. Whether saint level or great emperor, no one dares to take the Chaos Spirit Source Mirror lightly. Wang Quan carefully picked up the chaos spirit source mirror, feeling the powerful force within it, his heart filled with joy. He knew that with this imperial-level spiritual treasure, his strength would be further enhanced. The Wang family ancestor looked at the treasure in Wang Quan's hand and smiled with satisfaction. They knew that this attack on the Tianji sect had yielded a rich harvest. As the Tianji sect watched Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch reap the treasures in the treasure pavilion, their hearts were filled with despair and anger. Tears welled up in the eyes of some young disciples, who couldn't understand why the once glorious Tianji sect had come to such a state. An older disciple clenched his fist and said with gritted teeth, "We can't just sit there and wait to die. Even if we die, we have to make them pay the price." His words aroused the fighting spirit of the disciples around him, and they all picked up their weapons, ready to make a final resistance. The Tianji sect master slowly emerged from the main hall. Although his eyes were filled with despair, they still held a glimmer of unyielding spirit. He gazed at his disciples, a wave of tragic grandeur welling up in his heart. Disciples of the Tianji sect, today we are facing a catastrophe, but we cannot give up. We must use our lives to protect the dignity of the Tianji sect. The voice of the Tianji sect master echoed in the ruins, inspiring every disciple. The disciples shouted in unison, "Protect the Tianji sect and would rather die than surrender." Their voices were full of determination and courage. The leader of the Tianji sect led his disciples towards Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch. Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch felt the hostility of the Tianji sect people, and they turned around and looked at the Tianji sect people coldly. "You are courting your own death." Wang Quan's voice was cold and ruthless. The Tianji sect leader puffed out his chest and said, "Although we have been defeated, we will never surrender. Even if we die, we will make you remember that the dignity of the Tianji sect cannot be violated." With that, the Tianji sect master rushed forward first, brandishing his sword and unleashing his strongest martial arts skills. The disciples followed suit, rushing towards Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch like moths to a flame. Wang Quan snorted coldly, and the netherworld demonic orb in his hand shone brightly. A dark, evil aura surged out like a tide, rushing towards the Tianji sect members. The Wang family patriarch also wielded his long sword. Sharp sword lights flashed, knocking down the Tianji sect disciples who rushed in front of him one after another. The battle was extremely brutal, and the disciples of the Tianji sect fell one after another, but their fighting spirit never weakened. Blood dyed the ground red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. In the end, almost all of the Tianji sect members were killed in the battle, leaving only the Tianji sect master who was still resisting stubbornly. His body was covered with wounds and blood was constantly flowing, but his eyes remained firm. Wang Quan, although I die today, the spirit of Tianji sect will never be extinguished. After saying this, the leader of Tianji sect used up his last bit of strength to rush towards Wang Quan. Wang Quan waved his hand lightly, and a powerful force knocked the Tianji sect master away. The Tianji sect master fell heavily to the ground and never stood up again. In the Tianji sect, this once glorious sect has since become a historical memory. After the Tianji sect's leader passed away, a page of a dazzling golden book magically emerged from his body. The golden book shone brightly, as if imbued with endless mystical power. Wang Quan and the Wang family's patriarch were instantly drawn to it, staring intently at the page. There was a shocking prophecy on the front of the golden book. Within 10 years, the world will be in great trouble, demons will revive, and the person who will be worthy of the disaster will rule the world forever. But when they turned the golden book over, they saw the word, Chu, clearly on the back. Wang Quan frowned slightly, lost in thought. After a moment, he said, "This character might be the surname of the person destined for the calamity." The Wang family patriarch nodded solemnly and replied, "It's very likely. The appearance of this golden book is so strange, the information behind it must be very complicated. It seems we must keep an eye on the person surnamed Chu. Perhaps we can find the person destined for the calamity and prepare for the coming catastrophe." With the departure of Wang Quan and the Wang family's patriarch, the Tianji sect fell into complete ruin. The prophecy in the golden book and the mysterious word, Chu, loomed like a shadow over everyone's heart, plunging the entire world into a tense atmosphere. Other factions also began to take notice of this prophecy and took action, attempting to exploit this catastrophe for their own benefit. A storm that would determine the fate of the world was approaching. At this time, inside the Chu family's magnificent mansion, Chu Tianzhao's father, Chu Hongyuan, sat in his study, holding an invitation from the Tianyuan Holy Land. His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered his son, Chu Tianzhao's future. Chu Hongyuan was well aware of the Tianyuan Holy Land's status in the cultivation world. It was a sacred place for countless geniuses to cultivate. This Tianyuan Holy Land selection was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for Chu Tianzhao. However, he was also aware of his son's pride and stubbornness. Therefore, Chu Hongyuan decided to go and talk to Chu Tianzhao in person. When he arrived at Chu Tianzhao's residence, he saw Chu Tianzhao practicing in the courtyard, emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. "Gorgeous," Chu Hongyuan called softly. Chu Tianzhao stopped practicing, turned around, saw his father, and bowed slightly. "Father, why are you here?" Chu Hongyuan looked at his son, his eyes full of love and expectation. "Tianzhao, your father has something to discuss with you." "Father, please speak," Chu Tianzhao said respectfully. Chu Hongyuan took out the invitation letter from Tianyuan Holy Land and handed it to Chu Tianzhao. "Tianyuan Holy Land sent you an invitation letter, inviting you to participate in their selection. Your father thinks this is a rare opportunity, you should give it a try." Chu Tianzhao took the invitation, glanced at it, and said disdainfully, "Father, our Chu family is not inferior to the Tianyuan Holy Land. Why should I participate in their selection?" Chu Hongyuan shook his head slightly and patiently explained, "Tianzhao, you don't know this. Tianyuan Holy Land has a long history and profound heritage, and it has gathered countless geniuses and powerful people. There, you can access more advanced cultivation resources and methods, which will be of great help to your growth." Chu Tianzhao was still unconvinced. "Father, our Chu family also has abundant cultivation resources. I can also cultivate to a very high level in the Chu family." Chu Hongyuan smiled and continued, "Tianzhao, you must know that the path of cultivation is endless. In the Chu family, you may be able to become a strong person, but in the Tianyuan Holy Land, you can be exposed to a wider world and make friends with more geniuses. This will have immeasurable benefits for your future. Moreover, the inheritance and opportunities of the Tianyuan Holy Land are incomparable to our Chu family." Chu Tianzhao was silent for a moment, feeling a little shaken. He knew his father was right, but he still felt a little unwilling to accept it. Seeing his son waver, Chu Hongyuan added, "Tianzhao, I know you're arrogant, but you must understand that there are always people better than you. Only by constantly challenging yourself can you make continuous progress. The Tianyuan Holy Land selection is a great opportunity to challenge yourself. If you can stand out there and become a disciple of the Tianyuan Holy Land, you will definitely achieve great things in the future." Chu Tianzhao raised his head and looked at his father, his eyes revealing a determined light. "Father, I understand. I will participate in the selection of Tianyuan Holy Land and will not let you down." Chu Hongyuan smiled with relief, knowing his son had made the right choice. He patted Chu Tianzhao on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I believe you will succeed. Go, for your future and for the glory of the Chu family." Chu Tianzhao nodded and turned to leave. His heart was filled with fighting spirit. He was determined to show his strength in the selection of Tianyuan Holy Land and win glory for the Chu family. Chu Tianzhao stood in the crowd, his posture as straight as a pine tree, his eyes firm and confident. He possessed a body of Daoyuan, and his unique aura made him stand out among the crowd. The first round of trials, a one-on-one battle, officially began. The trial field was divided into small battle areas, each filled with a tense atmosphere. Chu Tianzhao's first opponent was a burly young man with a look of pride in his eyes. The fight began, and the young man roared, leaping at Chu Tianzhao like a tiger, his fists whistling with immense force. However, Chu Tianzhao remained unmoved, calmly observing his opponent's movements. Just as the opponent's fist was about to strike him, Chu Tianzhao dodged it with ghostly ease. Then, at breakneck speed, he circled behind the young man and struck him with a palm. The palm seemed light, yet it held a powerful spiritual force. The young man had no time to react before he was struck, stumbling forward a few steps. He stared at Chu Tianzhao in shock, unable to believe how easily he had been struck. But Chu Tianzhao didn't give him a moment to breathe, charging forward once more. His movements were fluid, each one perfectly timed. The young man could only passively defend, but gradually felt his strength was fading. Finally, Chu Tianzhao delivered a fierce kick, sending the young man flying out of the combat zone, easily securing his first victory. In the ensuing battle, Chu Tianzhao remained unstoppable. Whether it was a master swordsman or a prodigy skilled in magic, they all paled in comparison before him. His Dao Rhythm Saint body gave him a keen grasp of the rhythm of battle, always enabling him to react with the most accurate response at the crucial moment. He won every battle with overwhelming advantage, astonishing the spectators. Soon, the first round of trials ended, and Chu Tianzhao successfully advanced to the next round without any suspense. The second round of trials was to comprehend the Taoist scriptures. Everyone sat in front of the ancient Taoist scriptures, and the air was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Chu Tianzhao closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and completely immersed himself in the Dao Canon. The advantages of his Dao Yun Saint body were fully demonstrated at this moment. He seemed to resonate with the laws in the Dao Canon, and those profound words and patterns gradually became clear in his mind. As time passed, strange lights began to appear around Chu Tianzhao. These lights intertwined like silk threads, forming a mysterious pattern. In the sky, colorful clouds gathered, and auspicious auras flowed, as if cheering for his enlightenment. The surrounding trialists were captivated by this astonishing phenomenon, and their gazes towards Chu Tianzhao were filled with shock and envy. Chu Tianzhao, however, was completely immersed in the world of the Dao Canon, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Every word and every pattern in the Dao Canon sparked a profound understanding within him. His body trembled slightly, involuntarily, as if he were engaging in a profound conversation with the Dao of heaven and earth. Finally, amid the crowd's astonishment, Chu Tianzhao successfully comprehended the Dao Canon. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of wisdom gleaming in them. At that moment, he seemed to become the focal point of heaven and earth, all eyes focused on him. At this moment, Dao Yuan, the lord of Tianyuan Holy Land, was silently observing the trial from afar. When he saw the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth on Chu Tianzhao's body, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He immediately realized that this young man was no ordinary person. After the trial, Chu Tianzhao undoubtedly became the most dazzling existence. Dao Yuan appeared in person, looking at Chu Tianzhao with admiration in his eyes. "Your name is Chu Tianzhao." Dao Yuan's voice was majestic yet gentle. Chu Tianzhao bowed respectfully and said, "Disciple Chu Tianzhao, greetings to the lord of the Holy Land." Dao Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I am very satisfied with your performance. From today on, you will be my direct disciple. I hope you can practice hard in Tianyuan Holy Land and bring honor to the Holy Land." Chu Tianzhao felt a surge of joy and pride in his heart. He bowed again and said, "I will definitely live up to master's expectations." Chapter 74, United Three Holy Lands. Wang Quan and the Wang family patriarch stood atop the ruins of the Tianji sect. The shattered walls looked particularly desolate under the dimming light. The wind howled past, stirring up dust that seemed to tell a story of past glory and present desolation. The Wang family patriarch gazed at the desolate landscape, his brow furrowed as he spoke with deep worry. "In my opinion, we should quickly find this calamity bearer and establish a friendly relationship with him. That way, when the catastrophe strikes, perhaps we can draw on his strength to protect our Wang family. After all, this catastrophe is of no small magnitude. Without adequate preparation, our Wang family may not survive this calamity. Just think about it. Once the catastrophe strikes, the land will be shattered, and countless lives will be devastated. Without powerful support, how can our Wang family survive this chaotic world?" Wang Quan listened quietly to the Wang family patriarch's words. After a moment's silence, he slowly shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of determination and greed. "Ancestor, you oversimplify. Due to the limitations of heaven, the opportunity to become an immortal is hard to come by. The one who bears the calamity must be a favored one, blessed by heaven. If we were to stay by his side, we would be mere spectators, never receiving the chance to become an immortal. Only by striving and fighting can we achieve immortality and find eternal life. What does immortality mean? It is a realm beyond the mundane, possessing endless power and wisdom, an existence beyond the cycle of life and death. Once we become immortals, we will no longer be bound by this mortal world, fearing the erosion of time, or worrying about any danger. We can control the power of heaven and earth, turning clouds and rain with a flip of our hands. With a single thought, we can decide the life and death of all things." The Wang family patriarch showed hesitation and said, "But if we become enemies with the one who is destined for the calamity, wouldn't that be extremely risky? If we fail, our Wang family will be doomed. Since the one who is destined for the calamity is favored by heaven, he must possess extraordinary luck and strength. It would be too risky for us to rashly become an enemy." Wang Quan snorted coldly and said, "Old ancestor, wealth and honor are sought through danger. The path to immortality is inherently fraught with peril. If we don't give it a try, we'll never be able to escape the constraints of this mortal world. Furthermore, the one destined for the calamity hasn't yet matured, so we still have a chance. As long as we plan carefully, we will surely seize the opportunity to become immortal. Once we become immortal, we won't have to fear any threats. We can use our immortal power to carve out our own world and establish an immortal dynasty. In the realm of immortals, we can gain insight into the true nature of all things, foresee the future, and easily resolve any crisis." The Wang family patriarch pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he sighed and said, "Well, since you've made your decision, I'll take the risk with you. However, I still have a concern. If we become enemies of the one responsible for the calamity, who will be able to handle this catastrophe?" Wang Quan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Don't worry, ancestor. If we can become immortals, wouldn't we be able to handle a catastrophe? Once we become immortals, we'll possess boundless power, enough to handle any crisis. We can leverage other forces, pitting them against the calamity-bearing individuals, while we reap the benefits. When both are devastated, that will be the perfect time for us to strike." The Wang family patriarch nodded slightly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "All right, then, as you say, we will begin planning immediately, seeking opportunities for immortality and vying for the fate of the one destined for disaster. No matter the cost, we must strive for the greatest benefit for the Wang family amidst this storm." After Wang Quan returned to the Wang family, he immediately announced that he would go into seclusion. He entered the Wang family's most secret cultivation room, which was filled with rich spiritual energy. The walls were inlaid with various precious gems, emitting a mysterious light. Wang Quan sat cross-legged on a cushion in the center of the chamber. He first took out a 1,000-year-old Ganoderm lucidum. Its entire body was crystal clear, emitting a rich aura of life. Wang Quan placed a Ganoderm lucidum in his mouth and chewed it slowly. The essence of the Ganoderm lucidum instantly dissipated within his mouth, transforming into a warm current flowing into his body. Next, he took out a 10,000-year-old Zhu fruit. The Zhu fruit was like a burning flame, emitting a fiery aura. Wang Quan swallowed the Zhu fruit and immediately felt a powerful force surge within him. In addition to Ganoderma and vermilion fruit, Wang Quan also utilized various other natural treasures, such as thousand-year-old snow lotus, ambergris, and unicorn horn. These treasures were collected through immense hardship by the Wang family, and each one was priceless. Wang Quan gradually absorbed the power of these treasures, continuously improving his cultivation. Meanwhile, the Wang family's patriarch wasn't idle either. He summoned all of the Wang family's disciples and issued a stern order. From today on, all Wang family disciples must exhaust all their efforts to search for information about the true family member who is destined for the calamity. Anyone who can find clues about this person will be heavily rewarded. Anyone who slacks off will be severely punished. Upon hearing the ancestor's order, the Wang family disciples sprang into action. Some traveled to various towns to inquire about the Chu clan, some infiltrated other factions, attempting to gather intelligence on the nemesis, and still others searched the wilderness, hoping to find any clues. The actions of the Wang family disciples stirred the entire cultivation world. Other factions also noticed the Wang family's unusual behavior and began to speculate about their motives. Some clever factions quickly connected it to the prophecy in the Tianji sect's golden book and began to secretly search for the person surnamed Chu who would be destined for the calamity. Meanwhile, in the Tianyuan Holy Land, Chu Tianzhao was unaware that the outside world had been plunged into chaos because of his surname. He was immersed in cultivation, striving to improve his strength. Under Dao Yuan's guidance, Chu Tianzhao's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and his Daoyuan holy body gradually revealed greater power. 3 years passed by like a fleeting moment. During these 3 years, the Wang family was busy and anxious. On the one hand, the Wang family disciples searched for the person named Chu who would be the calamity bearer, and on the other hand, everyone was full of anticipation for Wang Quan who was in seclusion. One day, a powerful tremor erupted from the Wang family's mysterious training chamber. The spiritual energy surrounding the chamber surged wildly, as if drawn by a powerful force. Then, a dark figure shot out from the chamber like lightning, hovering in midair. This figure was none other than Wang Quan, who had been in seclusion for 3 years. At this moment, Wang Quan was surrounded by ghosts, emitting an eerie glow, like messengers from the netherworld. His aura was terrifying, like a demon descending to earth, terrifying to the very sight of him. His eyes revealed an endless majesty and coldness, as if he could see through everything in the world. The Wang family patriarch immediately sensed Wang Quan's presence and rushed over. When he saw Wang Quan in midair, a powerful shock welled up in his heart. He could clearly sense that Wang Quan was now 10,000 times more powerful than before his retreat. He felt as insignificant as an ant in front of him, easily killed by Wang Quan in an instant. Wang Quan, you have become so powerful," said the ancestor of the Wang family with a trembling voice. Wang Quan lowered his head slightly and looked at the Wang family ancestor, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Ancestor, during these 3 years of seclusion, I have grasped the key to becoming an immortal. Now, I am only one step away from becoming an immortal." His voice was quiet, but it resonated like thunder in the ears of the Wang family patriarch. The Wang family patriarch's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He knew the difficulties of the path to immortality, but he had never expected Wang Quan to achieve such a tremendous breakthrough in just 3 years. Wang Quan slowly raised his hand, and the surrounding ghosts immediately began to dance around his arm. With a gentle wave of his hand, a powerful force instantly spread out, and the air around him seemed to solidify. Sensing this power, the Wang family ancestor involuntarily took a few steps back. "Ancestor, now that I have come out of seclusion, we must speed up the search for the person who is destined to suffer the calamity. I have a premonition that a great calamity is approaching, and we must find the person surnamed Chu in the shortest possible time and seize the opportunity to become an immortal." Wang Quan's voice was full of majesty and decisiveness. The Wang family patriarch nodded quickly, his heart filled with awe for Wang Quan. He knew that from now on, the fate of the Wang family would be completely in Wang Quan's hands. The Wang family finally got some information about the person who was destined to face the calamity. The ancestor of the Wang family introduced Chu Tianzhao of the Tianyuan Holy Land to Wang Quan, believing that he was most likely the person who was destined to face the calamity. Wang Quan listened to the report from the ancestor of the Wang family and narrowed his eyes slightly. The ghosts around him floated slowly beside him, emitting a chilling aura. Chu Tianzhao Tianyuan Holy Land. Wang Quan murmured the name softly, as if savoring its profound meaning. "Ancestor, why do you think he is most likely the one destined for the calamity?" The Wang family patriarch's expression was solemn as he replied, "Master, after much investigation, our disciples have discovered that this Chu Tianzhao possesses a Daoyuan sacred body and performed exceptionally well in the Tianyuan Holy Land selections. He overcame all obstacles and demonstrated talent and strength far beyond the ordinary. Furthermore, his surname, Chu, aligns with the prophecy in the Tianji sect's golden book. Furthermore, during his training, he triggered phenomenal phenomena in the heavens and the earth, something no ordinary person could achieve. Taking all these indications into account, I believe he is very likely the one we've been searching for." Wang Quan was silent for a moment, his eyes gleaming with thought. The Daoyuan sacred body, the phenomena of heaven and earth are indeed unusual. However, we can't be certain that he is the one destined for the calamity based solely on this. Further investigation and confirmation are needed. "That's absolutely right." The Wang family patriarch nodded and said, "I've already instructed my disciples to continue secretly observing Chu Tianzhao's every move. If there are any new clues, report them immediately." Wang Quan nodded slightly, "Very good. This matter is of great importance, and we must proceed with caution. If Chu Tianzhao is truly the one destined for disaster, we must be fully prepared. We can either control him and use him for our own benefit, or eliminate him before he grows up. We must not allow him to become an obstacle on our path to immortality." Under the meticulous planning of the Wang family's patriarch, a grand gathering quietly commenced at the Wang family residence. Wang Quan had invited the lords of the other 3 sacred grounds to attend the gathering, with the goal of discussing the matter of Chu Tianzhao, the man who would be stricken with the calamity, and also to demonstrate the Wang family's strength and status. The 3 holy lands are Kangen Holy Land, Beilei Holy Land, and Xuanbing Holy Land. The master of Kangen Holy Land is Yanjin. He is tall, with long, fiery red hair like blazing flames, and his eyes reveal endless majesty and dominance. The master of Beilei Holy Land is Lei Li. Clad in purple armor, he radiates the violent power of thunder and lightning, and his every move seems to call down the thunder of heaven and earth. The master of Xuanbing Holy Land is Bingbo. Clad in a white robe, his aura is as cold as ice, and his eyes are as deep and cold as 1,000-year-old ice. When the 3 holy lords entered the Wang family mansion, a solemn silence fell upon the entire household. A man in a black robe sat at the main seat, surrounded by ghosts and possessing an imposing presence. The 3 holy lords did not recognize him at first, believing him to be a member of the Wang family's junior family. After the 3 holy lords took their seats, the banquet officially began. Delicious dishes were served in a constant stream, yet the atmosphere was unusually solemn. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. At the dinner table, the atmosphere seemed peaceful, but there were undercurrents. Wang Quan calmly raised his glass and took a sip. At that moment, his eyes narrowed, and a subtle, yet subtle, pressure emanated from him. Initially, this pressure was subtle, like a beast lurking in the shadows, difficult to detect. "It is my great honor to invite the 3 saints here today." The man's voice sounded slowly, but it seemed to carry an invisible pressure. The 3 saint lords were slightly stunned. Yan Jin was the first to speak. "Who are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly here?" Wang Quan didn't react with anger, but instead gently waved his hand. Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from him, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. That aura surged toward the 3 saint lords like a surging tide, instantly suppressing the 3 emperor realm saint lords. Yan Jin's expression changed, and the power of fire within him surged involuntarily, attempting to resist the overwhelming pressure. Lei Li's eyes widened in anger, and the power of thunder and lightning crackled around him. Bing Po's face was stern, and a biting coldness emanated from his body. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape the oppression of this aura. At this moment, they were filled with shock and fear. They had never imagined that the man before them, whom they had mistaken for a younger member of the Wang family, actually possessed such formidable strength. Wang Quan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three holy lords. His aura surged like a surging tide, impacting the three holy lords wave after wave. Under the pressure of this powerful aura, the three holy lords paled, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They were filled with shock and helplessness, knowing they were powerless against Wang Quan. Don't be nervous, three Saint Lords. The black-robed man smiled faintly and slowly withdrew his breath. My name is Wang Quan. I have invited the three Saint Lords here today to discuss an important matter. After all, in this impending catastrophe, we need to unite as one and face it together. Chapter 75, The Hangman Banquet. Wang Quan gazed at the three holy lords, his eyes revealing determination and strategic thinking. His deep gaze seemed to see through everything. Three holy lords, I'm sure you're all aware that while the four sacred grounds appear peaceful on the surface, they've actually been engaged in a long-standing, open and covert struggle. Now, Chu Tiandao has emerged from the Tianyuan Holy Land. This individual is very likely the one destined for disaster. If allowed to develop unchecked, he'll become a formidable threat in the future. Why not seize this opportunity to unite and take on the Tianyuan Holy Land? If we succeed, the four sacred grounds will become free, and the resources each of us can claim will surely increase. Yan Jin frowned slightly, his fiery red hair fluttering in the air like a burning flame, each movement carrying a scorching heat. He fell into deep thought, as if weighing the pros and cons of Wang Quan's proposal. Lei Li clenched his fists. While your proposal makes sense, the strength of the Tianyuan Holy Land cannot be underestimated. If we act rashly, we will pay a heavy price. His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of worry. Wang Quan smiled faintly, and the surrounding spirits seemed to sense his confidence, drifting slowly, as if drawn by an invisible force. Saint Lord Yan Jin is absolutely right, but the situation is urgent now, and the catastrophe is approaching. If we don't seize this opportunity, the future catastrophe will only be more difficult. Moreover, I have a detailed plan. As long as we work together, we will succeed. Lei Li said loudly at this time, HMPH, what are you afraid of? Tianyuan Holy Land should have been suppressed long ago. My Ballet Holy Land agrees to cooperate with you. His voice was as loud as thunder, shaking the surrounding air slightly. Bingpo pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. If the plan is thorough, my Xuanbing Holy Land can also participate. Her voice was cold, like the cold wind in the cold night. Seeing that the other two Saint Lords had agreed, Yan Jin still had some doubts, but he also understood that if he didn't cooperate now, he might be in a more vulnerable position in the future. Okay, in that case, my Kangyan Holy Land will also join. But Wang Quan, you must ensure that the plan is foolproof, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. A hint of joy flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. He stood up and bowed slightly, saying, rest assured, three Holy Lords. I will carefully plan and ensure the success of this operation. As this catastrophe approaches, we must fight for the future of our respective Holy Lands. On a bright and sunny morning, Wang Quan personally visited the Kangyan Holy Land to pay his respects to the Flame Cinder Saint. He was dressed in a black robe and walked steadily, a ghostly presence looming behind him. Flame Cinder Saint was cultivating in the Holy Land's main hall. Sensing Wang Quan's arrival, he slowly opened his eyes. Wang Quan met Saint Lord Yan Jin and bowed respectfully, saying, Saint Lord Yan Jin, I have come to invite you to discuss inviting Saint Lord Tianyuan. Yan Jin nodded slightly, stood up and walked towards the reception room with Wang Quan. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord of Thunder was in the training grounds of the Ballet Holy Land, directing his disciples' training. A trusted confidant hurried over and whispered something in his ear. The Holy Lord of Thunder frowned and said loudly, tell him to wait. I'll finish this round of training first. After the training session concluded, the Holy Lord of Thunder strode quickly to the reception room to meet Wang Quan, who had been waiting there. In the Xuanbing Holy Land, the Ice Soul Saint Lord was sitting in the Ice Palace, surrounded by chilling air. A maid arrived to announce Wang Quan's request for an audience, and the Ice Soul Saint Lord gently waved, signaling for her to enter. Wang Quan met with the Ice Soul Saint Lord and reiterated his plan to invite the Heaven Source Saint Lord. The Ice Soul Saint Lord pondered for a moment and finally agreed to his proposal. Under Wang Quan's secret planning, the three Holy Lords received instructions and decided to jointly invite Holy Lord Tianyuan to form an alliance to deal with the impending catastrophe of heaven and earth. Afterwards, Yan Jin, the Lord of the Kangyan Holy Land, took the lead. He dispatched his most trusted envoy, bearing a fiery red spirit jade symbolizing sincerity and a heartfelt invitation to the Tianyuan Holy Land. The envoy, clad in a magnificent red robe and riding a fiery beast, cut a dazzling trail across the sky. At the same time, Lei Li, the Lord of the Ballet Holy Land, personally took action. Lightning flashed around him, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Leading a team of elite disciples, they advanced menacingly towards the Tianyuan Holy Land. In their hands, they held purple invitations with lightning patterns, seemingly imbued with the boundless power of thunder. In the distant Xuanbing Holy Land, the Ice Soul Saint Lord sat in the Ice Palace and gently waved his sleeves. In an instant, several beautiful women dressed in ice blue clothing, holding crystal-clear ice-carved invitations, stepped on the icy mist and gracefully flew towards the Tianyuan Holy Land. When these envoys and their teams arrived at the Tianyuan Holy Land, they caused a stir among the disciples. Upon hearing the news, Tianyuan Holy Lord Daoyuan personally came out to greet them. Yanjin's envoy respectfully presented the fiery red spirit jade an invitation, saying, Saint Lord Daoyuan, our Holy Lord sincerely invites you to form an alliance and jointly face the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Lei Li then exclaimed generously, Daoyuan, together, we will surely find a way out of the catastrophe. Bingpo's envoys bowed slightly, handed over the ice-carved invitation, and softly said, Saint Lord Daoyuan, Saint Lord Bingpo hopes to join forces with you to fight the catastrophe. Saint Daoyuan looked at everything in front of him with a serious expression, thinking about the various possibilities behind this sudden invitation. In the Tianyuan Holy Land, Daoyuan solemnly summoned Chu Tianzhao to his presence. Chu Tianzhao looked at Daoyuan, his eyes filled with confusion. Daoyuan sighed softly and slowly spoke, Tianzhao, the three Holy Lords, Yan Jin, the Lord of Kangyan Holy Land, Lei Li, the Lord of Ballet Holy Land, and Bingpo, the Lord of Xuanbing Holy Land, have jointly invited us to the Tianyuan Holy Land, seeking an alliance to jointly face the catastrophe of heaven and earth. This is quite strange, and I am filled with doubts, but I cannot help but meet them. You possess the Daoyuan holy body and are exceptionally gifted. After much deliberation, I have decided to take you with me. Chu Tianzhao nodded slightly, his eyes revealing determination and courage. Don't worry, Lord, I will definitely go with you. Please be careful. Daoyuan nodded slightly, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. He then set off with Chu Tianzhao for the banquet. Along the way, Daoyuan remained silent, his mind constantly pondering various possible scenarios. Chu Tianzhao also looked solemn and secretly alert. When they arrived at the banquet, an oppressive atmosphere overwhelmed them. Daoyuan, head held high and chest puffed out, strode forward, followed closely by Chu Tianzhao. Their arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. Daoyuan's face remained calm, but his eyes scanned the surroundings like sharp swords, while Chu Tianzhao silently observed everything around him, his heart filled with vigilance. At the banquet, the few present seemed to be in good terms, toasting each other, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. However, in a corner, unnoticed by others, Yan Jin, Lei Lei, and Bingpo's eyes met, the viciousness gleaming in their gazes like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Dao Yuan picked up the wine glass and was about to drink, but he didn't realize that the wine had already been poisoned. At this critical moment, a bird suddenly flew through the window and flew into the house, causing a commotion. Dao Yuan's movements paused slightly. This brief pause seemed like a trace of fate's favor. At this moment, the three saints suddenly attacked. Yan Jin slammed the table, stood up, and shouted loudly, "Dao Yuan, today is the day you die." As he roared, flames ignited around his body, and the hot breath instantly filled the entire room. Lei Li waved his hands, the power of thunder and lightning flashed in his palms, and there was a crackling sound. He laughed wildly and said, "Dao Yuan, die." The powerful power of thunder and lightning roared towards Dao Yuan. Bingpo's face was frosty, and the temperature around her dropped sharply in an instant. She said coldly, "Dao Yuan, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame you for blocking our way." Countless ice spikes flew out from behind her and headed straight for Dao Yuan. Dao Yuan was startled, realizing the situation was dire, but it was too late. The poison had already taken effect, and he felt his blood and energy surging, his strength rapidly draining away. However, his dignity as a holy lord and his responsibility to the Holy Land kept him going, and he fought back. "Chu Tianzhao, hurry up!" Dao Yuan shouted at Chu Tianzhao while struggling to resist the attacks of the three saint lords. His voice was filled with urgency and determination. Chu Tianzhao's eyes were red as he shouted back to Dao Yuan, "Holy Lord, I will never leave. I will live and die with you." Dao Yuan, stricken with poison, was now as pale as paper, but he still relied on his tenacious willpower and profound skills to withstand the combined attacks of the three holy masters. Although the power of his moves was greatly reduced, each one was filled with the determination to fight to the death. His clothes were shredded in the fierce battle, and his body was covered with countless wounds. At this moment, Wang Quan, who had been hiding in the shadows, made his move. He suddenly appeared like a ghost, and in his hand, he summoned a mysterious magic weapon. The magic weapon emitted an eerie light, which was terrifying. With a flash of light, a powerful and evil force erupted, striking Dao Yuan directly. Dao Yuan was unable to dodge and was hit by this force, dying on the spot. His body fell straight down, his eyes still showing resentment and concern for Chu Tianzhao. Chu Tianzhao was overcome with grief and indignation at Dao Yuan's tragic death, his rage burning to its core. "You evil thieves, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood," he roared, recklessly charging towards Wang Quan and the others, radiating a resolute aura. Seeing this, Wang Quan smiled coldly, "HMPH, boy, don't even think about leaving alive." As he said that, he attacked again, and a black light pounced towards Chu Tianzhao like a python. At this critical moment, Chu Tianzhao remembered the secret treasure Dao Yuan had given him. He used it without hesitation, and instantly, a powerful force surged from it, blessing him. Chu Tianzhao's speed unexpectedly exploded to a level beyond that of a great emperor. He transformed into a flash of light and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Quan and the others stared at the direction Chu Tianzhao had fled, their faces gloomy. Letting this brat escape will definitely cause trouble in the future. Yan Jin gritted his teeth and angrily threw a punch, shattering the nearby pillar. However, he has been poisoned, where can he escape to? Lei Li snorted disdainfully, but a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. "No matter what, we must find him and eliminate the root of the problem." Bingpo's voice was as cold as ice, as if it could freeze the air around him. After escaping, Chu Tianzhao fell unconscious in the wilderness due to the effects of the poison and excessive consumption of his strength. However, the hatred and determination for revenge in his heart were like a burning flame that never went out. Just when he was unconscious, a mysterious old man passed by, saw the extraordinariness of Chu Tianzhao, and took him away. Chu Tianzhao slowly awoke from a daze. With great effort, he pried open his heavy eyelids and found himself lying in a strange, shabby room. The air was filled with the faint aroma of herbs, and the sunlight filtering through the window was a bit dazzling. He struggled to get up, but felt a wave of weakness and pain. At this time, an old man slowly walked into the house. The old man's face was vicissitudes, but his eyes were wise and deep. "Child, you're awake. Don't move for now. Your injuries are very serious and you need good care," the old man said as he brought a bowl of soup with a strong medicinal aroma to Chu Tianzhao. Chu Tianzhao gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort in his body. With the flames of hatred burning in his eyes, he said, "Thank you for saving me, senior. I must go back and take revenge." The old man shook his head lightly and sighed, "Child, with your current strength, you can't compete with them at all. Going there will only lead to your death." Over the following days, Chu Tianzhao slowly began to recover under the old man's care. Every day, the old man would brew different herbs for him and personally heal him. Chu Tianzhao could feel his body gradually regaining strength. One day, just as Chu Tianzhao was sitting on the bed practicing his qigong, the door was gently pushed open and a beautiful girl walked in. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were like stars, she was holding a bowl of steaming medicine in her hands, and there was a gentle smile on her face. "Young master, it's time to take your medicine." The girl's voice was as sweet as a yellow oriole singing out of a valley. Chu Tianzhao took the medicine bowl and thanked the girl with a smile. The girl nodded slightly and said, "Young master, you must get better soon." After that, she took light steps, turned around and left, leaving behind only a faint fragrance. Under the careful care of the old man and the girl, Chu Tianzhao's injuries were finally fully recovered. He once again expressed his determination to the old man, "Thank you, senior and young lady, for your care these days. I must go back and take revenge." The old man was silent for a moment, then he took out a magic weapon from his arms and handed it to Chu Tianzhao. "There are several great demons hidden in this magic weapon. If you can kill them all, you may still have a chance of revenge." Chu Tianzhao took the magic weapon with a firm look in his eyes. "Senior, rest assured, I will not let you down." After saying this, Chu Tianzhao immediately prepared to begin training with the magic weapon. He sat cross-legged, concentrating his mind and slowly injecting his consciousness into the magic weapon. As soon as I entered, a strong sense of oppression hit me. The surroundings were filled with a dark atmosphere, and several demons of various shapes loomed in the shadows, their roars deafening. Chu Tianzhao took a deep breath, gripped his weapon tightly, and rushed towards one of the big demons. Chapter 76. Chu Tianzhao comes out of retreat. As soon as Chu Tianzhao entered the magic weapon world, he felt a strong sense of oppression coming towards him. Chu Tianzhao took the opportunity to unleash his full strength and successfully defeated the demon. Then, several more big demons appeared one after another, but they were all defeated one by one under Chu Tianzhao's tenacious resistance. Although these battles were fierce, Chu Tianzhao did not expend too much energy due to his firm belief in excellent fighting skills. However, when facing the last three big demons, Chu Tianzhao felt unprecedented pressure. The first great demon was named Flame Demon. Its body burned with blazing flames, reducing everything it touched to scorch earth. The Flame Demon's body towered like a mountain, and every step it took caused the earth to tremble. It roared to the heavens, and from its mouth spewed blazing flames, sweeping towards Chu Tianzhao like a raging sea of fire. Chu Tianzhao swiftly deployed his skills, weaving and dodging through the flames. He discovered that while the Flame Demon's attack was powerful, its movements were relatively slow. So, he began to dart around the Flame Demon, searching for an opportunity to strike. When the Flame Demon's flames erupted again, Chu Tianzhao seized the opportunity and leapt up, dodging the flames and stabbing the Flame Demon's shoulder with his weapon. The Flame Demon roared in pain, waving its massive arms wildly, trying to knock Chu Tianzhao away. Chu Tianzhao nimbly dodged the attacks, repeatedly inflicting wounds on the Flame Demon. After a fierce battle, Chu Tianzhao finally found the Flame Demon's fatal weakness, its heart. He concentrated all his strength and unleashed his strongest blow, piercing the weapon deep into the heart of the Flame Demon. The flame demon's massive body collapsed with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. The second great demon was named Thunder Demon Fury. Its body shone with the power of lightning, and its movements were incredibly fast. Its form darted through the air like lightning, making it difficult to follow. From time to time, it unleashed powerful lightning attacks, illuminating the surrounding space in a pale white. Chu Tianzhao carefully observed Thunder Demon Fury's movements, trying to discern its patterns. During one of Thunder Demon Fury's attacks, Chu Tianzhao noticed that, despite its swiftness, its strikes paused briefly. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Tianzhao swiftly charged forward, striking Thunder Demon Fury's abdomen with his weapon. Thunder Demon Fury roared in anger, unleashing an even more intense barrage of lightning. Chu Tianzhao struggled to dodge the lightning, constantly searching for an opportunity to strike back. He discovered that Thunder Demon Fury's eyes were one of its weaknesses, so he employed a unique form of acrobatics to instantly close and thrust his weapon into them. Thunder Demon Fury struggled in pain, its lightning power scattering everywhere. After a grueling battle, Chu Tianzhao finally defeated Thunder Demon Fury. The final great demon, the Chaos Demon Emperor, was the most formidable of the group. His body was immense, resembling a towering mountain. He exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine. He possessed a variety of powerful attacks, including the ability to unleash dark energy balls and summon dark creatures. When the Chaos Demon Emperor appeared, the entire magical world seemed to be plunged into darkness. Chu Tianzhao felt immense pressure, but he didn't flinch. He gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. The Chaos Demon Emperor first unleashed dark energy balls, which pelted Chu Tianzhao like meteors. Chu Tianzhao swiftly deployed his acrobatics to dodge the energy balls. Meanwhile, he searched for the Chaos Demon Emperor's weaknesses. As the Chaos Demon Emperor summoned dark creatures to attack Chu Tianzhao, he noticed a brief pause in the summoning process. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward and attacked the Chaos Demon Emperor. However, the Chaos Demon Emperor's defenses were formidable, and Chu Tianzhao's attacks did little to damage it. Undeterred, Chu Tianzhao continued to search for opportunities. As the Chaos Demon Emperor unleashed a powerful blast of dark energy, Chu Tianzhao spotted a faint glow emanating from its abdomen. He suspected this might be the Chaos Demon Emperor's weakness. So, he employed a risky tactic, deliberately allowing the Chaos Demon Emperor's attack to strike him, then using the force of the attack to close in on the Chaos Demon Emperor's abdomen. The moment he neared the Chaos Demon Emperor's abdomen, Chu Tianzhao felt intense pressure and pain, but he refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and fiercely thrust his weapon into the glowing area of the Chaos Demon Emperor's abdomen. The battle between Chu Tianzhao and the Chaos Demon Emperor reached a fever pitch. The Chaos Demon Emperor's mountainous form emanated a terrifying aura, and each attack seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Chu Tianzhao struggled under this immense pressure, his body now covered in wounds. While dodging a dangerous situation, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Tianzhao's mind. The Chaos Demon Emperor's attack surged like a tide, and in this life or death moment, he seemed to enter a mysterious state. Everything around him slowed down, and a new understanding of power surged within him. At this moment, a powerful Imperial-level combat technique, the demon-slaying palm, gradually took shape in his mind. Chu Tianzhao unhesitatingly began to comprehend this combat technique. He immersed himself in his inner world, sensing the secrets of the demon-slaying palm. The Chaos Demon Emperor's attacks continued, but Chu Tianzhao seemed to be completely cut off from the outside world, concentrating on comprehending the combat technique. As time passed, Chu Tianzhao's understanding of the demon-slaying palm grew deeper and deeper. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with confidence and determination. He faced the Chaos Demon Emperor, no longer afraid. Chu Tianzhao unleashed his demon-slaying palm, and a powerful force surged from his palm. With a whistling wind, it struck the Chaos Demon Emperor with destructive force. The Chaos Demon Emperor sensed this overwhelming force and roared in anger, but he was powerless to resist. The demon-slaying palm struck the Chaos Demon Emperor fiercely, and its massive body began to tremble before finally collapsing with a thunderous thud. During this 6 months, Chu Tianzhao spent every day with the old man's granddaughter and secretly developed feelings for her. At first, Tiantian was only responsible for taking care of Chu Tianzhao's daily life, bringing him medicine and meals. But as time went on, the two of them communicated more and more. Tiantian was attracted by Chu Tianzhao's strength and courage, while Chu Tianzhao was also moved by Tiantian's gentleness and kindness. Every day, when Tiantian walked into the room with the medicine bowl, Chu Tianzhao's face would show a warm smile. They would chat about some trivial things in life and share each other's joys and sorrows. Chu Tianzhao, how do you feel today? Tiantian asked softly. Much better, thanks to you. Chu Tianzhao replied with a smile. That's good, you should get better soon. I'm waiting for you to accompany me to see the peach blossom forest. Tiantian's eyes were full of anticipation. When Chu Tianzhao was tired from practicing, Tiantian would comfort him softly and encourage him. Don't be discouraged, I believe you can do it, Tiantian said gently. Chu Tianzhao would also help Tiantian do things within his ability in his spare time. Once, Chu Tianzhao encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and was feeling a little depressed. Tiantian saw his worries and took him to a beautiful sea of flowers. Don't worry, you can do it. This sea of flowers is beautiful, right? I hope it can make you feel better, Tiantian said to Chu Tianzhao with a smile. Chu Tianzhao looked at Tiantian's bright smile, and the haze in his heart was swept away. Tiantian, thank you. With you by my side, I feel I can overcome any difficulties, Chu Tianzhao said affectionately. As time went by, the feelings between them became deeper and deeper. On a quiet night, Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian sat in the yard, looking at the stars in the sky. Chu Tianzhao gently held Tiantian's hand and said, Tiantian, I've been so grateful to you for all this time. I can't live without you anymore. Tiantian's face flushed, his eyes sparkled with happiness, and he said, Me too, Chu Tianzhao, I'm willing to stay by your side forever. Chu Tianzhao said, Tiantian, I want to spend my life with you. Would you be willing to marry me? Tiantian nodded shyly and said, I do, Chu Tianzhao. Being with you is the greatest happiness in my life. After a long and arduous deliberation, Chu Tianzhao finally decided to marry Tiantian in the presence of the elders. On their wedding day, the once humble courtyard was meticulously decorated to create a warm and festive atmosphere. Red silk hung from the eaves, and flowers dotted every corner. Tiantian wore a meticulously tailored red wedding gown, the intricate patterns embroidered on it shimmering enchantingly in the sunlight. Her face was as rosy as a blossom, and her eyes sparkled with tears of happiness like glittering stars. Chu Tianzhao, meanwhile, wore a brand new robe, its pattern intricate and elegant, highlighting his handsome figure. His eyes were filled with deep affection, as if Tiantian was the only one in the world. The old man sat in the main seat, a very pleased smile on his face, which was full of blessings and expectations for the newlyweds. Under the solemn and kind leadership of the old man, Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian solemnly worshipped heaven and earth, expressing their gratitude for their gifts. Chu Tianzhao held Tiantian's hand and said devoutly, May heaven and earth protect me and let Tiantian and I be together forever. Tiantian also whispered, Pray to heaven and earth to bless us and may our love last forever. Then we pay our respects to our parents to express our gratitude for their upbringing and teaching. Chu Tianzhao said, Senior, thank you for your care and guidance. Tiantian and I will definitely be filial to you in the future. Tiantian had tears in his eyes. Grandpa, we will always remember your kindness in our hearts. Finally, the couple bowed to each other and vowed to stay together for life. Chu Tianzhao looked at Tiantian affectionately. Tiantian, I will never let you down in this life. Tiantian responded, Chu Tianzhao, I am willing to share the joys and sorrows with you and be with you through life and death. Their eyes met, filled with longing and expectation for a better life in the future, as if time had stopped at this moment and only their love remained unchanged. After the wedding, Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian walked into the bridal chamber. Chu Tianzhao gently took off the phoenix crown for Tiantian and said, Tiantian, from today on, you are my wife. Tiantian smiled and said, Chu Tianzhao, I will always be with you. The two sat hugging each other and confided their feelings to each other. Chu Tianzhao said, Tiantian, no matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, we will face them together. Tiantian nodded, well, as long as you are here, I am not afraid of anything. After their marriage, Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian lived a picturesque and happy life. They practiced together every day, learning from each other and making progress together. Chu Tianzhao, what do you think of my move? Tiantian practiced the new skills he had learned. Tiantian, you've made progress, but you still need to pay attention to the force here. Chu Tianzhao instructed carefully. In their spare time, they take good care of the elderly together, and their laughter often echoes in the courtyard. Grandpa, try the pastries I made. Tiantian walked into the house carrying a plate. Haha, okay, my dear granddaughter. The old man couldn't stop smiling. However, the good times did not last long. Not long after the two got married, the old man died due to exhaustion of his lifespan. Before the old man died, his breath was weak, but his eyes were firmly looking at Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian. He held Chu Tianzhao's hand tightly and said in a hoarse but affectionate voice, Tiantian is a simple and kind child. I entrust her to you. You must take good care of her and don't let her suffer any grievances. Also, breaking through to the spiritual immortal realm has been my lifelong wish, but unfortunately, I will never achieve it in this lifetime. Although I have lost all my cultivation, my ability to judge people is still there. I can see at a glance that you are extraordinary, not only in talent but also in your character and luck. I place this last wish on you, hoping that you can successfully break through and reach the highest realm. Remember, no matter how great the difficulties, never give up, always keep moving forward. Chu Tianzhao burst into tears and said, Senior, don't worry, I will take good care of Tiantian and work hard to achieve your wish. Tiantian burst into tears, Grandpa, please don't leave us. When the old man passed away, the whole world seemed to fall into darkness. Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian were heartbroken. They knelt in front of the old man's bed like they had lost their souls, and tears burst out like a flood. Chu Tianzhao tightly grasped the old man's hand, which was gradually turning cold, and said in a trembling voice, Senior, I, Chu Tianzhao, will never forget your kindness to me. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Tiantian and avenge you. Tiantian burst into tears. She threw herself on the old man, trying desperately to retain his gradually disappearing body temperature, as if this could bring the old man back to them. The courtyard was filled with endless sadness, and Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian were immersed in the pain of losing the old man and couldn't extricate themselves. The old man was the most important guide in their lives, and his passing left a wound in their hearts that will never heal. But they also understood that for the old man's dying wishes and for their future, they must be strong, bravely face all unknown challenges, and move forward with determination, carrying the old man's expectations. Chapter 77 Wedding. Wang Quan returned to the eastern wasteland. As he set foot on this familiar land once again, he felt a surge of indescribable emotions. The eastern wasteland, having weathered countless storms, was now unified by the 9 netherworld demon sect, presenting a brand new landscape. Wang Quan raced along, filled with excitement, eager to see the person who held such a special place in his heart, his master, Su Yu. Finally, the figure that had haunted his dreams appeared within his sight. Su Yu stood there quietly, like a blooming orchid, exuding a delicate and elegant aura. Her eyes gleamed with surprise as she gazed upon Wang Quan, whom she had long since left. Wang Quan walked forward quickly, his eyes filled with affection. Hey, master, long time no see, I've missed you terribly. His voice was bright and lively, filled with deep longing. Su Yu looked at him gently, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Quaner, you're finally back. Are you doing well outside these days? Wang Quan gently held Su Yu's hand, feeling the familiar warmth. Master, I'm fine. I just can't stop thinking about you in the Eastern Wasteland. Now that I see the Eastern Wasteland has been unified, I feel much more at ease. Su Yu nodded slightly, a look of relief in her eyes. All of this is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, who knows how much more conflict the Eastern Wasteland would have been embroiled in. Wang Quan shook his head and chuckled. Master, this is the result of everyone's joint efforts. I just contributed a little. The two were silent for a moment, and a warm atmosphere filled the air. Wang Quan looked at Su Yu, his eyes full of love. Master, these days, I miss you all the time. Without you by my side, my heart feels like something is missing, empty. Su Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. Quaner, isn't it the same for your teacher? Your safety has always been my biggest concern. Wang Quan hugged Su Yu tightly, feeling her warmth. Master, I will never leave you again. I will always be with you and protect you. Su Yu leaned in Wang Quan's arms, her heart filled with happiness. Quaner, it's great to have you by my side. They confided in each other their thoughts and experiences since they separated, and the difficulties and obstacles they had faced had now become precious memories between them. After the two of them warmly talked about their thoughts and experiences, Wang Quan's gaze fell on Su Yu with even greater passion. Wang Quan took a deep breath, his face filled with nervousness and anticipation. He suddenly knelt on one knee, took out an exquisite jade pendant from his arms, and held it in front of Su Yu. Master, Sister Yu, from the first moment I saw you, you have lived in my heart. Over the past few days, we have experienced so many ups and downs together, and my heart has become more and more determined. I don't want to call you master anymore, I want to stay by your side as your lover. Yu, will you marry me? Su Yu was startled by Wang Quan's sudden action, and then her cheeks flushed red, her eyes flickering with surprise and shyness. She bit her lip lightly, looking at Wang Quan tenderly, her heart pounding. After a long while, Su Yu nodded slightly, her voice as small as a mosquito. Quaner, I do. When the news of Wang Quan and Su Yu's decision to get married spread throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness, all the influential sects in the Eastern Wilderness were shocked. They all prepared generous gifts and came to attend this grand wedding. On the wedding day, the sky was a brilliant blue, cloudless as a sapphire. The venue, situated on a vast grassland, was adorned with fluttering flags and a riot of flowers. A vast red carpet stretched from the entrance to the main stage, flanked by a variety of exotic flowers and plants, each emitting a burst of fragrance. These exotic flowers and plants were truly extraordinary, imbued with a subtle spiritual energy, some calming the mind, others strengthening the body. They swayed gently in the breeze, as if cheering for the wedding. Guests from various prestigious sects arrived in an endless stream. They were adorned in magnificent attire, some led by their leaders, followed by a throng of disciples, all bearing respectful expressions. Even those with formidable talents, rarely seen in ordinary times, gathered to witness this legendary wedding. Some soared through the air, treading upon ornate magical weapons, while others rode mighty beasts, awe-inspiring in their presence. In the center of the venue, a magnificent stage was erected. Decorated with golden carvings and dazzling gems, it shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Surrounding the stage were massive pillars, each intricately carved with patterns, each imbued with a mysterious power. These pillars were not made of ordinary stone, but rather of precious spiritual ore, emanating a powerful spiritual energy. As the auspicious hour arrived, cheerful music began to play. Wang Quan, clad in a regal red robe and crowned with a golden crown, walked onto the stage with a dashing presence. His eyes were filled with anticipation and happiness, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. A faint, mysterious light flickered about him, the aura emanating from the powerful cultivation techniques he practiced. A moment later, Su Yu slowly approached, flanked by a group of maids. She wore a wedding gown as pure as snow, its hem studded with countless pearls and gemstones, resembling a fairy descending to earth. A delicate phoenix crown crowned her head, and her face was breathtakingly beautiful. A faint halo enveloped her, her unique spiritual shield, both beautiful and imbued with protective power. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Yu walked towards Wang Quan step by step. When she reached Wang Quan gently took her hand, and the two looked into each other's eyes. At this moment, a gorgeous rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky, and mysterious runes flashed on the rainbow, as if blessing their love. The elder presiding over the wedding walked onto the stage. His voice was loud and solemn. Today, we gather here to witness the grand wedding of Wang Quan and Su Yu. Their love has endured many hardships, but now it has finally come to fruition. May their love be as eternal as the universe, and may their lives be filled with happiness and fulfillment. Then, the elders began a series of traditional wedding rituals. With the blessings of the crowd, Wang Quan and Su Yu bowed to heaven and earth, to their parents, and finally to each other. Each step was imbued with solemnity and sacredness, allowing everyone present to sense the deep affection between them. As they bowed to heaven and earth, the earth trembled slightly, as if in response to their vows. As they bowed to their parents, an auspicious light descended from the sky, enveloping them and the elders on both sides. As the couple bowed to each other, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, forming a beautiful vortex. After the ceremony, Wang Quan and Su Yu walked off the stage hand in hand and began interacting with the guests. Representatives from various sects came forward to offer their blessings and gifts, expressing their respect and well wishes. These gifts included precious magical weapons, miraculous elixirs, and ancient secret manuals, each imbued with immense power. The wedding lasted all day, and joyful laughter echoed across the grasslands. Wang Quan and Su Yu's love story became a legend in the Eastern Wasteland, passed down through the ages. Their wedding also became one of the most fantastical events in Eastern Wasteland history. A week after Wang Quan and Su Yu's wedding, the festive atmosphere in the Eastern Wasteland still seemed to have not completely dissipated, and the air was still filled with the scent of happiness. On this day, Wang Quan, full of anticipation, embarked on a journey to find Feng Wuxiang. Feng Wuxiang, the once cold, beautiful, and arrogant woman, has now reached the spirit saint realm, possessing extraordinary strength. Clad in a fiery red dress, she radiates a powerful aura, like a blazing flame. Standing quietly atop a mountain, her hair gently swaying in the breeze, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Quan saw Feng Wuxiang from afar, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. He walked quickly forward, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Feng Wuxiang noticed Wang Quan's approach and slowly turned around. The moment her eyes met Wang Quan's, her heart trembled slightly. Wang Quan looked at Feng Wuxiang, took a deep breath, and then said solemnly, "Wuxiang, I am attracted to you. Now I have married Su Yu, but I still have a place for you in my heart. I want to spend the rest of my life with you and marry you. Are you willing?" Feng Wuxiang's heart surged upon hearing Wang Quan's words. She recalled the scene of Wang Quan and Su Yu's wedding, and she felt a surge of jealousy. As the reincarnated emperor, she should have been incredibly proud, keeping her emotions buried deep within her heart. But under the influence of the heart-tying Ji, she had fallen completely in love with Wang Quan, a love she could no longer suppress. At this moment, Feng Wuxiang's heart was filled with joy when she heard Wang Quan offer to marry her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. After a moment's silence, Feng Wuxiang nodded gently, her voice small but full of determination, "I do." The venue was chosen to be in a more magnificent valley, surrounded by mountains and shrouded in clouds. A huge red carpet stretched from the valley entrance to the main stage, with exquisitely embroidered patterns, each of which contained a blessing. Just like Su Yu's wedding, it was also grand in scale, with people from all sects coming to congratulate. At the grand wedding of Wang Quan, Su Yu and Feng Wuxiang, Yu Mengrao, Mu Linger, Luo Lingyu, Mo Shaner, and Wang Jingyao also attended. They were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, radiant, but they could not hide the complex emotions in their eyes. Yu Mengrao's long, inky hair fluttered slightly, her gaze shifting between Wang Quan and Su Yu, a heart filled with emotion. She and Wang Quan had shared an unforgettable experience, and those moments together resurfaced in her mind like beautiful paintings. At that moment, watching Su Yu and Feng Wuxiang, clad in their wedding attire, standing beside Wang Quan, their faces brimming with happiness, a wave of envy welled up in her. How she wished she could be standing there, hand in hand with Wang Quan, accepting everyone's blessings. Mu Linger's bright eyes sparkled, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she was happy for Wang Quan and Su Yu, but the disappointment hidden in her eyes was hard to conceal. She and Wang Quan had met on an adventure, and from that moment on, the seeds of love had been planted in her heart. Now, seeing the sweetness of Wang Quan, Su Yu, and Feng Wuxiang, she envied the two women for being so lucky to become Wang Quan's wives. Luo Lingyu stood quietly by, her once cold face softening. She and Wang Quan had shared countless stories, memories that adorned her life like shining stars. Watching Wang Quan, Su Yu, and Feng Wuxiang complete their wedding ceremony amidst the blessings of the crowd, she felt a surge of envy, anticipating her own happiness. Mo Shaner was graceful, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. Her meeting with Wang Quan seemed destined, and they had endured many hardships together. Now that Wang Quan had found his own happiness, she was happy for him, but she couldn't help but envy Su Yu for being able to enter the palace of marriage with Feng Wuxiang and Wang Quan. Wang Jinyao's face was filled with emotion. She also had a deep relationship with Wang Quan. She looked at Wang Quan, Su Yu, and Feng Wuxiang, her heart full of blessings. At the same time, she also longed for the day when she could be like Su Yu and spend her life with Wang Quan. However, just as everyone was immersed in the happy atmosphere of Wang Quan and Su Yu's wedding, a surprising news came. Half a month later, Wang Quan decided to hold another wedding and take Yu Mengrao, Mu Linger, Luo Lingyu, Mo Shaner, and Wang Jingyao as his wives and concubines. It's just on a much smaller scale. When the 5 women heard the news, they were filled with joy and moved. They began to carefully prepare for their wedding and looked forward to the arrival of that day. During this half-month, their hearts were filled with longing and nervousness, imagining themselves wearing beautiful wedding dresses and walking into the marriage hall with Wang Quan. Finally, half a month later, the wedding day arrived. Wang Quan, dressed in a gorgeous gown, looked handsome and elegant, his eyes filled with love and anticipation. Yu Mengrao, Mu Linger, Luo Lingyu, Mo Shaner, and Wang Jingyao, each in a different style of wedding gown, were stunningly beautiful. Holding flowers in their hands, they slowly approached Wang Quan under the gaze of the crowd. When they walked to Wang Quan, he took their hands one by one, his eyes full of affection. After the magnificent wedding in the Eastern Wasteland, Wang Quan stood on a vast expanse of land, with his beloved women behind him, Su Yu, Yu Mengrao, Mu Linger, Luo Lingyu, Mo Shaner, Wang Jingyao, and Feng Wuxiang. They all have graceful figures and extraordinary temperament. Wang Quan, dressed in a black outfit, his eyes revealing courage and determination. Beside him, numerous disciples of the 9 nether demon sect stood in neat rows, their morale high and their fighting spirit brimming. These disciples, dressed in uniform, held various magical treasures and weapons in their hands, exuding a powerful aura. Wang Quan glanced at everyone, then said loudly, "Today, we will embark on a new journey and head to the central region. We will bring the glory of the 9 nether demon sect to the central region and let the entire central region know of our existence." His voice was loud and powerful, echoing between heaven and earth. Chapter 78 The 9 nether demon cult enters the central region. Su Yu walked up, looked at Wang Quan gently, and said, Quaner, we will always be by your side. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, we will face them together. The other women also echoed and expressed their full support for Wang Quan. At Wang Quan's command, the group set out. They marched forward in a mighty procession, winding across the land like a long dragon. Along the way, they encountered various challenges and difficulties, but under Wang Quan's leadership, everyone worked together to overcome them one by one. As they entered the border of the central region, a powerful aura washed over them. The prosperity and might of the central region made them feel unprecedented pressure, but it also ignited their fighting spirit. Wang Quan looked at the central region in front of him, his heart filled with lofty ambitions. The disciples of the Juyu demon sect also felt Wang Quan's determination. They followed Wang Quan closely, ready to show their skills in the central region. They believed that under Wang Quan's leadership, the Nine Nether demon sect would surely rise in the central region and become a force that could not be ignored. Wang Quan led a group of disciples from the Nine Nether demon sect on a grand procession to a majestic mountain range. This mountain range was covered in layers of peaks and ridges, shrouded in clouds and mist, with waterfalls and springs flowing through the mountains, and spiritual plants everywhere, emitting a rich spiritual energy. It was truly an ideal place for cultivation. Wang Quan stood atop the mountain, his gaze blazing as he surveyed the vast mountain range, his heart filled with lofty ambition. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "This is the new foundation of our Nine Nether demon sect. From now on, we will establish our own sect here and create great glory together." Upon hearing this, the disciples shouted in unison, their voices reverberating deafeningly through the valley. Afterwards, Wang Quan ordered his disciples to begin clearing the grounds, building buildings, and planning the layout of the sect. For a moment, the entire mountain range was bustling with activity, as the disciples, each performing their duties, were busy and delighted. After the mountain gate was initially built, Wang Quan decided to hold a grand competition to select disciples with potential for intensive training. On the day of the competition, the sun shone brightly on the martial arts arena. The participating disciples were all in high spirits, their eyes gleaming with desire and fighting spirit. They were eager to show their skills in this competition. The competition began, with swords blazing and spells flying across the field. Some disciples displayed powerful martial arts, their movements swift as lightning and their attacks piercing the air. Others, relying on exquisite magic, manipulated the elements with breathtaking power. Each match was a thrilling spectacle, drawing bursts of applause from the spectators. After several days of fierce competition, the rankings of the competition were finally announced. Wang Quan personally ascended the podium and solemnly announced the results. The first disciple was named Lin Feng. He had an upright figure, a resolute face, and a resolute gaze. Second was a female disciple named Su Yao. She was graceful yet heroic, and her magic was masterfully executed. Third was a simple, sturdy disciple named Zhao Gang, possessing immense strength and superb martial arts skills. Wang Quan distributed generous rewards to these disciples based on their rankings. Lin Feng obtained a top-grade magical weapon, shimmering with light and imbued with immense power. Su Yao obtained a precious cultivation technique, said to possess the power to reach the highest level, reaching the highest level of heaven and earth. Zhao Gang also obtained a large amount of spirit crystals, sufficient to sustain his long-term cultivation. In addition to the top three, other outstanding disciples also received corresponding rewards, such as rare elixirs or powerful weapons. After that, all the disciples who stood out in the competition became Chu Feng's confidants. Afterwards, Wang Quan, dressed in a black robe and exuding a chilling aura, strode towards the locations of the major sects. Every step he took seemed to shake the earth, and the rolling black clouds behind him followed closely like his shadow. Along the way, the mountains and rivers were silent, and the birds and beasts were silent, as if the entire world was trembling under his pressure. When he finally reached the mountain gate of the largest sect, the massive, tightly closed stone door couldn't stop him. Wang Quan snorted coldly, and that single snort transformed into a powerful force that shattered the heavy stone door. The disciples in the sect were immediately panicked, their alarm bells ringing. The elders and the sect leader rushed over, and when they saw Wang Quan before them, their faces turned pale. Wang Quan ignored their fear and walked straight into the sect's main hall. He then followed suit, heading to other major sects. Wherever he went, no one dared to stop him, all intimidated by his terrifying aura. Wang Quan, a powerful figure who had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, now exuded a terrifying aura. His figure, like a mountain, towered between heaven and earth, his powerful aura seemingly capable of distorting the surrounding void. His gaze was cold, sweeping like a sharp sword in the direction of the major sects. His voice was like a bell, resounding through the sky. "Today, with the power of the peak Emperor realm, I order you to share all your sect skills with my Nine Nether demon sect. If you disobey, don't blame me for being ruthless and ruthless. Your sect will be wiped out from this world forever." As soon as these words were spoken, panic and anger immediately descended upon all the major sects and sacred places. The sect leaders and elders gathered together, their faces gloomy and their eyes burning with anger. This royal power is simply too much. Our sect skills are treasures passed down by our ancestors. How can we give them away so easily? A white-haired old man was so angry that his whole body was shaking. But the king is too powerful. If we resist, I'm afraid our sect will be destroyed. Someone looked worried and sighed helplessly. Are we just going to succumb to his tyranny? How can we face our ancestors in the sect? The sect leader with a strong character said with his eyes wide open and teeth gnashed. However, despite the resentment of the various sects and sacred places, facing the unrivaled power of Wang Quan, they knew that resistance would mean destruction. Ultimately, before Wang Quan's overwhelming and terrifying power, they were forced to lower their proud heads and choose submission. Filled with grief and helplessness, the various sects and holy places offered their precious skills one by one. Wang Quan proudly accepted these skills, and the power of the Nine Nether demon sect was greatly enhanced. However, the hatred of the major sects towards the royal power is deeply buried in their hearts, waiting for the day when they can take revenge. The other side, the flame of revenge burned fiercely in Chu Tianzhao's heart. In order to achieve revenge against the other forces in Tianyuan Holy Land, he decided to take a more covert and daring action. Chu Tianzhao cast a powerful spell, skillfully transforming his appearance and completely concealing his original features and aura. Like a mysterious passerby, he quietly arrived at a city outside the Kangyan Holy Land. Within this bustling city, Chu Tianzhao settled down quietly, silently observing every move within the Kangyan Holy Land. He found a simple inn in the city. The innkeeper was a warm-hearted middle-aged man. Seeing Chu Tianzhao's extraordinary temperament, he asked curiously, "Sir, you don't look like a local. What brings you here?" Chu Tianzhao shook his head slightly and replied calmly, "I'm just passing by and looking for a place to stay." Not long after, the Kangyan Holy Land held a grand recruitment event. Chu Tianzhao knew this was the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the Kangyan Holy Land. He concealed his true cultivation, displaying only seemingly ordinary yet slightly superior strength, and easily passed the Kangyan Holy Land's numerous trials. Throughout the trials, his calmness and resourcefulness, as well as his skillful responses to various challenges, impressed everyone in the Kangyan Holy Land. An elder in charge of the trials looked at Chu Tianzhao, nodded slightly, and said, "This boy is extraordinary and can be cultivated." The disciples nearby also murmured, "This man looks ordinary, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful." With his immense talent, Chu Tianzhao quickly caught the attention of Yan Jin, the Holy Lord of Kangyan. Yan Jin was filled with curiosity and anticipation for this mysterious newcomer, believing him to be a promising talent, and decided to take him in as his disciple. Chu Tianzhao calmly accepted this arrangement, but secretly plotted his revenge. Finally, the apprenticeship ceremony arrived. Guests from all corners of the world gathered on this solemn and grand occasion. Yan Jin sat in a high seat, looking proudly at Chu Tianzhao, who would soon become his disciple. Yanjin smiled and said, "It is a blessing for you to be able to become my disciple. From now on, you should work hard to cultivate and bring honor to the Kangyan Holy Land." Chu Tianzhao bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Disciple will obey my orders." However, just as everyone was looking forward to the start of this master-disciple relationship, Chu Tianzhao suddenly took off his disguise. The powerful great emperor's cultivation instantly erupted like a surging wave, enveloping the entire venue in this terrifying force. Everyone stared at Chu Tianzhao in horror, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. Yanjin's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and fear. Yanjin asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Chu Tianzhao's eyes were icy, without a trace of pity. He glared at Yanjin and said, "Do you still remember the Tianyuan Holy Land? Today is the day you pay the price for violating it." Without hesitation, he attacked, his powerful force lashing out at Yanjin like a violent storm. Yanjin tried to resist, but his resistance seemed powerless in the face of Chu Tianzhao's great power. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Yanjin was quickly defeated by Chu Tianzhao's powerful attack and fell in a pool of blood. Chu Tianzhao stood there, emitting a cold murderous aura, as if announcing his determination for revenge for the entire Kangyan Holy Land. The news of Yanjin's murder swept through the entire cultivation world like a raging storm. Upon hearing this tragic news, both the Balei Holy Land and the Zonbing Holy Land fell into extreme tension and panic. Lei Li, the lord of the Balei Holy Land, a powerful figure known for his fiery temper and decisive actions, had lost his usual composure. He paced back and forth in the Holy Land's main hall, his face filled with anxiety and uneasiness. This Chu Tianzhao is so bold and presumptuous that he dared to kill Yanjin, Lei Li roared in anger. The elder beside him said cautiously, "Holy Lord, we participated in the operation to destroy the Tianyuan Holy Land. Now that Chu Tianzhao has come for revenge, I'm afraid his next target will be our Balei Holy Land." Lei Li frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must seek help. Get ready immediately and follow me to the Wang family to ask Wang Quan for help." Lei Li, accompanied by his trusted followers, rushed to the Wang family in a hurry. However, to his disappointment, the Wang family informed him that Wang Quan was not in the central region. "What? Wang Quan is not here? Then where did he go?" Lei Li asked anxiously. The Wang family's housekeeper shook his head helplessly. "Holy Lord, I don't know either. Wang Quan didn't tell me where he was going or when he would return when he left." This news was like a bolt from the blue, and Lei Li's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. What should I do? Without the royal power, who can resist the revengeful Chu Tianzhao? Lei Li muttered to himself, his face full of anxiety and fear. With no other choice, Lei Li could only embark on his journey home with a heart full of uneasiness. On his way back, Chu Tianzhao had already set an ambush. Chu Tianzhao hid in the dense forest beside the road, his presence completely concealed, as if blending in with the surrounding environment. When Lei Li and his team entered the ambush circle, Chu Tianzhao suddenly jumped up. "Lei Li, today is the day you die." Chu Tianzhao's angry roar resounded through the sky. Lei Li was horrified. "Chu Tianzhao, how dare you ambush here?" Chu Tianzhao snorted coldly, "You bunch of villains, you should have expected this day to come after committing such a crime." Lei Li pretended to be calm. "Chu Tianzhao, don't be so arrogant. The Balei Holy Land, I'm not someone you can easily mess with." But before he could finish his words, Chu Tianzhao launched a fierce attack. The powerful force was like a surging wave, sweeping towards Lei Li and the others. "Everyone be careful, fight with all your might," Lei Li shouted loudly. The disciples of the Balei Holy Land used their unique skills one after another to try to resist Chu Tianzhao's attack. "You evildoers, who destroyed the Tianyuan Holy Land for your own selfish desires, will pay the price for your crimes today." Chu Tianzhao's eyes were blazing with fire, and every move contained endless anger and hatred. While resisting, Lei Li shouted, "Chu Tianzhao, if you let us go, my Balei Holy Land is willing to pay any price." Chu Tianzhao shouted angrily, "Your price is life for life." The disciples of Balei Holy Land fell one after another under Chu Tianzhao's powerful attack, and their bodies were clearly imprinted on the ground, as if they were crushed by a mountain. Lei Zhen looked at this scene, his heart filled with despair and anger. However, Lei Li refused to give up. He decided to use one last move to save the situation. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength, and unleashed his most powerful martial art, Balei Yaoshi Thunderbolt. This technique unleashed a powerful force of lightning, inflicting immense damage to the enemy. Lei Li poured all his strength into Balei Yaoshi, then slammed it towards Chu Tianzhao. Chu Tianzhao felt a powerful pressure, but he didn't retreat. He concentrated his strength and unleashed his own martial art, earth-shaking. Two powerful martial arts collided in midair, emitting a deafening explosion. The entire arena was illuminated, as if a sun had exploded. The disciples on both sides were shocked by the scene and speechless, and could only watch the battle in silence. In the end, Chu Tianzhao's earth-shattering skill prevailed, successfully breaking Lei Li's radiant thunder. Lei Li was sent flying, slamming heavily to the ground. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as paper. He knew he had lost, and lost miserably. "No, I won't give in," Lei Li let out a final desperate roar. But all this was of no avail, and in the end, Lei Li fell to the ground. Chapter 79 Half-Step Spiritual Immortal. After successfully ambushing and killing Lei Li, Chu Tianzhao's gaze firmly turned to his final target of revenge, the Xuanbing Holy Land. However, at this moment, the Xuanbing Holy Land was like an impenetrable fortress. From afar, the Xuanbing Holy Land was surrounded by a thick layer of icy fog, faintly shimmering with mysterious runic light. This was a powerful defensive barrier, capable of resisting powerful external attacks. At the entrance to the Holy Land stood two enormous ice sculptures of mythical beasts. They were lifelike, emitting a cold and majestic aura, as if warning any incoming enemies. On the walls of the Holy Land, fully armed disciples stood guard at regular intervals. Clad in ice blue armor and armed with sharp ice blades, they scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Various powerful magical instruments were also deployed on the walls, some capable of unleashing freezing arrows, others forming solid ice shields. Inside the Holy Land, patrols came and went without stopping for a moment. They were well trained and moved in unison, leaving no suspicious corner untouched. Xuanbing Lord Bingpo stood in the main hall, her face gloomy. Before her stood a group of trusted disciples, all with nervous expressions. Bingpo's eyes were sharp as he loudly commanded, "This time, Chu Tianzhao has successfully annihilated the Kangyan Holy Land and the Balei Holy Land. His next target is very likely our Xuanbing Holy Land. From today on, all disciples must strictly guard us and not slack off in the slightest." A disciple bowed and said, "Holy Lord, we have strengthened our defenses and increased the number of patrols and manpower." Bingpo nodded slightly and continued, "The ice fog barrier at the entrance must be kept open at all times and guarded by dedicated personnel. The magical instruments on the city walls must also be inspected regularly to ensure they can function at critical moments." Another disciple responded, "Yes, Holy Lord, we have made all the arrangements." Bingpo swept his eyes over the crowd and said seriously, "Also, additional personnel must be deployed to all important checkpoints and treasure houses. If any trace of Chu Tianzhao is discovered, sound the alarm immediately." All the disciples answered in unison, "We will obey the Holy Lord's orders." Bingpo took a deep breath and said slowly, "Everyone, go down. Make sure to protect the Xuanbing Holy Land." The disciples bowed and retreated, and began to carry out their defensive tasks more strictly. However, despite the huge scale of the Xuanbing Holy Land's defense and its strict vigilance, Chu Tianzhao still found an opportunity to take advantage of. Chu Tianzhao lurked near the Xuanbing Holy Land, observing the heavily guarded defenses from afar. He knew that if he forced his way in, while he was confident he could kill Bingpo, the master of Xuanbing, with his own strength, his whereabouts would inevitably be exposed. Furthermore, he knew Wang Quan's power was unfathomable, and if his whereabouts were exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to Wang Quan's frenzied retaliation. Furthermore, he had a wife at home, eagerly awaiting his safe return. Revenge is important, but I can't let him worry about me every day, and I can't put myself in a desperate situation because of a momentary impulse. Chu Tianzhao thought to himself. So he chose to wait patiently, like a patient hunter, waiting for the best opportunity. Chu Tianzhao had been traveling around for days, waiting for an opportunity to see the Xuanbing Holy Land. One day, he walked into a bustling tavern. The tavern was bustling with activity, a cacophony of activity rising and falling. Some patrons were laughing and talking loudly, some were arguing, and others were drinking alone. Chu Tianzhao found a seat in a corner and casually scanned the crowd around him. He called the waiter, ordered a pot of wine and a few dishes, and began to drink leisurely, but his ears were carefully listening to the conversations of the people around him. Have you heard? The Xuanbing dojo in the Xuanbing Holy Land is about to open, a rough voice suddenly sounded. Chu Tianzhao's heart moved, and the action of pouring wine in his hand paused slightly, but soon returned to normal. Is this true? That's a once-in-a-millennium event, someone nearby responded. It's absolutely true. I have a distant relative who works at the Xuanbing Holy Land, and the information is absolutely reliable. It's said that when the Xuanbing dojo opens this time, even the Xuanbing Holy Land's great emperor realm powerhouse Bingpo will go in person to listen to the teachings. When Chu Tianzhao heard this, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, but his face remained calm and he continued to listen quietly. The opening of the Xuanbing dojo is a rare opportunity. I heard that even masters from other holy lands want to join in the fun. Humph, it's not that easy to get in. The Xuanbing Holy Land must have guarded their dojo like an iron barrel. Chu Tianzhao paid for the drinks and quietly left the tavern, already having a plan in mind. Finally, the day arrived for the opening of the Xuanbing dojo. The Xuanbing dojo was located deep within the Xuanbing Holy Land, within a massive iceberg. The interior of the iceberg had been hollowed out, creating a vast expanse. At this point, the dojo was already filled with numerous disciples and experts from the Xuanbing Holy Land. In the center of the dojo, a massive ice platform shimmered with mysterious runes and light. The surrounding walls were also inlaid with various ice blue gems, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire dojo like a dreamscape. Everyone sat quietly on the ground, waiting for the shadow of the founder of the sect to appear. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a tall, illusory figure appeared on the ice platform. He exuded a powerful aura, making people feel an invisible pressure. I am the founder of Xuanbing Holy Land. Today I will preach to you. The founder's voice seemed to come from ancient times and echoed in the Taoist temple. Everyone listened intently to the Grandmaster's teachings, their faces filled with reverence and concentration. Bingpo also sat among the group, eyes slightly closed, intently comprehending. At this moment, without anyone noticing, a dark shadow quietly sneaked into the dojo. While everyone was immersed in the sermon of the ancestor shadow, Chu Tianzhao sneaked into the Xuanbing dojo like a ghost. Bingpo was absorbed in the Grandmaster's teachings when suddenly a sense of alarm surged in her heart. She opened her eyes abruptly and saw Chu Tianzhao's murderous figure. Chu Tianzhao, Bingpo roared angrily, stood up instantly, and cold air spread all over his body, instantly condensing into countless sharp ice blades, flying towards Chu Tianzhao. Chu Tianzhao snorted coldly, not afraid at all. He formed seals with his hands and a powerful force burst out from his body, forming a huge shield that blocked all the ice blades. Seeing this, Bingpo waved his hands, and the cold air condensed into a huge ice dragon, which pounced on Chu Tianzhao with bared fangs and claws. Wherever the ice dragon passed, the air froze, making a crackling sound. Chu Tianzhao's eyes focused, and he dodged the ice dragon's attack with a flash. At the same time, he clenched his fists, and with blazing flames burning on them, he blasted towards the ice dragon. Boom! The flames and ice collided, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire dojo. The shockwave spread outward, knocking many weaker disciples to the ground. Bingpo took advantage of the situation and launched another attack. She muttered something, and the surrounding cold air quickly gathered in her hand, forming a huge ice sword. Holding the ice sword, she stabbed at Chu Tianzhao. Chu Tianzhao shouted loudly, his aura suddenly rising, and a powerful pressure spread out. He displayed a peerless martial art, and a huge shadow of a god of war appeared behind him. The shadow of the god of war swung his huge fist, colliding with the ice sword in Bingpo's hand. Bang! Another loud noise was heard, and the ice sword shattered into countless scattered ice chips. Bingpo's face paled, but she refused to accept defeat. She once again mobilized all her strength and unleashed her most powerful secret technique. For a moment, the entire dojo was enveloped in an extreme cold, as if freezing everything into ice. Chu Tianzhao's eyes were determined. He clasped his hands together and chanted a mysterious spell. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot out from them, hitting Bingpo directly. Bingpo resisted with all her might, but the light contained extremely powerful force and instantly penetrated her defense. Ah! Bingpo screamed, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall of the dojo heavily. Chu Tianzhao didn't give her any chance to breathe. He rushed over in an instant, condensed a powerful force in his hands, and slapped Bingpo hard. Bang! Bingpo's body completely shattered under this blow and turned into icy mist all over the sky. The entire Xuanbing dojo was in ruins after the fierce battle between the two. Huge cracks appeared in the walls, the ground was pitted, and most of the once dazzling gems were shattered. After Chu Tianzhao killed Bingpo, he stood in the devastated Xuanbing dojo, surrounded by the icy aura left by Bingpo's dissipation. His chest heaved violently, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep calm. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling his journey of revenge, a mixture of emotions welling up in his heart. His home had been destroyed, his family and friends had been persecuted, those painful memories flooded back like a tide. Yet, now that he had personally sought some justice for all of this, the hatred within him found some outlet. At this moment, a strange force quietly surged within him. Initially like a trickle, it gradually gathered into a mighty river, impacting his meridians and dantian. Chu Tianzhao felt the spiritual energy surrounding him rushing towards him frantically, blending with the power within him. His body radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire dark dojo. Within the light, Chu Tianzhao's aura continued to rise, and his state of mind became increasingly clear under the impact of this power. Past experiences flashed through his mind, each seemed like a brilliant star, guiding him to a deeper understanding of the path of cultivation. The hardships and setbacks he had once endured now became the motivation and wisdom that fueled his progress. So, this is the opportunity for a breakthrough. Chu Tianzhao murmured to himself. He was immersed in this wonder state, comprehending the great principles of heaven and earth. The power within him continuously condensed and compressed, eventually forming a brilliant spiritual core in his dantian. A hazy halo surrounded the spiritual core, symbolizing his status as a half-step spiritual immortal. As the light gradually faded, Chu Tianzhao slowly opened his eyes, revealing a transcendental charm. He felt the powerful force within him, knowing that he was only one step away from the true spiritual realm. As long as I kill Wang Quan again, I can completely perfect my Taoist heart and break through the spiritual fairyland. Chu Tianzhao clenched his fists, his heart filled with firm belief. He disappeared in the Xuanbing dojo in a flash and embarked on a journey of revenge. Deep within the 9 Netherworld demon sect, there is a mysterious and tranquil cave where Wang Quan is practicing in seclusion, trying to break through to the coveted spiritual realm. Within the cave, spiritual energy was so dense it was practically tangible, transforming into wisps of colorful mist that flowed through the air. Wang Quan sat upright on a massive stone platform, a dazzling light shimmering around him. His aura was as deep as the ocean, yet surging. He closed his eyes tightly and concentrated all his energy on practicing his skills, attempting to break through the bottleneck of the half-step spiritual immortal realm. However, no matter how hard he tried, the seemingly thin barrier remained impenetrable, bringing his breakthrough to a standstill. Wang Quan frowned, his heart filled with confusion and resentment. Why? I've accumulated so much, yet I still can't break through, he muttered to himself. In desperation, he could only awaken the mysterious system in his body. The system's cold voice rang in his mind. You are limited by the laws of nature. Only by killing Chu Tianzhao can you break through to the spiritual immortal realm. Wang Quan was shocked when he heard this. Chu Tianzhao. It's because of him. In order to obtain more information about Chu Tianzhao, Wang Quan ended his retreat, left the cave, and came to the Wang family. The atmosphere in the Wang family's hall was solemn. The Wang family's patriarch was sitting in the main seat with a worried look on his face. Upon seeing Wang Quan arrive, he quickly stood up to greet him. Wang Quan, have you made any breakthroughs during your retreat? The Wang family ancestor asked anxiously. Wang Quan shook his head and said in a deep voice, Ancestor, I came here to inquire about Chu Tianzhao's situation. The Wang family ancestor's expression changed, and he sighed. Alas, the 3 holy places have been destroyed by Chu Tianzhao. Now that his strength has greatly increased, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with him. Wang Quan was shocked and said, What? He actually destroyed the 3 holy places. How is this possible? The Wang family patriarch nodded solemnly and said, Chu Tianzhao has somehow gained some kind of opportunity that has caused his strength to soar. Now, the entire cultivation world is in a state of panic. Wang Quan frowned and said, Then how should we deal with it? The Wang family patriarch pondered for a moment and said, For now, we can only wait and see the situation and wait for the right opportunity. At the same time, we must strengthen the family's defense and cultivation to improve our own strength. Wang Quan nodded and said, Okay, I will continue to practice hard and strive to break through to the spiritual immortal realm as soon as possible. After saying this, Wang Quan turned and left the Wang family, returning to his cave. He knew that in order to break through to the spiritual immortal realm, he had to kill Chu Tianzhao, but this was no easy task. He needed even greater strength and wisdom to defeat Chu Tianzhao. So, he decided to retreat again, continue practicing, and find a way to break through. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. What? The 3 holy places have been destroyed by him. This Chu Tianzhao has grown so rapidly. The Wang family's ancestor said worriedly, This boy has become a serious problem. If he is not eliminated quickly, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles. Wang Quan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, No matter what, I will kill him, break through to the spiritual immortal realm, and make sure no one in this world can compete with me. After saying that, he turned and left, preparing to plan how to deal with Chu Tianzhao. Chapter 80 Planning. In the prosperous land of the central region, a magnificent and luxurious palace stood tall in the clouds. Resplendent with gold and jade, its carved beams and painted rafters exuded an awe-inspiring aura of majesty. This was the venue prepared by Wang Quan for a banquet to entertain the leaders of the world's sects. After the news spread, nearly every sect in the central region was shaken. They knew full well the power of the great demon Wang Quan, whose ruthlessness and unfathomable cultivation level made them dreadful. However, faced with Wang Quan's invitation, they dared not disobey. After receiving the invitation, the leaders of each sect were all worried and distressed. They knew that this banquet was no ordinary event, perhaps a hangman banquet, but they did not have the courage to refuse. What should we do? That devil Wang Quan must have bad intentions in hosting the banquet, but if we don't go, I'm afraid our sect will be in trouble in an instant. A sect leader paced back and forth in the sect's meeting hall, his face full of anxiety. Alas, even if we know it is a fire pit, we have to jump into it. Prepare precious natural treasures as gifts, hoping to calm the devil's anger. Another elder sighed helplessly. Therefore, on the day of the banquet, the leaders of various sects set off with carefully prepared gifts. For example, the leader of the Star Sword sect arrived bearing an ancient divine sword, its blade gleaming with starlight and possessing immense power. The attendant announced loudly, the leader of the Star Sword sect has arrived, offering an ancient divine sword. The master of the Thunder Temple presented an orb imbued with the power of endless thunder. The attendant shouted, the master of the Thunder Temple has arrived, presenting you with a thunder orb. The palace master of the Illusion Palace brought with him a mysterious phantom secret manual, which could allow one to cultivate unpredictable and illusory body movements. The attendant shouted, the palace master of the Phantom Palace has arrived, presenting a phantom secret manual. The leader of the Yanyang Xian men was carrying a 1,000-year-old Yanyang Xian Sao, which was said to be able to transform oneself after taking it. The attendant announced, the leader of the Yanyang Xian men has arrived, and he presents a 1,000-year-old Yanyang Xian Sao to you. Along the way, these sect leaders were full of worries. Although their teams were magnificent, there was no joy on anyone's face. Finally, they arrived at the magnificent palace. Outside, the guards were heavily guarded, each one exuding a powerful, chilling presence. The sect leaders cautiously entered the palace, feeling uneasy. The palace was lavishly decorated, overflowing with gold and jade. Wang Quan sat high in the main seat, gazing coldly at the guests who had come to the banquet. The pressure he emanated made everyone present feel breathless. I am very happy that you can come. Wang Quan's voice was cold and ruthless. The leaders of the sects hurriedly bowed and respectfully presented the precious gifts they had brought, speaking flattering words, just hoping to keep themselves and their sect safe in this terrible banquet. At the extravagant banquet, Wang Quan sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping majestically over the various sect leaders present. After everyone had taken their seats and 3 rounds of drinks had passed, Wang Quan suddenly stood up, folded his arms across his chest, and loudly declared, from now on, all sects under heaven must respect me as their leader and obey my commands. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. The various clan leaders looked at each other in bewilderment, and all could not help but sigh. What should we do? Asking us to respect him as our leader is simply going too far. The sect leader lowered his voice, his face full of resentment. But Wang Quan is powerful and ruthless, what can we do? Another clan leader shook his head helplessly. Everyone discussed it in private for a while, but finally, under the pressure of the king's power, they had no choice but to agree. We will obey Lord Wang's orders. The clan leaders said in unison, their voices filled with reluctance and helplessness. Wang Quan nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, there's one more thing. Chu Tianzhao is my enemy. I am now wanted for Chu Tianzhao and his wife Tiantian. Anyone who can provide information on their whereabouts will be rewarded handsomely. At this moment, an old man in the crowd who knew the inside story was shocked and couldn't help but stand up and say, no. Chu Tianzhao is the one who will deal with the demons. If you kill him, the demons will invade and all the people will be devastated. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan snorted coldly, demons. I have my own ways to deal with them, so there's no need for you to worry. At this moment, a sect leader with a bad temper could no longer tolerate it. He slammed the table, pointed at Wang Quan and cursed, Wang Quan, you are selfish. For your own selfish desires, you harmed a genius like Chu Tianzhao. You will definitely be punished by heaven. He had just cursed a few times when Wang Quan's face darkened, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He instantly struck out, a powerful force like lightning, piercing the sect leader's forehead. Then, Wang Quan grasped his palm, and an invisible force tore the sect leader's soul from his body. With a gentle squeeze, it extinguished his soul, causing it to scatter. Who else objects? Wang Quan's cold voice echoed in the hall, and his eyes swept across everyone like a knife. The entire place was utterly silent, everyone was frozen in fear, not daring to raise a single question. The banquet, which had been bustling just moments before, now fell into a deathly silence, with only the oppressive aura of Wang Quan permeating the air. After the banquet, the leaders of each sect returned to their own sects dejectedly, filled with helplessness and resentment. Although they were extremely reluctant and unwilling, under the terrifying power of the king, they had no choice but to obey his orders. After returning to the sect, they immediately began to make arrangements, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Master, this royal power is really too much. Are we really going to be at his mercy forever? An elder said indignantly. The sect master sighed helplessly. Alas, Wang Quan is powerful. If we don't obey, I'm afraid our sect will be destroyed in an instant. Let's do as he says first and make long-term plans. Soon, within the jurisdiction of each sect, the streets and alleys were covered with wanted posters for Tiantian and Chu Tianzhao. On these wanted posters, the portraits of Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian were eye-catching and ferocious, and high rewards were marked next to them. At this time, Chu Tianzhao had already quietly sneaked into the Divine Sword sect. The atmosphere within the Divine Sword sect was solemn. Chu Tianzhao met the sect master and stated his purpose directly. Master, the king's power is now perverse and reckless, causing panic among all the sects. I, Chu Tianzhao, have come here hoping to join forces with you to fight against that evil villain. The Divine Sword sect's leader frowned, his face filled with hesitation. He said, Chu Tianzhao, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Wang Quan is terrifyingly powerful and ruthless. I'm afraid we can't contend with him. If we fail, our Divine Sword sect will surely suffer a devastating disaster. Chu Tianzhao's eyes were determined. Without a word, he unleashed his great emperor cultivation and struck out with all his might. With a resounding bang, the distant mountain was instantly reduced to dust. This powerful force shook the entire Divine Sword sect. The leader of the Divine Sword sect was shocked. The feeling he felt from this attack was no less than that of royal power. He recalled the brutality and tyranny of the royal power when it forced him to submit, and the resentment in his heart surged again. Master, we used to be on good terms with the Tianyuan Holy Land. Now that Chu Tianzhao has come to us seeking cooperation, it is also an opportunity for us to repay our old friendship, said a loyal elder. The clan leader fell into deep thought. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes as he said, all right. Chu Tianzhao, I've decided to join you in dealing with Wang Quan. Even if it means a fight to the death, we can't let that evil villain do whatever he wants. Chu Tianzhao then looked at the Divine Sword sect's leader with a piercing gaze, and said in a firm and sincere tone, Master, relying solely on the Divine Sword sect's strength is probably not enough to deal with Wang Quan. Could you try to unite with other sects that you have good relations with? Only by working together can we have a greater chance of victory. The leader of the Divine Sword sect had a solemn expression, his brows furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Master Chu, this matter is of grave importance. If anything goes wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. But to escape the oppression of royal power, I am willing to give it a try. Not long after, several other sect leaders who had close ties with the Divine Sword sect were invited to the Divine Sword sect. The atmosphere in the lobby of the Divine Sword sect was oppressive and tense. The sect master expressed his intention to unite against Wang Quan. Will this work? Wang Quan's power is unfathomable. Wouldn't this be courting our own demise? A sect leader said with a worried look on his face, filled with doubt. There are thousands of disciples in my sect. I have to consider their safety. Yes, if we fail, our sect will be doomed. Another sect leader echoed, his eyes filled with worry and fear. Furthermore, Wang Quan's methods are cruel. If he knew of our plan, it would be a disaster. At this moment, Chu Tianzhao strode in. He exuded a powerful pressure, like a towering mountain, impossible to ignore. Feeling this pressure, several sect leaders were shocked. Chu Tianzhao's gaze was as sharp as a torch as he surveyed the crowd. He spoke in a deep voice, fellow sect leaders, I, Chu Tianzhao, am fully aware of the immense risks involved in this matter. However, if we continue to succumb to Wang Quan's tyranny, we will sooner or later be defeated one by one. I have forged a deep blood feud with Wang Quan, a feud that will rage until our death. And, fellow sect leaders, are you willing to be forever controlled by Wang Quan and lose the dignity and freedom of your sect? Several sect leaders looked at each other. After a moment's silence, one of them said, what Chu Tianzhao said makes sense. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, we might as well give it a try. But how can we ensure the success of our plan? Chu Tianzhao stepped forward and said, as long as we unite and plan carefully, we have a chance. But even if we can temporarily challenge the king's power, what if he has a backup plan? Another clan leader raised the question. The leader of the Divine Sword sect said, everyone, the arrow is now on the string and must be released. I believe in Master Chu Tianzhao's determination and strength. Let's take this gamble. The others nodded, finally relieved, and agreed to work with Chu Tianzhao to deal with Wang Quan. Everyone sat together and began to discuss countermeasures. We have to come up with a foolproof plan to lure Wang Quan into the trap, said a clan leader. But how can we convince Wang Quan that we've captured Tiantian? Why don't we pretend to have found Tiantian and captured him, then use this information to lure Wang Quan over here, the Divine Sword sect leader suggested. We can then set up numerous traps, and once he arrives, we'll make sure he never returns. This plan is feasible, but we have to make it convincing enough to not arouse Wang Quan's suspicions, another clan leader added. We also need to plan a retreat, just in case. Then we will make good arrangements, arrange the manpower, set traps, and wait for Wang Quan to come and make sure he never returns. Chu Tianzhao clenched his fists, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. But Wang Quan is cunning and suspicious. We have to consider all possible scenarios. A thoughtful clan leader said, for example, he might bring experts with him, or send people to investigate beforehand. Everyone nodded and began to discuss the specific action plan in detail, repeatedly considering every detail to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Elsewhere, in Wang Quan's luxurious palace, the atmosphere was as tranquil and majestic as usual. Suddenly, a strange suzerain came to visit Wang Quan, with an unreadable expression on his face and a bound woman following behind him. As soon as the woman saw Wang Quan, her eyes blazed with anger, and she cursed him desperately, Wang Quan, you evil villain. You are so cruel and ruthless, and you have committed so many evil things. You will not die a good death. You will get your comeuppance sooner or later. The clan leader quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, Sir Wang, this is Chu Tianzhao's wife, Tiantian. I stumbled upon her in a remote place and took great pains to capture her. I'm bringing her to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan was overjoyed. A smug smile appeared on his face, and he said excitedly, haha, God is really helping me. With Tiantian, Chu Tianzhao won't be a threat to me. I will be able to take him down easily. However, not long after, another hurried spy arrived to report. He knelt on one knee and said anxiously, Sir Wang, this is bad. We just received word that Tiantian has been captured by others and is now in the Divine Sword sect. Wang Quan was stunned at first, then his face darkened, a shrewd and vigilant look flashed in his eyes, and he thought quickly in his mind. There must be something fishy here. Could it be that someone deliberately set up a trap to lure me into it? Wang Quan frowned and said to himself. The sect leader was a little panicked at this time and said quickly, Master Wang, what should we do? Maybe this really is a trap. Wang Quan snorted coldly, glaring at the clan leader and the spy, and said, HMPH, even if it's a trap, so what? I, Wang Quan, won't be afraid of them, but if they dare to plot against me, I will make them pay a heavy price. The spy asked cautiously, Sir Wang, what should we do next? Wang Quan paced back and forth, a chill emanating from his body. After a moment of contemplation, he said, gather your men immediately and accompany me to the Divine Sword sect. I want to see just how capable they are. The leader said hesitantly, Master Wang, why don't we take a long-term view, just in case? Before the clan leader could finish, Wang Quan interrupted, don't say any more. They can't cause any big trouble. Afterwards, Wang Quan waved his hand and began to make arrangements for the trip to the Divine Sword sect. Chapter 81 Confrontation. Wang Quan, accompanied by several capable disciples, embarked on a journey to the Divine Sword sect with a dignified demeanor. Before setting off, they roughly tied Tian up, gagged her with a cloth, and then hid her light cargo in a luxurious and spacious carriage. Then, Wang Quan majestically boarded the luxurious chariot pulled by 3 dragons. The dragons, slender and powerful, their scales gleaming with a cold light, pulled the chariot through the sky. Atop the chariot, Wang Quan's face was gloomy, his brow furrowed, as he secretly considered the various possibilities of this journey. When they arrived at the Divine Sword sect, they saw the sect master and several other sect masters already waiting respectfully at the mountain gate. Upon seeing Wang Quan arrive, everyone immediately smiled and offered fake flattery as they approached. It is a great honor for our Divine Sword sect to have Lord Wang here in person. It is indeed a great honor for our sect to have Lord Wang visit us. The leader of the Divine Sword sect said flatteringly, bending his waist very low, with a flattering smile on his face. Lord Wang is famous far and wide. It is our honor to have him visit our sect today. Our admiration for Lord Wang is like the endless torrent of water. The other sect leaders also echoed, nodding and bowing, their eyes full of awe. Then, the leader of the Divine Sword sect said, Lord Wang, I have been keeping her in the dungeon all day. The environment is harsh, damp, dark, and cramped, and I'm afraid it's polluted your eyes. Why don't you go into the hall to rest and have a cup of tea? I will send someone to bring her here as soon as possible. Wang Quan, who already knew about these people's conspiracy, decisively refused. His gaze was like a sharp sword, staring coldly at the leader of the Divine Sword sect. Don't bother with so much trouble. I don't have that much patience to wait. Bring her up directly. I want to see her with my own eyes. Only in this way can I be sure that she is truly safe and sound. Otherwise, you will all pay the price. Upon hearing this, the Divine Sword sect's leader's face instantly turned pale. He secretly groaned inwardly. He had originally thought his plan was flawless and could easily trap Wang Quan, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so shrewd. They had carefully arranged a powerful formation in the dungeon, intending to lure Wang Quan into the dungeon and then use it to kill him. But now it seemed that this plan had been discovered. Wang Quan would not be easily fooled. If he did not follow his instructions, the consequences could be very serious. Wang Quan saw him hesitate, frowned, and raised his voice to ask, what? Can't you bring it up? Are my words no longer effective? At this time, Chu Tianzhao, disguised as an attendant, whispered in the ear of the Divine Sword sect's leader, promise him, I'm confident I can defeat him. Don't worry, just follow the plan. After hearing Chu Tianzhao's words, the Divine Sword sect's leader was still a little uneasy, but he reluctantly agreed and said, since Lord Wang has requested this, I will have someone bring her here right away. I just hope Lord Wang won't blame us for our lack of preparation. Then, after a long while, the Divine Sword sect's leader's men hurriedly brought up a woman who looked exactly like Tiantian. However, Wang Quan was unsure of who he was. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately activated his delusion-piercing eyes, seeing through the disguise at a glance. The leader of the Divine Sword sect pretended to be calm, but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and asked his disciples to bring the person to Wang Quan, saying, Master Wang, the person has been brought to you. Wang Quan nodded expressionlessly and agreed, well, bring it here. But the moment the woman approached Wang Quan, the ropes around her seemed to be undone by mysterious force, and she suddenly fell away. Then, the woman regained her mobility. Without hesitation, she drew a dagger coated in poison, her eyes flashing with determination. With lightning speed, she stabbed Wang Quan, shouting, Wang Quan, you evil thief, die. Almost simultaneously, Chu Tianzhao, disguised as a servant, launched an all-out attack, unleashing a cannonball, determined to crush Wang Quan. He channeled his full power to the limit, his attack carrying immense rage and determination as he roared, Wang Quan, today is your day. But at the critical moment, Wang Quan displayed his terrifying strength. He suddenly attacked, shattering the frame. With one hand, like a pair of pliers, he quickly reached out and snatched the real Tiantian from his hiding place. Chu Tianzhao immediately realized that his plan had been exposed and that Tiantian had fallen into Wang Quan's control. His face instantly turned extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with anger and anxiety. He shouted, Wang Quan, let her go. To prevent Tiantian from getting hurt, Chu Tianzhao could only forcibly change the direction of his attack, directing his full force elsewhere. With a loud bang, a distant mountain was instantly shattered by this powerful force, sending rubble and dust billowing. The attack from the fake Tiantian was child's play for Wang Quan. With a simple flick of his sleeve, he easily blocked the seemingly powerful but ineffective blow. The woman was so shocked by the recoil that she vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. Chu Tianzhao, you think you can deal with me with just these little tricks? You're just dreaming, Wang Quan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. You think you can kill me like this? How naive. Chu Tianzhao glared at him, gritting his teeth and saying, Wang Quan, if you dare to hurt Tiantian, I will make sure you die without a burial place. I will fight you to the death. HMPH, now she's in my hands, what can you do to me? Wang Quan grabbed Tiantian tightly and threatened, if you dare to act rashly again, I won't guarantee your safety. Although Tiantian was controlled by Wang Quan, her eyes remained firm. She shouted, Chu Tianzhao, don't worry about me, kill him. For justice, don't hesitate. Chu Tianzhao was extremely anxious and asked, Wang Quan, what do you want? Wang Quan laughed sinisterly, if you want her to live, you all must surrender obediently and await my orders. At this moment, the situation fell into extreme tension and stalemate. At this moment, the Divine Sword sect's leader was troubled, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. He advised Chu Tianzhao, the situation is critical right now. We should prioritize the overall interests. Tian is already a hostage in Wang Quan's hands. If we insist on rescuing her, I'm afraid we will put everyone in dire straits. It's not worth ruining our plans for her sake. It's better to give up on her and take a long-term approach. The other clan leaders also echoed, saying in unison, yes, Chu Tianzhao, that Wang Quan is ruthless and so powerful that we have no chance of winning if we fight him head-on. It's not worth taking such a risk for a woman. We are willing to betroth our own saints to you. They are all as beautiful as fairies and have outstanding talents. Why are you so obsessed with this one person? But Chu Tianzhao and Tiantian had a deep bond. He glared at everyone and shouted, you heartless people, you don't understand the feelings between Tiantian and me. We once swore to be together through life and death and never leave each other. I will never give up on her. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I will save her. At this time, Wang Quan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up and said coldly, Chu Tianzhao, kill that female assassin and I might let her go. Upon hearing this, the Divine Sword sect's leader was horrified, his eyes instantly reddening. He hurriedly said, Chu Tianzhao, absolutely not. This female assassin is my biological daughter, and she took this risk for our plan. You must not listen to Wang Quan, or my daughter's sacrifice will be in vain. But Wang Quan's face was grim, and he said viciously, HMPH, Chu Tianzhao, time is running out. Only one of you can survive. Make your choice. Chu Tianzhao was in extreme struggle. Veins bulged on his forehead, his hands were clenched into fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, and he was in extreme pain. Tianzhao, don't worry about me, save her. Tiandian struggled to squeeze out these words from his strangled throat. No, Tiandian, I won't give up on you, Chu Tianzhao roared. But Wang Quan didn't give him any time to think. He just grabbed Tiandian's neck hard. Tiandian's face turned red instantly and breathing became more difficult. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianzhao's heart was torn, his eyes were red, and tears were swirling in his eyes. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and killed the daughter of the leader of the Divine Sword Sect. Ah, the Divine Sword Sect's leader cried out in grief, Chu Tianzhao, how could you do this? That's my daughter. Chu Tianzhao's face was filled with pain, and he said in a trembling voice, Sect Master, I'm sorry, I have no choice. I will definitely avenge her. The leader of the Divine Sword Sect stared at his daughter's body, his eyes bloodshot and his face filled with grief and indignation. He angrily scolded Chu Tianzhao, you ungrateful and hypocritical fellow. My sect gave you all it could, yet you killed my daughter. You are truly insane. Chu Tianzhao's mind was completely focused on Tiandian at this moment. He ignored the angry scolding of the Divine Sword Sect's leader and instead stared at Wang Quan, saying anxiously, Wang Quan, I've done what you said. Let Tiandian go. Wang Quan sneered, his eyes filled with pride and viciousness, and said, HMPH, I regret it. Now, if you want me to let her go, you must destroy your cultivation. Otherwise, you will be waiting to collect her corpse. Chu Tianzhao was immediately furious, pointing at Wang Quan and cursing, Wang Quan, you are such a despicable, shameless, and treacherous villain. You are so vicious, you will be punished by heaven. At this time, Wang Quan continued to increase the force of strangling Tiandian's neck. Tiandian's face had turned purple and he had difficulty breathing. Chu Tianzhao looked at him with great distress, and his heart seemed to be bleeding. No, Wang Quan, stop it. Chu Tianzhao was anxious, his voice trembling and pleading. Wang Quan laughed grimly and said, Chu Tianzhao, make a decision quickly, my patience is limited. Chu Tianzhao hesitated for a long time, his eyes filled with pain and despair. Finally, for Tiandian's safety, he slowly raised his hand, ready to destroy his own cultivation. Just as Chu Tianzhao was about to strike, Tiandian's eyes flashed with determination. She knew that if Chu Tianzhao abandoned his cultivation, he would have no chance of survival. So, Tiandian found the perfect opportunity, used up her last bit of strength, and killed herself. Chu Tianzhao let out a heart-wrenching cry and rushed forward, but it was too late to save Tiandian's life. Tiandian's body collapsed limply, and Chu Tianzhao froze in place as if struck by lightning. His eyes instantly lost all their brilliance, becoming hollow and lifeless, tears streaming uncontrollably. Tiandian, no! Chu Tianzhao's voice was hoarse and broken, as if his soul was torn apart alive. He rushed to Tiandian's side, hugged her tightly in his arms, his body trembling constantly. Why? Why is this happening? Tiandian, wake up, open your eyes and look at me. Chu Tianzhao's voice was filled with endless pain and despair. Everything around him seemed to have ceased to exist, and the only people left in the world were him and Tiandian, who had already left. Memories of his past with Tiandian flooded his mind like a tide. He remembered the first time he met Tiandian, her shy and sweet smile, like a flower blooming in spring, which made his heart sink instantly. He remembered them walking together on the mountain trails, Tiandian running happily ahead, her laughter as clear as silver bells, echoing in his ears. Thinking of every meal that Tiandian carefully prepared for him, the warm taste still lingers in my heart. I remember the nights when they sat on the rooftop, snuggling together and watching the stars, and Tiandian leaned on his shoulder, whispering about her aspirations for the future. I remembered what Tiandian said to him, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. But those determined eyes are now closed forever. Tiandian, you said you would stay with me forever, how could you leave first? Chu Tianzhao hugged Tiandian, his voice getting lower and lower, like a wounded lone wolf howling. The Divine Sword Sect leader watched Chu Tianzhao holding Tiandian in his arms, his face filled with grief. The anger and hatred in his heart grew stronger. He walked forward, his face devoid of sympathy, instead sporting a sneer of gloating delight. Chu Tianzhao, this is your retribution. You killed my daughter, and now your woman is dead too. This is God's punishment for you, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect said, gritting his teeth, his eyes red and full of resentment. HMPH, it's really gratifying to see you in so much pain now. I wish I could tear you into pieces and avenge my daughter. He continued to speak viciously, his voice trembling with anger. Aren't you very powerful? Didn't you swear to deal with Wang Quan? Now look at how miserable you are. The leader of the Divine Sword Sect laughed sarcastically, and the laughter was particularly harsh in this sad atmosphere. You brought this upon yourself, Chu Tianzhao. You've harmed my daughter and yourself, he shouted and cursed loudly while looking at Chu Tianzhao. The pain and hatred in his heart intertwined, causing him to lose his last bit of sanity. At this moment, Wang Quan crossed his arms, a scornful smile on his face, and said sarcastically, Chu Tianzhao, look at the pitiful state you've become. You thought you could compete with me, but what happened? Not only did you lose the woman you loved, but you were also deserted by everyone. Your so-called resistance is nothing but a joke. Where has your former ambition gone? Didn't you always say you wanted revenge? Now you can only sit here and cry while holding a corpse. Wang Quan's words were like sharp blades, stabbing Chu Tianzhao's heart fiercely. Chapter 82, Both Sides Suffer. Chu Tianzhao, taunted by Wang Quan, flew into a rage. His fury surged like a tsunami, instantly engulfing him. His wife Tiandian's death had already been an indelible wound in his heart, and Wang Quan's mockery only added fuel to the fire, igniting his fury to its peak. His eyes glowed red, as if ready to burst into flames, and his aura, like a volcano about to erupt, was even more terrifying. The overwhelming pressure seemed to freeze the air around him. At that moment, Wang Quan, possessing the 9 netherworld demonic body, shifted slightly, and a terrifying aura instantly permeated the air. He could communicate with the 9 netherworlds, drawing upon boundless yin-sha power, becoming the world's greatest demon. Black mist continuously emanated from his body, as if a demon from hell had descended upon the earth. Under the influence of this yin-sha power, the surrounding space began to warp and crack, as if poised to collapse at any moment. Chu Tianzhao, though filled with rage, remained steadfast. He possessed a wealth of experience, and at this moment, he channeled his spiritual energy to its full potential, his body shimmering with a dazzling array of light. He formed hand seals, and powerful spells flew forth from his grasp, attacking Wang Quan. Wang Quan snorted coldly and waved his hands. Black, sinister energy surged out like a tide, colliding with Chu Tianzhao's magic. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded between heaven and earth. The powerful impact caused the surrounding mountains to collapse instantly, and huge cracks appeared in the earth. Under the impact of this force, countless cracks began to appear in space, like a shattered mirror. Chu Tianzhao showed no fear. He flashed and instantly appeared before Wang Quan, brandishing his long sword, unleashing streams of sharp sword energy. Wang Quan, in turn, shielded himself with yin-sha power, resisting Chu Tianzhao's attacks. The two engaged in a fierce, back-and-forth battle. Their powers constantly collided, each collision causing the very space to tremble. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, a strange light suddenly flashed across the sky, and then a mysterious old man appeared on the battlefield. The old man had white hair, but he was in good spirits, and he exuded an unfathomable aura. You two, wait a minute, the old man shouted. Chu Tianzhao and Wang Quan were slightly stunned and paused for a moment. The old man looked at them and said slowly, your fighting will only plunge this world into endless disaster. Why not listen to me, put aside your hatred, and work together to find a solution? HMPH, old thing, stop meddling in other people's business, Wang Quan said disdainfully. Chu Tianzhao glared at him, today, Wang Quan and I will fight to the death. No one can stop me. The old man shook his head and said, if you don't stop, you will be punished by heaven. The old man, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of the Tianquan continent, gradually slowed down his movements, each attack seeming to lack strength. Meanwhile, Wang Quan grew more courageous as the battle wore on, the Yansha power within him growing ever more intense, each move carrying a deadly threat. Chu Tianzhao, today is your doomsday, Wang Quan shouted, and a ball of ink black energy condensed in his hand. The energy ball seemed to contain endless evil power, and the surrounding space was distorted by it. Chu Tianzhao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with indomitable spirit. He raised his sword with all his might, trying to block the fatal blow. However, the moment the energy ball collided with his sword, a huge impact force erupted. Chu Tianzhao was blown away like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Amidst the flying dust, he gushed out large mouthfuls of blood, staining the ground beneath him red. HMPH, let's see how long you can struggle, Wang Quan pressed on, a ferocious smile on his face. Every step he took carried a powerful pressure that made the air around him tremble. Chu Tianzhao struggled to stand up, but his legs were shaking as if he had lost consciousness. He supported himself with his sword, his eyes still gleaming with determination. Just as Wang Quan was about to deliver the final blow to Chu Tianzhao, the old man could no longer endure it. He revealed his identity as Tiandao and shouted, Wang Quan, if you kill Chu Tianzhao, the man of destiny, you will surely suffer heaven's punishment and die a miserable death. Wang Quan sneered nonchalantly, heaven's will, divine punishment, I'm not afraid, no one can stop me today. After saying that, Wang Quan exerted all his strength without hesitation, and a black light instantly penetrated Chu Tianzhao's body. Chu Tianzhao's body froze, his eyes slowly closed, and the breath of life dissipated instantly. Following Chu Tianzhao's death, the sky instantly became overcast, and the entire world seemed to be plunged into endless darkness. Then, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and countless strong bolts of lightning roared like angry dragons, fiercely striking towards Wang Quan. Boom, the thunder was deafening, and each bolt of thunder contained endless divine power, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Wang Quan initially tried to resist, frantically mobilizing his Yansha power to form a black shield. However, the power of the thunder was too strong, and the shield was shattered in an instant. Ah! Wang Quan screamed in agony as the lightning struck him, his skin and flesh ripped and blood splattered everywhere. The lightning raged through his body, burning his flesh and blood. Yet, the thunder did not cease, striking Wang Quan one after another. The earth trembled under the thunder's bombardment, and the surrounding mountains collapsed, turning to dust. Rivers flowed backwards, forests caught fire, and the entire world seemed to have plunged into a doomsday scenario. Wang Quan struggled bitterly in this endless scourge, but his resistance seemed so powerless. His body had been hacked to pieces, his flesh and blood a mess. The thunder continued to rage until Wang Quan's flesh and blood were completely shattered, leaving only a pale skeleton. But surprisingly, within those bones, there was still a faint flicker of life. The old man who was the incarnation of heaven looked at the battlefield that was ravaged by thunder and thought that Wang Quan had died in this horrible punishment from heaven. He sighed deeply and his figure gradually disappeared into the void. In this astonishing battle, the once magnificent divine sword sect was reduced to ruins. The once meticulously arranged pavilions and towers were now reduced to shattered rubble, the picturesque mountains were razed to the ground, the clear streams dried up, and the flowers and trees were reduced to ash. The entire divine sword sect was shrouded in a dead silence, as if it were a corner forgotten by the world. The great Emperor Realm sect masters who had been watching had hoped to witness this awe-inspiring battle, but they hadn't anticipated being affected by the terrifying thunder. The powerful force of the lightning instantly pierced their bodies, and before they could even utter a scream, they were reduced to ash, dissipating between heaven and earth without even the slightest chance of resistance. A few months later, the disciples of the Nine Nether Demon sect arrived at the ruins with trepidation. They carefully searched among the broken walls, hoping to find some valuable magic weapons or secret manuals in this desolate place. Look, what is that? A sharp-eyed disciple suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of his trembling finger and saw a pale skeleton lying alone on a piece of charred land. This seems to be the leader, someone said with a trembling voice in disbelief and horror. They gathered around with awe and fear, and carefully examined the skeleton. They saw some traces of lightning burns on the skeleton, and everyone thought that Wang Quan was dead. At this moment, a mournful cry was heard. Wang Quan's wife, Su Yu, who was also his master, had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Her once beautiful face was now haggard, her eyes bloodshot. When she saw the familiar skeleton, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. Recklessly, she rushed over and hugged it tightly, tears streaming down her face like a flood. Her heartbreaking cries echoed through the ruins for a long time. Husband, how can you leave me? How can I live alone if you leave? Su Yu burst into tears, her voice was hoarse and almost unrecognizable, and she fainted several times due to grief. Afterwards, with heavy hearts, the disciples brought Wang Quan's bones back to the Nine Nether Demon cult. A solemn mourning hall was built for him, where the bones were enshrined. A grand and solemn funeral was held. The entire Nine Nether Demon cult was immersed in grief. White mourning banners hung in every corner, rustling in the breeze, as if mourning for their former leader. Su Yu stayed beside Wang Quan's bones, crying day and night. Her eyes were so red and swollen that her eyeballs were almost invisible. Her eyes were filled with despair and endless longing. Master, rest in peace. The disciples knelt on the ground one after another, crying loudly. The atmosphere of grief enveloped the entire Juyu demon sect and lingered for a long time. 10 years later, the peaceful skies above the profound sky continent suddenly changed. The once azure sky was shrouded in darkness, with swirling dark clouds and thunder and lightning. At the edge of the continent, a huge space crack appeared without warning, and bursts of creepy roars came from it. From the cracks, a pair of enormous, ferocious demonic claws first emerged, followed by countless tall, hideous-looking demon warriors surging out. Some had skin as black as ink and sharp fangs, some were engulfed in flames, leaving a scorched earth wherever they went, and others had eyes that gleamed with an eerie, captivating light. The demonic army spread like a tide, leaving no blade of grass in its path. Villages were razed to the ground, towns engulfed in flames, and the people fled in terror, their cries for help mingling, yet they could not stop the demonic rampage. Kill, destroy this continent. The demon general waved a huge battle axe and roared to the sky. A group of demon soldiers rushed towards an ancient city. The guards on the city wall fought hard, but in the face of the powerful force of the demons, their resistance seemed so pale and powerless. When the demons wreaked havoc on the Tianquan continent, various sects and dynasties responded quickly. The news spread to every corner of the continent at the fastest speed, and the leaders of various sects and the monarchs of the dynasties urgently summoned their disciples and domestic soldiers. In the Qingquan sect, the leader stood on the high platform in the square and said in a voice like a bell, "The demons are invading, and the continent is in danger. We, the disciples of the Qingquan sect, should take it as our responsibility to protect the continent and follow me to the battle." The disciples below the stage were excited and shouted in unison, "We are willing to fight the demons with the leader." They quickly packed their bags, took their magic weapons, and assembled into a team. In the palace of the Longtang dynasty, the emperor said solemnly to his ministers, "Every man has a share of responsibility for the rise and fall of a country. Now that the demons are invading, I will personally lead the army and fight a decisive battle with the demons. In the court, military generals requested to fight, and civil officials also actively prepared food and supplies. Inside the Star Pavilion, the Pavilion Master looked at the elders and disciples with a determined gaze. The Star Pavilion has been passed down for thousands of years. Now is the time to dedicate ourselves to the continent. Let's go. At that moment, disciples from all sects in the Imperial Army from all directions converged on the front line of the demon invasion. Some of them galloped on horseback, some flew on swords, and some relied on teleportation arrays to quickly transfer. When all the troops were gathered, a fierce battle began. The human monks cast all sorts of magical spells, illuminating the battlefield with radiant light. Soldiers, swords in hand, bravely attacked the enemy, their cries of killing shaking the heavens. However, the demons are powerful and fearless. Their bodies are like steel, making ordinary weapons ineffective. The demons' magic is even more bizarre and unpredictable, often causing heavy casualties to the human race unexpectedly. The human coalition forces gradually fell into a disadvantage, and their defense lines were constantly broken through by the demons. A sect elder was unfortunately struck during a battle with the demons, vomiting blood and collapsing to the ground. Everyone hold on, he shouted before collapsing. However, the demons' attacks became more and more fierce. Although the human coalition fought desperately, they were still unable to stop the demons, and the situation became increasingly critical. At this time, in the chaotic situation where the human coalition forces were retreating step by step and falling into trouble, some people with ulterior motives began to stir. In a temporary human camp, a group of people sat together, whispering to each other with gloomy faces. HMPH, now that the demons are invading, our human race is so passive. I think it's all because Wang Quan killed Chu Tianzhao, the man of destiny, said a man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks viciously. That's right, it was he who broke the balance of the continent, giving the demons an opportunity to take advantage. A burly man with a face full of flesh echoed. Without the man of destiny to lead us against the demons, all this is the fault of the monarchy, another person also shouted loudly. These rumors spread rapidly like a plague, and more people began to believe that the invasion of the demons was the evil result of royal power. As a result, many sects, instigated by these rumors, united together and marched towards the Juyu demon cult in a mighty force. At the foot of the mountain where the nine nether demon sect resided, masters and disciples from various sects gathered. They were filled with righteous indignation and shouted that they wanted to destroy the nine nether demon sect and avenge the continent. The nine nether demon sect has brought disaster to the continent. Today is your doom. An elder of the sect stood in front of the crowd and shouted loudly. It's all because of your leadership that the continent has fallen into such a disaster. You all must pay the price, the leader of another sect also angrily accused. The disciples of the Juyu demon sect were on high alert on the mountain, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Brother, what should we do? They are so numerous and powerful. A young disciple looked panicked. Don't be afraid, we will live and die together with the demon cult, said an older disciple firmly. On the mountain, Su Yu stood in front of the demon cult's main hall, looking at the crowd below the mountain, her eyes full of anger and helplessness. Husband, if you were still here, how dare they be so presumptuous, she murmured to herself. Chapter 83 Return. Su Yu took a deep breath, her eyes gradually becoming firmer. She knew that in the current situation, escaping was useless. She had to lead the disciples of the nine nether demon sect to face this bravely. Su Yu slowly raised the long sword in her hand and said loudly, Disciples of the nine nether demon sect, today we are facing an unprecedented crisis. But we cannot retreat, we cannot be afraid. We must use our lives and courage to protect our homeland. When the disciples heard Su Yu's words, the fear in their hearts was gradually replaced by courage. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with determination. The combined forces at the foot of the mountain began their attack, sending spells and sword energy flying towards the mountain. The disciples of the nine nether demon sect quickly activated their defensive formations to fend off the combined forces' attacks. The battle was about to break out, and the two sides engaged in a fierce fight. Su Yu personally led the masters of the demon sect and launched a desperate fight with the strong men of the sect coalition. During the battle, Su Yu demonstrated her formidable strength and leadership. Her swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, each strike carrying a deadly threat. She led her disciples in a tenacious resistance, repeatedly repelling the combined forces' attacks. However, the combined forces were too numerous, and the nine nether demon sect's disciples gradually fell into trouble. Their defensive formations were constantly breached, and their casualties became increasingly severe. Just as the nine nether demon cult was about to fall into despair, a sudden roar was heard from the sky. A huge beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. When the huge light descended from the sky and illuminated the entire battlefield, everyone was shocked to see a figure slowly emerging from the light. It was Wang Quan, who was thought to be dead. 10 years ago, in that shocking battle with Chu Tianzhao, Wang Quan suffered a divine punishment, his body hacked to pieces, his flesh and blood completely gone, leaving only a pale skeleton. However, the nine nether demonic body he possessed contained an extremely powerful vitality. At the moment of the divine punishment, although Wang Quan's body was destroyed by the violent force of lightning, the instinctive reaction of the nine nether demon body was activated. This mysterious physique seemed to have a self-protection mechanism. In the face of life and death, the mysterious power hidden deep within it began to slowly operate. Within its bones, a faint glimmer of life flickered tenaciously. This spark of life, like a spark of fire, though seemingly insignificant, held boundless hope. The nine nether demonic body began to draw energy from its surroundings. The charred earth, ravaged by thunder, held lingering traces of a mysterious aura. The demonic body absorbed this energy in a unique way, transforming it into its own healing power. Over time, this thread of vitality gradually grew stronger. Like a resilient thread, it weaved through the bones, slowly repairing the damaged parts. First, a strange light flickered from the core of the bones. This light carried a rich Yin-Sha power, a unique manifestation of the nine nether demonic body's energy. The light continued to spread, gradually covering the entire skeleton. During this process, the skeleton began to undergo subtle changes. Some tiny cracks were repaired by a mysterious force, making it stronger. At the same time, a powerful attraction emanated from the skeleton, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Spiritual energy surged like a tide, rapidly absorbed and transformed by the nine nether demonic body. The remaining traces of lightning burns on the bones gradually faded under the influence of this force. As energy continued to accumulate, strands of flesh began to grow from the bones. This flesh spread at an extremely slow pace, as if meticulously carving a piece of art. The growth of every strand of flesh and blood required a tremendous amount of energy, and the nine nether demonic body tirelessly drew what it needed from its surroundings. It communicated with the nine netherworlds, and although the passage had been affected by the divine wrath during this process, becoming extremely unstable, strands of Yin-Sha power continued to flow in. These Yin-Sha forces merged with the newly grown flesh and blood, giving them even greater strength. The flesh and blood gradually grew, forming muscles, blood vessels, and other tissues. Then, skin began to slowly cover the body's surface. After a long 10 years, Wang Quan finally completed his resurrection thanks to the powerful vitality of the nine nether demon body and his unremitting efforts. When the huge light descended from the sky and illuminated the entire battlefield, everyone was shocked to see a figure slowly emerging from the light. It was Wang Quan, who was thought to be dead. Wang Quan's appearance plunged the entire battlefield into a momentary silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before them. The disciples of the nine nether demon sect were the first to react, and they erupted in thunderous cheers. Master, it's the master. The master is resurrected, the disciples shouted excitedly, tears of joy in their eyes. On the mountain, Su Yu looked at the familiar figure, her body trembling slightly. Her eyes were full of surprise and disbelief, and tears immediately burst out. Husband, you are really back, Su Yu murmured to herself. At this time, the disciples of the Juyu demon sect gathered around. Master, you are really resurrected. That's great, an older disciple said excitedly. Master, we knew you wouldn't die so easily, another disciple said excitedly. Wang Quan looked at these loyal disciples, his heart filled with emotion. You are all great. In my absence, you have stood firm for the 9 nether demon sect. Thank you for your hard work. The allied forces at the foot of the mountain were thrown into chaos. They had originally thought Wang Quan was dead, which was why they had dared to attack the 9 nether demon sect. Now that Wang Quan had been resurrected, they were filled with fear. What should we do? Wang Quan has been resurrected, said a man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks in panic. We are no match for him, let's run away, a big man with a fat face next to him said in horror. The elders and leaders of the sect coalition looked at each other, not knowing what to do. I didn't expect Wang Quan to be so powerful that even the heavenly punishment couldn't kill him completely. An elder of the sect sighed. What should we do now? Should we continue to attack the Juyu demon sect? Asked the leader of another sect. Just as they hesitated, Wang Quan's voice rang out like thunder. How dare you, the people of you, attack the 9 nether demon sect while I'm away. Today, I'll let you know that the 9 nether demon sect is not something you can just bully. Wang Quan's words were full of arrogance and majesty, which made the hearts of the people in the sect coalition tremble. Wang Quan, don't be too arrogant. Although you have resurrected, there are so many of us that we may not be afraid of you. An elder of the sect said bravely. Wang Quan sneered, then gave it a try. As he spoke, a powerful evil force emanated from Wang Quan's body. This force made the air around him seem to solidify. The members of the sect coalition felt this powerful pressure and were filled with fear. They began to regret their impulsive behavior, but now there was no turning back. Let's all come together. With so many of us, we won't necessarily lose. A leader shouted loudly. The members of the sect coalition army used their spells and weapons to attack Wang Quan. Wang Quan was not afraid at all. He waved his hands and the evil power surged out like a tide, meeting the attack of the coalition forces of the sects. A fierce battle erupted once again. Wang Quan, standing alone against a vast multitude, displayed immense strength. Every one of his moves carried a deadly threat, making it difficult for the allied forces to resist. During the battle, Wang Quan's eyes were filled with determination and resoluteness. He knew that only by letting these people see how powerful he was would they dare not easily invade the 9 nether demon sect again. After a fierce battle, the allied forces were once again defeated by Wang Quan. Their casualties became increasingly severe, and their fear grew deeper and deeper. In the end, the allied forces of the sects were completely wiped out. When the huge light descended from the sky and illuminated the entire battlefield, everyone was shocked to see a figure slowly emerging from the light. It was Wang Quan who was thought to be dead. On the mountain, Su Yu gazed at the familiar figure, her body trembling slightly. Her eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She stared at the figure in a daze, as if time had stood still at this moment. Wang Quan slowly landed on the ground, his eyes revealing a deep majesty. His gaze immediately locked onto Su Yu, filled with tenderness and attachment. He walked towards Su Yu step by step, each step seeming to be filled with endless longing. Su Yu could no longer control her emotions and ran over and threw herself into Wang Quan's arms. She hugged Wang Quan tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Husband, you really came back. I thought I would never see you again. Su Yu burst into tears, and her tears soaked Wang Quan's clothes. Wang Quan gently patted Su Yu's back, his voice low and gentle. Don't be afraid, Yu, I'm back. From now on, I won't let anyone hurt you in the 9 nether demon sect again. Su Yu raised her head and looked at Wang Quan's face, her eyes filled with affection. For the past 10 years, I've missed you every day and night. I thought you were gone. Without you, I've been like a walking corpse. Wang Quan caressed Su Yu's cheek with a distressed look, wiping away her tears. Yu, I'm sorry for making you suffer, but I won't leave you again. I will always be by your side. After a moment of silence, Wang Quan frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Yu, what exactly is going on now? I just feel like everything is so unfamiliar. Su Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and slowly said, my husband, you know, it's now 10 years later. After your battle with Chu Tiantao, you suffered divine punishment, and everyone thought you were dead. During these 10 years, the demons invaded the Tianshuan continent. They surged like a tide, leaving no grass behind wherever they passed. Villages were razed to the ground, towns engulfed in flames, and the people fled in terror, their cries and cries for help mingling, but they could not stop the demons' rampage. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan's eyes flashed with shock and anger. How could this happen? The demons dared to invade the profound sky continent while I was away. Su Yu continued, the various sects and dynasties responded quickly, but the demons were powerful and fearless. Their bodies seemed like they were made of steel, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to effectively damage them. The demons' magic was even more bizarre and unpredictable, often causing huge casualties to the human race by surprise. The human coalition forces gradually fell into a disadvantage, and their defenses were repeatedly breached by the demons. Wang Quan clenched his fists, emitting a powerful aura. HMPH, the demons are so arrogant, I will not let them succeed. Su Yu looked at Wang Quan worriedly. Husband, the situation is critical now, what should we do? Wang Quan looked into the distance with a determined look in his eyes. Yu, don't worry, I'm here. Su Yu continued, today, these sects united to destroy the 9 nether demon sect. If you hadn't resurrected in time, the 9 nether demon sect would have probably. Wang Quan clenched his fists, a powerful aura emanating from him. HMPH, these sects dared to bully the 9 nether demon cult while I was away. I must teach them a lesson first. Otherwise, what if I fight the demons and the 9 nether demon cult is attacked again? After saying this, Wang Quan turned to face the disciples of the 9 nether demon sect. All disciples, listen up. Defend the demon sect. I'll be back soon. The disciples shouted in unison, farewell, master. Wang Quan's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. He first arrived at the nearest sect. At the sect's mountain gate, the guards were on high alert when they suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching. Before they could react, Wang Quan had already appeared before them. Call your sect leader out, Wang Quan's voice boomed like thunder. Terrified, the guards rushed inside to report. A moment later, the sect leader arrived hurriedly with a group of elders and disciples. The clan leader looked at Wang Quan, his heart filled with fear, but he still said with a brave face, Wang Quan, you are not dead. What do you want to do? Wang Quan looked at him coldly and said, today you joined forces with other sects to attack the 9 nether demon sect. This account should be settled. The sect leader said in a timid tone, Wang Quan, don't be so arrogant. With so many sects united, we may not be afraid of you. Wang Quan snorted coldly, and the dark energy within him instantly erupted. Then give it a try, he said, waving his hand. A powerful force swept towards the clan leader and the others. The clan leader and the elders quickly cast spells to resist, but their strength seemed dwarfed by Wang Quan's. In an instant, they were sent flying, spitting blood. Wang Quan showed no mercy and continued his attack. The disciples of this sect fled in terror, but under Wang Quan's overwhelming force, there was nowhere to escape. Soon, this sect was shattered by Wang Quan. Wang Quan then headed to the next sect. At each one, he crushed them with his immense strength. Those once arrogant and domineering sect masters and elders were powerless before Wang Quan. Under Wang Quan's instruction, these sects finally realized their mistakes. They deeply regretted uniting to attack the 9 Nether Demon sect, but now it was too late to regret, and they could only bear Wang Quan's wrath. Chapter 84 ending. After a series of battles, Wang Quan successfully taught these sects a lesson. He let them know that the 9 Nether Demon sect was not something they could bully at will. At the same time, he also announced to the entire Tianquan continent that he, Wang Quan, had returned and no one could dare to invade the 9 Nether Demon sect again. Wang Quan returned to the 9 Nether Demon sect, where Su Yu and the disciples had already been waiting. Seeing Wang Quan's return, they were filled with joy and admiration. Wang Quan looked at them with a firm gaze and said, "From now on, we must prepare ourselves for a decisive battle with the demons." Everyone shouted in unison, "We are willing to fight the demons alongside the leader." After teaching a lesson to the sects that had bullied the 9 Nether Demon sect, Wang Quan realized that the demons were the greatest threat to the profound sky continent. He decided not to wait any longer and instead took the initiative to attack directly into the demon territory. Wang Quan was alone, emitting a powerful yin-sha power. Like a black lightning, he rushed towards the demon territory. Along the way, wherever he passed, the wind and clouds changed color, and the air seemed to be oppressed by his momentum. When he reached the edge of the demonic territory, the demon soldiers guarding it immediately sensed his presence. They stared in horror at the man emanating a terrifying aura, weapons raised but not daring to advance. Wang Quan glanced at them coldly, then waved his hand. A powerful, sinister force surged out like a tide, instantly sending the demonic soldiers flying. Wang Quan entered the demonic territory unimpeded. A thick, dark atmosphere permeated the air, leaving people feeling oppressive and uneasy. But Wang Quan remained unmoved. His eyes were firm and cold, and he had only one thought in mind: to slay the demon emperor. As he went deeper into the demon territory, more and more powerful demons sensed his presence and rushed to stop him. But Wang Quan ignored them and marched forward like a broken bamboo, leaving powerful demons falling wherever he went. In the gloomy palace of the demon clan, the demon emperor was discussing the final attack on the Tianquan continent with a group of demon elders. The demon emperor sat high on his throne, his face stern, his eyes flickering with an eerie red light. Now, the profound sky continent has been steadily defeated by the powerful offensive of our demon race. But the human race is still resisting stubbornly. We must not let our guard down. An elderly demon elder stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the humans are tenacious, but in the face of the overwhelming might of our demons, their resistance is but a desperate struggle. We must accelerate our offensive and destroy their defenses in one fell swoop." Another elder frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, there are many powerful individuals among the human race who should not be underestimated. This is especially true of the sudden appearance of Wang Quan. His strength is unfathomable, and his previous resurrection has hindered our plans. We must proceed with caution." The demon emperor snorted coldly, "Wang Quan, he's just an ant that luckily survived. My demon army is invincible, how could we be afraid of him?" At this time, another elder spoke up, "Your Majesty, although we hold the advantage, we cannot ignore the potential of the human race. They may unleash their formidable power in desperate situations. Should we consider adjusting our strategy to achieve the greatest victory at the lowest cost?" The demon emperor was silent for a moment, a look of thought flashing in his eyes. Then, he slowly spoke, "You are not without reason. But the glory of our demon race is unquestionable. We must conquer the profound sky continent as soon as possible. Pass on my orders. All armies intensify their offensive and must break through the human defenses as quickly as possible. Also, keep a close eye on the movements of the king." The elders responded in unison, "As you command, Your Majesty the demon emperor." At this time, Wang Quan had already arrived at the core area of the demon clan. The demon emperor and a group of high-ranking demons were shocked to see Wang Quan suddenly appear. The demon emperor stood up, his eyes filled with anger and vigilance. "Wang Quan, you actually dared to enter my demon territory alone. You are so audacious." Wang Quan looked at the demon emperor coldly, "Today is the day you die." The demon emperor laughed in anger, "Just you? Do you think you can defeat my entire demon clan?" After saying this, the demon emperor waved his hand, and the surrounding demon leaders cast powerful spells and attacked Wang Quan. Wang Quan was not afraid at all. The yin-sha power in his body instantly erupted, forming a powerful shield that resisted the attacks of the demon leaders. Wang Quan gradually gained the upper hand in a fierce battle with the demon emperor and his demonic superiors. However, he knew the demons were too powerful to completely eradicate on his own. At this moment, Wang Quan had a sudden thought and decided to unleash his 9 nether demonic body, summoning the 9 nether demons to join him in the battle. Wang Quan closed his eyes tightly, muttering something to himself as the dark energy within him began to surge crazily. The air around him seemed to freeze, and a terrifying pressure permeated the air. As he continued to chant the incantation, a massive black vortex slowly emerged behind him. From within the vortex, a series of deep roars emanated, like the wrath of hell. Gradually, a massive figure emerged from the vortex. It was the 9 nether demon, tens of feet tall, emanating a thick, dark aura, its eyes flashing with an eerie red light. The appearance of the 9 nether demon plunged the entire demon territory into a deeper state of fear. The demon soldiers looked at this terrifying existence in horror and fled in all directions. Wang Quan opened his eyes, a flicker of determination in them. He said to the 9 nether demon, "Today, let's destroy the demon race together." The 9 nether demon let out a deafening roar, as if responding to Wang Quan's call. Wang Quan and the 9 nether demon stood side by side, their aura growing even stronger. Together, they charged towards the demon army. The 9 nether demon swung his massive fists, and with each blow, countless demon soldiers were reduced to pulp. Wang Quan unleashed a variety of powerful spells, and the dark power surged like a tide, sending the demon soldiers flying. The demon emperor and the demon clan leaders were filled with despair when they saw the 9 nether demon appear. They tried to organize a resistance, but under the powerful offensive of Wang Quan and the 9 nether demon, everything was in vain. Wang Quan and the 9 nether demon advanced like a hot knife through butter, and wherever they passed, powerful demons fell one after another. They approached the palace where the demon emperor was. The demon emperor looked at Wang Quan and the 9 nether demon in horror, his eyes filled with despair and fear. "No, this is impossible," the demon emperor roared in despair, but Wang Quan and the 9 nether demon remained unmoved and continued to advance. When they arrived in front of the palace, the demon emperor and the demon clan leaders exerted their last strength to try to resist the attack of Wang Quan and Juyu Great Demon. However, their strength seemed so small in front of Wang Quan and Juyu Great Demon. Wang Quan unleashed his most powerful attack, gathering all of his yin-sha power into his hands, forming a massive black energy ball. The 9 nether demon also simultaneously unleashed a powerful dark beam, shooting towards the demon emperor and the demon clan leaders. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the energy ball and dark beam simultaneously struck the demon emperor and the demon clan leaders. The demon emperor screamed in agony as his body was instantly destroyed by the overwhelming force. The surrounding demon clan leaders were also reduced to ashes by this powerful force. With the death of the demon emperor and the demon clan's high-ranking officials, the entire demon clan territory fell into chaos. Wang Quan and the 9 nether demon stood there, emitting a powerful aura, like two invincible gods of war. After successfully defeating the demon emperor and the demon clan's high-ranking officials on the profound sky continent, Wang Quan remained undeterred. The mysterious rift in space seemed to offer him a silent challenge, yet also to point the way to a complete end to the demon clan's threat. With a resolute leap, Wang Quan plunged through the rift into the demon realm. As soon as they entered the demonic realm, a dense, all-consuming darkness surged like a tidal wave. But who was Wang Quan? He was the leader of the 9 nether demon cult, wielding a powerful yin-sha power. That yin-sha power automatically activated, forming an impenetrable shield around him, firmly resisting the encroaching force of the terrifying dark aura. At that moment, within the demon realm, the high-ranking demons were still immersed in their wild fantasies of a future invasion of the profound sky continent, completely unaware of the impending disaster. They sat leisurely together, discussing the next stage of their sinister plan. But at that moment, a terrifying aura, so powerful it terrified them, gradually spread through the demon realm like a storm. Oh no, a powerful enemy is invading. A high-ranking demon was the first to react, shouting in fear. The other demons glanced sideways, and when their eyes focused on Wang Quan, who stood like a demon god, panic instantly filled their ferocious faces. But Wang Quan gave them no chance to breathe. His figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing before a group of high-ranking demons. In his hands, the dark power surged, transforming into a piercing ray of light in the blink of an eye, sweeping towards the demons with devastating force. The high-ranking demons panicked and unleashed all manner of powerful dark magic to resist. However, their defenses proved fragile before the king's thundering attack. The light, like an indestructible blade, instantly shattered their defenses. Wherever the light passed, high-ranking demons fell one after another, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the land of the demonic realm red. Seeing this, the other high-ranking demons, though filled with fear, were also aroused to their ferocity. They roared and charged at Wang Quan, unleashing all manner of terrifying dark magic in an attempt to defeat him. But Wang Quan remained imperturbable, calmly responding to the demons' relentless onslaught. The dark energy within him surged continuously, transforming into a shield to deflect attacks or radiating into sharp arrows to strike back, effortlessly neutralizing each demon's attack. Immediately afterwards, Wang Quan formed seals with his hands at high speed, and powerful attacks streaked across the sky of the demon realm, hitting high-level demons one by one with incredible precision. Under this powerful attack, the demons suffered heavy casualties, and screams rang out one after another. Seeing the situation was dire, some high-ranking demons attempted to flee. But how could Wang Quan allow them to succeed? He dashed out like lightning, quickly catching up with the fleeing demons and slashing with his sword, slaying them one by one. Under Wang Quan's powerful attack, which was like the arrival of a god of war, the high-level demons in the demon realm were completely slaughtered. The entire demon realm was immersed in a dead silence. After annihilating every high-ranking demon in the demon realm, Wang Quan cast a cold gaze towards the still shrinking spatial rift. He knew that if it wasn't completely closed, the demonic threat could return to the profound sky continent at any moment. Wang Quan slowly approached the spatial rift, the dark energy within him surging once more. He formed complex hand seals with his hands, muttering to himself. As he cast the spell, powerful energy surged from his body, converging towards the spatial rift. Like strands of strong rope, the energy tightly wrapped around the spatial rift, attempting to close it. The spatial crack seemed to sense the threat and began to tremble violently, emitting bursts of strange light. However, Wang Quan remained unmoved. He continued to increase his energy output, his eyes filled with determination. After much hard work, the spatial crack finally shrank under the powerful force of Wang Quan, and finally closed completely. The moment the spatial crack disappeared, the entire demon realm seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the oppressive dark aura began to slowly dissipate. After completing this arduous task, Wang Quan didn't hesitate for a moment, turning and galloping towards the profound sky continent. He was like a black lightning, streaking across the sky, and soon returned to the profound sky continent. The people of Tianchuan continent had long known of Wang Quan's heroic deeds, and when they saw him return, cheers resounded like thunder. People poured into the streets to express their respect and gratitude to this hero. Wang Quan looked at these excited people and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew that his efforts had not been in vain and that he had successfully protected this land and its people. In the days that followed, Wang Quan didn't dwell on the joy of victory. He knew that only by continuously improving his own strength could he better protect the Tianchuan continent. So, he began to practice in seclusion, attempting to break through his own limits. After a long period of cultivation and enlightenment, Wang Quan finally encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough. A dazzling light shot up from him, and his aura instantly became extremely powerful. In this light, Wang Quan successfully broke through and became the only spiritual immortal in the Tianchuan continent. In a prosperous town in the Tianchuan continent, people sat together, enthusiastically discussing Wang Quan's feats. Have you heard? Lord Wang Quan actually broke into the demon realm alone, killed all those high-level demons, and closed the space crack. This is simply a god descending to earth, an old man said with admiration. That's right, we all misunderstood him before. We always thought that the Juyu demon cult was evil, but we didn't expect that in this critical moment, it was Lord Wang Quan who saved us all. A young man continued with emotion. Yes, we were really blind before. Now think about it, Lord Wang Quan wanted to protect the Tianchuan continent from the very beginning. He taught those sects that bullied the Juyu demon cult a lesson so that everyone could unite to fight against the demons. A woman nodded in agreement. Now that Lord Wang Quan has broken through and become the only spiritual immortal in Tianchuan continent, he is our patron saint. We must worship him well in the future. Another person said firmly. Elsewhere, people also expressed their praise and gratitude for the royal power. I didn't expect Wang Quan to be so powerful. I used to think he was a big devil, but now it seems that we were so wrong. He has sacrificed so much for the profound sky continent. We should build a statue for him so that future generations will remember his achievements forever. Yes, Lord Wang Quan is our hero. He is the one who protects our home. Soon, statues of Wang Quan began to be erected across the profound sky continent. Majestic statues stood in town centers and temples, and people came to pay their respects with reverence, expressing their most sincere respect for this great hero. Wang Quan's name became an eternal legend on the profound sky continent, passed down through generations. End of book.